In the aftermath of a cataclysmic explosion within the Milky Way, the Earth underwent profound transformations, entering an era marked by the resurgence of spiritual energy. The martial arts began to awaken, rendering once fanciful dreams of humanity soaring through the skies and traversing the Earth with ease into stark reality. Yet, alongside the enhancement of human prowess, formidable beasts emerged in abundance, creating an unprecedented landscape of peril. Ding! In the ancient land of Huaxia, amidst the black stone forest of Jiangnan City, a young man clad in a black robe found himself embroiled in a fierce battle against a horde of monstrous creatures. Surrounded by the relentless onslaught of these beasts, the black-robed youth was severely wounded, his once pristine robe now drenched in crimson. His breath came in ragged gasps, the strength of his movements waning as he fought desperately, nearing the limits of his endurance. Roar! At that moment, a tomber-long scarlet flame, three-eyed golden tiger lunged towards him, its fearsome jaws gaping wide, aiming for the youth's head. With a swift leap, the black-robed youth attempted to evade the attack, but alas, he was a moment too slow. The tiger's jaws clamped down upon his right arm, tearing it asunder with brutal ferocity. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips as he retaliated instinctively, severing the creature's neck with a swift stroke. His gaze then fell upon a massive boulder several dozen feet away. Perched atop this boulder were a young couple, entwined in an embrace, exchanging glances imbued with a sense of intimacy and affection. The black-robed youth, filled with rage, bellowed, Why have you betrayed me?" The couple consisted of the young man's closest companion, Chen Feng, and his fiancée, Jiang Ruolin. Having placed unwavering trust in Chen Feng and Jiang Ruolin, the three had made a pact to venture into the Blackstone Forest to gather the elusive Qingzhou fruit, vowing to share both fortune and peril. Yet he could scarcely fathom that Chen Feng and Jiang Ruolin would conspire against him. They had lured him into the encirclement of the ferocious scarlet flame, three-eyed golden tigers, seizing the opportunity to harvest the Qingzhou fruit while reveling in their betrayal, openly displaying their affection before Chen Feng's eyes. "Huh? Betrayal? Fang Ping, you overestimate your significance. I have never regarded you as a brother, you were merely a pawn in my game, devoid of any notion of betrayal." Chen Feng mocked, his finger tracing the contours of Jiang Ruolin's form. Jiang Ruolin joined in the derision, her eyes glinting with disdain as she addressed Fang Ping. "Fang Ping, do you truly believe I would willingly marry you? You are nothing but a toad yearning for a swan. I, Jiang Ruolin, am a woman of distinction. How could a wretch like you ever be worthy of me? My acceptance of your proposal and role as your fiancé was solely orchestrated by Brother Chen, intended to exploit you into confronting the guardians of the Qingzhou fruit. With these 12 scarlet flame, three-eyed golden tigers dispatched, we could claim the fruit unimpeded. Now that our objective is achieved, you hold no further value. Therefore, you shall meet your end." "Ha!" Chen Feng and Jiang Ruolin erupted into raucous laughter before taking flight, leaving Fang Ping seething with rage. "Beasts, I will slay you both." Fang Ping's eyes blazed crimson with fury, an overwhelming desire for vengeance surging within him as he attempted to pursue Chen Feng and Jiang Ruolin. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless, ensnared by the 12 scarlet flame, three-eyed golden tigers. Though he had slain 6, he bore numerous wounds inflicted by the remaining beasts, his arm and leg severed, his back laid bare with flesh stripped away, leaving only bone exposed. His blood was nearly drained, and he teetered on the brink of oblivion. As his voice faded, the remaining 6 scarlet flame, three-eyed golden tigers surged forth, eager to rend him to pieces. "Is this how I am to perish? I refuse to accept it." In an instant, Fang Ping was torn asunder by the 6 beasts. Yet, in the fleeting moments of consciousness, he felt not the agony of his body, but a profound sense of bitterness and resentment. Betrayed by his dearest friend and fiancé, his heart brimmed with a desire for retribution. How could he resign himself to such a fate? As his awareness began to fade, just when he believed his demise was inevitable, a brilliant golden light erupted from within him. This golden radiance manifested into 7 gleaming blades, each striking the heads of the 7 scarlet flame, three-eyed golden tigers, cleaving them in 2 without spilling a single drop of blood, an extraordinary and surreal spectacle. After vanquishing the 7 beasts, the golden blades transformed into shimmering motes of light, merging back into Fang Ping's body. Remarkably, his wounds began to heal at a visible pace. Even his severed limbs reformed, and his strength surged back with renewed vigor. Chapter 2. The Immortal Shopping Group. Merely a few seconds later, Fang Ping's injuries had completely healed, and his cultivation was restored to its peak state. What is happening? Fang Ping was in a daze. His face etched with disbelief. At that moment, a voice resonated within his mind. The Immortal Shopping Group has successfully bound the host. The Immortal Shopping Group has been activated. Who? Who is speaking? Fang Ping's expression turned wary as he scanned his surroundings, yet found no trace of a soul. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, and a semi-transparent panel materialized before him. It was a group, named Immortal Shopping Group, with Fang Ping as the sole member. What is this? Fang Ping was utterly bewildered, filled with perplexity. Welcome, Mountain God 1, to the Immortal Shopping Group. Welcome, Mountain God 2, to the Immortal Shopping Group. Welcome, Erlang Dog, to the Immortal Shopping Group. Welcome, Zhu Beiji, to the Immortal Shopping Group. Welcome, Bull Demon King, to the Immortal Shopping Group. Welcome, Sun Wukong, to the Immortal Shopping Group. In an instant, 2,300 members joined the Immortal Shopping Group. Their usernames were impressive, all drawn from ancient mythological tales. Before Fang Ping could comprehend what was happening, a flurry of messages appeared within the group. Mountain God 1. Selling Recovery Elixir. Effect: for cultivators at the body refinement stage, consuming this elixir instantly restores internal spiritual energy. Price: 1 Crimson Flame 3-Eyed Golden Tiger. Mountain God 2. Selling Body Refinement Pill. Effect: for cultivators below the body refinement stage, consuming this pill directly elevates cultivation to the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. Price: 3 Crimson Flame 3-Eyed Golden Tigers. Erlang Dog. Selling the Howl of Heaven Technique Manual. This technique is more lethal than the lion's roar. Once mastered, a single roar can shatter mountains and rivers, even rending the void. Price: 1 Hellish Demon Dog. Zhu Beiji. Selling a Royal 9-Foot Divine Rake. Price: 8 Crimson Flame 3-Eyed Golden Tigers. Bull Demon King. Selling the Divine Bull Blade. This blade is forged from the fur of this immortal being, capable of slicing through iron like mud. Even an ordinary person wielding this blade can effortlessly slay a 10th-tier body refinement cultivator. Price: 8 Crimson Flame 3-Eyed Golden Tigers. Sun Wukong. Offering the Golden Staff for sale. Price: 100,000 Human Immortal Level Beasts, or 10,000 Earth Immortal Level Beasts, or 100 Celestial Immortal Level Beasts. Countless messages inundated Fang Ping, leaving him in a state of confusion. After diligently examining the announcements of the Immortal Shopping Group for quite some time, he finally grasped the essence of this group. True to its name, it was indeed an Immortal Shopping Group. All members were deities, and these immortals had joined the group to sell various items, which Fang Ping could purchase according to his needs. However, transactions could only be conducted in exchange for demon beasts, whether they be alive or dead. It was also the Immortal Shopping Group that had slain 7 Crimson Flame 3-Eyed Golden Tigers when Fang Ping was on the brink of death, restoring both his injuries and cultivation. This is an extraordinarily perplexing matter. Although Fang Ping's injuries and cultivation have indeed recovered, he can hardly believe that this is reality. First, he shall purchase an item to ascertain the truth. After much hesitation, Fang Ping clicked on the avatar of the first mountain deity and sent a message. I wish to purchase a healing pill. The price is 1 Crimson Flame 3-Eyed Golden Tiger, and I require 3 of them. The first mountain deity responded with a voice message, his tone indifferent. How shall it be delivered? Fang Ping was utterly bewildered, uncertain of how to proceed. Simply with your thoughts. The first mountain deity sent another voice message. Fang Ping attempted to transfer the corpse of a Crimson Flame 3-Eyed Golden Tiger to the first mountain deity with his thoughts, his mind focused. The corpse vanished, soaring into the chat window between him and the first mountain deity. Transaction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 healing pill. In the next moment, a healing pill appeared in Fang Ping's hand. It truly is possible to purchase items. Gazing at the healing pill, Fang Ping was overwhelmed with excitement. Chapter 3. Strength Upgrade in the Real World. Healing pills are exorbitantly priced. Their true value likely surpasses that of 10 Crimson Flame 3-Eyed Golden Tigers, and they are incredibly rare. Yet in the Divine Shopping Group, only a single Crimson Flame 3-Eyed Golden Tiger's corpse is required, a price that is simply absurd. As for the body refinement pill, its cost is even more outrageous. In reality, a single body refinement pill is worth 100 Crimson Flame 3-Eyed Golden Tigers. However, within the Divine Shopping Group, merely 3 are needed. Other items are practically non-existent in the real world. Each of these items is exceptionally extraordinary. Fang Ping felt as though he had stumbled upon a great treasure. Ha ha, a blessing in disguise, indeed. Fang Ping laughed heartily. After a moment of mirth, he stowed away the body refinement pill and, after some deliberation, ultimately purchased another body refinement pill and a divine ox blade. perfectly utilizing all 12 corpses of the crimson flame three-eyed golden tigers. First, let us test the power of this divine ox blade. Fang Ping grasped the divine ox blade and swung it towards a nearby massive boulder. With a resounding crack, the boulder was effortlessly cleaved in two, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror, without a single shard in sight. What a magnificent blade! Fang Ping marveled, his gaze glinting with a chilling light. Chen Feng, Wang Ruolin, you surely never imagined I would survive, did you? Just wait, for I shall make you pay in blood for your debts. With that, Fang Ping seated himself on the ground and consumed the body refinement pill. His current cultivation stood at the 7th level of body refinement, while Chen Feng's cultivation was at the 8th level, and Wang Ruolin's at the 7th level as well. Furthermore, Chen Feng had an elder brother at the 9th level of body refinement. Given his current cultivation, seeking vengeance against Chen Feng and Wang Ruolin seemed an insurmountable folly. Thus, he must first elevate his strength. The moment Fang Ping swallowed the body refining pill, his cultivation level surged rapidly, breaking through the barrier of the 7th level of body refining in the blink of an eye. Reaching the 8th level, then it ascended to the 9th level. The 10th level, boom! A sound akin to a raging torrent erupted from within Fang Ping's body, as his cultivation unexpectedly ascended to the 1st level of the innate realm. And it showed no signs of halting. It continued until he reached the pinnacle of the 2nd level of the innate realm. The efficacy of this body-refining pill was astonishingly tenfold that of its counterpart in the real world. Fang Ping exclaimed in astonishment. This immortal shopping group is truly extraordinary. With the aid of this immortal shopping group, my cultivation will undoubtedly progress by leaps and bounds. Feeling the surging waves of spiritual energy within him, Fang Ping was overwhelmed with excitement, filled with visions of a promising future. This world was no longer the same as it once was 200 years ago. The Milky Way experienced a catastrophic explosion, ushering in an era of spiritual energy resurgence on Earth, where humanity could absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to cultivate and become martial artists. Powerful martial artists could even move mountains and fill seas, soaring through the void. Yet, it was not only humanity that could absorb spiritual energy. The animals on Earth underwent mutations as well, enabling them to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, rivaling humans, and even exhibiting a subtle trend of surpassing them in recent decades. For 2 centuries, the warfare between humanity and the monstrous beasts had never ceased, intensifying with each passing day. Powerful humans could obliterate thousands of monstrous beasts with a mere wave of their hand, becoming the saviors of humanity. Thus, the world grew increasingly unequal, where the survival of the fittest became the sole law of existence. The harsh reality birthed countless tragedies. For instance, Fang Ping had been betrayed by his closest brother, Chen Feng, and his fiancée, Wang Ruolin. Were it not for the sudden appearance of the immortal shopping group, he would have likely become nothing more than a pile of bones by now. Chen Feng, Wang Ruolin. Hatred surged within Chen Feng's heart as he clenched his fists and dashed toward the outskirts of the black stone forest. At that moment, rumble. The earth suddenly split open, revealing a massive fissure from which a long black figure emerged. It was a black snake, as thick as a water barrel, covered in purple-black scales, each scale the size of a palm. The black snake opened its maw, filled with sharp fangs, and slithered towards Fang Ping with a crimson serpent head the thickness of an arm. What is this? Is this the black-scaled python? Chapter 4. Battle with the black-scaled snake. Witnessing the creature, Fang Ping's expression changed dramatically, his eyes flashing with terror, devoid of any fighting spirit. He leaped 3 meters high and fled. This black-scaled python, a beast of the 3rd level in the king realm, possessed strength comparable to that of a human martial artist at the 3rd level of the innate realm. Meanwhile, Fang Ping's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the innate realm, placing him at a disadvantage point. One should never underestimate this difference in levels. In the realm of martial artists, a single level could mean the difference between heaven and earth. Furthermore, the physical prowess of the monstrous beasts was formidable, and this black-scaled python boasted exceptional defensive capabilities, capable of spitting venom. Fang Ping was no match for it. A direct confrontation would likely lead to his demise. Thus, despite the allure of the black-scaled python's value, Fang Ping dared not entertain thoughts of confronting it. However, just as he was fleeing, the super-immortal chat group in his mind suddenly erupted into chaos. Mountain Deity 1. Goodness, it is a black-scaled python. I shall have it. I offer 5 body refinement pills. Mountain Deity 2. You think 5 body refinement pills are enough to procure the black-scaled python? How shameless of you, old one. I shall offer 10. Howling Celestial Hound. I will provide a pound of howling celestial dog meat, exquisitely delicious, Consuming it will elevate your cultivation to the third level of the innate realm, Zhubeiji. I offer a pair of 9 Thunder Immortal Pig ears, equally capable of enhancing your cultivation to the third level of the innate realm, and they are far tastier than the Howling Celestial Dog's meat, Bull Demon King. Howling Celestial Hound, Zhubeiji, you two have no sense of dignity. For the sake of a mere black-scaled python, you would sell your own flesh. You are bringing shame upon our celestial realm. I offer an immortal cow's ear, which will elevate your cultivation to the fourth level of the innate realm, Sun Wukong. Hand over the black-scaled python, and I shall lend you my golden staff for a day. A cascade of messages overwhelmed Fang Ping's senses. An array of treasures was presented, and the prices offered by these deities stirred his heart with desire. As he glanced back at the rapidly approaching black-scaled python, Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Damn it, I must seize this black-scaled python and exchange it for an immortal cow's ear. Fang Ping halted his steps, his gaze fierce as he focused on the black-scaled python, then raised his fist and hurled it towards the creature. Roaring, "Beast, meet your demise!" Bang! Fang Ping's punch struck the black-scaled python, sending it flying over 10 zhang away. How astonishing! Fang Ping was utterly astounded. The black-scaled python was a third-tier king-level beast, equivalent in strength to a human warrior at the third level of the innate realm, with formidable defensive capabilities. Generally, a warrior at the second level of the innate realm could barely touch a black-scaled python, yet he had sent it flying with a single punch. Could it be that the elixirs in the Super Divine Shopping Group not only possessed greater efficacy than those in the mundane world, but could also enable me to sweep through opponents of the same realm and even battle beyond my rank? It must be so, undoubtedly. Feeling the surging spiritual power within him, Fang Ping was filled with exhilaration. Moments ago, he had been completely immersed in the joy of his cultivation increase, neglecting to examine his internal spiritual energy closely. Now, upon further inspection, he discovered that his spiritual power was akin to that of a peak third-level innate realm warrior. Ha ha, beast, meet your end. Upon realizing this, Fang Ping let out a hearty laugh, leaping to the side of the black-scaled python, and raised his fist to strike. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch fell like thunder, and the black-scaled python had no means of resistance. After dozens of strikes, the creature lay lifeless. Bull Demon King, give me an immortal cow's ear. Fang Ping focused his thoughts, communicating with the Bull Demon King. First, bring me the black-scaled python. The Bull Demon King transmitted a message. Understood. Fang Ping directed his thoughts towards the black-scaled python, preparing to transfer its corpse to the Bull Demon King. Just then, a figure descended from the heavens, a hand reaching for the black-scaled python. This black-scaled python is mine. The newcomer was a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, around the same age as Fang Ping. The young man donned a silk brocade robe, secured at the waist with a purple gold belt, exuding an extraordinary demeanor that unmistakably suggested noble lineage and a significant background. His aura of martial prowess was formidable, having astonishingly reached the first level of the innate realm. With an attitude that was exceedingly domineering, he seized the black-scaled serpent with one hand while the other formed a fist, launching a strike towards Fang Ping. Hemph! Fang Ping emitted a disdainful grunt, raising his hand to meet the incoming blow with his own fist. Chapter 5. Slaying a member of the Wang family as their fists collided. A chilling scream echoed, and the brocade-clad youth was sent sprawling backward, spewing blood, propelled over 10 zhang away. His arm shattered into fragments, the flesh bursting apart, leaving only a ghastly display of white bone. The sheer terror of such power was palpable. How could someone of your youth attain such a level of cultivation? Are you perhaps a scion of the Ouyang family? The youth's face contorted with fear. The Ouyang family? Fang Ping scoffed. The Ouyang family was the preeminent clan in Jiangnan City, brimming with experts and prodigies, a lineage that commanded both respect and admiration. In the past, Fang Ping would have aspired to join the Ouyang family, but now, with the super immortal shopping group at his disposal, the Ouyang family seemed utterly inconsequential to him. Though formidable, Fang Ping held no regard for them, for he was destined to surpass the Ouyang family. Emerging as the foremost figure in Jiangnan, perhaps even in all of Huaxia, Fang Ping's confidence stemmed entirely from the super immortal shopping group. This group was extraordinarily powerful, with sufficient magical beasts. He could procure any treasure, advancing his strength at an unprecedented pace. While Fang Ping was lost in thought, the brocade-clad youth glared at him with venomous resentment, gritting his teeth as he uttered, "You dare to injure me? Just wait. I will flay your skin and soak it in the valley of evil salts, ensuring you endure unbearable torment, unable to live or die." With that, the youth leaped into the dense foliage. Trying to flee? Do you think you can escape? Fang Ping's gaze turned icy as he sprang after the brocade-clad youth. He bore no personal grudge against the youth, yet the latter had not only attempted to seize his black-scaled python but had also attacked him. After being defeated, he still dared to issue threats. Did he truly believe Fang Ping was easy prey? Fang Ping's principle was simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one provokes me, I will surely retaliate with lethal force. Thus, he would not let the brocade-clad youth slip away. The youth's cultivation was merely at the first level of the innate realm, and having suffered the loss of an arm, his speed appeared to Fang Ping as sluggish as that of a tortoise. Within mere moments, Fang Ping closed the distance, reaching out to grasp the youth's arm. With a fierce twist, the youth's arm shattered, blood and flesh exploding, leaving behind only ghastly white bones. Now speak. How do you wish to die? Fang Ping's expression remained devoid of emotion, his gaze as frigid as that of Yama, the Lord of Death. You dare to inflict such harm upon me? I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. The brocade-clad youth's eyes bulged with rage, roaring like a madman. Fang Ping's eyes gleamed with a chilling intent to kill as he brought his fingers together into a claw, tightening his grip around the youth's neck, applying pressure gradually. The young man in splendid attire turned pale, fear finally overtaking him, his eyes flickering with terror. No, you cannot kill me. I am Wang Hai, the third young master of the Wang family. If you take my life, the Wang family will surely not spare you. Your relatives and friends will meet their demise. The mention of the Wang family caused Fang Ping's brow to furrow. He had not anticipated such a significant background behind the young man. The Wang family was one of the three most powerful clans in Jiangnan City, with immense influence. Given Fang Ping's current strength, confronting the Wang family would almost certainly lead to his death. Seeing Fang Ping remain silent, Wang Hai assumed he was frightened, and a look of arrogance spread across his face. Are you afraid? If you are, then quickly release me and bow down 100 times, crippling yourself in the process. Perhaps I might consider sparing your wretched life. Is that so? Fang Ping chuckled softly, exerting force to snap Wang Hai's neck. He detested being threatened above all else. Had Wang Hai begged for mercy sincerely, Fang Ping might have spared him out of respect for the Wang family. However, Wang Hai's threats were tantamount to courting death. How dare you? Wang Hai's words became a garbled murmur before his head tilted, and he drew his last breath. In the next moment, the super divine shopping group in Fang Ping's mind erupted in chaos. Mountain God number 1. I want that thing. I'll offer 5 body refinement pills. Mountain God number 2. I offer 10 body refinement pills. Howling Celestial Dog. I offer 1 pound of Howling Celestial Dog meat. Zhu Beiji. I offer a pair of 9 Thunder Immortal Pig Ears. Bull Demon King. I offer an Immortal Bull Ear. Sun Wukong. Give me Wang Hai's corpse. I'll lend you the golden cudgel for a day. Chapter 6. Cultivating for Revenge. Exchanging Wang Hai's corpse for an immortal bull ear from the Bull Demon King. Fang Ping marveled at the peculiar object resembling a deer antler. He smirked at the item in his hand, sending a message to the Bull Demon King. Brother, you mentioned an immortal bull ear, but this looks more like a deer antler. The Bull Demon King, busy refining Wang Hai's corpse, coughed a couple of times and replied, Brother, our realm has been struggling lately. Even the bulls have thinned down to deer. However, its efficacy remains unchanged. Consuming it will elevate your power by 5 levels to the pinnacle. Fang Ping gasped in astonishment. Such a trinket could elevate him to the 8th heaven. What was he waiting for? He intended to absorb the deer antler immediately. Brother, wait. I haven't finished yet. But this item only lasts for 2 hours. The Bull Demon King concluded before disconnecting. Fang Ping was left in a state of confusion. Had he been tricked? Yet, there was little he could do against the immortals, as he still relied on them for his advancement. Having secured the immortal bull antler, Fang Ping prepared to continue his journey, eager to slay more beasts to increase his strength and seek revenge on that treacherous couple. Meanwhile, the spiritual token belonging to Wang Hai of the Wang family shattered instantaneously, inciting panic among all. However, the image transmitted from the token lasted only a few seconds, revealing merely a figure clad in black robes, who had killed Wang Hai with a single blow that night. The Wang family was destined for turmoil. Wang Hai's father, the clan leader, was determined to capture the slayer of his son and had dispatched individuals of the acquired realm to hunt down Wang Hai's killer. At this moment, Fang Ping remained oblivious, still hunting demonic beasts on the outskirts of Wanshou Mountain. Though the vast Wanshou Mountain was shrouded in darkness, a mist began to emerge. Fang Ping had never ventured here before. He had merely heard the elders speak of the mountain's night as one that devours souls. Brother, you must continue onward. There lies a rare celestial herb. If you manage to procure it, I shall bestow upon you a secret tome. Ling Ti, the voice of the Bull Demon King, flickered through Fong Ping's consciousness. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, Fong Ping gripped the divine ox knife tightly, reluctant to meet his demise before avenging himself. I say, Brother Nyo, how can I place my trust in you? I have never laid eyes upon this Ling Ti you speak of. Moreover, there are bound to be spirit beasts guarding the herb. With my current strength, would I not be walking to my own death? Fong Ping articulated through his mind. In truth, he was greatly tempted by the prospect of the tome, for he possessed sheer brute strength yet lacked martial skills, which would undoubtedly lead to his downfall upon his return. The Bull Demon King remained silent for a long while before sending a voice message. This Ling Ti tome will ensure that, with diligent practice, you may eventually attain the rank of martial saint. I have just scouted the area for you. There is only a single innate level 3 beast. Innate level 3? Fong Ping hesitated as he gazed into the swirling mist. The allure of a tome capable of elevating him to martial saint was undeniable. Thus, he resolved to proceed. Without further hesitation, he carefully wielded the divine ox knife and ventured forth. From the outside, the interior appeared merely as a haze, yet upon entering, Fong Ping found himself in a realm akin to paradise, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Miraculously, the mist had dissipated, and the light shone as bright as day. He gazed in astonishment at the luminous source, only to discover it was a flower. This must be the celestial herb, he thought, yet the enchantment of the place made him even more cautious. Hee, another young gentleman has come to play. La la, just as Fong Ping was on high alert, a childlike voice suddenly rang out. Young gentleman, are you here to play with Linga? A little girl clad in white with a red belly band appeared before him. One must not gaze upon that which is inappropriate, Fong Ping admonished himself as he observed the girl's red belly band. Oh, young gentleman, you smell so delightful. It seems something is drawing Linger closer. May I devour you? The young girl regarded Fong Ping with a face of innocent curiosity. As Linger began to approach, Fong Ping found himself unable to move. This is bad. I cannot trust the words of the Bull Demon King. Is this the innate realm? Fong Ping inwardly cursed the Bull Demon King while watching the bellyband-clad girl advance. Chapter 7. The celestial herb and Linger young gentleman smells so sweet. I wish to consume you. But Linger is so lonely. No one ever talks to me. The little girl blinked her big eyes at Fong Ping. He had no choice but to play along, saying, Linger, would you like to see the outside world? There are many snacks and delightful things out there. He felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving such a young girl, yet human hearts can be treacherous. After all, he might soon be the one consumed. If Linger approached within a few steps, he could use his consciousness to place her into the Bull Demon King's space. Linger drew ever closer. Now only a few paces away from Fong Ping, though he felt an intense anxiety, he maintained an outward demeanor of calmness. The world outside is replete with delectable delicacies, delightful amusements, and captivating sights. As long as Linger accompanies me, I shall take you on a culinary adventure. However, Fong Ping, the guilt-ridden abductor, was interrupted as Linger approached his side. In an instant, he utilized his consciousness to transport Linger into the Bull Demon King's realm. Immediately, a thunderous roar emanated from the Bull Demon King. Fong Ping, you foolish brat. I merely asked you to fetch a celestial herb, yet you have brought me a woman instead. How shall I explain this to Iron Fan? At this moment, Fong Ping regained mobility, and although Linger was no longer with him, he remained exceedingly cautious and replied with his mind, You told me she was of the innate 3rd level. Are you attempting to bring about my demise? Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King swiftly examined Linger, but after a few moments of silence, there was no further response, despite Fong Ping's persistent calls. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings and the celestial herbs amidst the flowers, pondering how to acquire the precious herb, realizing that Linger was the sole demonic beast present. Approaching the center of the blossoms, he beheld the celestial herb, its white petals interspersed with a rose-red pearl. With the Bull Demon King unresponsive, he reluctantly transmitted the item to him with his thoughts. In that instant, it felt as though day had turned into night, and upon glancing around, he discovered that a few steps forward would lead him to a precipice. Observing the pitch-black night, Fong Ping dared not linger, retracing his steps to exit Mount Wanshou. Along the way, he encountered several body-refining rabbits, which he decided to capture for roasting, as the meat of such spiritual beasts was renowned for its exquisite flavor, becoming even more delectable with higher ranks and imbued with spiritual energy. Regrettably, he lamented the loss of such a water spirit beauty. With a shake of his head, he continued on his path. After cautiously exiting Mount Wanshou, he found a tree to sit cross-legged until dawn. As the first light of morning broke, the the Bull Demon King sent word. "Brother, you have achieved merit. Do you know that?" The Bull Demon King's demeanor had shifted from its usual coldness to one of excitement. Fang Ping, bewildered, inquired, "You promised to give me the spiritual body technique. Will you not?" Of course, brother. Do not worry. Not only shall I provide you with one spiritual body, but I will also secretly bestow upon you a ring capable of storing items. Even living beings that can endure for 3 days and nights," the Bull Demon King declared, handing the item to Fang Ping a ring. Fang Ping's eyes lit up at this revelation. Though this world allowed for cultivation, such objects were unheard of. A dark ring materialized in Fang Ping's hand, and upon scanning its interior with his thoughts, he discovered it to contain at least 30 square meters. After adorning it, he began absorbing the spiritual body technique. The technique swirled within his mind, transforming into a radiant light that surged towards the center of his consciousness. Were anyone to witness Fang Ping at that moment, they would be utterly astounded, for it appeared as if a towering figure had manifested behind him, merging with his essence. Yet, Fang Ping remained oblivious to it all, captivated by the profound intricacies of the spiritual body technique. It turned out that the initial stage of this technique required merely the absorption of the world's spiritual energy, necessitating meditation, as the sunlight of dawn and the moonlight of night could facilitate its advancement. Moreover, the first layer of the spiritual body possessed the power of invisibility, with higher levels offering even greater capabilities. Remarkably, the technique's release involved raising a middle finger towards the heavens, a skill unlike any other. Fang Ping swiftly absorbed the essence of the morning light as dawn broke, witnessing a glimmer of illumination gradually infusing into the pages of the mystical tome. In a short while, he opened his eyes. His ability to remain invisible had now extended to a remarkable 10 minutes, sufficient for him to attend to other matters. Chapter 8. The slaying of the Wang brothers. Jiang City remained as bustling as ever, with numerous establishments catering to the needs of practitioners lining the streets. However, the exorbitant prices in RMB left Fang Ping feeling somewhat disheartened as he glanced at the signs. Yet, reassured by the presence of his extraordinary celestial companions, he dismissed his concerns. After exchanging some beast meat for a bit of currency, he resolved to seek out a hotel for a much-needed respite. It seemed that the saying about misfortune striking even when one merely sips water was perhaps a reflection of Fang Ping's predicament. To his astonishment, the Wang family's henchmen, both of the postnatal minor realm, recognized him solely by his tattered black robe. After a brief exchange of glances, the duo approached him. Although Fang Ping felt fatigued, he soon sensed the murderous intent emanating from behind him. Reacting swiftly, he drew the divine ox blade and prepared to evade while assessing his adversaries, only to find himself confronted by a formidable foe from the postnatal minor realm. A full tier above him, desperately scanning his surroundings for an escape route, Fang Ping was taken aback to find that the two had seemingly caught wind of his intentions in an instant. They unleashed a thunderous strike, prompting Fang Ping to retaliate with a punch of his own. Yet, how could he possibly contend with a postnatal minor realm expert? He was forced back 10 paces, blood spilling from his mouth. The two Wang family warriors were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that this young man could withstand such a blow. Clearly, he was a target that must be eliminated. Fang Ping swallowed the blood pooling in his throat, acutely aware that these men were indeed sent by the Wang family. Knowing he couldn't defeat them, he contemplated fleeing, but as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was cornered, his back against a wall, with rivers flanking him on either side. Even if he were to leap into the water, he had no doubt the Wang brothers would pursue him relentlessly. In a moment of desperation, he retrieved the celestial ox horn gifted by the Bull Demon King and swallowed it. Instantly, his aura surged, propelling him from the pinnacle of the second tier of the innate realm to the lesser 8th tier. The Wang brothers eyed Fang Ping's astonishing transformation with heightened caution, unaware that he possessed the ability to become invisible. As the air around him grew still, the two were taken aback when they suddenly sensed a murderous intent. One of their comrades from the Wang family lay lifeless. The leader of the assassins gazed at the fallen figure, his eyes ablaze with fury. This had been his close companion since childhood, and today he had met his demise here. Vengeance would be his at any cost. At that moment, although Fang Ping had vanquished the leader, he found himself drained of strength. However, driven by the desire to eradicate his foes completely, he sought out the Bull Demon King once more and requested a medicinal pill. After consuming it, his body was rejuvenated with abundant spiritual energy, instilling him with newfound confidence to confront Wang Lao Air. Wang Lao Air cautiously surveyed his surroundings, producing a fan crafted from dragon bones. When unfurled, it emitted a piercing dragon's roar, a sound so excruciating that it could render one's ears unbearable. Despite Fong Ping's efforts to evade the cacophony, he could not restrain his senses, and in an instant, he revealed his position. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Lao sprang towards him, intent on using the sharp tip of the bone fan to pierce his throat in retribution for his fallen brother. A trickle of blood flowed down from his throat, yet he had no time to attend to it. Drawing the divine bull blade, he struck at Wang Lao with all the strength he could muster in that single blow. If his adversary did not perish, then it was simply fate's decree. It was a pity, however, that he had yet to personally slay that pair of treacherous lovers. Wang Lao attempted to deflect the strike with his bone fan, but as he prepared to counterattack, blood gushed from his waist, and his body was cleaved in two, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fell backward. That moment, Fong Ping's body was utterly devoid of strength, yet he understood that lingering here was unwise. He could only drag himself toward Pingan Street. Though not far from his current location, Pingan Street was a haven for the affluent. As long as one possessed wealth, even the most relentless pursuers could not harm them here. The meager sum of 30,000 yuan he had on him would only suffice for a single night's stay, yet he lacked the strength to withstand even a single warrior from the Wang family, who could easily end his life. Did he regret killing Wang Hai? No, he did not. If given the chance to relive that moment, he would still slay Wang Hai. Dragging his weary body, Fong Ping paid the fee and secured a modest room. 30,000 yuan for a single room was indeed exorbitant, but it ensured his safety. The patriarch of the Wang family wore an icy expression, unable to fathom the loss of his beloved son, compounded by the fall of two formidable experts within his clan. Chapter 9. The beauty of the auction house. After a night of rest, Fong Ping felt invigorated, having ascended from the pinnacle of the third stage of innate power to the fourth. This night had proven fruitful, and he had acquired Wang Lao's bone fan, which he intended to sell at the auction house for a tidy profit, a necessity given his current financial plight. He had pondered the risk of exposing the fan and attracting the attention of the Wang family, yet recalling the deep-seated enmity he bore them, such fears seemed trivial. Pingan Auction House was the largest in Jiang City. The first floor was dedicated to weapons, the second to elixirs, the third to defensive skills, and the fourth housed rare treasures. The venue was teeming with practitioners of the postnatal realm, making it a secure place for transactions. Today, Fong Ping aimed to sell the fan, so he descended to the basement level, where the ambience was steeped in antiquity, but the darkness of the underground was intended to safeguard the identities of the sellers. "Dragon Bone Fan," exclaimed a man at the forefront, his voice tinged with astonishment as he appraised Fong Ping with a demeanor increasingly imbued with respect. In this world, the strong were ever honored, and this fan was unmistakably the property of Wang Lao, now unexpectedly obtained by a young man, signaling the latter's demise. Unaware of the middle-aged man's internal musings, Fong Ping completed the registration and proceeded to the auction hall. Each small compartment displayed weapons and their attributes, requiring only a price entry to participate in the bidding. Fong Ping had little interest in the weapons on offer. Rather, he yearned to explore the fourth floor, a privilege typically denied to the general populace. As he lamented his predicament, a vision of beauty graced his sight. A woman clad in red, her delicate waist swaying with each step. However, her visage was obscured by a crimson mask, yet her figure suggested she was indeed a beauty. Although Fong Ping admired such charm, he was acutely aware of his own lack of standing. Thoughts of his fiancée, Jiang Ruolin, ignited a bitter resentment within him. All eyes were transfixed upon the stunning beauty, yet she merely approached the elevator and pressed the button for the fourth floor, leaving everyone astonished and too intimidated to entertain any further thoughts. Fong Ping turned away, redirecting his gaze, but the sound of high heels drew closer and closer. "Friend, there's nothing much to see here. Would you care to accompany me to the fourth floor?" The beauty inquired as she stood before Fong Ping. An alluring fragrance wafted through the air, and before he could respond, his mind erupted with a cacophony of voices from the celestial group. "Mountain Deity Number 1. What a captivating enchantress, brother. I wholeheartedly support your pursuit." "Mountain Deity Number 2. Are you jesting? Only the illustrious and valiant brother deserves such a divine beauty. I'll contribute 10 body-enhancing elixirs." "Xiao Tianquan. You two fools." Xiao Tianquan exited the group chat. "Zhu Beiji. Oh my, an absolute goddess. My heart races just gazing at her bosom, reminiscent of Gao Laozhuang." "Niuemo Wang, brother, I shall pass. This exquisite beauty is all yours." "Ling Er. Humph, the mischievous brother is about to start deceiving again." Fong Ping observed the information swirling in his mind, instinctively filtering out the others. However, Ling Er's final comment took him by surprise. Was it the Ling Er from Wanshou Mountain? How did she end up in the celestial group? The enchanting woman before him awaited his response. Uncertain of her intentions, yet reassured by his own integrity, he accepted her invitation. As the elevator ascended to the 4th floor, a wave of dizziness washed over him, dissipating almost as swiftly as it came. He steadied his head, glancing at the woman beside him, who appeared utterly unaffected. Seemingly perceiving Fong Ping's bewilderment, she smiled and remarked, "On the 4th floor, there is a device that can detect any ill thoughts you may harbor." Fong Ping sighed in relief, fortunate not to have entertained any inappropriate thoughts. However, the faint, lingering scent of the beauty beside him caused a subtle flush to rise to his cheeks. "Haha, my name is Mo Lan, and I wish to befriend you," she stated as she led Fong Ping onward. Mo Lan, a name that exuded grace and tranquility, yet starkly contrasted with her voluptuous figure. Chapter 10. The 6-eared macaque. Mo Lan guided Fong Ping into a small private room, where partitions provided an intimate setting. The elevator's direct access to the room enhanced both security and privacy, and he now found himself within Mo Lan's domain. What could this woman's true identity be? Fong Ping pondered inwardly. Removing her mask, he beheld her almond-shaped eyes, elegantly arched nose, and alluring lips, which left him momentarily speechless. He was certain that she was the most exquisite woman in Jiang City, if not the entire region. Just then, the group chat in his mind erupted once more, but Fong Ping resolutely muted it. This was his first act of defiance. "Fong Ping, are you from Jiang City?" The woman playfully inquired as she settled onto the leather sofa. "Though be precise, I am not from Jiang City. I have always lived in Hu City with my grandfather," he replied. Upon hearing Hu City, Mo Lan's eyes sparkled momentarily before she composed herself. Soon, the auction was set to commence. Each private room is equipped with a machine containing the items and contents to be auctioned. Today, a staggering 10 items are set to be auctioned, among which the dragon bone fan is included. However, the final item turns out to be the 6-eared macaque, possessing the rudimentary skill of devouring heaven, making it a costly acquisition as it had been captured by 5 adventuring teams at Wanshou Mountain. Fong Ping shook his head and began to survey his surroundings. The auction items on the 4th floor were beyond his current imagination, as he was merely a penniless youth. Suddenly, a private message appeared in his mind. He assumed it was from the Bull Demon King, but to his astonishment, it turned out to be from Sun Wukong. "Sun Wukong, Fong Ping, you must bid for the 6-eared macaque for me. Damn it, this is my disciple's disciple's disciple, and it's absurd that such a waste has been captured. I will exchange 3 strands of my monkey hair for it." Fong Ping thought to himself, "My dear brother, I can't even afford a hotel at this moment, let alone the auction funds." Just as he was about to decline, another private message arrived. "Sun Wukong, I will add a pill from Taishang Lao Jun, the longevity pill. Consuming this will extend your life by 100 years and preserve your youth." "What do you say, kid? 100 years of life." This was precisely what he needed, as his grandfather was already past 50, and without a life-extending elixir, his life was likely to be short-lived. For cultivators, an average lifespan of 300 years is considered normal, so he was prepared to give it a try for the longevity pill. The dragon bone fan was auctioned off for 800,000, yet there remained a deficit of 500,000 to acquire the 6-eared macaque, which caused him to furrow his brow. Was he to auction off the elixir? However, those pills were all seized from the Bull Demon King. Yet, there were also body refinement pills, which he believed could fetch a good price. At this moment, Mo Lan had already acquired 2 items, including the dragon bone blade, and she noticed Fong Ping's desire for the 6-eared macaque. With a press beside the leather sofa, the 6-eared macaque was unexpectedly taken off the auction block. Fong Ping felt a pang of sadness. Had the 6-eared macaque been claimed by someone else? It appeared that he was destined to miss out on the longevity pill and would have to contemplate alternative solutions. Suddenly, a hearty laugh resonated beside him. Mo Lan, observing his dejected expression, said playfully, "I have some connections with the owner here. I noticed your interest in the 6-eared macaque, so I bid for it on your behalf." In an instant, Fong Ping's disappointment transformed into a beaming smile as he turned to Mo Lan and said, "How about this? I won't take advantage of you. Here are 2 body refinement pills." "Body refinement pills?" Mo Lan exclaimed loudly, rising swiftly to approach Fong Ping. At that moment, Fong Ping, seated on the sofa, looked up at Mo Lan, only to find her face nearly touching his chest. A delightful fragrance enveloped him, instantly eliciting a response from his body. Mo Lan was momentarily taken aback, but the current position prompted her to quickly step back, a blush spreading from her face to her ears. The atmosphere in the private room was thick with both awkwardness and a hint of hormonal tension between the two. After suppressing the impulse to embrace her, Fong Ping addressed Mo Lan. The mere fact that I could ascend to the 4th floor today is entirely due to your grace. Moreover, you even assisted me in acquiring the 6-eared macaque. Thus, 2 measly body-refining pills are of little consequence. In truth, his heart bled at the thought, for only 6 body-refining pills remained in his storage ring. Yet, considering the benefits gained from his exchange with Sun Wukong, it seemed worth it. Chapter 11. Encounter with adulterers. Do not underestimate the fur of old Sun. With just 1 strand, I can transform into anyone you wish, though there is a time limit of 1 week. Sun Wukong remarked while stroking his descendant's hair. Fong Ping carefully placed the 3 strands into a box, then opened another antiquated box containing the longevity pill. That it was time to return and visit his grandfather. After bidding farewell to Imolan, Fong Ping descended to the basement level of the Ping and auction house to collect the proceeds from the auction of the dragon bone. The attendant handed him a black card, stating, "This card is valid throughout our Huaxia nation and allows an overdraft up to 3 million. It is a token of gratitude from Ping and auction for your support." Fong Ping's jaw dropped. A 3 million overdraft limit, combined with the 1 million in his card, represented a sum he had never encountered before. He then planned to visit the mall to purchase some clothing and nutritional supplies before heading back to Huqing to see his grandfather. Standing at a height of 1.80 meters, with a somewhat slender frame yet exuding a touch of masculinity, the once effeminate Fong Ping now bore a hint of manliness. The elements of Wanshou Mountain had darkened his skin slightly, and his crew-cut hairstyle made him appear considerably more spirited. Previously, while his eyes were large, they lacked luster. Now, they seemed to reflect the vastness of the starry cosmos. As he checked out, he winced at the expense. He had spent 23,000 on clothes and food. Oh, the cost. Oh, I see that. Fong Ping. How did you manage to survive? A sharp, arrogant female voice pierced through the air. Fong Ping clenched his fists. He would recognize that voice even if turned to ash. It was his fiancée, Zhang Roland. "I see you're not disappointed that I'm alive," he remarked, observing the gaudily dressed woman beside her. None other than Chen Feng, the perfect pair of scoundrels. Chen Feng squinted with a smirk as he approached Fong Ping. "You little waste actually made it out alive. Did you stumble upon something that allows you, a pauper, to shop here?" In truth, Chen Feng had always been envious of Fong Ping, who, despite lacking a prestigious background and being inferior in rank, somehow garnered affection and constantly encountered fortuitous events. This jealousy was part of the reason he wished to eliminate Fong Ping. But now, seeing him alive, he realized that physical altercations were forbidden here, and he would have to wait for another opportunity. Moreover, Fong Ping's cultivation level was something he could not fathom, which startled him. Zhang Roland stepped forward, leaning against Chen Feng, appraising Fong Ping from head to toe. In truth, she still found his face appealing, but alas, his low rank and lack of wealth were insurmountable obstacles. Fong Ping chuckled lightly, ignoring the pair and making his way towards the mall's exit, fully aware that they would undoubtedly follow, seeking an opportunity to strike. Upon exiting the mall, he slipped into a narrow alley, with the 2 trailing closely behind. Heaven has a path, yet you choose not to tread. Hell has no door, yet you dare to intrude. Chen Feng and Zhang Roland slowly emerged. Fong Ping brandished the divine bull knife in his hand and declared, "I have been awaiting the 2 of you, the treacherous adulterers." Chen Feng scrutinized Fong Ping, suspecting that he must possess some extraordinary treasure. Otherwise, how could he be so audacious? At this moment, Chen Feng became exceedingly cautious and discreetly crushed a jade pendant with his right hand. "Dragon tail sweep? Ha, you little wretch, receive my blow." Chen Feng hurled the insult at Fong Ping. To his astonishment, time seemed to slow for Fong Ping, and Chen Feng's fist appeared to move as if caught in a sluggish spell. With a mere step, he could evade it. Fong Ping unleashed a punch aimed directly at Chen Feng's mouth. Zhang Roland, watching from the sidelines, initially believed victory was assured, only to find reality dealt her a harsh blow. Chen Feng was struck to the ground by Fong Ping's punch, leaving him toothless. Fong Gu. Zhang Roland hurriedly helped him up and fixed her gaze on Fong Ping, stating, "I never imagined that in just a few days you would gain such prowess. Yet, you must be unaware that Feng Ji's cousin has joined the martial sage hall. It would be wise for you to end your own life." Fong Ping seemed to hear the most ludicrous of jokes. This vile woman expected him to take his own life simply because he lacked a powerful background. Was this how they intended to bully him? Ha! With a mere sweep of the divine bull knife, Chen Feng's life was extinguished. Chapter 12. Injured bold young man. How dare you harm my cousin? A hidden weapon resembling an octagon shot out from the corner, leaving Fong Ping with no option but to leap aside, injuring his vital energy in the process and feeling blood surge within him. He suppressed the blood rising in his throat and turned to face the newcomer, clad in a black robe adorned with intricate patterns. This must be Qian Feng's cousin. The man's cultivation was astonishingly at the level of perfected postnatal, several tiers above Fang Ping. Chen Shuang glanced at his cousin's body, cursing him as a worthless fool, and charged at Fang Ping, his fingers splayed like claws, aiming directly for his heart. Fang Ping, cautiously observing, had already devised a strategy. Knowing he could not possibly defeat someone of such spiritual prowess, he prepared to flee. Although he successfully concealed himself, he still felt the brunt of Chen Shuang's internal energy, causing his organs to shift unnaturally. Yet, he dared not linger and swiftly escaped. Chen Shuang widened his eyes, scanning the surroundings. Had the man in front of him vanished? It appeared that he must possess some extraordinary treasure. With that thought, he prepared to leave, but upon catching sight of Jiang Ruolin's alluring figure, he approached her, disregarding his cousin's lifeless form. Meanwhile, Fang Ping had revealed himself and staggered as he walked. He consumed a body-refining pill to restore his internal organs, peering inward with intent. His lungs were grievously injured, and he was still bleeding profusely. The people on the street paid him no mind, and as his vision darkened, Fang Ping lost consciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, the overwhelming pain rendered him immobile. His eyes wandered to the surroundings adorned with pink wallpaper, pink curtains, and a luxuriously soft pink bed. Indubitably the room of a woman. A lingering, faint fragrance lingered by his pillow, one that felt vaguely familiar to him. Suddenly, the door swung open with a thud, and Imo Lan entered hurriedly, followed by an elderly man, rushing towards Fang Ping's bedside. "Grandpa Lan, please take a look at him quickly. You must save him," she implored. The elderly man behind her stroked his beard, observing the flustered girl with a hint of amusement, and remarked, "My dear, your beloved has already awakened." Startled, Mylan turned her gaze towards the bed, where she found Fang Ping in a dazed state. She hurriedly reached out to touch his forehead, her voice tinged with concern. "Grandpa Lan, is he daft? Why isn't he speaking?" Fang Ping, taken aback by the fact that Mylan had saved him, realized that he seemed to be nestled in her embrace. A wave of softness washed over him. Despite the pain coursing through his body, the sensation was exquisite. Reluctantly, as there were others present, he interjected, "Miss Mylan, I assure you, I am quite all right. Please do not be distressed." "Humph, you troublesome brat. You scared me half to death," Mylan retorted, gently setting Fang Ping down before rising to her feet, hands on her hips, pointing accusingly at him. Little did he expect that this girl would be his savior once more. It appeared that fate had intertwined their paths. Yet, contemplating his current predicament, he could not guarantee a good life for Mylan, and thus resolved to wait until he had resolved all his affairs before pursuing this enchanting maiden. Grandpa Lan scrutinized the young man, pondering to himself, "This lad has boundless potential." However, considering the vastness of the Ouyang family, he acknowledged the challenges ahead. Though his thoughts were tumultuous, he maintained a composed demeanor, saying, "Mylan, please step aside. I shall check the pulse of this young fellow to assess his condition." Upon hearing this, Mylan retreated to the back, while Fang Ping found himself unable to fathom the depth of Grandpa Lan's cultivation. Meanwhile, the celestial beings resumed their conversation. The first mountain deity remarked, "This old man possesses at least Yuan-ing level prowess. I never imagined such heights existed in the realm of mortals." The second mountain deity responded, "Brother, it seems there are indeed individuals beyond our comprehension. We are but mere insignificant beings." Xiao Xianquan quipped, "I wonder if his flesh is delectable, brother. I'll trade my dog meat for this person." Zhu Beiji scoffed, "What is so appetizing about this filthy old man?" As expected, dogs will always be dogs, Xiao Xianquan retorted. "Who are you calling a dog? You, pig-headed fool." Chapter 13. Days of recovery at Mylan's home. Fang Ping had been here for 3 days. His body was nearly healed, yet a 5-clawed wound on his back remained unhealed. Throughout these days, Mylan had been applying medicine, each time leaving both of them blushing. Knock, knocked out. A series of knocks echoed through the air. Mylan entered, holding a bottle of ointment, shaking her head as she said, "Your body is not yet fully recovered. Hurry and rest on the bed. Crawl over so I can apply the medicine." Initially flustered, Fang Ping had grown accustomed to the situation and even teased Mylan a bit. He swiftly stripped off his upper garments. Disregarding her gaze, a flush crept up her face as she mumbled something under her breath. Yet she proceeded to tend to Fang Ping's wound. A suppressed sound escaped him. It was now the 3rd day, and the wound continued to throb painfully. Molan meticulously applied the ointment and inquired, who inflicted such severe injuries upon you. Would you like me to assist you in teaching them a lesson? With a chuckle, he replied, Oh, dear Molin, I shall exact my own revenge. However, I must confess that your hand is descending, and I fear I might lose control over my actions. Molin's delicate visage flushed crimson, transforming her already stunning features into a breathtaking display that left Fang Ping utterly captivated. Her playful admonition, You're such a nuisance, jolted Fang Ping back to reality, yet by the time he turned to look at her again, she had already dashed out of the room. On the 5th day, Fang Ping's wounds had healed completely, marking his first venture beyond the confines of this abode. It was a charming 2-story villa, the upper floor adorned with numerous bedrooms, while the downstairs boasted opulent decor. Curiously, there were only 2 servants present, causing Fang Ping to ponder the true identity of Molin. Today, she had stepped out for an errand, but Fang Ping felt an urgent need to return to his grandfather, fearing that the Marshal St. Hall and the Wang family might pose a threat to him. Thus, he decided to leave without a word. Upon Molin's return and learning of his departure, a sense of sorrow washed over her. Yet there was little she could do. Glancing at her black mobile phone, she muttered a curse under her breath, calling him a fool. Meanwhile, Fang Ping found himself aboard a bus heading towards Hucheng, a journey that would take at least 2 hours, providing him with an opportunity to rest. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling calm, though he sensed that tumult would inevitably follow. Just as one wave subsided, another would rise. On the bus, a woman cradled a beautifully delicate infant, yet the child's clothing was tattered and worn. The baby wailed incessantly, while the woman appeared indifferent to its cries. Fang Ping felt a twinge of unease at her lack of maternal affection. Surely, a mother would not treat her own child in such a manner. Excuse me, could you please tend to your child? The noise is quite disruptive, remarked a man seated beside the woman. The infant's cries grew louder, prompting the woman to panic and cover the child's mouth with her rough hand, pressing down forcefully. The child's face turned a shade of purple, as if it were on the brink of losing its life. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Fang Ping rose and approached the woman, maintaining a cautious distance of 3 paces. As he neared, she regarded him warily. What a beautiful child. How many months old is he? He asked, catching her off guard. He's 1 year old, she stammered, momentarily lost in thought. Fang Ping narrowed his eyes, surveying the bus, which contained approximately 15 passengers. It was not the right moment to act, so he returned to his seat but kept a vigilant watch on the woman. After about an hour of travel, the woman signaled her intent to disembark, despite being in a desolate area. Fang Ping followed suit, stepping off the bus as it drove away, and made his way towards her. You've been following me for quite a while. Mind your own business, she suddenly snapped, leaping from a tree while holding the child. The surroundings, a hilly landscape and dense woods, seemed to be a treacherous place for foul play. It appeared she had deliberately lured him here, but the outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 14. The found chubby baby. Can one truly achieve a swift kill in a single strike? However, before the woman across could clearly discern his movements, she had already collapsed to the ground, and the child on the floor began to wail loudly. Fang Ping approached and picked up the child, who suddenly ceased crying and stared at him wide-eyed. A sense of destiny washed over Fang Ping as he pondered that he could only return to the city after attending to his current affairs and seek out the child's parents later. At that moment, the voices in his mind began to clamor once more. Today, Fang Ping found himself quite idle and engaged in conversation with them. Linger exclaimed, Bad brother, is this your child? How is it that you've had a baby in just a few days? The mountain god #1 interjected Linger. You can clearly see he is a scoundrel. I am the best choice. The celestial hound chimed in. Why does this child resemble Neza? Zhu Beiji added. Humph. What good is it to have something that cannot be exchanged? I say, little brother, I have just acquired a volume of magical scriptures. Would you like to have it? Magical scriptures? Fang Ping gazed at those 4 characters, uncertain if they referred to the kind of magic that could unleash various spells. If true, that would indeed be remarkable. He would become the foremost figure in Huaxia. While cradling the child, Fang Ping remarked, Brother, what do you wish for me to exchange? Zhu Beiji replied, Humph. I've recently been trying to win the favor of the moon goddess Chang'e. What do you think would be suitable for a woman? Suitable for a woman? Fang Ping chuckled. He was at a loss for an answer and could only promise Zhu Beiji that he would return to the city to investigate. After nearly 3 hours of travel, he finally arrived at Hucheng, where dusk was approaching and every household had illuminated their lights. Hucheng was but a small town, with 2 main streets, yet Fang Ping had traversed nearly every inch of this land. Returning to his home filled him with profound sentiment. After walking for about 10 minutes, Fang Ping arrived at a modest dwelling, his childhood home. The large locust tree in front still stood strong, and memories of his grandfather flooded his mind, prompting him to hasten inside. He knocked nervously on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Cough, cough who? An elderly voice, accompanied by a cough, resonated from within, followed by the sound of someone rising from their bed. After 2 minutes, the door creaked open, revealing a frail old man with hair as white as snow. Grandfather, it's me. Fong Ping's eyes nearly brimmed with tears. He felt unworthy for causing his grandfather so much worry. Pinger, my dear Pinger, you are not dead. Come in quickly. The two embraced as they entered the house, placing the child on the bed, while Fong Ping studied his grandfather closely. After half a month apart, his grandfather appeared to have aged further, as if someone had informed him of his demise. Likely that woman, Jiang Wolin. He vowed that their next encounter would end with her demise. Pinger, where have you been these past 2 weeks? Whose child is this? His grandfather asked, pointing to the child on the bed. Grandfather, I found this child on my journey. It is my unfilial behavior that has caused you concern. This time, I wish for you to come with me. I am now a cultivator. I can protect you and provide for you. Suddenly, his grandfather covered his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. He had never imagined that Pinger was not only alive but had also experienced a fortuitous turn of events. Yet, as a man over 50, why should he burden his grandson further? Perhaps it was best to remain here quietly and await his end. Fong Ping retrieved a longevity pill from his storage ring. Addressing his grandfather, Grandfather, this is the elixir I have procured for you. It can grant you at least another 100 years of life. Therefore, you must stay with your grandson. Is there truly such a miraculous substance? Grandfather replied, a hint of urgency in his voice. Quickly, put it away and consume it yourself. He cautiously glanced towards the window in the doorway, ensuring no one was watching, before turning his gaze back to the ancient box. Rest assured, Grandfather, this holds no value for me anymore. Since I have embarked on my cultivation journey, my lifespan has already been extended. However, you must witness me marry and have children, so please, take this pill. Without waiting for his grandfather to respond, he placed the pill at his grandfather's lips. In an instant, Grandfather felt a surge of vitality course through him. His once stooped back straightened, his graying hair transformed back to its original black, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes vanished, as if he had returned to the vigor of his 40s. Grandfather's eyes widened in astonishment at his transformation, but suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. Chapter 15. The return to Jiang City that evening, Fong Ping prepared some rice porridge for the child, and the grandfather and grandson engaged in heartfelt conversation until the early hours of the morning. He revealed to his grandfather the misdeeds of Jiang Wolin. I truly misjudged her character. I nearly put my dear grandson in peril. We must immediately call off the engagement and reclaim the jade pendant. The jade pendant? Fong Ping had never heard his grandfather mention such a thing and quickly inquired further. It is a fish-shaped jade pendant left by your parents when they departed. However, seeing the affection between you two, I entrusted it to the Jiang family. Grandfather sighed. Fong Ping's eyes dimmed. He pondered the fate of his parents, yet he resolutely vowed to retrieve that pendant. The two then settled down to rest. After a night of peaceful slumber, Grandfather awoke the next day, suddenly realizing he could no longer venture outside. How would he explain his dramatic rejuvenation? It seemed impossible to remain in Hu City any longer, so the grandfather and grandson prepared to return to Jiang City. Once they had packed their belongings, Fong Ping took his grandfather and the child to the bus station. However, Fong Ping keenly noticed an increased presence of police officers surrounding them, though he dismissed it as unimportant. Upon their arrival in Jiang City, Fong Ping sought out an agent and promptly purchased a property. Nestled against the mountains and adorned with a garden, it also boasted an unobstructed view, an ideal locale for his day and night training. Although the price was somewhat steep for a modest villa, he proceeded with the purchase, leaving him with a mere 300,000 in his account. With arrangements finalized, Fong Ping cradled the child and made his way to the police station. Inside, chaos reigned, and it seemed no one was available to attend to him until a female officer approached. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? She inquired. I found a child abandoned by a woman. Fong Ping replied, a child. The officer exclaimed, immediately drawing the attention of her colleagues, while another rushed to make a phone call. Please, sir, hold on and do not leave. We have reports of a missing child in Jiang City, and the parents are on their way, a portly officer informed him. Fong Ping cradled the child and cast a glance at the rotund figure before him, seemingly the local head honcho. Thus, he opted to take a seat on a bench, awaiting the arrival of the child's parents. Observing the exquisitely chiseled features of the little one, Fong Ping felt a pang of reluctance. He pondered whether the offspring of Lan would possess such striking beauty. After roughly half an hour, the sound of a vehicle approached, soon followed by footsteps. Why, child? A woman rushed forward, snatching the child from Fong Ping's arms, while a man clad in black followed closely behind, exuding an air of formidable presence. Although Fong Ping was certain these were the child's parents, he hesitated to confirm and thus inquired, "Madam, may I ask if you claim this child is yours? Do you have any distinguishing marks? The child has a black birthmark on his bottom. This is indeed my child. Thank you, brother," the woman exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks as she held the child tightly. The man behind her gently caressed his wife and extended his hand toward Fong Ping, saying, "Brother, thank you for saving my wife's life. I am Sima. If you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to seek me out." Sima Nan, the Sima Nan of the Jiang City family, who rose to prominence through commerce. Fong Ping grasped his hand. Despite the man's lofty status, Fong Ping maintained his composure, simply nodding and replying, "Next time. Do ensure the safety of your child." The group exited the police station together, with Sima Nan earnestly inviting Fong Ping to visit their home. Unable to decline, he joined them in their vehicle. Sima Nan's villa was located on the outskirts of the western part of the city, boasting exceptionally secure measures. However, due to his wife's misplaced trust in a scoundrel, the child had been lost. And it was fortunate that Fong Ping had rescued him, leading the couple to regard Fong Ping as their savior. Upon arriving at the villa, they found the expansive space bustling with servants yet enveloped in tranquility. Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed through the air. "Brother, brother, has Su Er been found?" A young maiden descended the steps, clad in a crimson dress that made her resemble a princess while exuding an endearing charm. At that moment, Fong Ping couldn't have anticipated that this girl would remain by his side in the future. Chapter 16. The gift from the Sima family. If Lan was a bewitching enchantress, then the adorable girl before him could be aptly described as a lowly. With a petite face, cherry-red lips, and two large, blinking eyes, she was utterly delightful, prompting Fong Ping to suppress the urge to tousle her hair. Ding dong, ding dong. A sound resonated in Fong Ping's mind. The celestial Chang'e chimed in. "This beautiful lady is dressed splendidly. Would you kindly purchase a set for me? I can offer you mooncakes in return. Consuming them will enhance your mental prowess." Such a trivial matter prompted Fong Ping to wave his hand readily in agreement, intending to inquire about the source of the attire shortly thereafter. The group soon made their way to the grand hall. Sima Nan's wife entered the room, cradling the child, leaving only the three of them along with some servants. Upon entering the living room, they were greeted by exquisite golden silk Nanmu chairs adorned with intricate carvings, positioned by the window beside a jade ornament. The decor undoubtedly bore the influence of a discerning eye. Once seated, Sima Nan began expressing his gratitude toward Fong Ping, while also subtly inquiring about where the child had been found. Fong Ping recounted everything to Sima Nan in great detail. Upon hearing that the child had nearly suffocated, the girl broke down in tears. It turned out that the woman had been brought in by Sima Nan's sister. The two had maintained a cordial friendship, yet she had never anticipated that she would steal away the child. This revelation filled her with profound guilt, and now that Fong Ping had successfully retrieved the child, it felt as though he had saved her life. Moreover, she was instantly filled with admiration for this man, who possessed remarkable capabilities. "Thank you for rescuing Su Er," the sweet maiden, Sima Fei, said. "My name is Sima Fei. I am Fong Ping. There is no need for gratitude. I share a bond with him as well. However, I hope it's not too presumptuous of me to inquire where you purchased your attire." "I wish to buy a set for my sister too," Fong Ping said, feeling somewhat awkward for asking such a question of a girl. "PFF," Sima Fei chuckled lightly. "Just tell me your height and weight, and I will have someone arrange it for you immediately." Do I really need to provide that?" Fong Ping said, promptly opening a chat window with Chang'e. "Fairy Chang'e, may I ask your height and weight?" Fairy Chang'e replied. "Height 170 cm, weight 105 lbs, bust 45 to 50." Fong Ping awkwardly relayed these statistics, after which Sima Fei departed to customize the clothing. Meanwhile, Sima Nan, although exceedingly grateful to Fong Ping, was curious about his background and capabilities. He had noticed that his sister seemed somewhat smitten, and if possible, it would be advantageous to keep Fong Ping within the Sima family, as having a cultivator around could be immensely beneficial. "Brother Fong, where do you currently reside?" This question momentarily caught Fong Ping off guard. Indeed, where was he headed next? With the enmity he held towards the Wang family and the Chun family, it seemed that the best course of action was to enhance his own strength. "I am but a free spirit, wandering wherever life takes me," Fong Ping replied. "Brother Fong, you jest. You still appear so youthful, akin to Fei Er's age. Why not continue your studies?" "Studying?" Fong Ping mused, touching his storage ring. Why had he not considered pursuing his education? Furthermore, he harbored a desire to uncover the whereabouts of his parents. In a short while, Sima Fei returned, holding several exquisite dresses. As Fang Ping prepared to take his leave, Sima Fei felt a twinge of reluctance. She could not comprehend why, upon their first meeting, she felt an overwhelming urge to follow this person. Fang Ping gazed at the token in his hand. It was a unique emblem customized by the Sima family. Possession of this token would ensure that a member of the Sima family would unconditionally grant him one favor, a reward bestowed upon him by Sima Nan. After exiting the Grand Villa, Fang Ping hailed a taxi back to his home, where he found his grandfather engrossed in lively conversation with a neighbor. Reflecting on this, he wondered how Mo Lan was faring. Would she be saddened by his sudden departure? Perhaps he should find an opportunity to visit her. That evening, seated in his room, the moonlight perfectly illuminated his bed. He consumed the mooncake given to him by Chang'e and soon found himself in a contemplative state. The silvery moonlight enveloped Fang Ping. Had there been any formidable beings present, they would have noticed how the moonlight seemed to flow towards him. Yet, this world had yet to witness such powerful individuals. Chapter 17. Mental fortitude. Fang Ping's eyes widened as he found himself in a place seemingly bathed in warm sunlight, a sensation of profound comfort enveloping him. That night, he drifted off into a peaceful slumber. The following day, upon awakening, Fang Ping rubbed his head, reflecting on the surprisingly pleasant night that had been abruptly disrupted by a cacophony of voices in his mind. Linger exclaimed, "I want the dress that Sister Chang'e wears. Brother is a villain, a deceiver." Chang'e retorted, "Oh, little sister, how lovely you would look in your ragged attire," accompanied by a forced smile. Zhu Beiji chimed in, "Sister Chang'e is truly beautiful. I adore you the most." The system then displayed, "Chang'e has exited the group chat." Sun Wukong added, "In a few days, it will be the Jade Emperor's birthday banquet. I wonder what gifts everyone plans to present." The group chat erupted once more, with each individual privately messaging Fang Ping, nearly overwhelming his thoughts. Left with no choice, he resorted to muting the conversation. To his astonishment, everyone seemed to expect him to purchase gifts. While he had promised to visit Wanshou Mountain in a few days, at that moment, he yearned to retrieve the jade pendant from Jiang Ruolin. He was aware that Jiang Ruolin would undoubtedly be at Nanjing University, where she was currently a second-year student. Arriving at the entrance of Nanjing University, the imposing sign evoked a peculiar sensation within Fang Ping. He contemplated touching the plaque, yet the watchful security guard nearby deterred him, prompting him to hastily enter the campus. Was this truly university life? The expansive grounds were filled with men and women strolling together, and the nearby teaching buildings loomed majestically. This was merely one section of the campus, and it was already so vast. How wonderful it is to be in college, Fang Ping mused. "Excuse me, I am looking for Jiang Ruolin." He addressed a student in the second-year journalism department. A young man glanced at him before calling into the room, "Jiang Ruolin, someone is looking for you." "Who is it?" Jiang Ruolin emerged, and upon seeing Fang Ping, she halted in her tracks. The memory of Chen Feng's death had left an indelible mark on her, yet the sight of her current boyfriend striding confidently toward her added to her mixed emotions. "Oh, you dare to come looking for me? Do you wish to rekindle old flames and pursue me once more?" Jiang Ruolin asked. "Ah, you certainly know how to flatter yourself," Fang Ping remarked, scrutinizing Jiang Ruolin. Puzzled as to why he had once found her attractive, upon closer inspection, it seemed as though he had been blind to her flaws. "Where is my jade pendant?" he inquired. Upon hearing the words jade pendant, Jiang Ruolin's demeanor shifted, her caution evident. "What jade pendant? Ha, Jiang Ruolin, do you still wish to marry me?" Fang Ping chuckled lightly. Jiang Ruolin clenched her fingers, beads of perspiration forming. "That pendant, I left it at home. Why don't you accompany me back to retrieve it?" After a moment's contemplation, Fang Ping realized that this was perhaps his only option, and so he turned to follow Jiang Ruolin. Her residence was not far from the university, and they arrived at a modest apartment in no time. Upon entering, Jiang Ruolin immediately mentioned searching for the pendant, while Fang Ping surveyed the apartment from the entrance. To his knowledge, Jiang Ruolin had little money. How could she afford to live in an apartment near the university? Surely, she must have more than just Chen Feng in her life. Thankfully, he had opened his eyes in time. After a considerable wait, Jiang Ruolin finally emerged from the room, her hands empty, devoid of the pendant. Fang Ping promptly asked, "Where is the pendant?" "Wait a moment. I still need to look that I've forgotten where I put it," she replied, turning back into the room. Fang Ping cautiously surveyed his surroundings, an unusual sensation stirring within him. As anticipated, Qian Shuang had indeed arrived. Fortunately, he had the wit to evade this impending strike. Little did he expect that this wretched woman would betray him. "Ah, women, Today, he was left with no choice but to fight with all his might. With that, he drew forth the divine ox blade, channeling his mental energy into the weapon, and with a swift motion, he slashed through the air. Chun Shuang touched the blood on her face, her gaze darkening as she realized that this young man had grown stronger in just a few days. He must possess some hidden treasure. At that moment, Chun Shuang charged towards Fang Ping, her five-clawed eagle grip aimed directly at his heart. A thunderous sound erupted, while Jiang Ruolin, standing nearby, covered her ears, yet blood gradually seeped from them. Fang Ping retreated a few steps. This was the limit of his endurance. He poured all his strength into the divine ox blade to block the ferocious attack. Chapter 18. The Jade Emperor and the Jade Pendant. After their meal, the two ventured into a shopping mall to select two mobile phones, one intended for his grandfather, the other for his personal use. Ding dong, a new message arrived, a female voice resonating in his mind. Fang Ping immediately checked, only to discover that the celestial group chat had been upgraded to a smart voice system. Sun Wukong, brother, I find this phone quite appealing. You must buy one for me as well? I want the largest. The largest? Fang Ping glanced around the store, the biggest being the Nokia brick phone. Did he truly desire this? Are you referring to this black brick? Fang Ping cautiously inquired. Indeed. Look how imposing it makes me appear. Fang Ping felt a flush of embarrassment but quickly replied, imposing indeed. Nevertheless, he purchased it for Sun Wukong. After exchanging phone numbers with Imolan, Fang Ping returned home. His grandfather was happily engaged at the senior center with a group of elderly women, so he refrained from disturbing him. Instead, he entered his room and retrieved the jade pendant. This pendant had been left by his father. What significance did it hold? After examining it for quite some time, Fang Ping could only discern that it was an ordinary jade pendant, but ultimately, he hung it around his neck. He had avenged his grievances, yet the Wang family would surely not relent and would continue to send people after him. He planned to venture to the Wanshou mountain range upon his grandfather's return. In a moment of boredom, Fang Ping began perusing the celestial group chat in his mind, where the Jade Emperor held the position of administrator, with the Queen Mother as the deputy steward, alongside figures such as Taishang Laojun, Yanluo Wang, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and the Celestial Hound. Over 100 contacts filled this vast celestial group. After a brief interval, he took out his jade pendant once more and inquired within the group, "Has anyone seen this jade pendant?" Neza replied, "I believe I have seen it with the Jade Emperor." The Jade Emperor? Fang Ping's mind raced. Sun Wukong interjected, "Do not heed this child's nonsense. Do all jade pendants not resemble one another?" Neza retorted, "You little monkey, who are you calling a child?" Sun Wukong shot back, "I am brothers with your father. What do you expect me to call you?" "You little rascal." Fang Ping, not wishing to listen to their bickering, remained perplexed. Why would Neza claim to have seen it with the Jade Emperor? Confused yet resigned, Fang Ping had no choice but to abandon his inquiry. Before long, grandfather returned, whistling a merry tune. Observing his joyful stride, Fang Ping felt a surge of happiness, astonished that his grandfather could be so blissful amidst the twists and turns of life. He then informed his grandfather of his intention to embark on a journey of self-cultivation, leaving behind a sum of money, and prepared to set off. Prior to his departure, he also purchased various items to store in his spatial ring, ensuring that his endeavors would not come at the cost of his own comfort. After waiting at the entrance for quite some time, Fang Ping finally hailed a taxi. However, upon learning that his destination was Wanshou Mountain, his enthusiasm waned. Reluctantly, Fang Ping had to offer a higher fare to persuade a driver to accept the trip, but even then, he was only taken to the foot of the mountain point 3 hours later. Fang Ping arrived at the base of Wanshou Mountain, from where he needed to walk an additional hour to reach its summit. There, he discovered a place called Wuzhuangwen and, feeling curious, decided to venture inside. The octagonal pavilion, spiraling staircase, and antiquated benches captured his attention, particularly a white whisk that lay in the corner. "What is this?" Fang Ping inquired, picking up the white whisk. Genuine Daxian exclaimed, "Isn't this my celestial artifact? How did it end up here?" "A celestial artifact," Fang Ping mused, examining the whisk with its black handle and white bristles. Could this truly be a celestial artifact? What powers does it possess with that? He gave it a wave. Suddenly, a small whirlwind erupted where Fang Ping had fanned the air. Stunned, he exclaimed, "What on earth is this? How can it conjure a whirlwind?" Genuine Daxian interjected, "Hey, young one, please refrain from meddling with my belongings." Amused, Fang Ping responded, "I found this. How can it possibly belong to you?" Genuine Daxian retorted, "You shameless child, even more audacious than Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong chimed in, "Who are you calling old man?" Fang Ping playfully wielded the whisk as he stepped outside, sweeping it towards a tree, which was promptly swept up in a whirlwind. Such immense power. This is undoubtedly a treasure. Fong Ping quickly stowed it away. As dusk fell, he decided to rest for the night within Wuzhuangwen. Chapter 19. The ginseng doll in the rear courtyard of Wuzhuangwen stood a colossal fruit tree, yet it bore no fruit. Unsure of its nature, Fong Ping paid it no heed, instead opting to rest in a nearby chamber for the night. After enjoying a delectable meal of fragrant rice and sipping from a bottle of Nongfu Spring, he felt satiated and prepared to meditate in the dead of night. A gust of wind swept through, rattling the windows at that moment. Fong Ping remained seated on his mat, oblivious to the small figure that stood before the window. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing a diminutive silhouette that moved towards the bottle of Nongfu Spring he had just consumed. Fong Ping had sensed the presence of something entering, yet feeling no malice, he decided to observe its intentions. Gulping sounds echoed, prompting Fong Ping to shine his flashlight toward the noise, revealing a large fruit drinking from the bottle. Astonished, he realized that while it was known that animals in Huaxia could cultivate, he had never considered that plants could achieve sentience as well as this a manifestation of spirit. He wondered. Startled by the light, the fruit quickly dove toward the ground, but it collided with the cement, resulting in a painful bump on its head. Suddenly, a baby's wail pierced the air, prompting Fong Ping to ponder in his mind. Zhan Yuan de Xian, if you claim this is your realm, what is this? Zhan Yuan de Xian replied, when I departed, there was nothing left. I have no idea what it is. Fong Ping found himself at a loss for words. His own feather duster lay abandoned here, yet Zhan Yuan de Xian spoke as if nothing remained. With a hint of exasperation, he rose and said, Cease your crying. What are you? What brings you here? The little one sniffled as he gazed at Fong Ping. Thirsty? The child is thirsty. Fong Ping retrieved a bottle of Nongfu Spring from his backpack, opened it, and handed it to the child. Upon receiving it, the little one sensed Fong Ping's benign intentions and brightened up, stating, For 100 years, I have been all alone here. Humph. Observing this little fruit attempting to appear adorable, Fong Ping struggled to suppress a smile and inquired, What kind of fruit are you? When the child spoke of his true form, he puffed up with pride, declaring, I am the essence of 100-year-old ginseng. My blood possesses the power to bring the dead back to life. Suddenly, he covered his mouth. Mother forbids me from saying such things, he added, a hint of sorrow creeping in. Fong Ping, eager to avoid the sound of crying, quickly interjected, Stop. Rest assured, I haven't heard a thing in an instant. The ginseng transformed into a plump child, appearing beside Fong Ping, asking, And you? What kind of spirit are you? Where did your delightful treasures come from? I am merely a human, and I acquired these items from outside. Quickly return to your mother. Do not wander out here, Fong Ping advised, glancing at the chubby child. Outside? What is that? I have never been beyond these confines. Can you tell me about the outside world? The ginseng child implored, draping himself over Fong Ping's shoulder. Thus, the night passed with Fong Ping recounting stories, but as dawn broke and it came time to bid farewell, the child began to weep. Insisting on accompanying Fong Ping, with no other choice, Fong Ping suggested the child consult his family, only to discover they had all departed. Reluctantly, he agreed to take the child along, though he fretted over how to manage such a portly companion, especially when he needed to enter a realm of cultivation. Sensing Fong Ping's concerns, the child immediately shrank down, settling on Fong Ping's shoulder, proclaiming, I am quite formidable, you know. I will protect you. Fong Ping chuckled softly, realizing that this journey now bore a touch of joy. Meanwhile, the Wang family awaited at the foot of Mount Wanshou, while Fong Ping had already entered the outer circle of the mountain. Brother, turn left. There lies the home of the water fairy, the chubby child announced from Fong Ping's shoulder. Fong Ping, somewhat exasperated, listened to the child recount tales of whose home was where, yet he saw naught around him. He followed the child's directions to a cave entrance. The child enlarged his form, calling out at the entrance, Brother Shui Xian, come out. The little one has arrived, brother. Fong Ping had assumed Shui Xian would be a woman. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the cave, causing Fong Ping to gasp in surprise. At the entrance of the small cave stood a robust man clad in yellow, his garments appearing on the verge of tearing, while Shui Xian regarded Fong Ping with an unusual expression. The gaze exchange between the two individuals went unnoticed by the child, who continued to exclaim with excitement. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the burly man's mouth as his massive fists came crashing down towards Fong Ping's legs. Bang! The soles of Fong Ping's feet collided with the man's fists, and the tremendous force sent him hurtling through the air, landing awkwardly in the mud moments later. The burly man staggered back a few steps, emitting a series of grunts, while the child began to clap. That little ungrateful wretch, Fong Ping thought to himself, but faced with the imposing figure before him, he steeled himself and inquired, I merely brought him here. Although Fong Ping was not weak enough to be utterly defeated, he still felt a lingering pain in his body. The burly man scooped up the child, disregarding Fong Ping for the moment. However, upon realizing that Fong Ping had indeed only come to escort him, he relaxed and approached Fong Ping. Cautiously, Fong Ping observed the water immortal, fearful that another punch might be forthcoming. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. I thought someone was after the ginseng fruit, the water immortal said, simultaneously delivering a hearty slap to Fong Ping's back, resulting in a fit of coughing. How about this, little brother? To clear up the misunderstanding, I will pass on my family's treasured secret to you, the water immortal declared, contemplating the idea further. He unexpectedly released the child and, to Fong Ping's astonishment, took hold of him without any resistance. Upon entering the cave, they discovered a breathtaking world within. Cascading waterfalls, blooming lotus flowers, and even remnants of the long-extinct infant spirit fruit. The cave was adorned with massive boulders, and just as Fong Ping intended to ascend one, the water immortal halted him. What are you doing, trying to make a child out of me? Child? Fong Ping exclaimed, a look of confusion etched across his face. This massive rock is a child? Oh, brother, I forgot to mention my true form. I am but a stone, a mud creature. I have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. This section omits 100 words, however, brother, aside from my children, you may take whatever you wish, as I have little use for it. And this, whatever it is you humans call it, I cannot comprehend, the water immortal said, handing Fong Ping a piece of paper that bore the words, Treasure Pavilion IT was marked at the junction of Wanshou Mountain and Baigushan, with dangerous areas distinctly indicated, yet only half of it remained, the other half having been torn away. Though Fong Ping was intrigued by the Treasure Pavilion, entering the vicinity near Baigushan was no simple feat. Nevertheless, recognizing its value, he stowed it away in his storage ring. Ding dong, you have new messages. Please check. Fong Ping opened the message to find a notification that read, Congratulations, dear one. The brand new celestial system has been upgraded. The group capacity and the rankings of the 3 realms have expanded. Would you like to upgrade? Such splendid news. Fong Ping decisively clicked yes, only to be met with a throbbing pain in his head. Assured of his safety within the water immortal's domain, he promptly settled into a meditative posture to commence the upgrade. This damned system is truly a trickster, Fong Ping thought as the pain in his head intensified, and his cultivation began to dwindle. Observing the system's progress bar in his mind, it had reached 80, yet for reasons unknown, his cultivation had regressed back to the pinnacle of body refinement, leaving Fong Ping in a state of bewilderment. In the past, upgrades were never like this. He wished to force an interruption, but it was impossible. He could only proceed with the upgrade. Regret consumed him, yet he found himself powerless to alter his fate. Ultimately, his cultivation level plummeted to the initial stage of body refinement, meaning he had lost all his progress. Ding dong, the system upgrade is complete. Participants are joining the group chat. Zhu Beiji, I say? This wretched system should have been upgraded long ago. What on earth is this? Ranked 170th in the 3 realms. Sun Wukong. Oh, old pig, be grateful. With such a meager cultivation, reaching 170 is already commendable. Taishang Laojun. Oh dear, my alchemical furnace has grown larger once again. Ding dong, new member joined. Yinluo Wang, let's welcome our new member. Yinluo Wang. Is there no one here to welcome me? This group is rather lacking, I must say. Instantly, he was drowned out. Soon after, many more joined, but Fong Ping had lost interest. With his cultivation gone, he could not even leave Wanshou Mountain. Chapter 21. The Cultivation Gift Package. Ding dong. You have new messages, please check. Fong Ping was on the verge of tears as he trembled, using his willpower to open the message. Dear user, as the first to upgrade, we present you with a cultivation gift package. Please check it. Fong Ping clicked yes, and a box appeared in his mind, adorned with an enormous BOW. As he untied the bow, a dialogue sprang forth. Dio, you wish to earn over 10,000 a month? Do you desire to elevate your cultivation? No need for 998, no need for 199. All you need to do is find the lost rabbit of the moon goddess Chang'e. Fong Ping chose to accept. In the system displayed in the group, Fong Ping has accepted the mission. Chang'e, do not worry. It turned out that after the group chat's upgrade, these celestial beings could issue tasks for Fong Ping to undertake, which would yield corresponding rewards. However, where could Fong Ping's cultivation go now? Are you still worried about your cultivation? Dear user, please do not fret. We have arranged a cultivation compensation for you." Fang Ping chose to accept, only to receive a book titled, "The Cultivation Manual for Model Students." What in the world is this? Fang Ping felt an urge to curse, yet he opened the book anyway. The first page boldly declared, "Be a model student. It starts with me. From now on, please follow the instructions carefully. Any improper actions will be at your own risk." Fang Ping had no desire to continue reading. He wished to exit, but could not find a way out, as he was forcibly confined here. Reluctantly, he pressed on, flipping through the pages, bypassing the explanations from the 2nd to the 8th page, and finally arriving at the 15th. At last, the main text began. Since the time of Pengu's creation of heaven and earth, the celestial realm and the otherworld had been embroiled in conflict. During the battles, both sides suffered grave injuries, disrupting the heavenly order and allowing a stream of spiritual energy to seep into the lower realm, the very realm in which Fang Ping resided. However, the spiritual energy in this realm was incomplete, merely a trickle seeping through the cracks, meaning that everything learned by the inhabitants of this world was not authentic. Yet now, Fang Ping had obtained a manual for cultivating immortality. In truth, the realm of cultivation encompasses a myriad of paths, including solitary practitioners and those affiliated with esteemed families, some of which possess abundant resources. This celestial group was initially established as a form of compensation, serendipitously encountered by the fortunate Fang Ping. Within their celestial domain, the stages of cultivation are delineated as follows: Qi refinement, initial, intermediate, and perfected stages; foundation establishment, illumination, fusion, golden core, nascent soul, exit of the spirit, division of the spirit, integration, void exploration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. However, in this era, the spiritual energy is exceedingly scarce, rendering those who achieve the fusion stage as formidable experts. Attaining the golden core stage signifies one as a true cultivator, capable of flight via sword. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one acquires boundless longevity, and through the condensation of vital energy, is able to cultivate their own nascent soul, ensuring the immortality of their spirit and the ability to alter their appearance and physique once. At the exit of the spirit stage, one can transcend their physical form and explore the realms beyond. When one reaches the division of the spirit stage, they can split their consciousness into multiple strands for simultaneous operation. The integration stage represents the unification of the nascent soul and the physical body, allowing for instantaneous movement, a prelude to the next realm, great ascension. Cultivating to the great ascension stage ensures the body's immortality, purity of spirit, mastery of skills, consolidation of power, and preparation for the tribulation. The tribulation crossing stage is the most formidable hurdle in a cultivator's journey, requiring one to face the trials of heavenly tribulation. Surviving this perilous ordeal, often described as a near-death experience, grants access to the coveted celestial realm. A select few who fail to transcend may achieve a form of scattered immortality, colloquially known as Earth Immortals, who must endure 9 tribulations to ascend to the celestial domain. Fang Ping stood agape, astonished at the reality of the celestial realm. Could it be that those in the celestial group were indeed inhabitants of this realm? His curiosity piqued, he yearned to glimpse the celestial world. Subsequently, he opened the chat interface and sent a private message to the Bull Demon King. "Old Bull, having aided you so much, I have a question I hope my elder brother can clarify. If I were to venture into the celestial realm, would I be able to see you all?" The Bull Demon King replied, "Little brother, I cannot say for certain, but there is a substantial probability. However, considering the current scarcity of spiritual energy in your world, you might have to wait tens of thousands of years." Chapter 22. Recommencing cultivation. Upon receiving this news, Fang Ping felt a tinge of discouragement. However, the subsequent explanations rendered him indifferent. He resolved to cultivate to the extent of his capabilities. Confident that as the first to practice this particular manual, reaching the nascent soul stage would render him invincible, he then embarked on his cultivation journey, initiating the first step of drawing qi into his body. Yet, Fang Ping struggled to sense the existence of qi. The texts indicated that qi exists in the formless expanse of the universe, comprehensible only through diligent contemplation. Eventually, hunger gnawed at him, prompting him to exit the group chat. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Shui Xian remained by his side while the doll had succumbed to slumber. Fang Ping prepared some roasted meat, awakening the doll, who, along with Shui Xian, relished this novel delicacy. Finding it utterly delectable, before he could indulge himself, Shui Xian appointed him as the roasting chef. After their meal, as twilight gradually descended, Fang Ping stepped out of Shui Xian's cave dwelling, gazing at the surroundings of Wanshou Mountain. Where the clouds and mist thicken, He pondered with intrigue why there was not a hint of cloud during the day, yet at night, the atmosphere became so dense. Suddenly, Fang Ping sensed a peculiar movement within his body. He could feel the flow of energy coursing through his meridians, as if it were striving to break free. Promptly, he seated himself in meditation, directing his consciousness to draw forth this energy and guide it towards his dantian. Gradually, a mist began to be absorbed into his being, transforming into a radiant golden light that flowed within him. Ultimately, a small golden orb came to rest within his abdomen. Fang Ping understood that he had succeeded. This marked the first milestone in the cultivation of qi, and he had taken a significant step into the realm of immortality. He was aware that haste could lead to setbacks, yet he was urgently needed to assist the celestial maiden Chang'e in locating the rabbit. According to the clues, the rabbit resided on the periphery, but it required Fang Ping to return in search of it. Reluctantly, he resolved to postpone his quest until the following day. The night was spent in diligent cultivation, and he recalled that he still possessed several body-refining pills within his ring. He inquired among his companions in the group whether it was permissible to consume them at this juncture. Upon receiving affirmation, he decisively ingested one. Instantly, his absorption of spiritual energy accelerated, propelling him from the initial stage of qi cultivation to the intermediate stage, mere steps away from achieving the consummate state of qi cultivation. However, he recognized that excessive haste could be detrimental to his health, prompting him to cease his practice. The divine bull blade had also undergone a transformation with its upgrade, the formerly iron-colored blade now gleaming silver. Upon awakening in the morning, Fang Ping bid farewell to the water fairy, leaving the doll behind as he intended to return to the entry point in search of the jade rabbit. After coaxing the doll for a considerable time, it finally consented to Fang Ping's departure, albeit with the stipulation that he would return for it. Fang Ping embarked on his journey, yet after walking for an extended period, he encountered not a single beast, which struck him as peculiar. He dared not let his guard down, for he was still in the early stages of qi cultivation, akin to the first layer of the innate realm. As he traversed through an increasing abundance of flora, his consciousness drew him nearer to the rabbit, yet its whereabouts remained elusive. Upon reaching the designated marker, he was suddenly engulfed by a small vortex that pulled him in. Upon entering, he found himself surrounded by swirling yellow sand, inexplicably transported to this place within Wanshou Mountain, severed from the connection with the celestial beings in his mind. Clutching the silver divine bull blade, he began to scan the vicinity with his spiritual sense, but discovered nothing but sand. The sun hung high in the sky, and the heat intensified. Fang Ping pondered, what could a mere rabbit be doing in such a desolate place? Cursing under his breath, he trudged deeper into the desert. The relentless sun continued to beat down upon him, yet he still could not find an escape. Reluctantly, he settled onto the sand to rest for a moment. As he took a sip of water, he caught sight of a white figure ahead and immediately pursued it. However, as he drew closer, it vanished, leaving Fang Ping bewildered. After two such occurrences, he finally discerned the oddity. It was a reflective point. He resolved that should it appear again, he would simply follow in the opposite direction to locate it. Patiently, he waited once more until he finally spotted the white figure again, and without hesitation, he dashed towards the opposite direction. At long last, I have encountered the elusive white figure. There stood a creature with the face of a rabbit and the body of a human. Upon noticing Fang Ping approaching, it uttered a dismissive remark before vanishing without a trace. That moment, a voice echoed in my mind. Chapter 23. A special task. Ding dong, task completed. Please collect your reward. Fang Ping proceeded to the spot where the rabbit had been, only to find a box on the ground. Upon opening it, he discovered a jade hairpin within the hairpin. Fang Ping mused that it was of no use to him, deeming it a futile effort. Would you like to sell the hairpin? Fang Ping chose yes. Points increased by 100. To his surprise, after the upgrade, this function had been added. He opened the system's points exchange, and a dazzling array of goods flooded his vision, though the points required were exorbitant. The cheapest item cost 1,500 points, which could be exchanged for a low-level elixir capable of enhancing 2 tiers of ability. It seemed he would have to undertake more tasks. Fang Ping contemplated. That moment, Fang Ping stood in the desert, where a small whirlpool appeared before him. He stepped inside and found himself back at the entrance of Wanshou Mountain. Once again, the celestial beings began to chatter animatedly. Fairy Chang'e. Fang Ping is remarkably efficient. I assigned a task, and he promptly retrieved it. The system is incredibly useful post-upgrade. Now, we needn't rely on private messages. Ha ha ha, Linger. Is this system truly that effective? I too wish to issue a task and see. A message from the system arrived. Linger's new attire. Fang Ping sighed in resignation. The points from these tasks were meager. Fortunately, his ring contained numerous garments for women, enabling him to swiftly hand over a set and earn an additional 400 points. Damn it, a measly rabbit only rewarded 100 points. They say it's easy to earn money from women, yet why are they so stingy? Wanshou Mountain appeared far less perilous by daylight. However, on the periphery, assassins dispatched by the Wang family were drawing ever closer to Fang Ping. He returned to the water ferry, intending to inquire about nearby cultivation locations before taking his leave. Though saddened by his departure, the water fairy kindly informed him, beyond a small forest lies a hot spring, where soaking can greatly enhance your power. However, there is a duck guardian nearby. A duck? Fang Ping questioned. Brother, do not underestimate this duck. I have gained nothing from it. Exercise caution. However, it is said that this duck has a fondness for beautiful women. After bidding farewell to the water fairy and the doll, he made his way to the location she had described. Traversing the muddy terrain, he soon came upon a grove of trees unlike any he had ever seen. Ding dong, a new task received. Collect 50 inyang fruits. This task is quite tedious, Fang Ping lamented, as he reluctantly began to climb the trees to gather the fruits. The inyang fruits were peculiar. They changed color upon contact with his hands, and the color remained stubbornly intact. Thus, Fang Ping retrieved a box to collect them, leaving some for himself as well. Now, his points had reached 1,200, just 300 short of being able to redeem a low-level elixir. Traversing through the woods, Fang Ping arrived at the location described by Shui Xian. Before him, a waterfall cascaded from the heavens, yet its source remained elusive, as if the water descended from the sky itself. The air here felt exceptionally refreshing, invigorating him with a sense of ethereal energy. Indeed, this place was a splendid haven for cultivation. However, recalling the duck's present, he retrieved the monkey fur from his possession. Reluctantly, though he had not intended to use it, his current low cultivation level necessitated the transformation into a beautiful maiden. For some reason, during this metamorphosis, he could not help but think of Mo Lan, resulting in a striking resemblance to her. Silently apologizing, he released the illusion of the faux Mo Lan. Once released, Fang Ping concealed himself behind a tree, awaiting the appearance of the ducks. Before long, a duck emerged. He felt a surge of frustration. The words of the locals were utterly unreliable. A stone creature named Shui Xian, and a duck that resembled a jade-like young man straight out of a painting. He too found himself captivated. Stealing glances at the duck embraced the illusion of faux Mo Lan and entered a cave, casting a glance in the direction where Fang Ping was hidden. After the duck disappeared inside, Fang Ping ventured towards the back mountain, recalling Shui Xian's words that the hot spring lay behind the duck's lair. Soon, he beheld a mist-enshrouded area that resembled a celestial paradise. Chapter 24. The Hot Spring Retreat. Fang Ping felt the spiritual energy within him surge increasingly, realizing he had found the source of the evening's energy. Before him lay a hot spring at least 10 meters wide and 15 meters long, the water displaying a milky hue. Ding! You have a new task. Soak in the hot spring for 300 minutes. Fang Ping glanced at the task, astonished by the reward of a staggering 2,000 points. This was a task he eagerly embraced. Without hesitation, he disrobed and stepped into the water. As he submerged, a refreshing chill enveloped him, swiftly followed by a torrent of spiritual energy that compelled him to sit in meditation and refine it. He observed the golden sphere within his abdomen spinning ever faster. After 10 minutes, he began to feel increasingly cold, a penetrating chill enveloping him, yet it was clear he had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. On the verge of establishing his foundation, Fang Ping followed the methods described in his texts, guiding the spiritual energy into a cyclical flow within his body. Fang Ping was indeed audacious. The unknown intrigued him, and he dared to experiment. The spiritual energy visibly entered his body, and 30 minutes elapsed. He felt an intensifying cold, a bone-chilling sensation that persisted despite his efforts to circulate the energy within him. Attempting to rise, he discovered he could no longer move, and the energy began to flood uncontrollably into his body. The influx reached a terrifying magnitude, yet Fang Ping was at a loss for how to refine it, resorting to compressing it all into the small sphere in his abdomen. The sphere grew larger, and as pain coursed through him, it felt as if the meridians in his limbs were severed, only to regrow repeatedly in a relentless cycle. Fang Ping endured the agony, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, yet his mind remained alert. Suddenly, a surge of energy rushed towards his dantian, and he could no longer withstand the overwhelming force, succumbing to darkness. Unbeknownst to him, the gentle, jade-like figure had touched his forehead, allowing the energy to flow in gradually. Awakening once more, he found that night had already descended. the moonlight above illuminated Fong Ping's form, and he felt an extraordinary lightness throughout his body. After inspecting himself, he realized that he was free from any ailments, and notably, his dantian had expanded significantly since yesterday. He comprehended that he had successfully established his foundation. His strength surged, more potent than ever before. With the completion of a 300-minute task, he received a medicinal pill, which he promptly consumed. After a brief moment of absorption, his level had ascended to the mid-foundation stage. At this juncture, Fong Ping resembled a piece of unrefined jade, his veins visible to the naked eye. Ding dong. You have new messages. Please check. Fong Ping opened the system notification to find a manual accompanying it. Congratulations on reaching the foundation stage. Here is a manual for the earth-shattering fist. This skill will enhance alongside the practitioner, reaching a maximum level of the celestial profound realm. Keep it up. At this moment, what Fong Ping lacked most was skill. Despite possessing brute force, he was devoid of technique. The arrival of this manual was impeccable timing. Throughout the past 7 days, Fong Ping had been diligently learning and practicing. He soaked in hot springs at night and trained in martial arts during the day. With a swift hook of his left foot, Fong Ping leaped dramatically. The earth-shattering fist struck with such force that a tree exploded upon impact. Observing the results of his training, he felt a pang of reluctance as the 7 days came to an end, preparing to leave without wasting any further time. Kid, you think you can escape? Just as Fong Ping donned his clothes and prepared to depart, a young man appeared before him. Dressed in a white casual outfit, the elegant youth possessed a perfected innate realm, a testament to the emergence of exceptional talent. Fong Ping eyed the newcomer warily, uncertain whether he was sent by the Wang family or the Marshal St. Hall. Kid, after killing my brother, do you still intend to flee? The youth declared, leaping towards Fong Ping. Instantly, Fong Ping brandished his blade to block the attack, resulting in a thunderous clash, and blood began to flow from the youth's hand. The young man, taken aback, had not anticipated sustaining an injury from his strike, which should have been challenging for someone at the initial innate stage to withstand. Squinting, he scrutinized Fong Ping's cultivation level, realizing that what had been claimed earlier about his innate stage was now contradicted by the evident perfection he displayed. Not daring to let his guard down, he swiftly retrieved a staff from behind him. Fong Ping leaped upward, shouting, "Earth-shattering fist!" He concentrated all his strength into this singular strike. The youth sensed a powerful force rushing towards him and immediately summoned his energy to block with his staff. At that moment, Fong Ping was drained of energy, yet the sight before him was astonishing. The youth's body had shattered into pieces, still clutching the staff. Chapter 25. An unexpected encounter with Mo Lan. The wind carried a pungent scent of blood as Fong Ping clenched his fists, astonished by his own prowess. Where did that handsome guard go? How did he let me pass so easily? Fong Ping pondered. If he were to look back, he would find that the handsome guard had vanished, replaced by a glaring NPC symbol. Ding dong, you have new messages. Please check. Bull Demon King. Little brother, you must help your elder brother out. Ever since this wretched system emerged, I have been barred from participating in tasks. I still wish to procure something to please your sister-in-law. Huh? You've been banned? Fong Ping replied with disbelief. The Bull Demon King, with a quivering voice, lamented that due to previous deceit, the system had downgraded his credit. He approached with a plea, seeking a private arrangement for compensation, requesting that I procure a fox fur coat for him. Fong Ping, taken aback by the Bull Demon King's blacklisting, couldn't help but chuckle, realizing the consequences of his untrustworthiness. Nevertheless, in the interest of maintaining good relations with the celestial beings, he acquiesced to the request. Ding dong, a new task has been assigned. Please check it. After terminating the conversation with the Bull Demon King, a side quest titled Please Save Me appeared in the taskbar. Upon accepting, a red began to flicker in his mind, indicating the destination of the task. Ignoring the corpses strewn about, he advanced toward the red dot. However, for some inexplicable reason, the dot appeared to waver, as if on the verge of vanishing. Simultaneously, an alert flashed in his mind, warning of impending task failure. Yet, ahead lay a battalion of high-level demon beasts. Advancing slowly would only squander precious time. Resigned, he opted for invisibility and swiftly dashed toward the red. Along the way, he encountered various demon beasts that sent shivers down his spine, yet he pressed on for the sake of the task, which promised a considerable reward of 10,000 points. As his invisibility neared its end, he reached the periphery of the red, where a gruesome scene of bloodshed and corpses lay before him. In the distance, a woman clad in red was fiercely wielding a whip in battle. Fong Ping recognized her instantly but was quickly drawn into the fray by the looming presence of a massive beast. The creature was a Qilin on the brink of transcending its tribulations, evidently on the cusp of gaining sentience. Fang Ping swiftly brandished the divine bull blade against the Qilin, recalling ancient texts that detailed its formidable resilience. Save for its two vulnerable horns, the Qilin appeared to sense Fang Ping's intent, evading his strike, while the woman in red turned to face him, their eyes locking in mutual surprise. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Ping began to coordinate with her, realizing she was Imo Lan. Injured and fatigued, Imo Lan struggled to defend against the Qilin's relentless assaults. "Step aside. I'll handle it," Fang Ping urged, prompting her to retreat. Understanding that her presence would only hinder him, alone, he contemplated the Qilin's impenetrable exterior. While its horns were indeed weak points, he surmised that a fatal vulnerability must exist elsewhere. As he pondered, the Qilin struck him fiercely, drawing blood. Upon witnessing this, Imo Lan sprang into action once more. In that moment, Fang Ping noticed a patch of white on the Qilin's neck and realized it might be worth targeting. Imo Lan distract it and lift its neck. "I found my target," he exclaimed, gathering his spiritual energy into his fist. With a powerful thrust, he shouted, "Earthquake Fist." The blow landed squarely on the Qilin's critical spot, and before it could react, it collapsed, incapacitated. Imo Lan, her attire in tatters and her exquisite visage marred by blood, would have perished had Fang Ping not arrived in time. Suddenly, a soft yet fragrant figure rushed toward him. Before he could utter a word, their unspoken understanding was palpable in the air. After narrowly escaping death, Imo Lan found herself separated from Fang Ping. Her eyes slightly reddened as she gazed at the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground. These individuals were the elders of her family, a total of 10, and she had not anticipated their demise on this fateful day. Yet, upon realizing that the Qilin beast lay dead, she stepped forward to extract its inner core. Chapter 26. Return to Jiang City. Ding dong. Task completed. Current points, 10, 800. Fang Ping perused the system's points interface, noting that to exchange for items, a total of 100,000 points was required, specifically for a piece of mid-grade defensive attire capable of withstanding 3 attacks from a nascent soul. The two took a moment to meditate and rest, after which Fang Ping administered a body refinement pill to Imo Lan before they began their recuperation, for they would soon traverse the domain of high-level demon beasts. If they did not maintain their peak condition, their chances of survival would be greatly diminished. From their conversation, Fang Ping learned that someone in Imo Lan's family had fallen ill and required the Qilin beast's inner core as a medicinal catalyst, which was why she had brought her companions to this place. They proceeded cautiously, only to discover that the high-level demon beasts had vanished, leading them back to the hot spring. Imo Lan noticed the hot spring and, recalling the blood staining her body, felt the urge to cleanse herself. Fang Ping took his position nearby, wary of the surroundings given their location on Mount Wanshou, and heard the delicate sounds of Imo Lan disrobing and entering the water. Suddenly, a startled cry escaped Imo Lan's lips. Fang Ping quickly turned around, only to behold Imo Lan's alabaster figure submerged in the milky waters of the hot spring, her silhouette tantalizingly veiled, with her exquisite curves and long, slender legs nearly rendering him speechless. "Are you all right?" he inquired, scanning the area and finding nothing amiss, the spring appearing devoid of any threats. Both of them, recovering from the shock, felt their cheeks flush, with Fang Ping still replaying the enchanting vision he had just witnessed. Imo Lan was now entirely immersed in the hot spring, only her shoulders visible, her face flushed as a series of buzzing sounds escaped her lips. Fang Ping hastily turned away, realizing that Imo Lan's exclamation had merely been a reaction to the cool water. However, he remained puzzled. Could it be that Imo Lan was unable to cultivate in this spring? Upon posing the question and receiving a negative response, he discovered that the technique she practiced was known only to her, thus making her the sole recipient of the spiritual energy present in this place. Once Imo Lan finished her cleansing ritual and donned her attire, she once again embodied the image of a stunning maiden. Though the tattered strips of fabric she wore marred her perfection. Despite having clothes of his own, Fang Ping hesitated to produce them, preferring to appreciate the beauty before him a little longer. Had Imo Lan been aware of Fang Ping's thoughts, she would surely have chastised him as a lecher. They ventured forth in peaceful silence, but upon reaching the area where the water nymphs resided, they found it eerily empty, stirring Fang Ping's curiosity. "Fang Ping, I intend to go to Magic City University," Imo Lan suddenly declared as they approached the exit. Magic City University? Fang Ping mused internally, for he too had contemplated this route. He was in dire need of a mentor or a repository of knowledge, and it was rumored that Magic City University housed every book imaginable. "Fang Ping, will you accompany me?" Imo Lan grasped his hand. "Very well. Once I have resolved my affairs, I shall seek you out," Fang Ping replied affirmatively. Upon returning to Jiang City, they parted ways, and Fang Ping intended to visit his grandfather. However, upon arriving home, he was taken aback to find an elderly lady busily preparing a meal. Fang Ping was somewhat taken aback, yet upon observing his grandfather's awkward expression, he felt a sense of relief. He chuckled softly and, after receiving a playful glare from his grandfather, began to speak normally. He shared with his grandfather the recent developments in his life and informed him of his plans to attend school in the Magic City, which garnered his grandfather's support. Pinger, I recall your mother mentioning that she had an old classmate who is a professor at Magic City University. I believe her name is Su Jingya. As Fang Ping lowered his head to eat dumplings, this revelation only strengthened his resolve to pursue his studies in the Magic City. However, the Wang family was a formidable obstacle that he needed to eliminate. Yet their roots were deeply entrenched, making them not easily eradicated. He devised a plan to place the monkey's fur in a location visible to the Wang family. Without hesitation, after spending a day at home and witnessing the demise of the imposter Fang Ping at the hands of the Wang family, he boarded the train to the Magic City. Meanwhile, in the Molan household, an elderly man sat in the center of a quaint study, observing his well-behaved granddaughter who incessantly spoke of Fang Ping. This not only piqued his curiosity but also reminded him that his son had yet to awaken. Thus, the desire to meet Fang Ping had to be postponed. Chapter 27. Magic City University. The Magic City is a place of aspiration for all. A gathering of cultivators where the nightlife is vibrant and serves as a paradise for practitioners. Yet, it is also a hub of formidable talents from various sections. Magic City University holds particular significance. Every student who graduates from this institution achieves remarkable success, with substantial growth in their cultivation levels, although the admission criteria are exceedingly stringent. No monetary wealth is required, only the ability to demonstrate martial prowess. At the university's entrance lies a massive piece of mysterious iron. Any individual who can leave even the slightest mark upon it will be granted admission. Despite the multitude of practitioners, very few can leave a mark, prompting the academy to abandon this requirement and instead opt to capture a Chiqiao mouse from the Wanshou mountain range. Ding dong, you have received a new mission, please check. Fang Ping opened the task panel to shatter the mysterious iron stone. Reluctantly, he accepted the mission and proceeded to the admissions office, where the staff inquired about his preferred method of entering the school. Upon learning that Fang Ping wished to challenge the mysterious iron stone, they kindly advised him against it. Fang Ping graciously declined the teacher's good intentions and approached the massive iron stone. At Magic City University, a throng of people gathered, both cultivators and students, as someone prepared to challenge the mysterious iron stone. Kid, if you lack the skill, don't take on this challenge. Hurry back to where you came from. Fang Ping disregarded the taunt, positioning himself beside the iron stone to assess the colossal object. The mysterious iron stone was originally forged in ancient times for the creation of legendary artifacts. Even the handle of the genuine Great Immortal's whisk was crafted from it, and any item forged would inherently possess attributes. Fang Ping readied himself, clasping his fists and channeling all his spiritual energy into them, then sprinted toward the mysterious iron stone. With a mighty shout, he unleashed a punch upon the stone. The mysterious iron stone was incredibly resilient, and Fang Ping's hand revealed exposed bone, yet it was evident that a crater had formed at the point of impact. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, and even those who had previously mocked Fang Ping fell silent. A nearby teacher, initially taken aback, quickly rushed toward the school. Before long, 5 venerable elders appeared at the entrance, all gazing intently at Fang Ping, while a teacher from the admissions office stepped forward. Greetings, young student. You have been accepted into our esteemed academy, and these are the esteemed elders. At that moment, Fang Ping glanced at his hand, astonished by the hardness of the Xian Tai Shi, which had nearly shattered his palm. Fortunately, he had enveloped his bones with spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would have been left with mere fragments. Fang Ping lowered his hand and ceased his scrutiny, instead observing the 5 elders of the academy. One of the teachers dismissed the surrounding students and practitioners, leaving only the 5 elders and Fang Ping among them. An elderly figure donned in a white robe, his long beard almost grazing the ground, nodded at Fang Ping. Young man, your skills are impressive. Might you consider joining my tutelage? I say, Elder Wu Yu, what business do you have in taking on disciples? If anyone should take on a student, it ought to be me. From the forging sect, a burly man interjected, leading to a heated dispute between the two. The remaining 3 elders appeared accustomed to this routine. One of the elder women stepped forward, producing some healing ointment from her hands to tend to Fang Ping's injury. As he applied the medicine, he noticed his hand beginning to heal rapidly, leaving him astonished by its efficacy. I am Su Jingya, an elder of the Alchemy Pavilion. Might you be inclined to join my sect? The female elder regarded Fong Ping, who stood at a height of 180 centimeters, with growing satisfaction. Fong Ping pondered whether this woman might be a classmate of his mother. It seemed wise to inquire further in private. The other elders approached Fong Ping, and he felt a twinge of discomfort. He was not particularly adept at socializing. Nonetheless, he realized that joining Elder Su's faction was not suitable for him, and ultimately opted for the forging hall. Ha ha ha, young man, you possess discernment? Nowadays, a certain skill is exceedingly crucial. The others regarded him in silence. Chapter 29. The Forging Hall. I am your master, Chen Shuang. Come, come, let me take you to the forging hall. The elders dispersed, shaking their heads as they departed. Following Master Chen Shuang, Fong Ping arrived at the forging hall, where the surroundings were starkly different from the picturesque gardens of others. It was filled with an assortment of junk and scrap iron, devoid of any beauty. Even the building itself was forged from iron. Fong Ping felt a pang of regret. Upon entering the forging hall, he noticed a series of small compartments, and Master Chen Shuang called forth all the disciples. One by one, they emerged, clad in tattered garments and covered in dust. However, one individual caught Fong Ping's attention. A person with piercing blue eyes, standing at 188 centimeters, exuding an aura of chilling aloofness. This is your senior brother, Lung Ao. He nodded in acknowledgement before turning away. Master Chen Shuang, slightly embarrassed, remarked, your senior brother is not one for conversation. He prefers the art of forging, so please bear with him. He then gestured towards another individual. Master, no need for introductions. I shall introduce myself. I am Pang Zi, your second senior brother. True to his name, the rotund figure weighed around 200 jin, leaving Fong Ping to wonder how he managed to forge within such confines. After a series of other introductions, it became clear that the forging hall comprised a total of 20 disciples, making Fong Ping the 21st. Pang Zi, being quite familiar, began calling him Little Junior Brother. Little Junior Brother, I presume you have yet to secure accommodations, have you? Ah, my dormitory happens to have an available spot. Let me take you there. The portly fellow finished speaking and pulled Fong Ping outside. At that moment, Chen Shuang had already sprawled on the ground with a wine jug, indulging in drink. Do not take offense, Junior Brother. This is just how Master is, ever since the disappearance of our master's wife. He has begun to. Fong Ping nodded in understanding as he followed the portly man to their residence. Indeed, Modu University lives up to its reputation as the finest institution, with villas standing tall in grandeur. Yet, to Fong Ping's surprise, the portly man led him around to the very last bungalow. The portly man scratched his head awkwardly. Junior Brother, you are new here and may not understand. All our accommodations are allocated based on rankings, and our refining hall has been at the bottom for years, thus we are assigned to this location. Second Senior Brother, have you not considered any alternatives? Fong Ping inquired upon entering the room. There were 4 beds, but only 2 were occupied. After surveying the space, he chose a spot near the window. Consider alternatives? Our refining hall was once quite formidable, but ever since the eldest senior brother. Never mind, I shan't dwell on it. Let me take you to get your student ID, so you can accept tasks and dine in the cafeteria. Subsequently, the portly man led Fong Ping to the registration office, where a teacher instructed Fong Ping to place his fingertip on a scanner, instantly recording all his information. Soon, he bore a new insignia. The 21st disciple of the refining hall. Fong Ping found this quite fascinating and followed the portly man to the cafeteria. The portly fellow was quite garrulous, sharing an overview of the university along the way. Modu University is divided into several departments. The Pill Refining Hall is the most populous and popular, followed by the Sword Chi Hall, which primarily serves to protect the Pill Refining Hall. After all, it is filled with beautiful women. The third is the Independent Cultivators Assembly, where individuals rely solely on their own training without joining any sect. Fourth is the Beast Taming Hall, and lastly, the Refining Hall. Lacking strength and connections, one can only squint in frustration. With a resigned sigh, Fong Ping shared a meal with the portly man before heading to the Refining Hall, where Master Chen Shuang was already fast asleep on the ground, snoring loudly, a sight everyone had grown accustomed to. The portly man tossed a book to Fong Ping before departing, and Fong Ping selected an unoccupied partition. Although the exterior appeared small, the interior was well equipped, featuring a furnace, tools for forging, and watered ding-dong. The system has issued a new task. Fong Ping felt a twinge of confusion. Why had a new task appeared when he had yet to complete the previous one? Curiosity piqued, he opened the task. Craft your first weapon. Chapter 30. Weapon refining with 2 pieces of black gold, silver thread, and mercury at the ready. Fong Ping proceeded to the first step of refining the black gold. He placed the black gold into the furnace, meticulously controlling the heat. relying on his mental acuity to monitor the situation within. The first attempt proved somewhat unfamiliar, causing the black gold to disintegrate into powder. With no other option, he had to start anew. This time, he began with a low flame, but the black gold showed no signs of alteration. Gradually intensifying the heat, the black gold began to loosen and eventually transformed into a liquid state. Fang Ping swiftly shaped it into the form of a dagger with his thoughts. The second step involved the careful addition of the silver thread, requiring meticulous precision to integrate it into the black gold gradually. After the successful completion of the first two phases, the third step involved pouring mercury to solidify the form, yet the quality of the resulting weapon remained uncertain. Fang Ping carefully poured the mercury over the obsidian metal, watching as the black material gradually transformed into a silvery hue, with the blade's edge slowly emerging. After practicing for another 15 minutes, the weapon was finally complete. He swiftly used his mental focus to control it and placed it into the water. With a sizzling sound, steam rose from the surface, yet within the water, a brilliantly shining curved dagger emerged. After a brief moment, once the dagger had cooled, he retrieved it. The hilt was black, while the blade gleamed with a bright silver finish. Fang Ping swung the dagger toward the table, and in an instant, the corner was irreparably damaged. Ding dong, task completed. Congratulations, you have forged your first weapon, shattered dust. Fang Ping glanced at the shattered dust in his hand, along with the 60,000 points swirling in his mind. This was his inaugural weapon, and he intended to show it to his master to ascertain its potential selling price. Once prepared, he stepped outside, where his master was already awake, swaying gently on a wooden chair, though his eyes remained closed. Master, could you please evaluate how much this weapon might fetch? Upon hearing this, Chan Shuang opened his eyes, regarded the weapon held by Fang Ping, and stood to take it. After a meticulous examination, he remarked, "Not bad, not bad. You possess quite the insight, young man. To forge a low-grade weapon on your first attempt is commendable. The other disciples can only manage to forge mundane iron tools." Upon hearing this, the plump disciple hurried over, his eyes widening at the sight of the weapon in Chan Shuang's hands. "Junior brother, you are impressive. You are the third to successfully forge a low-grade weapon, following the eldest brother." "The third? Who was the second?" Fang Ping inquired, puzzled that of course, it was me, the plump one. Fang Ping chose to ignore the plump disciple's boastful remark and asked, "Master, how much do you think this dagger could be sold for?" "About 500,000. The master replied before closing his eyes again. "I say, junior brother, your first weapon should have some commemorative value. How could you consider selling it?" the plump one exclaimed, leaping up. Fang Ping swiftly sidestepped, fearing that the plump disciple might inadvertently sit on him. After a while, an icy sensation enveloped him, indicating the arrival of the eldest brother. The newcomer was indeed Long Ao, who took the dagger from Fang Ping's hands, nodded in approval, and remarked, "Continue refining your craft," before returning to his own forging room. The plump disciple waved his arms in frustration, grumbling about how he shared meals and lodging with Long Ao yet received no acknowledgement, while Fang Ping, a newcomer, garnered his attention. "But what can you do? This lad is exceptionally perceptive," he sighed before returning to the forging chamber. After storing the dagger, Fang Ping prepared to visit the alchemy hall to seek Elder Su regarding his mother. Unfortunately, upon his arrival, he found Elder Su was out. As he was about to leave, a voice filled with surprise called out to him, "Fang Ping, I didn't expect to see you here at the Magic Capital Academy." In a princess dress, with a doll-like face and delicate skin, the speaker was Sima Fei. Fang Ping felt delighted to encounter someone familiar. Sima Fei bore an emblem indicating she was a second disciple of the alchemist. The two, surprised by their meeting, decided to leave together, while nearby, a male student glared maliciously at Fang Ping, taken aback that the forging hall's bastard could elicit such treatment from Sima Fei. Contemplating this, he began to gather others, preparing to ambush Fang Ping at the entrance of the forging hall. At this moment, Fang Ping and Sima Fei were joyfully reminiscing about Su Er's moments, unaware that they had already attracted someone's attention. After exchanging phone numbers, the two parted ways, now able to practice via mobile. On the way home, Fang Ping thought of Imolan, wondering if she had arrived, and thus sent her a message. Chapter 31. Sima Fei for several consecutive days. Fang Ping spent his time in the refining hall. Today, the chubby one pulled Long Ao and him out, exclaiming the futility of refining weapons daily. He proposed a lavish meal at the cafeteria, boldly declaring that he would treat them. The trio made their way to the dining hall, with Long Ao remaining silent and merely trailing beside the two, while the chubby one chattered incessantly. The first floor of the cafeteria offered ordinary self-service dishes. The second floor featured small stir-fries, But the third floor was exceptional, serving meat from demon beasts, which was beneficial for both the body and spiritual energy. Eager for a more sumptuous meal, the chubby one dragged the others up to the third-floor restaurant. Fong Ping was indifferent, but Long Ao frowned slightly. Seeing the chubby one in high spirits, he did not object. Upon reaching the third floor, they were greeted by opulent decor. The menu featured demon beast meat, and after placing their orders through the smart system, the three sat at their table, awaiting their meal. At that moment, a group of young men approached Fong Ping and the others, their faces rife with disdain. Isn't this the waste from the refining hall? How dare they come to the third floor? One of them, clad in a white tracksuit, sneered at Fong Ping and the others. Who are you calling waste, you little mongrel? Just because you hang around with Wang Yong, you think you're impressive? The chubby one instantly stood up, his substantial frame looming over Wang Yong, causing him and his companions to take a step back. Embarrassed, Wang Yong retorted, waste is waste. Your ranking will never improve. Ha ha ha. The youths trailing Wang Yong erupted in laughter. Fong Ping's gaze swept over Wang Yong's hand, revealing a distinct mark of the sword she held, at that moment. Lung Ao also rose to his feet, followed by Fong Ping. Although Wang Yong was in the foundation establishment stage and not yet stable, he was flanked by a group of fully realized Qi practitioners. The three, though cautious, felt a sense of unease. Take your fights to the arena, not here in the dining hall, a beautiful woman interjected coldly as she approached. Wang Yong and his group, wary of her presence, muttered a quick retreat. Fong Ping sensed a fleeting gaze upon him, only for it to vanish in an instant. Once seated, the dishes arrived. The chubby one ordered a bottle of peach blossom wine. Come, come, we three are from the same dormitory and have never dined together. Today, let us swear brotherhood here, he proclaimed, pouring each of them a glass. Lung Ao raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. Wang Yong and his crew won't let this go easily. You must be cautious, he warned, picking up some food. Damn it, it's not like he has anything special, just relying on his father being the head of the Wang family to act so arrogantly in the academy. The chubby one cursed. Wang family? Fong Ping remarked, alas, my brother, you may not be aware, but Wang Yong is quite arrogant within the academy, all due to the fact that his father is Wang Gang. We should endure as best we can. It would be too regrettable if my actions were to implicate you two brothers. Fong Ping contemplated for a moment, remaining silent. The Wang family had already become embroiled in a deep-seated vendetta. It seemed that Wang Yong must also be eliminated. A flicker of murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. Lung Ao cast a glance at Fong Ping, and the group began to indulge in a hearty feast. After satisfying their appetites, the trio made their way back to the dormitory, when suddenly Sima Fei spotted Fong Ping and left her companions to approach him. Fong Ping, her delicate voice called out. The three halted in their tracks, watching as Sima Fei dashed towards them like an adorable rabbit. The portly one gaped. What the hell, Fong Ping? You know the enchanting Sima beauty. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Fong Ping, have you had your meal? Sima Fei inquired. Fong Ping nodded, feeling that their relationship was not as close as she implied. Sima, I am Fatty. Fong Ping's roommate, Sima Fei nodded, greeting him before turning back to Fong Ping. How did your sister fare in the clothes I made for her? Does she require more? Fong Ping felt a bit embarrassed. After the celestial Chang'e donned the garments, she astonished the assembly of deities, and many women sought similar attire from him. She wore them splendidly. Please allow me to extend my gratitude. Fong Ping chuckled. You should go eat. We shall take our leave now. With that, Fong Ping pulled Fatty and Lung Ao toward their dormitory. Sima Fei stomped her foot behind them before rejoining her friends. Chapter 32. Declaration of war at the dormitory entrance. After passing through row upon row of villas, the trio arrived at the entrance of their dormitory. Fong Ping pondered why such an expansive area needed to be divided into tiers for accommodation. At that moment, a group awaited their arrival, with Wang Yong at the forefront. Ha! Were you not quite audacious in the cafeteria just now? What is this? Do the little bastards dare to accept our challenge? To hell with you, Fatty cursed back. Suddenly, one of Wang Yong's companions lunged forward, aiming a kick at Fatty. In that instant, Lung Ao leaped in front of Fatty, brandishing a shield to deflect the blow. The assailant was taken aback, stumbling backward a few paces. You scoundrel, is this a sneak attack? Come on, let us fight. Fatty charged forward, wielding two massive hammers as if he were Li Yuan by himself. With a powerful swing, he struck down the assailant, who collapsed to the ground. The adversaries helped their fallen comrade, while Wang Yong's expression darkened as he turned to Fong Ping, saying, You little brat, remember that the grand competition is in a month. Be sure to participate. Fatty was already panting heavily. Although the academy forbade fighting and killing, the earlier encounter had drained his energy. Noticing the trio's silence, their opponents laughed mockingly. Ha! Are the little bastards too afraid to respond? From now on, when you see us, just roll away. I'll take you on, Fong Ping replied coldly. The stout individual's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed at Fong Ping, yet he remained silent. After the other party departed, the three of them made their way to the dormitory. Brother, I have brought this upon you. Had I not challenged him, this would not have transpired. Cold Ao, seated arrogantly upon the bed, polished his shield and remarked with a smile, this is not your concern. He was originally targeting me. The stout one disregarded his words, his large frame squeezed onto Fong Ping's bed, his face awash with tears as he lamented, Brother, what shall we do? Accepting this means we are at the mercy of life and death. The mercy of life and death. Fong Ping inquired. It turned out that once they entered the martial arena, death would not be an issue. The opponent had seized upon this aspect, hence declaring war on Fong Ping. Cold Ao released his grip on the shield and stated, Wang Yang is at the mid-stage of foundation building, accompanied by 2 others at the same level and 5 at the chi refining stage. I can stand against Wang Yang, but you must deal with his subordinates. However, this month we must urgently enhance our cultivation. Especially you, stout one. You are still at the 6th level of chi refining and have yet to reach foundation building. How can we fight? This match is undoubtedly a loss. Cold Ao shook his head. Fong Ping replied, the pressing matter is to elevate our cultivation. If he can find us today, we will not have peace in the future. Rather, let us spend this month training at Wanshou Mountain. I can help elevate your levels. The stout one and Cold Ao were somewhat skeptical but recognized that remaining at school would not allow for proper cultivation, thus venturing out for experience seemed more prudent. The trio tidied up briefly before setting off to Wanshou Mountain. In truth, Fong Ping possessed pills that could enhance everyone's cultivation, yet since the 3 were not yet well acquainted, he hesitated to disclose everything. Boss, those 3 little rascals have left the academy. Wang Yong chuckled. Once outside the school gates, it is truly the Wang family's territory. The 3 took an entire day to reach Wanshou Mountain, where Fong Ping strode in as if he were returning home, while the stout one and Cold Ao proceeded cautiously. However, seeing Fong Ping act so confidently reassured Cold Ao, prompting him to step forward as well. A waterfall cascaded down from above, a sight that both the stout one and Cold Ao had never witnessed before. They were in a place yet unexplored by them. The surroundings were filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, while large rabbits gazed vacantly at the 3. Here, there were no demonic beasts, only some animals yet to undergo cultivation. Fong Ping himself was uncertain why this was the case, but the stunning youth he had once encountered was nowhere to be found. You 2, enter this hot spring and absorb the mist into your bodies, then transform it into spiritual power, Fong Ping instructed the duo. Cold Ao and the stout one, devoid of doubt, shed their garments and stepped into the spring. Yet, Cold Ao hesitated, uncertain if this mist could indeed be absorbed. His hesitation stemmed not from mistrust in Fong Ping, but from the arduous journey he had undertaken to reach his current level of cultivation. The stout one, however, held no reservations. Once seated, he followed Fong Ping's guidance and began to absorb. Chapter 33. The task. Ding dong, you have a new task. 10 days had elapsed at Wanshou Mountain, and Cold Ao had progressed from his initial hesitance to the mid-stage of foundation building, which left him astounded. The realization that Fong Ping had entrusted him with such a clandestine location only deepened his trust in him. Unbeknownst to Fong Ping, who was oblivious to Cold Ao's thoughts, he opened his mind to review the task. Upon slaying the deity of Wanshou Mountain, a reward of 100,000 points awaited. Fong Ping perused the map, yet found no markers, leaving him somewhat perplexed. At that moment, a line of small text appeared behind the task description, indicating a random encounter. Fong Ping hesitated. With merely half a month remaining before his departure from Wanshou Mountain, the unpredictability of the task troubled him, especially since the location of the mountain deity was unknown. However, upon glimpsing the enticing points reward, he steeled himself and resolved to venture deeper into the mountain. Meanwhile, Fatty and Long Ao, having absorbed little spiritual energy in the hot spring, were summoned by Fong Ping to prepare for their journey inward. Fatty had reached the 9th level of weapon forging and was on the cusp of foundation establishment, eager for a fortuitous opportunity. The 2 had come to trust Fong Ping implicitly and followed him deeper into the mountain. After leaving the hot spring, the group journeyed inward, only to be confronted by a river that suddenly appeared before them. Fatty rushed towards it, exclaiming, I'm dying of thirst. It's been days since I last had a drink. He bent down to quench his thirst, but Fong Ping swiftly pulled him back. Confused, Fatty looked on as the water teemed with countless fish. Fong Ping tossed a rabbit into the river, and in an instant, only bones remained. Fatty's jaw dropped in astonishment. Had he taken a sip just moments ago? His mouth would likely be left with nothing but bones as well. The trio observed the fish with caution. Their triangular bodies and human-like teeth indicated they were piranhas. They had now entered the inner sanctum of Wansho Mountain, and beyond this river lay formidable beastly foes. The group dared not be careless and carefully sought a passage along the riverbank. After 3 hours of searching, they had yet to discover a way across. However, to pursue their cultivation, they needed to cross this river, which, while termed a river, spanned several yards in width, presenting a significant challenge. As darkness enveloped the land, they noticed several pairs of red eyes glaring hungrily from the opposite bank. Fatty, now feeling a tinge of fear, suggested, "Why don't we just turn back? We can't face the night," and the ones across seemed terrifying. Fong Ping glanced at Long Ao. Should Long Ao falter, the three would retreat, but Fong Ping resolved not to guide them in cultivation any further. Long Ao shook his head decisively, stating, "If we retreat at the first sign of hardship, we are doomed in battle. We must cross this river." Fong Ping nodded in agreement. At that moment, he exchanged points for 3 medicinal pills, reducing his points to 0. Although he felt a pang of regret, there was no other choice. The two watched in awe as he produced the pills, astonished to learn that they would allow them to traverse the winds. Yet they refrained from inquiring about their origin. With the pills in hand, they needed to assess the wind direction. A misstep could lead to grievous injury. Thus, they proceeded with utmost caution. After 2 days of meticulous observation, they finally discerned the wind's northeast direction at dawn, perfectly aligned to aid their crossing. The trio filled their bodies with spiritual energy, ensuring they would have a fighting chance should they fall. After consuming the pills, Long Ao was lifted by the wind, soaring gracefully like a piece of paper. His heart raced as he gazed down at the river below, and in just 10 minutes, he had crossed to the opposite bank, where he awaited Fatty and Fong Ping. Fong Ping, no longer hesitating, consumed the elixir and soared across the riverbank, encountering no missteps along the way. The chubby one hesitated. Being the sole child in his family, any mishap would weigh heavily on his conscience. Yet upon witnessing his brothers having already crossed the river, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the elixir. 5 minutes elapsed, and although he had ascended, he found himself perilously close to the water's surface, his toes nearly grazing the river. A sense of trepidation washed over him, prompting him to struggle as the winds began to die down. "Do not move, focus your spiritual energy and let it flow with the wind," Fong Ping instructed. In that moment, the group momentarily forgot about the chubby one's considerable weight, which precariously hung in the center of the river. "Ah!" the chubby one cried out, as a piranha latched onto his toe. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, and in fear, he ceased his struggles, gradually making his way across. The piranha continued to gnaw at his shoe, refusing to relent. Chapter 34. The golden-eyed beast gasping for breath, the chubby one collapsed onto the ground, still haunted by the piranha's grip on his shoe. He swiftly removed his footwear and began to strike at the creature with vigor. "This thing has terrified me," he exclaimed, hastily putting his shoes back on. The group safely crossed over and cautiously ventured into the woods, which were eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. However, thoughts of the glowing red eyes they had seen at night kept them on high alert. After a brief moment, Long Ao widened his eyes, staring at a stone ahead. The Panga stone. Upon hearing Long Ao's voice, the others turned to look, revealing a dark stone firmly embedded in the ground, its length comparable to that of Fong Ping. The Panga stone was a crucial material for forging, particularly for crafting defensive attire, which explained Long Ao's astonishment, typically a man of few words. Regrettably, they could not take the Pangu stone for cultivation at that moment. They made a mental note to retrieve it upon their return, as Fong Ping, despite possessing a storage ring, wished to keep it concealed for now. Suddenly, a series of beastly roars echoed through the forest, and a massive creature emerged from the underbrush, its body adorned in a golden hue, with a large head and 3 eyes upon its face. "The golden-eyed beast," the chubby one uttered in a low voice, realization dawning upon the group that the enormous, crimson eyes they had seen the previous night belonged to this very creature. The golden-eyed beast was known to appear in pairs, male and female, never alone. "Everyone, be cautious," Long Ao warned, drawing a dagger. Fong Ping and the chubby one, not daring to be complacent, swiftly unsheathed their weapons as well. The beast's menacing howl reverberated through the woods, its gaze fixated intently on the trio, as it crouched in preparation for battle. Without a moment's hesitation, Fong Ping dashed towards the golden-eyed beast, channeling his spiritual energy into a powerful punch aimed at the creature. In response, the beast leapt forward, striking at Fong Ping's head with its claws. Fong Ping evaded the attack, yet his punch merely grazed the beast's rear. The chubby one, no longer hesitating, brandished the panga hammer and swung it forcefully at the golden-eyed beast, while Long Ao sidestepped, aiming his dagger towards its flank. The golden-eyed beast sustained some injuries, and its roars grew increasingly louder. "This is bad. It's calling for reinforcements," Fang Ping declared. The trio, unwilling to delay, swiftly began to coordinate their efforts in unison at this moment. Although the rotund figure was stout, his body had become surprisingly agile, deftly evading the claws of the jade-eyed golden beast. Seizing an opportunity, Long Ao lunged forward with his dagger, aiming for the creature's third eye. Instantly, blood gushed from the wound, inciting the beast's fury as it unleashed a more formidable strike towards Long Ao. Anticipating the assault, Long Ao swiftly drew his shield to deflect the blow, yet the shield shattered upon impact. Enraged, the jade-eyed golden beast grew even more ferocious, inflicting injuries upon the stout figure as well. Fang Ping brandished the divine bull blade, which he had exchanged for in the celestial realm, directing a beam of light towards the remaining two eyes of the beast. The creature attempted to evade, but still fell victim to the strike. At that moment, Fang Ping began to absorb spiritual energy, concentrating it in his fist, and delivered a powerful blow to the beast's head. Its massive form collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The three brothers, despite sustaining injuries, exchanged glances and burst into laughter at their shared plight. They swiftly collected the inner core of the jade-eyed golden beast and retreated, aware that a mother beast would surely be nearby. Thus they dared not linger. Deep within the forest, the trio commenced their recovery of spiritual energy. "I must say, Fang Ping, your strength is truly remarkable," the stout figure remarked, having narrowly escaped death. "You appear so delicate, like a pampered young lord." Fang Ping smiled faintly and replied, "I have always been on the brink of death, hence I must continually strive to cultivate my strength. I wish to cultivate as well, and I seek vengeance." Long Ao interjected at that moment. "Vengeance?" Both the stout figure and Fang Ping turned to him. Long Ao clenched his fist and calmly uttered three words: "Martial Sage Hall." The two sensed the underlying secrets yet refrained from pressing further. As nightfall approached, Mount Wansho loomed near. The stout figure seemed to have gained insight, on the verge of establishing his foundation, needing only a bit more spiritual energy to complete the process. Chapter 35. The Divine of Mount Wansho. After a brief respite to regain their spiritual energy, the trio ventured deeper. Fang Ping suddenly realized that Mount Wansho was structured in layers, each level populated with lesser creatures as well as higher-tiered beasts. Upon entering the next scene, they found themselves amidst a snowy landscape, clad in summer attire and feeling the chill. They had no choice but to envelop themselves in spiritual energy for warmth. The snowfall intensified, blanketing the surroundings in a sea of white. However, a trail of blood ahead captured their attention. The trio proceeded cautiously through the snow, wary of their surroundings. If they had turned back, they would have noticed that their footprints had vanished without a trace, as they drew closer to the bloodstains. Long Ao examined it closely and remarked, "This is human blood. Still fresh, it appears we are not far from its source." The group, reluctant to become embroiled in the situation, resolved to circumvent the area, only to discover they continually returned to the site of the blood. "This is peculiar. It seems we are trapped in a loop," Long Ao acknowledged, noting the absence of footprints on their path. The group began to cautiously ready their weapons. "I have not heard of any particular location within Mount Wansho," the stout figure murmured. Fang Ping, though puzzled, felt certain that this must be the place where they were destined to encounter the Divine of Mount Wansho. Their spiritual energy gradually waned, and the cold became increasingly oppressive. Yet ahead, footsteps echoed, yet no figure was in sight. The rotund figure was the first to strike, brandishing the panga hammer and aiming it at the footprints, yet he missed and instead crashed down onto the ground. "This is exceedingly strange," he muttered as he scrambled to rise from the snow. At that moment, the footprints inexplicably vanished. Fang Ping and Long Ao cautiously surveyed their surroundings, when suddenly a small hole appeared beneath their feet, causing both to disappear without a trace. Leaving Fang Ping alone, a sense of urgency began to swell within him, yet the ground had returned to its tranquil state. At this juncture, the previously concealed footprints gradually revealed their true form. Ding dong, the deity of Wansho Mountain materialized, and a notification from the system filled Fang Ping with trepidation. He drew the divine ox blade, and before his eyes stood a monstrous being with 3 heads and 6 arms. Fang Ping inwardly cursed, realizing that his time spent with the rotund fellow had left him with a peculiar catchphrase. The Wansho Mountain deity wielded an array of weapons in its 6 arms, and its 3 heads were grotesque in appearance. Fang Ping observed warily as the deity exhaled upon the snowy ground, causing his spiritual energy to gradually dissipate. The being then began to approach him slowly. Stripped of his spiritual power and left with only his physical form, Fang Ping felt a bone-chilling cold pierce through him, leaving cuts on his face that faintly oozed blood. The Wanshou mountain deity advanced, seemingly intent on crushing Fang Ping with ease. Determined not to be complacent, Fang Ping swiftly retrieved his dust whisk, which still possessed some offensive capability. The gusts conjured by the whisk inflicted minor wounds upon the deity, but these were trivial and healed almost instantaneously. Growing impatient with their playful skirmish, the Wanshou mountain deity strode directly towards Fang Ping, thrusting its spear towards his head in a flash. Fang Ping cloaked himself in invisibility, inciting the deity's wrath as it realized its target had vanished. Yet, its limited intellect rendered it oblivious to tracking footprints, granting Fang Ping an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. As he aimed for one of the heads, a voice echoed in his mind. Sun Wukong was unexpectedly sending him a private message of assistance. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Fang Ping, despite being invisible, remained ignorant of the deity's vulnerabilities. Aware of its formidable regenerative abilities, he knew he must pinpoint a weakness to prevail. With only 15 minutes of invisibility at his disposal, he seized the moment while the Wanshou mountain deity was distracted, unsheathing the divine ox blade and striking at one of its heads with all his might. True to its celestial craftsmanship, the blade swiftly severed one of the deity's heads, which then vanished from sight. Chapter 36. The Wanshou mountain deity's downfall. Sensing the pain, the Wanshou mountain deity flailed its 6 arms, brandishing weapons around its form. Fang Ping stood at a distance, observing as the deity exhausted its stamina. Yet he could not afford to hesitate, for his time of invisibility was limited. He rapidly darted behind the Wanshou mountain deity, using his legs to propel himself from an incline, aiming to strike at one of its remaining heads. The deity seemed to have gained some awareness, evading slightly, though one of its arms was still severed. Before Fang Ping could revel in his success, he watched in astonishment as the severed arm rapidly regenerated. This is truly astonishing, Fang Ping thought, but he pressed onward, thrusting towards its head. With invisibility waning, the Wanshou mountain deity was left with only 2 heads, from which a noxious green liquid flowed incessantly, exuding a foul stench that nearly made Fang Ping wretched. At this moment, Fang Ping took the body-tempering pill from his hand and swallowed it, restoring a modicum of spiritual energy. Clenching his fists tightly, he gathered all his spiritual power into a single punch. His body was already in motion, yet his fist, infused with energy, struck the final head of the Wanshou mountain deity. A resounding explosion echoed, and green liquid splattered onto Fang Ping, an overwhelming stench and fishy odor assailing his nostrils. Ding! Task completed. Earned 10,000 points and a 9-turn crystal necklace. Necklace level, 11. Skill, Beast Mastery. Affinity, 0. Fang Ping's eyes widened as he beheld the necklace manifest in his consciousness, selecting to claim it. This necklace was truly remarkable. Gradually, the chill dissipated, and the snow accumulating on the ground vanished, revealing green trees despite the wintry backdrop. It turned out to be an illusion, as he spotted the Fatty and Cold Pride lying on the ground. Fang Ping nudged Cold Pride and Fatty, who awakened, rubbing their eyes. "Hey, junior brother, didn't you say we could take a break?" Fatty remarked. Cold Pride, however, noticed the foul odor emanating from Fang Ping but refrained from commenting. He had suddenly lost consciousness but vaguely recalled a snowy landscape, uncertain of its nature. "Did you step in something foul? It reeks." Fang Ping, detecting the unpleasant smell on himself, realized he had no choice but to seek out a water source, ensuring it was safe enough for a wash. "Ding! You have a new task." Fang Ping was now on the verge of cursing. "Damn it, the system doesn't allow for any rest? Just finished one task and another comes?" Yet, the system did not give him the option to refuse, and he had already accepted the assignment. The task detailed the collection of spiritual milk, indicating a location nearby. Fang Ping, along with the 2 companions, set forth. At this moment, Fang Ping's cultivation had remarkably reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. "Do you smell that?" Cold Pride inquired. The trio stood at the edge of a cliff, finding their path forward obstructed, with only retreat as an option. "All I can smell is the stench from him," Fatty complained, pinching his nose. Fang Ping shot a glance at Fatty, then peered down the precipice. "I detect a fragrant milky aroma, and it seems to be enhancing my spiritual energy," he stated. Cold Pride and Fatty quickly assessed their own cultivation levels and found. Indeed, as Fang Ping had asserted, they had both made some progress, with Fatty showing signs of approaching foundation establishment. However, The chasm below was unfathomably deep, and none dared to descend at that moment. Fong Ping spotted a vine at the cliff's edge and devised a clever plan. He secured the vine to a rock, and the three began their cautious descent. Fatty, fearful, opted to remain behind, and Fong Ping, considering his weight, reluctantly abandoned the idea. Cold pride and he fastened the vine around their waists and began to slide downwards. The milky aroma intensified, and Fong Ping felt his internal spiritual energy surging, seemingly on the verge of advancing to the illumination realm. Yet he knew the time was not right and stifled his energy. Cold pride also struggled, overwhelmed by the excess spiritual energy. Below, the cold wind howled, and Fong Ping, clad only in summer attire, felt the chill seep into his bones. Yet, the milky scent grew more potent, and he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his spiritual energy. Feeling as though his veins were on the brink of bursting, the two individuals gritted their teeth and pressed onward. Just as they were on the verge of exhaustion, they unexpectedly discovered an opening halfway up the mountain, large enough for one person to pass through. Fong Ping gestured to Long Ao, who deftly swung on the vines and made his way across. Once he steadied himself, he untangled the vines and ventured inside. Long Ao followed suit, and after securing the vines, they both entered the dimly lit space. The darkness obscured their path, yet they could discern that it was a confined area, and the once-present scent of milk had vanished. The fluctuations of spiritual energy entirely suppressed. Fong Ping felt a flicker of doubt. Had he taken a wrong turn? Yet, the red in his consciousness drew closer. After traversing the narrow path for a while, it gradually widened, although it remained shrouded in shadow. Suddenly, a droplet of water fell onto Fong Ping's face. It bore no scent, raising his curiosity and concern, especially considering they were midway up a cliff. An idea struck him. His storage ring contained a glowing electric baton he had left at his grandfather's house. To his surprise, it was now of great utility. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved it. As Long Ao followed closely behind Fong Ping, he was taken aback by the sudden illumination, unable to voice his astonishment before their surroundings sank in. Before them lay an expansive cavern adorned with vividly colored stones. Long Ao's mouth fell agape as he slowly uttered, "Multicolored spirit milk." Fong Ping, still a novice in artifact forging, was unaware of the stone's significance. However, upon looking up, he noticed a milky white substance glimmering as it dripped down in droplets. He realized this must be the item they were tasked to find. Long Ao, initially elated, soon hesitated. Despite the abundance of treasures, he was unable to claim any for himself. "Ahem, senior brother, I must apologize. I actually possess a container for carrying items, but I didn't reveal it to you," Fong Ping said cautiously. From the outset, Long Ao had sensed something amiss with Fong Ping, but he refrained from probing further, considering that everyone harbors their own secrets. Yet, the realization that Fong Ping had a container hinted that they could indeed take these precious items with them. Long Ao, an ardent enthusiast of artifact forging, felt a void in his heart due to his orphan status, and the sight of these stones was akin to encountering his own children. Unaware of Long Ao's inner turmoil, Fong Ping began to collect the multicolored spirit milk but refrained from taking it all, opting to fill only half of his container. "Let us not take everything. We should leave some for the next person," he suggested. Long Ao nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment to leave a trace for future seekers. Subsequently, Fong Ping gathered more spirit milk. Though both wished to meditate and cultivate their skills within the cavern, they were mindful of the lone figure of the portly companion above, prompting them to ascend swiftly. They retraced their steps to the cave's entrance, securing the vines around themselves. As they traversed through the mist, the rich aroma of milk returned, intensifying the agitation within their bodies. Fong Ping, compelled to pause in his ascent, noted that Long Ao continued to forge ahead as Fong Ping steadied his resolve to resume climbing. He realized that Long Ao was nearing the edge. At that moment, Fong Ping sensed the vines shifting beneath him. He caught sight of several frayed areas, understanding that the vines could no longer support his weight. Yet there remained a short distance to the summit. Should he fall now, he would undoubtedly meet a grisly demise. Unless he retraced his steps to the cave below and awaited the rescue of Long Ao and the portly companion. After much contemplation, he resolved to do just that, gradually sliding downwards, however, before he could steady himself. The vine beneath him snapped. He plummeted toward a leaf, while at the mountain's peak, Long Ao awaited Fong Ping's arrival, who had yet to appear. He immediately peered over the precipice, spotting a swaying vine in midair, but the figure beneath it had vanished without a trace. Chapter 38. A dream of Nank. The portly companion and Long Ao decided to wait for Fong Ping. If he did not emerge during the competition, They would have to accept the grim tidings of his demise. Still, they would return to the arena, even if it meant dying on the battlefield. As Fang Ping fell, he felt as though his body were floating, descending straight downwards. He had never anticipated that his life would conclude so abruptly, and he opened his mind to the celestial beings, preparing to utter his final words. As he plummeted, his ears rang, rendering him unable to hear anything. "Grandfather, I am sorry," a cry of an eagle echoed, but at that moment, Fang Ping was entirely deaf to the world. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. 2 days had passed on the cliff. The faces of the portly companion and Long Ao were pallid and ashen, for they knew that Fang Ping had surely faced a near-fatal ordeal. The portly companion sat numbly at the edge of the cliff, gazing down into the abyss. "Brother, we shall continue to be brothers in the next life," he murmured. Long Ao, regaining his usual composure, urged him, "I refuse to believe he is dead. We must return. We will surely encounter him at school." The portly companion's eyes brightened immediately. Yes, he cannot have perished so soon. With that, the two prepared to head back to school. Meanwhile, at the base of the cliff, Fang Ping had regained consciousness, though he found himself at the bottom of the chasm. He could hardly believe he had survived. Perhaps he was indeed fortunate. As he fell, he had vaguely perceived a dark figure before losing consciousness. When he awoke, he was lying in the infirmary of the school. "Xiaoping, you are awake?" a gentle voice called out. Fang Ping lifted his head to see a woman caressing his hand. "Mother?" he inquired, puzzled. "Fang Ping, are you all right? You frightened me to death," she exclaimed, embracing him tightly. He felt a softness and was momentarily astonished. Lan? His teachers and the portly companion stared at him with wide eyes, and he longed to embrace his brothers, to reassure them of his safety. A chill ran down his spine. What was happening? Was he dreaming? Or was he in paradise? His mind was a blank slate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. After 30 seconds, he regained his senses, realizing that his parents had long since departed from this world. It had all been a dream. He shifted his body, feeling some pain, and summoned his spiritual energy to restore his strength before rising to his feet. Outside Wanshou Mountain, the air was filled with the sweet songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Yet here, all was shrouded in a somber hue. There were no blossoms, no greenery, only shades of gray and black. The cliffs on either side were so high that the clouds above were all that could be seen. Fang Ping understood that he could not linger here. At this moment, the sun hung grandly in the sky, marking the zenith of noon, and Fang Ping had no choice but to proceed in the northeastern direction. The eagle's cries grew increasingly intense. Fang Ping looked up to see a magnificent eagle soaring overhead, seemingly devoid of hostility. This majestic creature circled above, as if guiding Fang Ping toward a particular destination. Lowering his guard, Fang Ping followed the eagle, the cliffs around him growing darker, resembling a form of obsidian. Noticing Fang Ping's pace slowing, the eagle called out a few more times to urge him onward. For reasons unknown, Fang Ping felt an increasing warmth as he walked. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, and his back grew completely damp. The sun above felt as if it were directly perched atop his head. Reflecting on the dream he had moments ago, he pondered what he was still striving for if such beauty could truly exist. After an hour of walking, the heat intensified, and at that moment, the eagle ceased its flight. The surroundings bore no distinction from where he had just been, yet the temperature had surged dramatically. With the eagle having flown away, Fang Ping cautiously drew out his divine bull blade, surveying his surroundings as he sensed a hint of danger. The area was cloaked in dimness, and the path he had come from had vanished from sight. "Ding dong, you have a new task. Please check." Fang Ping glanced at the message that echoed in his consciousness and chose to review the task. Capture the colorful fire phoenix to earn 500,000 points. A colorful fire phoenix. Fang Ping never anticipated that this place harbored an ancient divine beast, which explained the oppressive heat. Yet, the cliffs were everywhere, devoid of anything. Where could the colorful fire phoenix be? It was unbearably hot, prompting Fang Ping to remove his clothing, relying solely on his spiritual energy to sustain himself. At this moment, his cultivation was on the verge of breaking through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, about to ascend to the illumination realm. Chapter 39. The colorful divine phoenix. As night fell and the moon ascended high in the sky. For reasons unknown, the heat beneath the cliffs dissipated. He rose and suddenly noticed the moonlight illuminating his neck, causing his jade pendant to emit a radiant glow. Fang Ping took out the pendant, which directed a beam of light toward the cliff face, compelling him to move in that direction. The pendant emitted a series of low murmurs, as if striving to break free. Fang Ping cautiously surveyed his surroundings. This must surely be the dwelling place of the colorful fire phoenix. The pendant grew increasingly luminous, becoming hot to the touch, forcing him to set it down. At that moment, the moonlight illuminated the pendant, and in an instant, it seemed as if the very heavens were transforming, the surrounding cliffs adopting a jade hue that converged upon the pendant. Before Fang Ping could fully comprehend the situation, the pendant began to morph, shifting from its original form into an egg, which subsequently transformed until a chick emerged, at which point the moonlight vanished. With a comb atop its head and devoid of feathers, a little naked chick appeared. Fang Ping gazed at this creature, bemused and amused. Ding dong, task completed. Is this truly the colorful divine phoenix? The little chick, chirping joyfully, scampered toward Fang Ping. He swiftly sidestepped, not wishing to be toppled by a mere chick. Yet the little creature, sensing his evasion, dashed toward him with renewed vigor. It was as if they were engaged in a race. At that moment, the system prompted. Do you wish to store the colorful fire phoenix in your space? Fang Ping selected yes, and in an instant, the once-running little chick vanished from his mind. The vibrant phoenix, adorned with the attribute of fire and possessing the skill of eternal flame, unexpectedly acquired such a remarkable trait. This journey has proven to be worthwhile after all. Presently, Fang Ping's group chat boasts nearly 1 million points, yet he finds himself at a loss as to how to ascend. Ultimately, he opted for a pair of wings within the system, primarily designed for flight. He felt a pang of sorrow and frustration at the thought of his points dissipating for such a seemingly trivial skill. Virtually anyone reaching the ascension phase could fly, though it remains uncertain if he would ever attain that level. Upon exchanging for the cloud wing, he felt a sharp, piercing pain in his shoulders, followed by the emergence of 2 small protrusions, which swiftly transformed into an expansive gray wing. As Fang Ping flapped his wings, he lifted off the ground. However, once airborne, he struggled with control and narrowly avoided falling several times. Soaring through the skies for a while, he discovered the true allure of flight, yet he was acutely aware that such a treasure must remain concealed. Revealing it would undoubtedly attract the relentless pursuit of countless foes. Upon reaching a precipice, he noticed that the corpulent companion and the aloof figure had already departed, likely returning to school. With merely 2 days remaining before the commencement of the martial arts competition, Fang Ping intended to retrieve the Pangu stone before making his exit. However, unforeseen circumstances arose. His spiritual energy was on the verge of breaking through. Should he be disturbed during this critical moment, the consequences could be dire. Thus, he utilized the cloud wing to reach a cavern on the cliff, preparing for yet another breakthrough. Once Fang Ping had made the necessary preparations, he began to channel his spiritual energy, witnessing the surrounding aura visibly flowing towards his body. The cavern was rich with spiritual milk, and his energy began to permeate every corner of his being. The golden core in his abdomen swelled noticeably, and had he been outside, he would have observed a sudden formation of thunderclouds in the sky, crackling ominously. Fang Ping concentrated all his energy on the golden core, which began to reveal intricate patterns, only to unexpectedly split into 2 halves. He was bewildered by this occurrence, having no mentor to guide him. He assumed this was the norm for everyone. After a day and night, Fang Ping awakened, his body enveloped in a layer of darkness, reeking to the point of being intolerable even to himself. He hastily exited, seeking a place to cleanse himself. Having ascended to the illumination phase, he found that his vision extended clearly up to 10 meters, and his body felt as light as the wind. In the meantime, the martial arts competition at school had officially commenced. On the grand stage, only the corpulent companion and the aloof figure stood, facing an opposing team of 6. Where's that little brat? Not showing up? Wang Yong mocked, casting a derisive glance at the duo. As the audience continued to swell, it appeared that the opposing team would not easily bypass the refining hall. Enough chit-chat, little brat. If you want to fight, let's get on with it. The corpulent companion erupted in fury. Meanwhile, Sima Fei, having heard whispers of Wang Yong's challenge to the refining hall, came to the venue out of concern for Fang Ping, fearing he might be in peril. Yet, where was he? She furrowed her brow, questioning whether something had indeed befallen him. A slender figure resembling a monkey stepped forward, his posture and gaze reminiscent of a lecherous old man. With a scoff, the little wretch kneels and I shall be gentle. Monkey, Wang Yong declared, do not dawdle with them. Conclude this swiftly. Upon hearing these words, the monkey instantly hurled a punch toward the fatty, who deftly evaded the blow. Yet the adversary, agile as a monkey, clung to the fatty's form. As Wang Yong's words faded, the monkey suddenly darted forward, closing the distance, and with a flourish, drew forth a long blade that sliced through the air with a whistling sound. The fatty, unfazed, produced the pango hammer, shifting his stance to engage the monkey in close quarters, where his prowess would prove advantageous. However, just as he moved, the monkey retreated a step, leaving the fatty's hands trembling from the sheer force of the encounter. What immense power, the fatty thought, realizing the monkey's explosive strength exceeded his expectations. In that moment, he grasped the hammer anew. Clang! The hammer and blade clashed, sending sparks flying and producing a jarring screech. The fatty staggered back, his expression darkening as he withdrew. The monkey advanced. Clang! Once more the blade struck, numbing the fatty's grip, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seizing the moment, the monkey pressed the attack, but the fatty surprisingly leapt into the air, wielding both hammers infused with spiritual energy, striking down upon the monkey. Caught off guard, the monkey was unable to evade and let out a cry, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Wang Yong's gaze darkened, and he cast a glance at those nearby. Understanding his signal, one stepped forward to restrain the monkey, brandishing a long staff as he charged toward the fatty. How shameless, resorting to a war of attrition. The onlookers silently mused that it seemed they had already discerned the fate of the refining hall. Cold and aloof, the fatty's countenance remained unchanged, yet thoughts of Fong Ping began to instill a sense of unease within him. At this juncture, the fatty braced himself, determined to endure a little longer, hoping to assist the aloof one. He summoned his spiritual energy to its zenith, pushing his body to its limits. His rotund form, surprisingly nimble upon the platform, grasped the panga hammer. You little brats, today your grandparent shall engage you. The fatty spat defiantly and struck the panga hammer with fervor. The resounding crack echoed through the vicinity, a manifestation of his hidden skill, causing the onlookers to clasp their ears. Astonishingly, the panga hammer possessed such formidable might that the opposition also shielded their ears, and in that moment, the fatty charged forth. Delivering a decisive blow to his adversary, the opponent collapsed without a single counterattack. Wang Yong's expression soured, muttering a curse of incompetence. Ha ha ha! The fatty laughed heartily, reveling in their ineptitude, a bunch of little wretches. Yet, upon closer inspection, his hands began to tremble. Noticing this, the aloof one promptly stepped forward. Fatty, retreat to the back. The fatty complied, positioning himself behind, swiftly recuperating his spiritual energy, aware that they could not withstand this war of attrition much longer. Meanwhile, the duel continued, with Fong Ping still an hour's journey from the school. He hurried his pace, hoping he would not arrive too late. The school's competition raged on, with an ever-increasing audience, as instructors arrived to oversee and maintain order. Elder Song Jingya had also heard about the competition, but she was taken aback to find that Fong Ping had shied away and not attended. She shook her head in disbelief at her child's apparent ineptitude. In Chapter 41 of the martial arts tournament, Lung Ao gazed at the man in black standing on the platform. He recognized him as the left guardian of the sword hall, who had long been involved in clandestine dealings for Wang Yang, a mere pawn of the Wang family. The man in black then produced a xiao. The students present had never before witnessed the weapon of the man in black and were astonished to discover it was a xiao. The crowd was amused by this scene, unaware of the xiao's lethal potential. Lung Ao dared not underestimate the situation and donned his gauntlets. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the full force of his vitality. A sudden pressure enveloping the arena. At that moment, Lung Ao's fist descended. The man in black, sensing the wind and pressure above him, changed color in alarm and hurriedly brandished the xiao. A resounding clash, even louder than before, echoed through the air. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but scream at the sight. Lung Ao furrowed his brow, altering his approach as he thrust both hands towards the man in black. With a splatter, crimson blood mingled with white teeth erupted forth, sending Wei Dongxing staggering until he crashed against the edge of the arena. Instantly, the scene fell silent. The man in black had not even been able to withstand a single blow. He was utterly taken aback, his complexion paling as he realized his xiao had yet to be wielded before his defeat. The spectators gaped in shock, unable to fathom that the sword hall had failed to counter these two strikes. It became evident that Long Ao's cultivation had subtly approached the illuminated realm. The man in black withdrew from the stage, no longer uttering a word. Wang Yang clenched his fists and stepped forward. Despite being merely at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, he possessed an array of formidable treasures. Truly shameless, murmured a voice from the crowd. At that moment, Sima Fei stood at the base of the platform, glancing at the assembly and remarking, I never anticipated the sword hall would resort to a wheel battle. Wang Yang, witnessing his beloved goddess maligning him, chuckled and said, since Fei Fei has spoken thus, I shall grant you some time, lest you claim we are unfair." Lung Ao brandished a dagger towards Wang Yang, stating, "Enough with the idle chatter. If you wish to fight, then let us commence swiftly. You're quite spirited, young man. Today, I shall show you the might of your elder," Wang Yang retorted, producing a claw weapon and affixing it to his hand. Instantly, an aura of power erupted forth, revealing he had reached the mid-stage of the illuminated realm. It was unexpected that he had attained such a level. The audience gasped in astonishment, and Sima Fei began to fret. Where had Fang Ping gone? However, considering Wang Yang's advancement to the mid-stage of the illuminated realm, it was understandable that Fang Ping would not attend. Meanwhile, Fang Ping quickened his pace and finally arrived at the school's entrance. He had retracted his cloud wings and was now walking into the school. The sounds of the competition reaching his ears, prompting him to hasten his steps. Upon his arrival, he beheld Wang Yang standing on the platform while Lung Ao lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Cough, cough. Lung Ao emitted another cough, and more blood clots expelled from his mouth. At that moment, Sima Fei spotted Fang Ping approaching and swiftly ran over, asking, "What brings you here?" Wang Yang had already reached the mid-stage of the enlightenment realm. Fang Ping waved his hand and ascended the arena. Upon seeing Fang Ping's arrival, the eyes of the chubby man and Lung Ao lit up. "Ha ha, brother. I knew you wouldn't die." The chubby man laughed heartily, but his boisterous laughter soon led to a fit of coughing. Fang Ping shot him a glance, prompting Lung Ao to withdraw, though he clearly exhaled in relief and began to sit down to recuperate. "You little brat, you dare to show up." Wang Yang glared at Fang Ping, not expecting that after his arrival, Sima Fei would only have eyes for him, the deity of his heart. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze darkened. It seemed this little fellow could not be spared. Fang Ping turned around and presented a pill to each of them, then drew out the divine ox blade. "Wang Yang, you have harmed my brother today. Thus, you shall remain here." "You little brat, do not speak so arrogantly," Wang Yang retorted with a laugh. "I, Wang Yang, fear no one. Let us see if you possess the ability to slay me." Fang Ping swiftly unleashed his spiritual energy, causing the eyes of the chubby man and Lung Ao to sparkle with surprise. They had not anticipated that he too had attained the mid-stage of the enlightenment realm. Chapter 42. The martial arts competition. The clamoring from the crowd below grew increasingly fervent. Even Song Jingyao was taken aback by Fang Ping's sudden appearance and his attainment of the mid-stage of the enlightenment realm. A flicker of brilliance momentarily shone in her eyes, yet it seemed to dim as she pondered something. The two combatants on the stage regarded one another, ignoring the tumult below. At this moment, the head of the Wang family learned that his only son was participating in the competition and hurriedly made his way there. For his other two sons had already perished, leaving this one as the last hope. Fang Ping brandished the divine ox blade, positioning his feet in an 8-character stance, stabilizing his energy. With his strikingly handsome appearance, he incited a chorus of gasps from the female spectators below, while Sima Fei furrowed her brow. "Who is this? I've never seen him at school before," exclaimed infatuated A. "He's a newcomer from the refining hall." "I'm not very clear about him either," replied infatuated Beat. Wang Yang felt a surge of excitement. He had intended to eliminate this little fellow, yet he never anticipated that he would be so well received. His diminutive form exuded an alluring charm akin to that of a fox spirit. Although he was a man, for some reason, the crowd seemed to perceive him as the embodiment of a 9-tailed fox. This was his secret technique, and Wang Yang had great faith in his family's methods. This skill was not only tremendously powerful, but also had an enchanting effect upon its release. Fang Ping observed Wang Yang's stance, momentarily dazed, but soon regained his composure. The Wang family truly was peculiar, indulging in such effeminate techniques. "You little brat, prepare to meet your end," Wang Yang bellowed, lunging with his claws towards Fang Ping. The surrounding air appeared to still, yet the space around the 9-tailed fox claws visibly distorted. They say air is formless, yet Wang Yang's technique had reached an astonishing level. With a sharp sound, Fang Ping quickly raised the divine ox blade to deflect Wang Yang's strike. Bang! Both combatants were forced back several paces, but a tremendous surge of energy rippled through the surroundings. To prevent any collateral damage, the two elders swiftly erected a protective barrier. Wang Yang had not anticipated the formidable power possessed by Fang Ping. However, recalling the myriad of extraordinary skills at his disposal, his confidence surged anew. With a swift flick of his 9-tailed fox claw, he lunged towards Fang Ping's shoulder. Caught off guard, Fang Ping was unable to evade in time, and a gash was torn into his left arm, crimson blood gushing forth instantaneously. Realizing he had landed a hit, Wang Yang quickly prepared for another strike, but Fang Ping, now on high alert, began to deftly evade while launching continuous counterattacks. The divine bull blade, as it sliced through the air, emitted a faint, almost inaudible dragon's roar. Wang Yung extended his claws once more, manipulating the surrounding winds to direct his assault towards Fang Ping. The collision of these two titans was bound to result in injury. With a splatter, Wang Yung spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes radiating a menacing glare. Fang Ping, brushing the blood from the corner of his mouth, sheathed his divine bull blade. That moment, a sudden surge of energy enveloped Fang Ping, hinting at a potential breakthrough to the late phase of radiance, catching everyone by surprise. Wang Yung, though taken aback, swiftly turned and retrieved a silver needle from within his attire, launching it straight at Fang Ping. "Oh, my heavens, the pear blossom rain needle!" cried an onlooker from the crowd. Song Jingya furrowed her brow. If Fang Ping truly faltered, she would have no choice but to contravene the rules to ensure her own survival. Fang Ping quickly conjured a barrier and maneuvered his body to evade. Yet the needles only multiplied. Wang Yung laughed gleefully, for this was a life-saving weapon bestowed upon him by his father. If this did not bring about death, only the divine king could do so. However, before Wang Yung could fully relish his mirth, he beheld a figure adorned with wings soaring into the AI art. It was none other than Fang Ping. For the pear blossom rain needle was forged from the essence of a perfected nascent soul, making it impossible to withstand. He had no choice but to evade the perilous zone. The portly figure rose to his feet, gazing at Fang Ping aloft. The audience below buzzed with speculation. Had he truly transcended to the transformation stage? Only those who had reached that level could defy gravity so effortlessly. The elders observed Fang Ping in astonishment, never having fathomed that this young man would possess such fortuitous luck. The students were oblivious. Yet the elders were not so naive. Chapter 43. Cloud wings with colossal wings unfurling. A single feather detached and floated down, caught by Sima Fei, whose affection for Fang Ping seemed to be bubbling to the surface. Just then, before Wang Yung could regain his composure, Fang Ping had already closed the distance between them. "You little bastard," Fang Ping declared, charging directly at him. Wang Yong's complexion shifted dramatically. He had not expected Fang Ping to be so formidable. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it whole. The elders nearby were unable to intervene in time, and they watched in shock as Wang Yong's cultivation surged dramatically, his muscles bulging as his garments tore apart. The elders' faces paled. He had consumed a secret elixir. While such elixirs existed, the repercussions were dire, and it was too late to halt the process now. After consuming the secret medicine, Wang Yung assessed his newfound power, astonished to find himself at the golden core stage. With a swift motion, he charged towards Fang Ping. Fang Ping nimbly dodged. He was undoubtedly no match for Wang Yung at this moment. However, the secret medicine had its time constraints, and once the effects waned, it would inflict damage upon Wang Yong's body. All Fang Ping needed to do was buy time. "Little bastard, are you afraid?" Descending, Wang Yung bellowed with fervor, "Come forth and face me." Before Fang Ping could utter a word, the rotund figure interjected, "You shameless little wretch. Why didn't you voice your concerns earlier during the wheel battle?" As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the individuals behind Wang Yung, and upon meeting his gaze, they instinctively took a step back. Although Fang Ping possessed the cloud wings that allowed him to soar above, the rapid depletion of his spiritual energy rendered him increasingly fatigued. He had no choice but to produce a healing elixir. After enduring for approximately another quarter of an hour, he descended, calculating that his energy expenditure was now comparable to that of Wang Yung. None of the onlookers believed Fang Ping had acted improperly, as it was Wang Yung who had instigated this treatment from the outset. Consequently, the crowd harbored a palpable disdain for Wang Yung, who had a reputation for bullying within the school. If anyone could teach him a lesson, half of the spectators would be elated. Upon witnessing Fang Ping's descent and realizing that he too had exhausted his stamina, Wang Yung swiftly launched an assault, striking towards Fang Ping with his fists. The air around them shimmered with the disturbance of spiritual energy, and the audience watched with bated breath, yet Fang Ping remained motionless. He clasped his hands together in a defensive posture, murmuring, "Earth-shattering fist." As their fists collided, Fang Ping's spiritual energy glimmered with a faint crimson hue. Just then, a notification chimed. "Ding, you have new messages. Please check." Fang Ping, however, paid no heed to the system's alert. The two combatants were exerting their utmost strength in this exchange. Wang Yung was acutely aware that his body had reached its limits, not yet cognizant of the side effects of the medicine he had consumed. Nonetheless, Fang Ping was determined to exact vengeance upon Wang Yung today. Having already forged an enmity, he had little regard for the consequences. With this thought, Fong Ping surged forward, leaving behind a mere afterimage. With a resounding thud, Wang Yong fell to the ground, leaving a noticeable crater in his wake. The audience was astonished that a newcomer could so decisively defeat the Sword Chi Hall. And after what felt like an eternity, they were still awaiting Wang Yong's emergence from the pit. That moment, a middle-aged man rushed onto the scene, exuding an aura of someone at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. "My son!" he exclaimed, as he leapt into the pit to cradle Wang Yong. After checking his pulse and confirming there was still a flicker of life, he cast a glare at Fong Ping. "Should anything happen to my son, I will ensure you pay with your life," Wang Zhihai declared menacingly. With a disdainful snort, he turned away, causing Fong Ping to involuntarily spit blood from the corner of his mouth. Fong Ping was taken aback by the immense power of someone at the nascent soul stage. A mere scoff had been sufficient to induce such a reaction. Reflecting on his grievances with the Wang family, it was evident that he needed to continue his training. Wang Zhihai remained oblivious to the fact that Fong Ping was the very adversary who had slain his two sons, hastily departing with Wang Yong in his arms. This confrontation culminated in victory for Fong Ping, as the rotund figure and the aloof girl stood beside him. Sima Fei also ascended the platform, but before she could speak, Fong Ping succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 44. The invitation from a beauty. Fong Ping awoke once more in his dormitory bed, whereupon the rotund figure, upon noticing Fong Ping's regained consciousness, rushed over. "My dear brother, I nearly thought I would never see you again," he exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he shook Fong Ping's body. Cold and aloof, Long Ao promptly approached and seized the chubby one, exclaiming, "If you continue to sway like that, Fong Ping will truly perish." Fong Ping was immensely grateful to Long Ao, for his entire body ached terribly. Any further jostling from the chubby one would only exacerbate his discomfort. The chubby one released his grip, and they began to discuss recent events. Fong Ping was astonished to discover that Long Ao had already reached the enlightenment stage, and even the chubby one had attained the foundation establishment stage. It seemed that this journey of trials had indeed been worthwhile. After resting for several more days, Fong Ping reviewed the information in his mind. "You have 15 days to shatter the Xian Tai stone, or else you will face a double deduction of points." Fong Ping gaped in disbelief. Was this task truly so treacherous? Nevertheless, he realized he ought to try his hand at the Xian Tai stone at the entrance, albeit at night. Today, the chubby one insisted on going out to celebrate. So Fong Ping and Long Ao left the school gates and made their way to the adjacent ancient Gate Street, a vibrant thoroughfare brimming with food, drink, and entertainment. Suddenly, Fong Ping and the chubby one halted in their tracks upon noticing Sima Fei following closely behind. Sima Fei swiftly approached, elbowing the chubby one aside, and looked at Fong Ping with a smile. "Have you recovered from your injuries? It's been several days since we last met." Fong Ping was somewhat taken aback. He was not particularly well acquainted with Sima Fei, so her familiar tone puzzled him. The chubby one shook his head, remarking, "Does this guy still not get it? Sima Fei has taken a liking to you." However, none of them felt comfortable declining Sima Fei's invitation, so they all headed to a restaurant together in the Wang family residence. Wang Zhihai stood in his study, contemplating the tragic fate of his children. Two had perished, leaving only one whose cultivation would be challenging to advance, all due to that young man. With narrowed eyes, Wang Zhihai summoned his subordinates, discreetly issuing instructions. After the chubby one ordered an array of dishes, he began recounting the training experiences of the trio at Wanshou Mountain to Sima Fei. The chubby one, ever eloquent, shared thrilling tales that left Sima Fei both anxious and intrigued. Glancing back at Fong Ping, astonished that he had managed to survive such ordeals, one could only wonder what he had endured to return unscathed from the precipice. The meal was satisfying, and the group parted ways. "I say, my friend, can you not see it?" the chubby one suddenly remarked. "Huh? See what?" Fong Ping asked in confusion. Long Ao shook his head, and the chubby one continued. "Even the great ice mountain that is Long Ao can sense it." "You still haven't realized that Sima Fei likes you?" Fong Ping was taken aback. "How could this be possible with only a few encounters?" "Chubby, don't speak nonsense. I'm not familiar with her." "Not familiar? Just wait and see. She will undoubtedly seek you out again in the coming days." Fong Ping pondered the chubby one's words, but chose to remain silent. The next day, he arrived at the refining hall, where his master was leisurely drinking, seemingly enjoying life. Only when he heard Fong Ping's footsteps did he open his eyes, glancing him over from head to toe before closing them again. Fong Ping found an empty room and prepared to begin his refining work, dividing the materials he had obtained into 3 portions. The chubby one clung tightly to Fong Ping, exclaiming, "Such fortune to have a brother like you." Fong Ping disdainfully pushed aside the chubby one clinging to his leg. This moment, Fong Ping activated the celestial group system within his mind. A small appeared beside him, and upon clicking it, a variety of weapons and ingredients materialized before his eyes. If he could procure the necessary ingredients, the weapons produced here would undoubtedly be regarded as divine artifacts. Fong Ping's attention was drawn to a particular ring, the Soul Spirit Ring, which possessed a spatial compartment for storing items, making it perfectly suitable for the corpulent fellow and the aloof cold AO. Although they had places to store weapons, they lacked the items themselves. The Panga stone obtained from Mount Wansho was indeed a material for crafting, yet it required divine water, the nature of which remained unknown to him. Ding dong. A new message from the system chimed in. Chapter 45. The Soul Spirit Ring. Linger, bad brother. Lured me here. Fong Ping chuckled at the message but responded nonetheless. Isn't it much better than the previous location? Linger huffed. I don't care. Help me with the task, and I'll provide you with the divine water you seek. Unexpectedly, just as he was feeling drowsy, someone delivered an enticing offer, prompting Fong Ping to eagerly agree to Linger's request. Bad brother, you didn't even ask what it is before agreeing, Linger teased, in his mind. Fong Ping quickly retorted, what if you plan to sell me out? Had he been able to see Linger, he would have noticed her pouting, though it was evidently impossible. Ultimately, Linger merely stated that she would hold on to the conditions before granting Fong Ping the divine water. In a white porcelain vial, what appeared to be ordinary water lay within, yet it turned out to be indispensable for refining the storage ring. With all the materials now gathered, Fong Ping commenced his preparations for the forging process. The furnace needed to reach a specific temperature before he could introduce the Pangu stone. Cautiously, he retrieved a piece of stone and placed it into the furnace until it melted, then added silver threads, gradually shaping the mixture. Following the vision in his mind, he configured it into a circular form before pouring in the divine water. To his astonishment, the originally rustic ring transformed shape. Upon contact with the divine water, the once black ring morphed into a brilliant blue adorned with an ancient floral pattern. Fong Ping intensified the flame to solidify the form, and ultimately, a blue ring embellished with a vibrant flower emerged. Holding it in his hands, he meticulously polished it seemed rather unfit for a man to wear, yet for now, this was the only creation he could muster. Resigned, he forged 2 more rings, intending to gift one to Imo Lan. Meanwhile, at Imo Lan's residence, an elderly man sat in his study, while Ouyang Imo Lan knelt on the floor, both enveloped in silence. After a moment of tension, the elder sighed, very well, go ahead. We shall discuss family matters later. Imo Lan lifted her head, her eyes clearly stained with traces of tears, and rose to depart. She had been confined at home for several days, contemplating the union with the martial sage Hall. Her thoughts drifted to Fong Ping. Perhaps this was fate. They were destined to be entangled yet ultimately separated. With resolve, she set off toward Magic City University. The elder shook his head. Imo Lan, my dear, this is all I can do. The rest is in your hands. Fong Ping emerged from the crafting chamber after a day, only to find that cold AO had already left, while the rotund figure remained conspicuously absent. He produced a ring and presented it to Long AO, stating, this is a storage ring I have forged. One for you and one for the fatty. Long Ao was momentarily taken aback, yet he calmly accepted it. Although his trembling hand betrayed his inner turmoil, he never imagined he would receive a storage ring. After a while, the fatty emerged with his head bowed, gazing at the 2 brothers standing at the door. He thumped his chest and lamented, do you both think I lack the talent for forging? I went in for a day and produced nothing. Still despondent, the fatty was met with a ring handed to him by Fong Ping. Brother, you know I didn't forge this and yet you still mock me? Nevertheless, despite his words, he accepted the ring, and as soon as he donned it, he immediately sensed its uniqueness. You truly are my good brother. The fatty's substantial frame suddenly enveloped Fong Ping in a tight embrace, leaving Fong Ping gasping for breath as he quipped, are you plotting to rob me of my life? With a hearty laugh. The fatty, elated by the acquisition of the storage ring, proposed a celebratory dinner that evening, insisting on treating the 2. However, Fong Ping did not anticipate that Sima Fei was also waiting at the door. The fatty winked at Fong Ping, signaling him, yet he was well aware that the fatty had likely leaked information. Oh well, let us just consider her a little sister. The duo arrived at Tianxiangju, ordering a plethora of dishes. The fatty's mouth never ceased its chatter, and soon he inquired, I recall there's an ice-cold beauty at the alchemy hall named Ouyang Mulan. Ma Fei nodded slightly and glanced at Fong Ping, then took a piece of food and placed it directly onto Fong Ping's plate, saying, Sister Mulan has been absent from her studies recently due to some family matters. Mulan? Fang Ping pondered. Could it be the Mulan he knew? Chapter 46. Mulan arrives. The meal was filled with merriment. Yet the fatty and Sima Fei engaged in playful banter, their exchanges bringing joy to those around them. As they bid farewell, Sima Fei unexpectedly grasped Fang Ping's arm, rising onto her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek before dashing away. Fang Ping stood there, momentarily stunned, and upon regaining his senses, he found only the mischievous glances of the fatty and Long Ao. Perhaps it was time to clarify matters with her. Unbeknownst to him, Mulan stood at the door, watching the scene with a dazed expression before turning to leave. Upon returning to the dormitory, Fang Ping lay on his bed, contemplating the recent events, his thoughts increasingly drawn to Mulan. Early the next morning, the three arose promptly. Today was the day of the public lecture, and the dean was set to address all students, necessitating their attendance. Upon arriving at the classroom, they fortuitously encountered Sima Fei once more, and the four of them entered together in search of a seat. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance. Sima Fei turned to the newcomers and exclaimed, "Sister Mulan has arrived." Fang Ping, who had been looking down, lifted his gaze to behold the woman entering like a celestial being surrounded by stars. Ouyang Mulan. To his astonishment, Mulan was indeed Ouyang Mulan. She spotted Fang Ping but chose to disregard him, opting instead for a seat of her own. Fang Ping assumed that the crowd was too large for Mulan to approach him, and he resolved to seek her out once the class concluded. In the midst of the lecture, Fang Ping found himself utterly unable to concentrate, his gaze fixated solely on Mulan. Sensing a persistent gaze upon her from behind, Mulan bit her lip, recalling the events of the previous night. Was she truly straddling two boats? After class, when Fang Ping intended to approach Mulan, she abruptly rose and departed. Mulan. Fang Ping called out, yet she merely paused for a fleeting moment before continuing on her way. Ma Fei, taken aback, exclaimed, "You know Sister Mulan?" A sense of unease washed over Fang Ping. Ouyang Mulan. After bidding farewell to the others, he made his way to the refining hall. Perhaps it was due to a mismatch in their backgrounds, but the memories of his interactions with Mulan ensnared him unbidden. Fang Ping, he chastised himself. What time have you now for romance? Focus on leveling up instead. With that, he resumed his refining efforts, but the results were mere mundane items. After a while, realizing he could not calm his restless mind, he decided to take a stroll around the campus to clear his thoughts. Arriving at the lakeside, he was immediately met with whispers from those nearby. "Isn't that the kid from the refining hall?" "Yes, that's him." He defeated Wang Yang. The incessant chatter surrounded Fang Ping, eliciting a wry smile as he acknowledged the lack of peace, ultimately retreating deeper into the academy. Deep within the academy lay a bamboo grove, a tranquil spot devoid of student traffic. Suddenly, the enchanting sound of a guzheng echoed from the grove. Drawing Fang Ping in, he found solace within the melody, gradually approaching the bamboo thicket where elder Song Jingya was playing. In truth, he had sensed her presence the moment he stepped into the grove, yet her serene performance seemed intended to soothe his evident tension. As the final notes lingered, Fang Ping approached her respectfully, greeting her with elder Song. Song Jingya nodded, scrutinizing Fang Ping with keen interest. "You bear a striking resemblance, indeed, very much so," she murmured softly. With his acute hearing, Fang Ping caught her whisper and immediately inquired, "Who do I resemble?" "Oh, it's nothing," Song Jingya replied, regaining her composure as she attempted to depart. "You know my parents, don't you, elder Song?" The unexpected question halted her in her tracks. Turning back, she said, "It seems I can no longer keep this from you. I do know them, both of them. You are indeed their child and so remarkably gifted." Fang Ping's heart surged with excitement as he exclaimed, "Then where are they?" Chapter 47. Xian Tai Stone. At this moment, Song Jingya was lost in memories of the past. The three of them had been schoolmates, both of Fang Ping's parents possessing extraordinary talents. However, a treasure hunt in the mountains had led to their separation. The last time she had seen them was 5 years ago. They appeared desperate, seemingly evading some pursuer, yet they vanished with the dawn. The sounds of their struggle had roused her from her slumber, and from her distant vantage, she had caught a glimpse of what seemed to be members of the martial sage hall. Song Jingya pressed her lips together. Though she had surpassed 40 years in age, her cultivation bestowed upon her the vitality of youth, suffused with an air of elegance. Fang Ping gazed at Song Jingya with a face full of hope, yet she remained silent. "Elder Song, please tell me." Song Jingya waved her hand dismissively. "I will divulge the information once you reach the nascent soul realm." The nascent soul realm. Fang Ping watched as Song Jingya walked away, resolving to immerse himself once more in his cultivation. Filled with renewed determination, he momentarily set aside his entanglements with Emo Lan, pondering the insignificance of romantic love. After wandering around the campus, he made his way toward the exit, eager to test his mettle against the Xian Tai stone today. At the school gate, which was still bustling with activity, Fang Ping had garnered a modest reputation. His presence drew the attention of onlookers. Undeterred, he proceeded directly to the designated area where the Xian Tai stone was placed. A surge of anger brewing within him, yearning for an outlet. At this juncture, Fang Ping had attained the mid-stage of the illumination realm, his body brimming with spiritual energy. He raised his hand. "Look, he's about to strike the Xian Tai stone again," a young man nearby exclaimed. Upon hearing this, a crowd swiftly gathered. Fang Ping, at that moment, had entered a state of complete absorption, oblivious to the surrounding noise, his focus solely on the Xian Tai stone. As he probed the stone with his spiritual energy, he suddenly discerned numerous intricate patterns resembling human veins. In that instant, enlightenment washed over him. All of nature, every flower and blade of grass, possessed a spirit. All were living entities, each flower a universe, each leaf a bodhi. Among the patterns on the Xian Tai stone, one stood out, revealing itself as the pulse of life. With a sweeping motion, Fang Ping unleashed his fist, creating a gust that twisted the air. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Fang Ping had consistently amazed them with his feats. The impact of his fist against the Xian Tai stone resonated with a thunderous sound, so powerful that even the teachers rushed over in alarm. Fang Ping. One of the teachers at the entrance shouted, seemingly on the verge of tears. Immersed in a deep state of cultivation, Fang Ping realized that all things possessed a spirit. Hearing the commotion, the instructors from the academy emerged. Even the usually inebriated master from the alchemy hall made his way over. Upon noticing Fang Ping in a moment of epiphany, the teacher promptly dismissed the students and assigned guards to protect him. The drunken master surveyed Fang Ping with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Yet the thought of the young man's formidable connections prompted him to take another swig of alcohol. Fang Ping found himself enveloped in a vast, grayish expanse. Although all things bore life, the atmosphere was decidedly lifeless. He finally comprehended the nature of this oppressive ambience, suffocatingly stagnant. However, recalling his earlier thoughts and intentions, he resolved to infuse this desolate realm with vitality. Thus, he began to transform his spiritual energy into seeds, sowing them throughout the stagnant void. Meanwhile, outside, Fang Ping's cultivation had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now reaching the late stage of illumination, at this moment, the Wang family became aware of Fang Ping's actions. Wang Zhihai's countenance was marked by a sinister intensity that instilled fear, yet thoughts of his son ignited a ferocious desire for revenge. When Fang Ping awoke, he beheld the Xian Tai stone had fragmented into shards. Cautiously, he collected a few pieces, placing them into his storage ring. The teacher had noticed Fang Ping's actions, but chose to turn a blind eye. Fang Ping surveyed the tasks in his mind, which had now been marked as completed. At that moment, his system displayed a total of 1.5 million points. After assessing his own cultivation and expressing gratitude to his mentor, he intended to depart, yet Chan Shuang stood resolutely in his path. Chapter 48. The drunken fool Fang Ping gazed at his mentor before him. Although referred to as a teacher, he had failed to fulfill the responsibilities of one. Each day, he appeared inebriated, earning the moniker of the drunken fool among the students and elders of the academy. With a nonsensical remark typical of a drunkard, he sauntered away, clutching a wine jug to his lips. Just as Fang Ping resolved to leave, he caught sight of Emo Lan, a striking beauty poised at the entrance. However, for reasons unknown, Emo Lan turned to depart, unnoticed by anyone as she exhaled a sigh of relief upon leaving. Fang Ping chose not to pursue her, perhaps believing that Emo Lan had her own reasons. As he approached his dormitory, he had yet to cross the threshold when he heard the boisterous voice of his rotund friend. After listening for a moment, he realized the tale being recounted was about himself, prompting him to push the door open with a furrowed brow. The chubby fellow, eager to discover who had interrupted his revelry, dashed over upon recognizing Fang Ping's arrival. "Brother, you've become quite the celebrity at school. Allow me to give your little hand a blow," he exclaimed, attempting to lift Fang Ping's hand. "Get lost," Fang Ping retorted, shaking free and giving the chubby one a light smack on the head. "Ouch," protested the rotund youth, clutching his head. "Brother, I was merely stating a fact. Why strike me? Besides, I have no sister." Fang Ping felt an urge to crack open his friend's skull to see what thoughts resided within. "Listen, brother, you've gained notoriety once again. Go outside and see for yourself. There are girls waiting by the refining hall for you," the chubby one remarked before backing away, fearful of being struck again. Fang Ping, unfazed by his friend's absurdities, chose to ignore him. At that moment, Lung Ao, having completed his training, opened his eyes and declared, "Next week marks the competition at the Alchemy Hall. I wonder who shall claim the top spot this time." "The Alchemy Hall?" Fang Ping inquired, puzzled. He turned to the chubby one for clarification, who explained the situation. Each hall held a competition every 6 months, and the victor of the Alchemy Hall would earn the opportunity to ascend to the top level of the library. However, following that, it would be the turn of the Refining Hall. The chubby one, contemplating this, sank into despair, for every competition left them severely outmatched. Yet this year, it appeared that the contest for first place would be a rivalry between Lung Ao and Fang Ping. Meanwhile, Imo Lan returned to her dormitory, located in the first row of the girls' villa, shared only with Sima Fei. "Sister Imo Lan, I have something to tell you," Sima Fei exclaimed. "I've developed feelings for someone. Specifically, that individual from the Refining Hall." Imo Lan, unperturbed by Sima Fei's chatter, walked to her room. "Hey, Sister Imo Lan, do you think he is handsome?" "Oh dear, I forgot to introduce you," Sima Fei exclaimed, slapping her forehead. At that moment, Ouyang Imo Lan lay on her bed, clutching her chest where she felt a faint ache, softly reminding herself that he was the beloved of her good friend and that she should not covet him. The inner turmoil of the others remained unknown, while Sima Fei continued to ponder introducing her dear friend to Fang Ping. Fang Ping diligently engaged in forging during the day and practiced his cultivation at night, gradually solidifying his prowess. At this juncture, he opened the celestial group chat. It was a chaotic mess, filled with the clamor of numerous voices arguing over trivial matters, such as who was the fairest among them, Chang'e or Linger. Even the bold demon king chimed in, declaring Chang'e to be exceptionally beautiful, only to be promptly ejected from the group by Princess Iron Fan with a swift kick. Fang Ping found this rather amusing, and then turned his attention to the system to see what rewards his current points could procure. However, his heart sank. He noticed his points were steadily dwindling, accompanied by a notification from the system stating that the 7-colored fire phoenix was hungry and demanded meat. What a reckless expenditure! Was all his hard-earned dominion to be squandered so easily? Fang Ping cast a glance at the 7-colored fire phoenix and was taken aback. In just a few days, it had transformed from a mere chick. It seemed that due to his nurturing, it now resembled a small peacock, strutting about with an air of pride, its tail adorned with new feathers. It dawned on Fang Ping that this was no longer a chicken, but a phoenix. He whimsically decided to name it Jiao Shanji, Mountain Chicken. If the 7-colored fire phoenix were to hear such a name, it might very well weep, lamenting its fate of having such an unreliable master. Alas, the points he had painstakingly earned were vanishing. To motivate himself, he browsed through the items available for exchange with his points. Chapter 49. The Dragon Binding Rope. 300 W points could be exchanged for Blood Jade, 800 W points for Millennium Cold Iron, 1400 W points for Heaven Mending Divine Stone, and 3000 points for the Dragon Binding Rope. The skill of the Dragon Binding Rope. It binds all things, even immortal beings cannot free themselves from its grasp. Yet, Fang Ping's primary concern was to accumulate points to nourish this little creature. Fang Ping was beset with frustration. He sought tasks but found none available. Sighing, he resolved to continue forging, hoping that creating higher-grade items would at least allow him to sell them to the system for points. Thus began his arduous days, with the competition at the Alchemy Pavilion drawing ever closer. After managing to scrape together some points, he was pulled along by a portly companion to the Alchemy Pavilion. At this moment, the pavilion was divided into numerous small stations, with 30 alchemy contestants participating in the competition. Among them, the most distinguished were Sima Fei and Ouyang Molan. These two were both exceptional talents and hailed from illustrious families. Sima Fei, the first to notice Fang Ping, quickly descended from the competition stage and rushed towards him. A soft embrace enveloped Fang Ping's arm as Sima Fei tightly clung to him. At that moment, Fang Ping and Molan exchanged glances, but Molan swiftly averted her gaze. Sima Fei felt an inexplicable connection between Fang Ping and her sister Molan, yet she remained elated as she led Fang Ping to the audience area of the Alchemy Pavilion. Upon seeing Fang Ping's arrival and his close association with Sima Fei, many onlookers felt a twinge of envy, but acknowledging Fang Ping's formidable strength, they chose to concede. Sima Fei returned to the stage, now positioned alongside Molan. "Does he love you?" Ouyang Molan asked coldly. Sima Fei was taken aback by Molan's unexpected question, her cheeks flushing crimson. In that moment, Molan's mind raced with memories of their shared experiences, her clenched fists betraying the fiery turmoil within her. Yet, she knew she must endure. She could not jeopardize the feelings of her beloved younger sister. As the competition commenced, dozens of participants synchronized their movements to concoct pills. At that moment, a man clad in a crimson robe made his entrance, his appearance both enchanting and alluring, possessing a femininity surpassing that of women. Everyone present recognized him, astonished by his return today. The rotund figure beside Fang Ping, upon seeing the newcomer, let out a disdainful snort and remarked, "Isn't this the fiancé of Miss Ouyang, the young master of the martial sage hall, Ouyang Molan?" Fang Ping inquired coldly. "Indeed, who doesn't know? The Mo family of the martial sage hall is allied with the Ouyang family," the rotund man muttered, then fell silent, focusing intently on the dozens engaged in alchemical pursuits. Fang Ping's thoughts drifted, but he couldn't help but notice Mo Sihai's captivating demeanor, rivaling that of a woman. "Oh dear, my brother, why do you keep gazing at Ouyang Molan? Isn't your little sweetheart Sima Fei?" the rotund man blurted out nonsensically. At that moment, a piercing gaze shot over. Upon hearing those words, Mo Sihai discreetly scrutinized Fang Ping. The first round of the alchemical competition had concluded, and everyone began to take a respite. Sima Fei joyfully descended the stage, exclaiming, "Brother Ping, did I perform well?" Fang Ping nodded in acknowledgement, just as Ouyang Molan approached. "Sister Molan," Sima Fei cheerfully grasped her hand. At that instant, Mo Sihai, witnessing his fiancé ignore him and approach that man, cast a fierce glance but still managed to approach with a smile. "Molan, you must be tired. Is this your friend?" Mo Sihai seized Ouyang Molan's hand, as if to assert his claim. Fang Ping raised an eyebrow, but before he could voice anything, Ouyang Molan broke free. She was unsure why, but she did not wish for Fang Ping to misinterpret the situation, despite the fact that she was indeed engaged. With that thought, she swiftly departed, disregarding everyone around her. Sima Fei felt a twinge of confusion, while Mo Sihai's smile deepened, yet it was inscrutable, his eyes clearly icy as he cast a glance before leaving. The rotund man, filled with perplexity, recalled witnessing the exchange of glances between Ouyang Molan and Fang Ping, sensing an undercurrent of intimacy in their gazes. This left him bewildered. Reflecting on Sima Fei, he scrutinized the young lady, pondering, why do such fine vegetables go unclaimed? Chapter 50. The whiff of intrigue at this moment, Sima Fei remained oblivious, eagerly pulling Fang Ping along, intending to show him her dormitory. Fang Ping, wishing to inquire about Ouyang Molan, ultimately did not decline. The four of them arrived at Sima Fei's dormitory, only to find Mo Sihai in his resplendent red attire engaged in a heated argument with Ouyang Molan at the entrance. They seemed unaware of Fang Ping and the others' arrival. "I tell you, that engagement is non-negotiable. Your family is despicable and shameless," Ouyang Molan declared vehemently. Mo Sihai, grasping her delicate hand, countered, "Even if you refuse, our engagement still stands. Does it not? Mo Sihai, you don't even resemble a man and yet wish to marry Sister Molan?" Sima Fei suddenly charged forward, breaking the hold between the two. At that moment, they noticed the onlookers. When Ouyang Molan beheld Fang Ping, her eyes instantly glistened, as if on the verge of tears. "It is best not to meddle in others' affairs." Mo Sihai, upon witnessing the situation, let out a cold snort and cast several glances at Fang Ping. Fang Ping disregarded his words, moving directly to Ouyang Molan's side to wipe away her tears. Yet, inexplicably, the more he wiped, the more tears flowed from her eyes. Unable to contain himself any longer, Mo Sihai delivered a punch to Fang Ping, only to find a protective barrier manifesting around him. At that moment, Ouyang Molan had regained her composure and addressed Mo Sihai, saying, "You may leave. I will explain the marriage to my family." Hearing this, Mo Sihai's expression darkened considerably. He had long known that Ouyang Molan was unwilling to be betrothed to him due to a romantic interest, but he had not anticipated encountering that very person today. He was consumed with rage, practically wishing to spill Fang Ping's blood. However, fighting was prohibited on campus, and if word got out, he would also lose face in the martial sage hall. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and mutter, "You'll pay for this," before turning to leave. At that moment, Sima Fei stood to the side, seemingly aware of the interaction between Ouyang Molan and Fang Ping, yet she smiled and suggested, "Shall we go inside?" Ouyang Molan was uncertain of Sima Fei's thoughts, but she recognized that she needed to clarify everything. Indeed, she had sensed from the beginning that Ouyang Molan treated Fang Ping differently. How had she failed to notice it? Moreover, she had continuously brought up Fang Ping while in the dormitory. How foolish she felt. Meanwhile, several individuals had already entered the dormitory. The first floor served as a common area where a few sat on the sofa, but Ouyang Molan led Fang Ping and Sima Fei upstairs, leaving Lung Ao and the fatty behind. The fatty, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "What's going on now?" Lung Ao merely shook his head. At this moment, the three stood in Ouyang Molin's private chamber, where Fang Ping surveyed the room, astonished to find it identical to the one in Jiang City. With no outsiders present, Fang Ping reached out to brush Ouyang Molin's hair. Sima Fei, having grasped the situation, descended the stairs and securely closed the door behind them. The fatty, noticing Sima Fei's return, promptly approached her, playfully teasing her until she laughed. Easing his concerns, in Ouyang Molin's room, the two embraced tightly, their connection needing no further explanation. Everything seemed encapsulated within that embrace. When they eventually descended the stairs, the fatty quickly made way for Fang Ping, even referring to her as Sister Molin in a servile manner. Fang Ping thought to himself, such ingratiation must have ulterior motives. Ouyang Molin grasped Sima Fei's hand and reassured her, Fang Ping and I have known each other for a long time. Please do not be upset. Sima Fei smiled faintly, though a shadow lingered in her expression. It's all right, Sister Molin. I was unaware of your feelings for Fang Ping. Otherwise, I wouldn't have developed a fondness for him. Ouyang Molin felt a pang of sympathy for Sima Fei. Yet wasn't it true that every woman desires to be one of a kind in love? The group settled on the sofa, and the fatty remarked, it seems Fang Ping needs to be cautious. Moci Hai surely harbors ill intentions. Ouyang Molin coldly nodded but then stated, I will call my family to annul the engagement. Yet, how simple is it to dissolve an engagement? At this moment, Moci Hai had already shattered a set of cups within the confines of the room. Chapter 51. The Iceberg Beauty. The misunderstandings between Ouyang Moulin and Fang Ping had finally been resolved, yet Fang Ping harbored a twinge of guilt towards Sima Fei. Unsure of how to navigate this delicate situation, he gently tousled Sima Fei's hair and remarked, I shall always regard you as my little sister. Sima Fei responded with a smile. All right then, my dear brother Fang Ping. The others collectively exhaled, not wishing to see this hard-won relationship dissolve so easily. In light of this, Fang Ping was invited to dinner that evening. The plump fellow clapped his thigh and cast a mischievous grin at Fang Ping. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Ping agreed to the meal. The group made their way to Tianxiang Pavilion, eager to indulge in a feast, when suddenly, a woman ascended from the lower floor. Her voluptuous thighs were encased in leather pants, and if one were to describe her in a single word, it would undoubtedly be exquisite. The black leather jacket she wore accentuated her ample figure, while her crimson lips stood out, marking her as an extraordinarily beautiful woman, albeit one radiating an aura of chill. Particularly striking were her eyes, which seemed to slice through the crowd like blades, her expression decidedly aloof. An air of menace permeated the atmosphere, yet the plump fellow, seemingly oblivious to the tension, continued to grin and converse with the icy beauty. Oh my, this lady's figure is simply sizzling, especially up top. Though his voice was low, it still pierced the stillness of the room. The iceberg beauty blinked, and upon hearing his words, swiftly drew a dagger from her hand, aiming directly for the plump fellow's vital point. Coldly, she pulled him aside just in time, leaving a gaping hole in the glass window. The plump fellow was drenched in sweat from fright, and at that moment, Ouyang Moulin realized that this woman did not come with good intentions. The iceberg beauty pointed at Fang Ping and stated, You are Fang Ping. It was not a question, but a declaration. Fang Ping observed the woman cautiously. Although he was at the integration stage, his current cultivation level allowed him to stand firm. However, upon recognizing Fang Ping, the iceberg beauty turned to leave, casting an enigmatic gaze that left everyone puzzled. The group remained seated at the dining table, unaware of this woman's origins or her intentions. After finishing their meal, they prepared to return to their dormitory. Just as they were a street away from the school gate, Fang Ping sensed something amiss. He instantly unleashed his mental energy and discerned that at least 20 individuals were lying in wait for them in the dark alley. He gestured for the plump fellow to lead the others away. Despite their lower cultivation levels, the group noticed Fang Ping's caution and recognized the impending danger. We won't leave, they chorused in unison. Fang Ping shook his head in resignation as they drew their weapons and ventured into the shadows. The dim alley obscured their vision, and upon realizing that Fang Ping and the others had entered, the assailants suddenly blocked both ends of the alley. A line of figures clad in black seemed to lack focus in their gazes, yet their leader proclaimed, Release Ouyang Moulin. Eliminate the rest. The group grasped the significance of this command. These were indeed individuals dispatched by Moci Hai. Were you sent by Moci Hai? Ouyang Moulin demanded coldly. The leader paid no heed to her words, gesturing dismissively as he charged towards Fang Ping and his companions. At that moment, a resounding bang echoed through the narrow alley. Yet inexplicably, despite Fang Ping having brought the man in black to the ground, he managed to rise again. It seemed that these individuals were anything but ordinary. Lung Ao leaned against the wall, her expression one of utter disarray as so many still sought to protect Sima Fei and the others. After regaining some strength, she resumed the fray. Fang Ping unleashed a skill he had been cultivating, striking swiftly, and soon the ground was littered with an increasing number of black-clad figures. As dawn approached, they finally managed to clear the area of these assailants, though they were all utterly exhausted and nursing various injuries. The group began their trek back to the school, acutely aware that these men were undoubtedly sent by Mo-Si High. After escorting the girls back to their dormitory, the three did not take a moment's rest. I sensed something amiss with these men in black, Lung Ao suddenly spoke. Fang Ping nodded, his expression grave. They appeared far from alive. Chapter 52. The library. They do not seem to be living beings. Fang Ping contemplated, reflecting on the eerie encounter. When he had locked eyes with the man in black, there was no glimmer of life, and the irises appeared devoid of white. A vague memory flickered in his mind. Yet he ultimately chose to dismiss it. The night had left everyone feeling fatigued. After a brief respite, they began to meditate and cultivate, fully aware that they had incurred the wrath of Mo-Si High. If they did not improve their skills, survival would be in jeopardy. The alchemy competition continued, having reached its second round on stage. Only a little over 10 participants remained, with Sima Fei and Ouyang Imolan still occupying the top 2 positions. Sister Imolan, I won tea, let you win this time. Sima Fei teased playfully. Ouyang Imolan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Fang Ping. Neither will I concede to you. The audience was left puzzled by their exchange. Though Sima Fei and Ouyang Imolan understood each other perfectly. Among the 10, 3 had succumbed to the depletion of spiritual power and ceased their alchemical attempts, leaving only 9 on the competition stage. The crafting of third-grade elixirs proved somewhat challenging for the majority, yet Sima Fei and Ouyang Imolan's prowess far surpassed that threshold. Ouyang Imolan adeptly blended the herbs, carefully regulating the flame until the ingredients transformed into a liquid state, which she then condensed into form with a fierce blaze. This process differed significantly from forging, which employed an open flame. Alchemy relied solely on the practitioner's spiritual fire. Thus, high-level alchemists were a rare breed. But for the two, crafting third-grade elixirs appeared remarkably effortless. Together, they ceased the flames, and the elixirs were complete. 2 round. Fragrant pills were placed within a porcelain vial. Fei Mei, I didn't expect your alchemical skills to have improved so much in just a few days. Ouyang Imolan remarked, her gaze fixed on Sima Fei. Himph. Sima Fei scoffed, aware that her spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, realizing that she would not be able to best Ouyang Imolan in the next round. At that moment, both women descended the stage simultaneously, each grasping one of Fang Ping's hands. One on the left, the other on the right. Fang Ping appeared momentarily taken aback, while those around him displayed a mixture of envy, anger, and jealousy at his expression. Yet, who could contest their exceptional strength? Still, some had discreetly informed the Wang family and Mo-Si High of their situation. Ding dong, you have a new task at tea. That moment, Fang Ping and his companions were in the school cafeteria, having recently agreed to refrain from leaving the campus for the time being. He opened his consciousness to examine the task at hand, only to discover that it involved browsing books at the library. Fang Ping accepted the task, reminding himself to head to the library, as Sima Fei and Ouyang Imolan still had classes in the afternoon and subsequently departed. The rotund figure and the aloof one also displayed little interest in the library, leaving Fang Ping alone in the end. The library, located in the northeastern corner of the school, towered 5 stories high. Upon entering, he underwent an identity verification. The first floor was brimming with books, predominantly consisting of romantic novels and various educational texts. With a furrowed brow, Fang Ping ascended to the second floor. Although the task required him to browse for 500 minutes, he thought it prudent to peruse something more beneficial now that he was in the library. The second floor primarily showcased literature on human geography and the distribution of worldly cultivation, knowledge he had already acquired on his first day. However, it was bustling with students. Ascending the staircase to the third floor, he found the vast library curiously devoid of people, and the staircase to the fourth floor was inexplicably sealed off. As he perused the books on the third floor, he encountered topics on weapon forging, alchemy, herbalism, and the appraisal and classification of stones. Expecting to find some ancient texts or insights into the origins of the martial sage hall, he was disappointed to find nothing of the sort. Nonetheless, one book particularly piqued his interest. White Bone Mountain. This tome detailed the ferocious beasts dwelling within, warning that those who ventured there often faced near certain death. The author had risked life and limb, returning with grievous injuries, and cautioned others against approaching White Bone Mountain. Fang Ping found a spot to delve into the book. Within White Bone Mountain lay a labyrinthine expanse inhabited by beasts ranging from levels 6 to 9, some having developed sentience and on the brink of ascension. The 9th level beast's cultivation was comparable to that of humans in the tribulation phase. The treasures generated by the heavens and earth within were countless, yet closely guarded by these formidable creatures. Chapter 53. White Bone Mountain. Despite the prevalence of ferocious beasts, the most renowned was a heavenly spirit treasure known as the demon-slaying sword, said to harness the essence of the sun and moon, unleashing immense power, though this remained mere rumor, as no one had ever witnessed its might. While the beasts were terrifying, the most fearsome was the mind-bewitching grass, capable of ensnaring the minds of individuals, turning them into mere skeletons. The vastness of White Bone Mountain earned it the moniker of a labyrinth, wherein those who entered faced near certain demise. Should one inadvertently trespass, it was advised to take heed. Move during the peak of the blazing sun and navigate at night amidst the thickest fog, as high-level beasts would not react unless provoked, and heavenly treasures could not be taken by hand directly. After some time spent engrossed in the book, Fong Ping garnered a fair understanding of White Bone Mountain. Yet he remained uncertain of the veracity of its content. He scanned the information in his mind, wondering if merely completing half the task would suffice. However, he was dismayed to find that the task progress had not moved an inch. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a line of small text beneath the taskbar indicating the need to browse the 4th and 5th floors. Fong Ping was tempted to curse the system for its lack of clarity at the outset. Now revealing such stipulations, he gazed towards the 4th floor, where a black door stood, guarded by access restrictions. Pondering how to gain entry, he sensed a barrier had been established around him. Just then, an elder approached, casting a glance at Fong Ping before producing a card to gain passage through the door. Upon entering, the door was quietly closed behind him. Fong Ping contemplated waiting until the elder emerged to stealthily slip inside. He resumed his reading, but after a while, he stumbled upon a book concerning Shumi Mountain. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained merely a few thin pages of introduction, stating that Shumi Mountain was located near the site of White Bone Mountain, refreshing once every 100 years. Should one encounter it, they might face the path of the previous generation, albeit fraught with peril. The previous generation? Could it be the immortal realm? Fong Ping pondered this before continuing to peruse the text. However, he soon noticed that the last 2 pages seemed to have been torn out. Puzzled, he ultimately returned the book to its place. He then explored other texts while awaiting the elder's return. Fong Ping probed the 4th floor with his mental energy, only to be rebuffed. After 2 hours of waiting, he had yet to see the elder emerge. Just then, he heard a sound and saw the elder swiftly exit, promptly closing the door behind him. Yet, he vaguely perceived that the books on the 4th floor appeared to be sealed, igniting his curiosity about the upper levels. Subsequently, Fong Ping returned to the refining room. "Master," he called out. The drunken master lifted his head, glanced at Fong Ping, and then lowered it again. Not wishing to leave, Fong Ping inquired, "Master, how can one access the 4th floor of the library?" "The 4th floor? You wish to enter?" The master took a sip of wine. To enter the 4th floor. "Ha, I'll take you to the secret passage." With that, he fell asleep. A secret passage? Fong Ping yearned to ask further but realized his master had already dozed off. Left with no choice, he resumed his refining, though his curiosity about the library's 4th floor remained insatiable. Upon entering, the drunken master opened his eyes wide, appearing remarkably alert for one who had indulged too much. "Kid, I truly wonder how far you can go to at that moment." Fong Ping was communicating with the Bull Demon King within the system. "Kid, how can you win your sister-in-law's favor?" the Bull Demon King inquired. Fong Ping, bemused, thought to himself that he was still uncertain about his own romantic entanglements, let alone advising others. "Nevertheless," he replied earnestly, "a good woman fears a persistent suitor." "Brother, you speak the truth," the Bull Demon King exclaimed before logging off. Fong Ping did not dwell on this interlude. Instead, he contemplated forging a soul ring for Sima Fei and Ouyang Molan. However, recalling that both the chubby fellow and Cold Pride possessed similar rings, it seemed they were indeed a couple's matching tokens. With that thought, he reopened the system to search for storage space. He found a jade pendant that appeared promising, known as the ring fish pendant, which, when refined, would take the form of a small fish. The materials required included silver thread, black iron stone, divine water, and to figure this pendant also possessed a skill to daze enemies for 3 seconds. A mere 3 seconds could spell the difference between life and death for those of high cultivation. Fong Ping gazed at the black iron stone in his storage space, resolutely taking it out to prepare for the refining process. Chapter 54. The jade pendant. Fong Ping watched the flame intently. Yet he was baffled as the black iron stone refused to melt. Perplexed, he had no choice but to send a message in the immortal group, inquiring how to refine black iron stone. At this moment, the mind was in turmoil. Nyoa Mo Wang, let me refine my son's true fire. Sun Wukong, indeed, let my nephew refine it. System prompt, Neza has exited the group chat. The crowd. Tai by Jin Xing. Shall I take a turn at refining? Sun Wukong. With your dilapidated furnace, how will you manage to refine anything? Silence enveloped the crowd. Tai by Jin Xing. Though my furnace may be worn, I still possess a blazing white flame that remains within their realm. Sun Wukong. Old man, why are you being so generous? Nyoa Mo Wang. Brother, if you can locate this blazing white flame, refining the weapon should pose no challenge. Fong Ping. Where shall I go to seek the blazing fire? Tai by Jin Xing. Well, I tossed it aside carelessly. It seems to be within a tower. Octagonal in shape. Octagonal in shape. Fong Ping searched his mind but found no recollection. It appeared he could only cease the connection with the jade pendant, alas. Nevertheless, he forged a pair of nether spirit rings for the two individuals, intending to continue guarding the library. Upon exiting, he found the drunken madman still sprawled at the entrance, indulging in libations, seemingly inebriated, yet clutching a plaque that resembled the one seen by the elder today. Fong Ping seemed to grasp something, approached to take the plaque, bowed slightly, and departed. As he left, the drunken madman laughed heartily, then closed his eyes again, breaking into song. By now, it was afternoon, and the school was devoid of students. Fong Ping arrived at the library. The third floor was still empty. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, then flashed the plaque and ascended to the fourth floor. The fourth floor mirrored the third in layout, yet the books were secured within cabinets. Suddenly, Fong Ping noticed a black box at the far end, sealed with a binding, upon which were inscribed several large characters. Soul-devouring technique. Just as Fong Ping reached to touch it, a voice in his mind halted him, and the group chat erupted once more. Nyoa Mo Wang, do not touch that, Yu Lao. This seems to be that very book, doesn't it? The crowd nodded in agreement, and began to converse animatedly. Soul-devouring technique, a method of malevolent cultivation, boasts an astonishing rate of advancement, yet the backlash endured during the tribulation is equally severe. It primarily consumes the souls of cultivators, and it is even said that one can cultivate puppets using soul nourishment. Puppets? Yes. Fong Ping suddenly recalled the peculiarities of the assassins he had encountered, resembling puppets. Were the assassin that day and the icy beauty entangled in some manner? Although Fong Ping felt a surge of curiosity about this book, he refrained from touching it. He began to browse other volumes, yearning to explore the fifth floor, only to discover that no path led there, which bewildered him greatly. The books on the fourth floor were entirely distinct from those on the third, delving into numerous family secrets and the Hall of Martial Saints. The master of the hall, presided over by a saintess, has one saintess per generation, each possessing profound cultivation. Yet no one has ever laid eyes upon the saintess. The previous one passed away after giving birth. This current saintess must be around 19 years of age, yet has remained unseen by the public. In this current generation of the Martial Sage Hall, the clan leader Imo Wen has attained an extraordinary level of cultivation, reaching the out-of-body stage, making him a rare master in the world. Imo Wen's son, Imo Sihai. Wait. Fong Ping covered his head. Could it be that Imo Sihai from a few days ago? The Wang family harbors a grudge for the murder of their son. What about the Imo family? Is this a vendetta over a wife? Although Fong Ping's current cultivation is low, he is emboldened by the presence of his celestial group, so what is there to fear? However, while browsing, Fong Ping suddenly stumbled upon a file containing information about Song Jingya, as well as various teachers from the school and his own parents. He began to peruse the contents, which detailed the journey to Mount Shumi. Initially, the Martial Sage Hall was not very prominent, but the Magic Capital University discovered the precise location of Mount Shumi, prompting many to plan an expedition, including Fong Ping's parents. Yet, upon locating the coordinates, everyone was teleported in and scattered. Only one person knew the events that transpired inside. However, the clan leader of the Martial Sage Hall, Imo Wan, emerged with his cultivation elevated to the out-of-body stage. Chapter 55. Mount Shumi. At that time, the president of Magic Capital University was merely at the nascent soul stage. Imo Wan stated that upon entering, everyone dispersed, yet the elders from Magic Capital University began to fight over treasures, allowing him to escape amidst the chaos. Although others were skeptical, they had no choice but to accept his strength. Consequently, the Martial Sage Hall's influence grew increasingly robust, with more than 5 nascent soul masters emerging. Meanwhile, teacher Song Jingya, who returned from Mount Shumi, remained tight-lipped about the events that had transpired. Mount Shumi? Fong Ping examined the subsequent details closely. discovering that it was indeed Song Jingya who had initially located Mount Shumi, but ultimately, only she and Imo emerged. Fang Ping was certain that all the issues revolved around Song Jingya, yet it was apparent that she was unwilling to divulge anything, which posed a formidable dilemma. 7 months after returning, she gave birth to a daughter, the father of whom remains unknown. Fang Ping scrutinized the files of his parents, noting his mother Zhang Xiaohua and father Fang Moran. His mother's lineage was obscure, while his father hailed from Tiger City. Their son, Fang Ping, was considered a waste. He glanced downward to the noted dates, discovering they were recorded 3 years prior, indicating that there had been no recent modifications. However, having never seen his parents since birth left him perplexed. Why were his parents clearly in the magic capital yet failing to return? Moreover, why had his grandfather never explained anything to him? With so many unanswered questions, Fang Ping could only harbor them within. Ding dong, mission accomplished. Fang Ping looked at the points in his hand, feeling a deep sense of despair. Would this paltry sum of points lead to yet another encounter with that mountain chicken? After emerging from the 4th floor and returning to the refining hall, he found his master still lying on the ground. He set down the plaque and offered a word of thanks. Whether his master heard him or not was uncertain, but he shifted slightly. Fang Ping, is that you? Sima Fei and Ouyang Molan came looking for you just now. The chubby boy appeared to have just finished refining a weapon, yet for some reason, his face was covered in soot. Did you go coal mining? Fang Ping raised an eyebrow at him. Don't mention it. I wanted to craft a level 2 weapon, but it failed and exploded. Fang Ping chuckled softly, but the moment the chubby boy shot him a glare, he quickly stifled his laughter. Where's Long Ao? Fang Ping chuckled as he remarked, he has been out selling goods for an entire day and has yet to return. The hefty man, slightly perplexed, responded, a whole day? He went out alone. This is bad. The rotund fellow had not yet regained his composure. Hurry, let us search for him. Fang Ping urgently grasped the man and they dashed outside. He mentioned heading to the West Market. Oh dear, that is Wang's territory. The two promptly raced towards the market. Meanwhile, at the West Market, Long Ao, having completed his sales, intended to leave but was obstructed by a burly man. After exchanging a few words, the two began to duel. Long Ao felt a searing pain in his injured thigh, and as he surged forward, the wound seemed to worsen. Observing his opponent's form, Long Ao noted that although he moved swiftly, his actions were awkward, relying solely on the skills of his weapon. A sense of relief washed over him. With this thought, Long Ao swiftly drew a dagger, disregarding the pain in his leg, and lunged at the burly man. When Fang Ping and the others arrived, they beheld a grim sight. Long Ao's knee was exposed, revealing stark white bone, with flesh grotesquely torn. A bearded man lay on the ground, clearly still alive. Just then, a man in yellow burst forth, shouting, "You shall perish," as he swung a long knife directly at Long Ao. Though restricted by his injured leg, Long Ao managed to roll aside, narrowly escaping as the blade grazed him. At that moment, Fang Ping unfurled his cloud wings and soared forward, delivering a kick aimed at the man in yellow. The latter staggered back a few steps but retaliated with a strike of his long knife. Fang Ping channeled his spiritual energy, and a blue light enveloped him as he wielded the divine ox blade against the man in yellow. The yellow-clad man summoned a barrier and attempted to dodge, but the barrier shattered under the force of Fang Ping's attack. "Ha! You fell for it, kid." The man in yellow laughed maniacally, undeterred by the broken barrier. Suddenly, a black chain shot towards Fang Ping, who was momentarily taken aback but quickly activated his spiritual invisibility and charged at the man in yellow. The latter was taken by surprise. Before the chain could ensnare Fang Ping, he found his head severed from his body. Chapter 56. Long Ao poisoned Fang Ping. "Come quickly, look at Long Ao," the hefty man shouted nearby. Long Ao's leg was now blackened, surrounded by a white foam. Fang Ping swiftly scooped up Long Ao and rushed towards the school, instructing the hefty man, "Go find Ouyang Molan." At this point, Long Ao had succumbed to unconsciousness. The hefty man, not daring to delay, sprinted towards Ouyang Molan's dormitory, his ample flesh jiggling with each step. Fang Ping laid Long Ao on the bed in the dormitory and exchanged a detoxification pill from his system, administering it to Long Ao immediately. After a brief wait, there was no sign of awakening. The pill he had used was merely an ordinary detoxification remedy, yielding no results, and Fang Ping's expression darkened. 10 minutes later, Ouyang Molan and Sima Fei hurriedly arrived, assessing Long Ao's condition before producing a third-grade detoxification pill to examine his injuries. The once handsome Long Ao now lay in a deep, unresponsive slumber. From the visage to the nape, from hands to feet, an array of poison spots, akin to the size of coins, manifested itself. These spots were a riot of colors, strikingly vivid, eliciting a sense of horror in anyone who beheld them. At that moment, the haughty lips also took on a shade of deep black. Ouyang Molan and Sima Fei's faces were charred and darkened as they coldly remarked, "This is blood poison." To be candid, Ouyang Molan had never encountered such a toxin before, hence she was reluctant to attempt a remedy. Yet this poison was indeed incurable. Blood poison? The stout man exclaimed, his countenance immediately darkening. Just then, Sima Fei hurriedly dashed outside, shouting, "I will find the mentor." Ouyang Molan briefed Fang Ping on blood poison, explaining that once it penetrated the bones, it would circulate with the blood, and only a 6th-grade elixir could alleviate it. However, there were no 7th-grade alchemists across the entire continent, and even if an elixir existed, it would be exorbitantly priced. At this moment, Long Ao was gradually regaining consciousness, yet his legs were rendered immobile, leaving only his eyeballs capable of movement. The crowd gathered around him, and upon seeing Fang Ping, Long Ao exhaled deeply. "Fang Ping, it is a relief to see you unharmed." These individuals appear to be members of the Wang family. The Wang family? Fang Ping clenched his fists. "I am sorry. I have implicated you." At that instant, Mentor Song Jingya arrived. Having heard the commotion, she assessed Long Ao's injuries and inquired, "Is this concocted by the Bloodthirst Hall? Have you offended them? Is there an antidote?" Fang Ping hurriedly asked. Song Jingya shook her head. "Currently, this poison can only be contained. Our capabilities are insufficient to dispel it." With that, she produced an elixir, releasing a fragrant aroma upon its emergence, a 5th-grade elixir. After administering it to Long Ao, his pallor began to improve, and Ouyang Molan and Sima Fei commenced treating his leg wounds. In a brief moment, Long Ao had returned to his former self. "Do not circulate your spiritual energy. Doing so will hasten your demise," she cautioned. "Mentor, what is the Bloodthirst Hall?" Sima Fei inquired. The Bloodthirst Hall is an underground syndicate, unrestrained by any authority, dealing in an array of bizarre commodities, where one can procure the means to commit murder for the right price. "Then we shall buy the antidote." Song Jingya shook her head. "It is futile. Once this poison manifests, it is fatal, merely awaiting death." Fang Ping grasped Long Ao's hand. "I have caused you harm. Rest assured, I will find a cure for you." Long Ao shook his head. "It is unnecessary. Being with you all has brought me great joy." "Where is the Bloodthirst Hall?" Fang Ping asked. Ouyang Molan glanced at him and replied, "In the black market." Upon grasping the answer, Fang Ping swiftly dashed out, with Ouyang Molan following closely behind. The stout man and Sima Fei attempted to pursue but were halted by Song Jingya, who instructed, "You two stay here and care for Long Ao. I will seek out the dean." The pair nodded cautiously, keeping a vigilant eye on Long Ao. At that moment, Fang Ping felt a twinge of melancholy and sorrow, reflecting on the brotherly bond he shared with Long Ao, now jeopardized by his own misfortune. He hastily flew toward the black market, while Ouyang Molan, unable to fly, trailed behind. Chapter 57. Qingling San. Upon arriving at the black market, Fang Ping observed that every individual donned a mask, seemingly desiring to remain unseen. He also procured a black mask and strode towards a small door. To his astonishment, the door led underground, where a pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Descending into the depths, he encountered a multitude of masked individuals, each displaying an array of wares, poisons, elixirs, and artifacts. Yet all these items were scorned by the world above, mere trifles relegated to this shadowy auction. As Fang Ping ventured further in, he beheld a woman with elven ears confined within an iron cage, her form barely draped in a scrap of fabric, surrounded by men whose eyes radiated malevolence. Fang Ping, however, had no time to dwell on such sights. At that moment, a group of cloaked figures encircled him. "Our master wishes to see you," intoned a raspy voice, accompanied by a gesture of invitation. Their demeanor lessened Fang Ping's wariness. If their intent were truly lethal, such civility would be unwarranted. The group continued deeper into the shadows until they arrived at a small chamber. Exercising caution, Fang Ping used his mental acuity to probe the interior, discovering but one woman within. This woman, whom he had encountered previously, the Ice Queen of the restaurant, still adorned in her sleek black leather attire, her figure impeccably alluring. Upon his entrance, she offered a gesture of invitation, prompting Fang Ping to take a seat. Before them lay 2 goblets filled with a deep crimson liquid, and the Ice Queen lifted one, her luscious lips gracefully meeting the glass. "I am aware of your desire for the antidote to the blood poison, yet I have a condition," she stated. Fang Ping sensed that her terms would not be straightforward but replied nonetheless, "How can I trust you?" "Ha," she chuckled coldly, Do you presume the bloodthirsty hall is a mere puppet of the Wang family? Not of the Wang family, Fang Ping inquired, perplexed. She swirled the glass in her hand, asserting, I do not broker deals with fools. You may take your leave. Pondering briefly, Fang Ping uttered 3 words. Marshal St. Hall. The Ice Queen set down her glass and scrutinized him intently. You are not entirely foolish. The Wang family is merely a lapdog of the Marshal St. Hall. With that, she pressed. What is it you wish me to do? Suddenly, she shattered her glass upon the ground with a sharp crack. Her voice icy as she declared, I desire a world devoid of the Marshal St. Hall. Why do you place your faith in me? Fang Ping, now enlightened, began to appraise her appearance more closely. The woman appeared to be around 23 years of age, her short hair stylishly cropped, clad in leather, and her phoenix-like eyes radiating an irresistible allure. Because you possess something of value, do you not? The Ice Queen remarked coldly. Fang Ping instinctively braced himself, readying for confrontation. Just as he prepared to strike, she interjected with a disdainful scoff, Do not worry. I have no interest in your treasures. This is a Qing Feng San. Take it back and have him consume it. However, this remedy will only last for 3 months. After that, you must return to me for the next dose to AT. That moment, Fang Ping realized he had no choice left. Feeling a profound inadequacy regarding his own cultivation for the first time, the gentle breeze lifted. It inquired, At present, my cultivation is insufficient to rival that of the Marshal Sage Hall. The icy beauty produced a cigarette, slowly igniting it before taking a draw, stating, I grant you a period of 2 years. During this time, I shall sustain his life. However, should you meet your demise within this interval, your brethren will inevitably share the same fate. Fang Ping nodded, grasped the Qing Feng San, and prepared to depart. Should you require anything, seek me here, and be aware, since I am privy to your treasures, the Marshal Sage Hall will also be informed. Fang Ping hesitated momentarily before stepping through the door. At that moment, Ouyang Molan anxiously awaited him at the entrance, and upon seeing him unharmed, she exhaled in relief. Ah, how intriguing, the icy beauty murmured to herself. The two swiftly returned to their dormitory, where Song Jingya examined the Qingling San, fixing her gaze intently upon Fang Ping. From whence did you acquire the sacred medicine of the Marshal Sage Hall? However, Fang Ping refrained from divulging the origin of the antidote or the necessity for its consumption every few months. He administered the antidote to Long Ao, and the toxic marks upon his visage began to recede, accompanied by the expulsion of dark blood from his mouth. Indeed, the toxic blemishes began to diminish. Chapter 58. Assassination. The efficacy of the Qing Feng San astonished him, truly beyond his expectations. Yet, considering its status as a sacred medicine, doubts regarding the identity of the icy beauty began to cloud Fang Ping's mind. This is the antidote? The stout fellow exclaimed. Why do you still bear toxic marks? Realizing he could not conceal the truth any longer, Fang Ping confessed, this medicine must be taken once every 3 months. After a year, complete recovery is attainable. The group settled into a state of calm, understanding that some form of transaction had undoubtedly transpired, for otherwise, such swift results would not be conceivable. Mentor Song Jingya cast a glance at Fang Ping, uttering a cautionary word before departing. Once she left, only the 5 of them remained. The stout fellow, now shedding tears, lamented, We cannot let this go unavenged. Fang Ping nodded in agreement, Let it be. I am well aware of my path. Ha! I am not yet in peril. Do not fret, Long Ao jested, yet his mirth cast a deeper shadow upon the hearts of those present. The usually aloof individual had begun to laugh, revealing the immense pressure he bore within. Contemplating their circumstances, Fang Ping resolved, since they are so brazen, we shall target the Wang family. At that moment, darkness enveloped Fang Ping's countenance. As night fell, Fang Ping and the stout fellow arrived outside the Wang family estate. This is the residence of Wang Yang, who has remained here to recuperate, unable to further his cultivation, the stout fellow whispered. The two stood amidst the trees bordering the villa, and Fang Ping scanned the interior with his spiritual sense. There were 8 at the foundation establishment stage and 2 at the nascent soul stage. A direct confrontation was unwise, necessitating a cunning approach. Fang Ping mused, then instructed the stout fellow, You shall await me at the entrance, keeping your distance, for there are 2 nascent soul cultivators within it. No, I wish to accompany you inside. The stout fellow insisted quietly. Fang Ping shook his head, You must remain outside to assist me. I can cloak myself for 20 minutes, but should you enter, I cannot guarantee your safety. Understanding that his presence would indeed be a hindrance, the stout fellow reluctantly acquiesced to Fang Ping's request, vowing to raise his voice in support from outside. Fang Ping activated his invisibility skill, concealing his presence while imbuing his feet with spiritual energy, causing him to move with remarkable swiftness, akin to the wind. A recent breakthrough in his research. At the entrance stood 2 guards. After rendering himself invisible, Fong Ping cautiously stepped inside. He passed the sentinels undetected. Entering a vast garden, and faced with 3 rows of rooms, he had no choice but to methodically investigate each one. At that moment, he overheard a woman weeping behind a door, accompanied by an elderly maid. The young woman lamented, "I refuse to go. He is a pervert." The old maid gently stroked the woman's hair and replied, "There is no choice. This is fate. Go to the 3rd floor and find him." The woman's cries intensified, yet Fong Ping discerned a crucial piece of information. The 3rd floor? This villa was immense, with at least 10 rooms per floor. Once inside, due to his invisibility, he dared not recklessly employ his spiritual senses, for being discovered would spell disaster. He treaded cautiously towards the 3rd floor, when suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Fong Ping swiftly followed the sound, discovering a woman being brutally assaulted in a room by the staircase, her breath nearly extinguished. Before him stood a man with a sinister grin, Wang Yong. "Bring her down," Wang Yong commanded the nearby servant as he opened the door. Within moments, the lifeless woman was dragged away, while Wang Yong remained by the bed, his malevolent gaze fixated on Fong Ping's name. Muttering it under his breath, Fong Ping stealthily approached the room, inadvertently nudging the door. Wang Yong cast a wary glance inside, but saw nothing, attributing the sensation to his own heightened anxiety. Fong Ping drew a knife and lunged towards Wang Yong's heart. Sensing Fong Ping's presence, Wang Yong collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, a sharp alarm echoed throughout the villa. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fong Ping bolted for the exit, but encountered 2 formidable yuan cultivators blocking his path. The 2 elders, glancing at Wang Yong's lifeless form, understood they could no longer fulfill their duty. Chapter 59. Assassination. The 2 men's expressions darkened, revealing their discontent. Tasked with protecting the young master of the Wang family, they had failed miserably. At this point, Fong Ping revealed himself, producing the runes he had exchanged for, hurling them towards the 2 yuaning practitioners. They swiftly dodged, yet the runes pursued them relentlessly. They activated their protective shields just in time. The runes struck the barrier, resulting in an explosion, but the occupants remained unharmed. "How audacious of you to kill under our noses. You possess some skill. Should you perish today, at least you will die a hero," one of the elders sneered. Fong Ping quickly channeled his spiritual energy, launching a powerful punch directly at the duo. The 2 men swiftly spun, creating countless phantoms that enveloped Fong Ping. He brandished a dust whisk. Channeling his spiritual energy through it, a gust of wind, laced with the sharpness of blades, surged towards the 2.1 seemed to falter, struck by the attack. With narrowed eyes, the 2 then charged at Fong Ping. They simultaneously slapped his shoulders, one from the left, the other from the right. Although protected by spiritual energy, he still sustained injuries, hurtling through the glass window into the outside. Fong Ping's spiritual energy fluctuated greatly. He sought to unfurl his cloud wings and soared into the treetops. With a resounding crash, the upper half of the great tree glowed crimson before instantly transforming into ashes. Fong Ping swiftly flapped his wings, attempting to escape, but found his spiritual energy insufficient to sustain him. Internally lamenting his plight, he reached into his storage pouch and retrieved the last 2 strands of monkey fur, blowing gently upon them. Before long, 2 duplicates of Fong Ping emerged, engaging in a fierce battle with the formidable yuaning cultivator. Fong Ping yearned to retreat, yet it appeared the 2 were fixated upon him in his moment of despair. The system summoned a resplendent phoenix, resembling a chick, albeit adorned with an abundance of feathers. With a disdainful expression, it regarded the 2 yuaning beings, casting a sidelong glance at Fong Ping, seemingly pondering how such a lackluster master could exist. Meanwhile, the yuaning powerhouse had dispatched the false deity, kicking the mountain chicken aside. The mountain chicken rolled a few times, seemingly incensed, and erupted in a burst of flames that quickly dissipated into smoke. Fong Ping anticipated a grand display from the mountain chicken, only to be met with disappointment. The colorful phoenix chirped incessantly, seemingly oblivious to its newfound weakness. Recognizing that he could not rely on the phoenix, Fong Ping drew forth the divine bull blade, consumed a medicinal pill, and bravely charged into the fray. The divine bull blade, having undergone an upgrade, now gleamed with a golden hue. With a swift motion, Fong Ping unleashed a beam of golden light aimed directly at the 2 adversaries. They evaded quickly, yet one yuaning's face bore a gash from the blade's energy. "Brother, it seems we must unleash our full power." The two declared before swiftly advancing towards Fong Ping once more. At that moment, Fong Ping's system inquired whether he wished to summon a proxy. In a daze, he confirmed, and suddenly his body was no longer under his control. Here comes your old son. Brace yourself for my staff. Fong Ping leaped into action, his cultivation level now at least at the out-of-body stage, wielding a long rod. Although his body was no longer his to command, his consciousness remained intact. The golden staff struck the left elder, reddening his face as he brandished his own weapon. Meanwhile, the right elder relentlessly unleashed fire upon Fong Ping's form. It's so hot, Fong Ping cried out in his mind. Sun Wukong, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, replied, Brother, I forgot your body can't withstand fire, my clothing is nearly incinerated, and my hair. Fong Ping exclaimed loudly. Sun Wukong, somewhat irked, had not anticipated such a chaotic outing for his first appearance. He swiftly seized the golden staff and swung it at the right elder. The latter, taken aback, was baffled by Fong Ping's sudden surge in power. With a single strike, Fong Ping forced both adversaries back, expelling some true fire from his mouth. The flames engulfed the two, who struggled futilely to extinguish them with their spiritual energy and spells. They were in dire straits, yet still managed to unleash their signature techniques. The punch of the Yuanian cultivator brimmed with spiritual energy. Fong Ping shook his head, raised his middle finger, and disdainfully uttered, Trash. His body moved swiftly as he executed a ground-pounding punch, sending the two adversaries crashing to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. Chapter 60. 72 Techniques. Kid, pay close attention to Grandpa's 72 techniques, Sun Wukong instructed Fong Ping within his consciousness. Then he swiftly struck the two individuals. With the first move, the Luohan fist was executed with remarkable speed and precision, its technique primarily focusing on internal strikes to inflict internal damage. The footwork encompassed various movements including advance, retreat, twist, dodge, and sway. It appeared as if a gust of wind had arisen beneath Fong Ping's feet. Embodying the essence of the Luohan's 7 stars, his movements reminiscent of a serpent, yet his footwork was as light as gliding on ice, his fists rapidly launching blows that seemed to manifest countless shadowy fists, as though 18 hands were striking simultaneously. However, Fong Ping perceived clearly that there were only 2 hands. His eyes widened in astonishment at the sheer power of this technique. At that moment, Fong Ping bellowed, Behold my second strike, the radiant fist. Previously resembling a flurry of 18 hands, now a brilliant light emanated from his hands, transforming into a barrage of palm prints aimed at the two adversaries. At this juncture, the two were utterly incapacitated, their internal organs shattered from the impact. Heh, today I shall impart these 2 fists to you, he declared, relinquishing control of his body. Fong Ping felt a wave of pain coursing through him, his meridians threatening to rupture, and his vision blurred as a rotund figure rushed towards him, a hefty individual. Before he succumbed to unconsciousness in his mind, he lamented the frailty of this body. Even with his cultivation suppressed to such a low level, it could hardly endure. Taishang Laojun. Indeed, the great sage is invincible, truly remarkable, Sun Wukong. Who are you calling remarkable, old man? Taishang Laojun. I speak of you, the others. Fong Ping awoke to find himself on a soft bed, glancing around to realize he was not in his dormitory. A beautiful woman approached him gradually. As his consciousness began to clear, Elder Song Jingya fed him a medicinal pill. You are quite bold, she remarked. Fong Ping immediately sat up, the pain excruciating, yet he inquired, What about the hefty fellow? Song Jingya shot him a glance and replied, Fortunately, he arrived in time. Had I been any later, you would have been a corpse. Your spiritual energy was excessively depleted. Fong Ping instantly reclined once more, relieved that the hefty fellow was unharmed. He may be fine, but you are not. Fong Ping understood the gravity of her words. Knowing the long-standing enmity, the Wang family had placed a high bounty with the bloodthirsty Hall, offering a substantial reward for your demise. Fong Ping chuckled. How much? Song Jingya was taken aback that he still had the presence of mind to inquire. 10 million. Fong Ping was astonished at the high price placed upon his head. You should rest well here, she stated before exiting. Fong Ping used his consciousness to assess his body. The condition was dire, with many meridians severed and his spiritual energy severely depleted. He silently commenced absorbing spiritual energy, while in his mind, the phoenix lay languidly on the ground, pondering why it could not breathe fire. Why? Fong Ping disregarded the multicolored phoenix and began communicating in a group chat. Great sage, from where does your fire originate? Sun Wukong. From Taishang Laojun. Fong Ping. Is it that blazing fire? Sun Wukong. I had thought you would inquire about the 72 transformations, Fong Ping. Ha ha. However, this time I am fortunate to possess a system, yet the cultivation I require grows ever greater. But first, I must address the Wang family's matters before venturing out to cultivate. In a secluded corner of the black market, an icy beauty reclines on a sofa, contemplating. I never anticipated that both Yuaning masters would fall to him. It seems I did not misjudge. The saintess, a figure clad in black, began to utter two words. He was abruptly silenced by a sharp command from the icy beauty. After resting for a few days, Fong Ping returned to his dormitory, at which point Ling Ao appeared no different from an ordinary person. Upon seeing Fong Ping's return, the rotund companion exclaimed, "You have eliminated 2 of the 4 Yuan from the Wang family, and Wang Yang has perished. Wang Zhihai is furious and seeks your life, but he was intercepted by the school's dean." Ling Ao added, "As long as you remain within the academy, your life will be safeguarded." Chapter 61. Trouble approaches. Fong Ping chuckled softly and remarked, "How long do you think I can hide here? Do you expect me to remain in the school for a lifetime?" The rotund companion grew anxious and implored, "I say, Fong Ping, please do not act rashly. Endure for a moment, and the storm will subside. Take a step back, and the sea will become vast and boundless." Precisely. Ling Ao chimed in, stating, "With your talent, it won't be long before you enter the out-of-body stage. At that time, you will soar as high as the heavens and dive as deep as the seas. What can the Wang family do against you? They will have to heed your wishes." Fong Ping shook his head and replied, "No, that won't happen. The Wang family is acutely aware of my potential. They cannot allow me to develop unchecked." The rotund companion hesitated before asking, "So, what do you mean?" "You see, the Wang family will stop at nothing to eliminate me. It won't be long before they reveal their true cards." "That cannot be." Ling Ao hesitated, saying, "Does the Wang family dare to confront Magic City University head-on? They must realize that this place is filled with the heirs of many noble families. Do they not fear offending everyone? Precisely because there are so many people here, the dean cannot afford to wage war against the Wang family for my sake, jeopardizing everyone's safety." No sooner had Fong Ping finished speaking than a voice echoed from the heavens, like thunder reverberating endlessly. "Fong Ping, prepare to meet your end. Fong Ping, having slain a member of the Wang family, must be prepared for the consequences." Wang Zhihai's figure appeared directly above Magic City University, exuding the terrifying power of a late-stage Yuaning, overwhelming all with an astonishing force that left everyone gasping for breath. At that moment, within Magic City University, another figure soared into the sky. It was none other than the dean of the university. "Wang Zhihai, this is Magic City University, not your Wang family. You shall not act wantonly here." The dean regarded Wang Zhihai with a frosty glare and stated, "I shall give you one more chance. Surrender Fong Ping now, and my Wang family will let bygones be bygones." "Humph, let bygones be bygones? If I were to relinquish my student here today, how could I possibly continue to bear the mantle of this institution's dean? He is a murderer. Here, he is my student. As long as he remains within the confines of my prestigious university, I shall not permit any of you to act with such impudence." The dean, drawing upon all his might, fiercely contended with Wang Zhihai, refusing to yield. "Very well, since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for what follows." Wang Zhihai called out thrice in affirmation before bowing to the rear, proclaiming, "The Wang family disciple is inadequate, thus I must summon the ancestral powers." Ancestral powers? The ancestral figure of the Wang family? Suddenly, a tall, gaunt elder materialized in the sky, his arrival unnoticed by all, as if he had always been there. "Predecessor, this matter. Impudence. Did I permit you to speak?" Before the dean could finish, the Wang elder's rebuke rang out, and the surrounding spiritual energies coalesced into a massive hammer, crashing down upon the dean, propelling him through the air until he finally came to a halt after gliding a considerable distance. Out-of-body stage. The dean wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, laboriously articulating those 3 words. The wave of astonishment swept through the crowd below. They could scarcely believe that a legendary out-of-body expert had appeared, effortlessly vanquishing their dean with a single strike. "I shall ask you once more, will you surrender the individual?" Wang Zhihai taunted, gazing triumphantly at the bloodied dean. "As I have stated, there are no murderers here. Only my student." The dean slowly regained his footing in the void. "To demand my student's surrender, you shall have to tread over my corpse." A surge of indomitable spirit emanated from the dean, unwavering even in the face of an out-of-body master. The onlookers, particularly Fong Ping, were deeply moved by this display of loyalty. If the dean would go to such lengths to protect his own, how could he remain passive? Fang Ping's spiritual energy surged, propelling him skyward like an arrow. Fang Ping stands here. Which of the Wang family's curs dares to come forth and meet their demise? His voice resounded across the expanse, echoing throughout the entirety of Magic City University. Fang Ping unleashed his nascent soul stage prowess without reservation, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around him. Is that Fang Ping? The legendary Fang Ping, possessing nascent soul strength. He appears no different from us. How could he have achieved such power at such a tender age? Fang Ping, get down. The dean, upon noticing Fang Ping's sudden ascent, felt a pang of anxiety and urgently admonished him. Everything here is under my purview. Return to the school at once. In the face of the dean's stern reprimand, Fang Ping felt an unexpected warmth in his heart. This was the feeling of being cared for. Chapter 62. The sudden onslaught. The dean and his associates were seeking me out. This matter has been solely my responsibility and should not implicate the academy, Fang Ping earnestly declared as he gazed at the dean with sincerity. How can you be so obstinate, my child? The dean, witnessing Fang Ping's stubborn demeanor, felt a surge of anxiety. The opponent was a formidable master at the out-of-body stage. Fang Ping's reckless approach seemed akin to courting death. Meanwhile, the elder of the Wang family, upon seeing Fang Ping approach, turned to Wang Zhihai and inquired, "Is this the young man?" Wang Zhihai's eyes glinted with hatred as he fixated on Fang Ping. "Indeed, it is him. He is the one who killed our clan leader." The elder of the Wang family nodded slightly, his tone devoid of emotion as he stated, "In that case, you may perish." His demeanor suggested utter indifference to Fang Ping's nascent soul stage prowess, as if extinguishing an ant's life would be effortless. Without hesitation, the elder chose to strike. Spiritual energy from all directions coalesced into his hand, morphing into a colossal hand that lunged toward Fang Ping. "Fang Ping, be cautious." The dean was taken aback, realizing that the elder disregarded his esteemed status, launching an ambush against a junior with his out-of-body cultivation. Fortunately, Fang Ping had remained vigilant during his approach, and as the elder made his move, he swiftly reacted. "Rohan Fist," Fang Ping bellowed, immediately executing the first move of the 70-second technique he had utilized while possessed by Sun Wukong. Golden fist shadows flickered, accompanied by the resonant chants of the Rohan, shattering the elder's seemingly assured strike. The enormous hand of spiritual energy fractured, causing energy to scatter in all directions. "Not bad, young man. You possess some skill," the elder remarked, observing as Fang Ping evaded his anticipated blow without a trace of anger. Rather, a hint of approval in his voice. "I am unworthy of such praise," Fang Ping retorted with a smirk. "Compared to your ambush techniques, I am but a trifling novice." "How insolent!" Wang Zhihai fumed, vehemently reprimanding Fang Ping. "Enough, enough," the elder interjected, halting Wang Zhihai's tirade. "Why bother quarreling with a mere junior? After all, he is destined to be a corpse." With that, the elder's figure vanished like a specter, materializing behind Fang Ping. "Stop!" the dean bellowed, rushing to assist, but to his astonishment, the elder waved his sleeve, unleashing a white leather chain that sent the dean flying. Now is the moment. A glint of determination flashed in Fang Ping's eyes as a radiant glow flickered on the index finger of his right hand. "This?" The elder stared in disbelief at the exposed finger on his chest. Astonished. How could this be possible? He sensed his life swiftly slipping away, yet how could this be possible? He was a master at the out-of-body stage. How could he possibly be injured by a mere junior at the nascent soul stage? It was not merely an injury. This sensation suggested that he would soon meet his demise. The thought that a formidable out-of-body expert could perish at the hands of a junior in the nascent soul stage struck Wang's ancestor as utterly absurd. Yet it was the stark reality. But how had this come to pass? In truth, Fang Ping was not a fool. The moment he witnessed the overwhelming prowess of Wang's ancestor at the out-of-body stage dominating the scene, he realized that the situation was dire. He also understood that, given his current cultivation level, he was no match for an out-of-body expert. Thus, he promptly sought assistance in the Honest Shopping Group.as for how to eliminate an out-of-body cultivator. Bull Demon King. Out-of-body? Isn't that a trivial matter to dispatch? I could blow him away with a breath. Lunar Elder. Fang Ping is only at the nascent soul stage. You think it's that easy? Gourmet God. Poison could be an option. Fang Ping. But I lack the time. I can't afford to concoct poison when the blade is nearly at my throat. Sun Wukong. Simple, let me possess you. I can dispatch him in moments. Fang Ping recalled the dire state he found himself in after being possessed by Sun Wukong last time and hesitated. He certainly did not wish to endure that experience again. Ultimately, it was the great Sun Star Lord who proposed a solution. I can lend you my beak. Just get close, and a single jab will suffice. Regardless of his defensive measures or hidden techniques, he will assuredly perish. The condition for this arrangement was straightforward. He merely required the corpse of the slain out-of-body expert. After all, it was merely a rental. It wouldn't demand much, and thus the price would be reasonable. The great Sun Star Lord's true form was that of a magnificent rooster. His beak, cultivated over centuries, was an indomitable artifact, renowned for its immense power. Fang Ping was instantly elated and hurriedly negotiated with the great Sun Star Lord for the rental of his beak. This artifact was diminutive yet exquisite. Once acquired, it transformed into a glimmering point of light, concealed at his fingertips. Chapter 63. Remnants. This led to Fang Ping's earlier triumph, where he struck down Wang's ancestor. The elder's gaze began to fade, his eyes gradually losing their focus. That singular jab not only severed his corporeal vitality but also shattered his primordial spirit. Were anyone able to witness this, they would observe a wound identical to that on his physical form appearing on Wang's primordial spirit and nascent soul. Wang's ancestor let out a wretched cry and then fell silent. This cannot be, can it? It must be a trick. Wang Zhihai stared in disbelief at the scene before him. He had perished just like that. He felt as if he were in a dream. Having just witnessed the once mighty out-of-body expert now felled by Fang Ping's hand, without even a semblance of resistance. The absurdity of it all was overwhelming. Ha ha ha, this is a lie. It must be a lie. I must be ensnared in an illusion. Wang Zhihai, nearly driven mad, laughed maniacally, his demeanor frenzied. Reflecting upon that moment, when he learned that the esteemed ancestor of the Wang family had just ascended to the out-of-body stage, his heart surged with unparalleled excitement. At long last, our Wang family had produced a formidable master of the out-of-body realm. With such a powerful figure emerging, it was only natural to seek a target to serve as an example. Undeniably, Fang Ping was the most suitable candidate. The choice of Fang Ping was influenced not only by Wang Zhihai's personal motives, but also to send a clear message to all. Those who dared to offend the Wang family, regardless of their identity, must face death. However, what transpired was unforeseen. This act of intimidation turned out to be a slaying of a mere chicken, which astonishingly revealed itself to be a colossal dragon. By the time they arrived, the dragon had shown its fearsome claws. From elation to despair, Wang Zhihai felt on the brink of madness. Just moments ago, he had been celebrating the emergence of a master from his family. And now, that very master had met an untimely demise. The ancestor of the Wang family might well be the shortest-lived master of the out-of-body realm in existence. Barely had the ancestor's lifeless body touched the ground when it mysteriously vanished. Fang Ping was, of course, aware that the ancestor's body had been taken by the system as a transaction, but that did not mean the others present shared this knowledge. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Fang Ping had to concoct a plausible explanation. The question arose. Where had the body of the Wang family ancestor gone? The dean, observing the sudden disappearance, looked at Fang Ping with a perplexed expression. He felt not a hint of energy fluctuation, yet the body had simply vanished into thin air. Could it be that the ancestor had fled and was not truly dead? This thought made the dean's heart grow wary, yet he found it perplexing. How could a master of the out-of-body realm, displaying such overwhelming power in their midst, resort to feigning death to escape? As the dean wrestled with his confusion, Fang Ping spoke in a grave tone. I just employed our family's secret technique, the Shintian finger. However, this maneuver possesses immense power. Those slain by it leave no remains. Shintian finger? The dean felt a flicker of doubt. What kind of secret technique could allow a master of the out-of-body stage to vanquish an entity of the nascent soul stage? Yet, with the evidence before him, he had no choice but to accept it. Attempting to flee, the dean suddenly barked, his form vanishing from sight in an instant, reappearing some distance away to intercept the escaping Wang Zhihai. How dare you come to our academy and think to leave so easily? You hold our Modu University in such contempt. The dean regarded Wang Zhihai with a frosty gaze. Are you truly attempting to detain me for the night? Wang Zhihai feigned calmness as he addressed the dean before him. To forcibly detain you is beyond my means. However, I would like to request that you remain as a guest in our academy for a few days, allowing me to fulfill the duties of a gracious host. The dean replied with a cold smirk. It was preposterous. Having had the Wang family create such a commotion above their academy, if he were to let Wang Zhihai depart without consequence, where would that leave the reputation of Modu University? What face would the dean have left? Chapter 64. You deceive me, Hmph. Wang Zhihai scoffed, seizing the moment while the dean was distracted. He summoned his spiritual energy, transforming it into a streak of light as he attempted to break free. "Where do you think you're going?" The dean let out a cold snort, unexpectedly intercepting Wang Zhihai before he could make his escape. Even amidst the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, there existed a hierarchy of strength. Lu Chang's prowess was evidently superior to that of Wang Zhihai. However, the dean had recently sustained injuries from his battle with the Wang family's elder, which had weakened him and influenced the contest between him and Wang Zhihai, rendering their confrontation evenly matched. Wang Zhihai had no intention of engaging in a drawn-out struggle. His sole desire was to flee. Yet the dean clung to him tenaciously, making it difficult for Wang Zhihai to break free. Despite the intensity of their duel, they found themselves gradually shifting the battlefield outward. At that moment, the celestial shopping group in Fang Ping's mind sent forth a new message. "Taishang Laojun, let us negotiate. How about you relinquish that nascent soul corpse to me? I shall offer a spirit-nurturing pill in return." Erlang Shun, "Not a chance. I will trade the Heavenly Eye secret technique for that corpse." Taishang Laojun, "True Lord, why must you compete with me for business?" Erlang Shun, "This is not competition. It is fair play, understood, old lord?" Taishang Laojun, "True Lord, that is rather unscrupulous. Your Heavenly Eye secret technique is so complex that an ordinary person could scarcely master it." In his eagerness to acquire what he desired, Taishang Laojun wasted no time in undermining Erlang Shan. Erlang Shan, unyielding, retorted, "A spirit-nurturing pill? Is that not something you have in abundance at your Dweshui Palace? Are you truly bold enough to offer that? What is wrong with my Heavenly Eye secret technique? I guarantee I can teach it effectively." Nevertheless, whether it be the Heavenly Eye secret technique or Taishang Laojuan's spirit-nurturing pill, both presented significant temptation for Fang Ping. Dismissing the ongoing dispute between Erlang Shen and Taishang Laojun, Fang Ping soared into the air, positioning himself before Wang Zhihai. Upon seeing Fang Ping approach, Wang Zhihai's heart tightened, prompting him to exclaim, "Boy, if you intend to hinder me now, there will be no hope of resolving the enmity with the Wang family." Fang Ping scoffed coldly, retorting, "As if I would ever let you go. My vendetta with your family will not be resolved simply because you wish it so. Besides, have you considered my opinion in this matter? Prepare yourself." With that, Fang Ping transformed into a streak of light, joining the fray. With Fang Ping's involvement, the dean's combat effectiveness was significantly bolstered, successfully restraining Wang Zhihai while gradually pulling the battlefield back. "Damn it!" Wang Zhihai roared furiously, "You have forced my hand. You have all forced my hand. If I cannot survive, then let us perish together." With a thunderous shout, Wang Zhihai's spiritual energy began to surge violently at a terrifying frequency. The dean immediately sensed the impending danger and urgently warned, "This fiend is about to self-destruct." Upon hearing that Wang Zhihai intended to detonate himself, the onlookers below were struck with fear, their souls scattering in haste. Although the crowd had fled, the dean's expression remained grim. For if a perfected nascent soul expert were to self-destruct, the resulting devastation would undoubtedly obliterate the entirety of Magic City University and half of Magic City itself, leading to unimaginable destruction. One can only fear that when the time comes, as the epicenter of the impending explosion, Modu University may witness only he and Fang Ping survive. Even the entire Modu City might be left with merely a third of its population. As the president of Modu University, he bears an unshirkable responsibility. He must intervene to prevent this catastrophe. However, despite both being at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, it is utterly impossible for the president to eliminate Wang Zhihai before he self-detonates. Could it be that this destruction is truly unavoidable? Regret welled up in the president's eyes. He could scarcely fathom that Wang Zhihai would be driven to such madness, determined to drag them all down with him, leading so many to their demise. What a lunatic! At that moment, Fang Ping suddenly leaped forward, a glimmer of light flashing from the tip of his right index finger as he bellowed, "Shintian finger." The Shintian finger was indeed the very technique that had just vanquished the Wang family's ancestor in the out-of-body stage. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhihai's heart tightened, and even the flow of his spiritual energy faltered momentarily, prompting him to evade to the side. His vigilance heightened as he scrutinized Fang Ping before him. Seizing this fleeting opportunity when Wang Zhihai's spiritual energy stagnated, the president struck decisively, landing a blow to his back. Wang Zhihai plummeted from the sky like a kite with its strings severed, crimson blood cascading through the air. "You tricked me." Wang Zhihai seethed with rage, pointing accusingly at Fang Ping, fully aware that the Shintian finger had merely been a ruse to create an opening for the president to inflict harm upon him. Now, he had become a pawn, deprived of the chance to self-destruct. Indeed, I did trick you. What of it? Fang Ping replied, amused yet exasperated, gazing at Wang Zhihai. We are adversaries, so what's wrong with playing a little trick on you? Chapter 65. The Secret Art of the Celestial Eye. In truth, Fang Ping possessed no Xintian finger. All he had done was unleash an attack through the mouth of the Sun Lord. The very act of loudly declaring Xintian finger was a calculated move to destabilize Wang Zhihai's mind, thereby enabling the president to mount a successful ambush and subdue him. The outcome was now unmistakably clear. Fang Ping, how shall we deal with Wang Zhihai? Speak up, after all, he is your captive. The president generously entrusted the fate of Wang Zhihai to Fang Ping. No. Fang Ping, you cannot kill me. You mustn't. I can offer you anything: wealth, power, beautiful women, cultivation techniques, or even rare celestial treasures. Whatever you desire, I can provide, as long as you spare my life. At that moment, Wang Zhihai was genuinely terrified. He beheld the murderous intent in Fang Ping's eyes and the palpable aura of death surrounding him. He understood that Fang Ping was indeed capable of ending his life. In a desperate bid to preserve his own existence, he cast aside all semblance of dignity, ready to negotiate any terms, provided that Fang Ping would grant him mercy. Anything, truly. A mysterious smile spread across Fang Ping's face, and in an instant, the lethal aura dissipated. Wang Zhihai's heart leapt with joy, secretly thinking he had found a glimmer of hope for survival. He nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Whatever you wish, I shall give it to you. Then it is quite simple. What I desire is your life. Fang Ping's gaze suddenly transformed into a fierce glare, his right hand swiftly extending to deliver a resounding slap upon Wang Zhihai's crown. The vital energy within Fang Ping surged forth from his palm, causing Wang Zhihai's head to explode like a ripe watermelon with a deafening crack. Alongside the shattering of his skull, Wang Zhihai's primordial spirit was likewise obliterated. Truly vanishing into nothingness in a seamless motion, Fang Ping then struck the remnants of Wang Zhihai's corpse with his other hand, accompanied by a blinding golden light so radiant that it rendered all onlookers unable to open their eyes. The remains of Wang Zhihai disappeared without a trace. Fang Ping, where is Wang Zhihai's body? The dean inquired, perplexed by the sudden disappearance of the corpse. It has been reduced to ashes, Fang Ping replied calmly, asserting that anyone who dared to provoke him would surely meet a fate of utter annihilation. The crowd was momentarily stunned by Fang Ping's display of power. They had not anticipated that he would not only slay his adversary, but also ensure that even the remnants of the corpse would be eradicated, revealing a truly ruthless nature. Yet, Fang Ping internally bore a sorrowful burden. He was not inherently a cruel individual, but the system required the disposal of Wang Zhihai's remains, and he needed a plausible justification for such actions. I shall take my leave to rest, he declared, using his injuries as an excuse to bid farewell to the dean, seeking a quiet place to recuperate. The dean, reflecting on the matter, recognized that employing such a formidable technique as the Xintian finger must have come with significant repercussions, especially for one of Wang Zhihai's caliber. The reason Fang Ping sought solitude was to practice the heavenly eye secret art bestowed upon him by Yang Jian. Faced with the choice between Yang Jian's heavenly eye secret art and the spirit-nourishing pill from Taishang Laojun, Fang Ping ultimately favored the former. After all, pills could be refined anew, a renewable resource with ample opportunities for exchange with Taishang Laojun, whereas Yang Jian's heavenly eye secret art was an extraordinarily formidable divine ability. It was through this very technique that Yang Jian had once subdued Sun Wukong's 72 transformations during their legendary battle. Moreover, the method was designed for comprehensive understanding, leaving Fang Ping resolute in his decision. In the confines of the chamber, Fang Ping settled into a meditative posture, a golden heavenly eye rune materializing in the palm of his hand. The rune was adorned with intricate golden patterns that appeared to writhe with life, exuding an enthralling power. Ultimately, these seemingly animated golden designs coalesced into the shape of an eye. Without hesitation, Fang Ping pressed the golden rune to his forehead. A slight sting radiated from the center of his brow, soon followed by a warm current that swiftly enveloped his entire being, invigorating every organ within him. Indeed, this rune was the heavenly eye secret art as described by Yang Jian. Ordinarily, the heavenly eye was a unique divine ability exclusive to Yang Jian, beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Yet, unexpectedly, Yang Jian had innovatively extracted a portion of his primal power, condensing it into this remarkable heavenly eye rune. As soon as anyone places this eye of heaven rune upon their forehead and absorbs it, they shall possess a fragment of Yang Jian's original eye of heaven, thereby enabling them to cultivate his secret techniques of the eye. Open, Fang Ping felt a surge of warmth enveloping him, reaching its zenith, and let out a mighty roar. Chapter 66. The might of the eye. He sensed a tingling at his forehead, and a fissure appeared at that very spot. Subsequently, a beam of golden light shot forth from his brow, piercing through the walls of the secret chamber and soaring into the heavens. What is this? The dean of the academy was immediately captivated by the golden pillar of light that pierced the clouds, sensing an astonishing force emanating from it. That direction. Was it Fong Ping's training chamber? The dean, following the golden beam, could not help but exclaim softly, astonished to discover that the source of this radiant pillar was indeed Fong Ping's secret training room. Could it be that this fellow was once again practicing some arcane art? As the dean felt the terrifying power radiating from the golden beam, he could not help but marvel at the fact that Fong Ping had already acquired a secret as formidable as the Shintian finger, and now had added another. This individual certainly harbored numerous secrets. Yet, even if he were to reveal these mysteries, what would it matter? With the strength to slay those at the out-of-body stage, who in the Magic City would dare provoke him? With this thought, the dean chuckled and shook his head, reflecting on how a once insignificant figure had grown to such impressive heights, something he had never anticipated. Nonetheless, it was evident to him that Fong Ping's nature was not malevolent. He felt immense pride in having nurtured such a powerful student, the so-called student surpassing the master, who would not wish for their disciples to eclipse them. Fong Ping's mind stirred, and the third eye on his forehead immediately converged. The golden radiance that had just been resplendent vanished in an instant, completely receding. Fong Ping touched his forehead, which remained smooth as a mirror, revealing no trace of the third eye that had just been there. This realization brought a sigh of relief to Fong Mi. He had been concerned that if he cultivated Yang Jian's secret techniques, he might also develop a third eye like Yang Jian's, which would be quite alarming. Though the times had changed and people were less preoccupied with appearances, the notion of sprouting an additional eye was still unsettling to him. He doubted he could accept such a transformation. However, with the secret technique now perfected, he found himself in need of a test subject. Who would be suitable for this purpose? Fong Ping quickly set his sights on the dean. After all, within the entirety of Magic City University, the only one with the strength to spar with him was likely the dean himself. He truly feared that if he were to unleash the power of the eye, he might inadvertently cause harm. Fong Ping, what brings you here? The dean inquired, curiosity piqued by Fong Ping's unannounced visit. Esteemed dean, I have a matter that requires your assistance. Fong Ping replied somewhat bashfully. Not to worry, feel free to speak. Whatever you need, this old fellow shall not shy away from helping, especially since you are one of our academy's outstanding students. The dean laughed heartily, thumping his chest to convey that nothing was beyond his capabilities. This is the dean speaking. I have recently succeeded in mastering a certain secret technique, yet I find myself unable to grasp its potency fully. I require someone to practice with AS for the abilities of others. You are well aware, aren't you? I wonder if you could. The dean immediately recalled the magnificent golden pillar of light that had just appeared, realizing that it was indeed the secret technique successfully refined by Fong Ping. Very well, I have no objections. The dean's curiosity was piqued regarding the secret technique that Fong Ping had developed. He was eager to witness its true power and promptly agreed. Let us proceed to the training hall. The dean effortlessly activated the highest-level training arena within Magic City University, for with their combined strengths, they would scarcely be able to withstand anything less. Come, Fong Ping, I am prepared. You may unleash your secret technique. The dean stood there, a formidable mountain of unwavering resolve. All right, here I come, activate. As Fong Ping's spiritual energy surged, a complex golden divine pattern emerged at his brow, ultimately coalescing into the shape of a celestial eye. Just as swiftly, a fissure appeared at his forehead, and a golden vertical eye manifested. A beam of golden light shot forth from this eye, hurtling directly towards the dean's face. Naturally, the dean did not dare to underestimate this. Having witnessed the might of the Shintian finger, he approached Fong Ping's secret technique with utmost caution. Immovable King Seal, arise. A colossal Buddha statue materialized behind the dean, enveloping him entirely. This was one of the dean's signature techniques. The immovable King Seal, renowned for its defensive prowess. The dean had previously utilized this technique to contend against 4 fully realized nascent soul masters simultaneously without faltering. Yet now, the slender golden beam struck the dean, sending him flying. How could it be that the immovable King Seal failed to withstand this beam of golden light? Chapter 67. Nodes of spiritual energy crack. A massive fissure appeared on the enormous Buddha statue behind the dean. How could this be possible? The dean's face was a portrait of astonishment. Although he had anticipated that Fong Ping's secret technique would possess formidable strength, he never imagined it could breach his immovable King Seal. It was known that his immovable king seal could defend against the assaults of 4 fully realized nascent soul experts simultaneously. Yet, even such a robust defense crumbled before Fang Ping's golden light. What did this signify? It indicated that Fang Ping's current attack power had transcended the nascent soul stage, reaching the level of the out-of-body stage. Furthermore, judging by Fang Ping's demeanor, the consumption of this secret technique did not seem to be substantial. Did this not imply that Fang Ping could consistently maintain the offensive strength of an out-of-body stage expert? The dean could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. A mere junior, wielding the attack power of an out-of-body stage individual, what would happen once he matured, advancing to the out-of-body stage, and eventually the spirit-severing stage? The dean appears to perceive a terrifying entity on the verge of emergence. However, he remains utterly unfazed, for he is delighted by Fang Ping's progress. As Fang Ping is his pupil, the more benefits he accrues from the Luqiao module in the future, the more joy it brings to the dean. In truth, the dean's suspicions are not far from reality. The recent assault merely depleted a mere one of Fang Ping's spiritual energy, which he will swiftly replenish. Although his offensive capability does not rival the monstrous prowess of the Sun King's verbal attacks, it excels in endurance, allowing for repeated utilization. The most crucial aspect lies in the potency of this heavenly eye secret technique, which will continually augment in strength as his own abilities advance. Moreover, he can enhance the capacity of his heavenly eye by harnessing various spiritual materials from the world at present. His heavenly eye resembles a nascent version, requiring the absorption of substantial amounts of spiritual matter to enhance and perfect itself, striving towards maturity and ultimate transcendence. Nevertheless, Yang Jian has cautioned that evolving this heavenly eye to his level would demand an exceedingly daunting quantity of rare materials, and he does not recommend that Fang Ping pursue such an evolution to its final form. The power of a nascent heavenly eye is quite limited. The recent golden light was merely one of its most rudimentary offensive techniques. Beyond this, the heavenly eye possesses formidable abilities such as piercing illusions, greatly enhancing personal vision, immobilization, and various other terrifying capabilities, all of which must be discovered through personal exploration. Yang Jian also remarked that the power of each person's heavenly eye varies significantly throughout ancient times. Many individuals have possessed divine eyes, each exhibiting distinct capabilities. This variance is attributed to the fact that the heavenly eye adapts according to the host's personal needs and desires. For instance, Yang Jian's heavenly eye embodies destruction and restraint. The divine light of the heavenly eye wields the power to annihilate everything while simultaneously countering all forms of transformational techniques. During his confrontation with Sun Wukong, Yang Jian relied on this ability to counteract the latter's 72 transformations, rendering them utterly ineffective. At this moment, Fang Ping intends to employ the heavenly eye's secondary ability, insight. A nebulous divine light envelopes the vertical pupil at the center of Fang Ping's forehead. In an instant, he perceives a profound transformation in the world before him. The previously invisible spiritual energy of the universe becomes vividly apparent, revealing not only its density but also the direction and movement of its flow. Fang Ping directs his gaze toward the dean, witnessing the intricate movements of every muscle, bone, and cellular structure, along with the flow of spiritual energy coursing through him. Even the colossal statue of the immovable Wisdom King behind him reveals the pathways of its spiritual energy. Among these energetic trajectories, several bright points emerge, indicating nodes of spiritual power. By striking these nodes, any supernatural technique would inevitably unravel, rendering it ineffective. With this extraordinary ability, as long as Fang Ping desires, no individual can unleash any supernatural spells before him, unless their casting speed is astonishingly rapid, so swift that Fang Ping cannot react in time before the energy nodes of their spells strike him, or unless they resort to a mere raw energy attack. However, such a straightforward energy assault pales significantly in comparison to the might of supernatural spells. Even before engaging in combat, Fang Ping has already begun to exert a sense of dominance over others. The capabilities of this heavenly eye are indeed rather remarkable. He silently marveled at the fact that he had chosen to exchange for this mystical technique rather than some elixir of vitality from the venerable Laozi. While such elixirs could temporarily enhance one's strength, sustained development is undoubtedly of paramount importance. With a swift flick of his fingers, akin to a butterfly flitting among flowers, Fang Ping unleashed a flurry of over a dozen streams of energy, striking the dean at the visibly discernible energy nodes upon his body. Suddenly, the dean felt his energy stagnate, as if a precariously balanced tower had collapsed in an instant. How could this be? The dean gazed incredulously at the scene unfolding before him, pondering whether it was related to the streams of energy Fang Ping had just conjured. Yet, He could distinctly sense that the energy currents Fong Ping had unleashed were sharp but minuscule in power, insufficient to cause him any harm. Nevertheless, how could he explain the sudden dissipating of his own energy? Is this also a part of your mystical technique? The dean inquired of Fong Ping. Fong Ping nodded and stated, "Indeed, this is another facet of my secret arts for its precise effects. You have just witnessed them." Fong Ping was not foolish. He was not about to reveal all his secrets. The dean, being a perceptive individual, refrained from pressing further about the specific capabilities of Fong Ping's technique. However, he remarked, "It seems that this technique requires some casting time. If someone reacts quickly, they might be able to evade your attack." After careful contemplation, the dean presented his suggestion to Fong Ping, aligning it with his recent experience. Fong Ping acknowledged this, admitting that he indeed needed a bit more time to cast his spells. Even if he could see through the energy nodes of his opponent's spells, the process of analysis, action, and accurate targeting required time, allowing the opponent to respond. If they understood the principles behind his supernatural techniques, they could potentially devise a more effective counter. This was a limitation of his mystical art. However, he believed that during an initial encounter, it was unlikely anyone would be able to evade his assault. "Do you possess any other abilities?" the dean inquired, now with a sense of anticipation regarding Fong Ping's mystical techniques. Fong Ping hesitated momentarily before replying, "Indeed, there are other abilities, though I cannot fully demonstrate them here." He spoke the truth. The remaining powers of his heavenly eye included the ability to pierce illusions and dynamic vision, skills that were difficult to manifest concretely. Of course, there were also factors of confidentiality involved in this matter. "Oh, by the way," the dean suddenly spoke, stating that in half a month, the Longyuan secret realm would open, and he wondered if there was any interest in attending. The Longyuan secret realm? Fong Ping pondered for a moment and recalled having encountered this realm in a certain book. It is one of the secret realms left behind since the great upheaval of heaven and earth, containing a wealth of rare materials and unimaginable spiritual energy. Even artifacts and divine implements once wielded by gods and demons, along with their legacies, have been left within. Many who have traversed the Longyuan secret realm have found their own fortunes, making it a grand occasion. However, entry is restricted to those below the age of 60. Should one's bone age exceed 60 and one dares to enter, they would meet an instant demise, with no exceptions. This realm is undoubtedly meant for the young, though if one possesses confidence in evading the realm's detection, they may still attempt to enter. Seemingly perceiving Fong Ping's indifference, the dean cautioned, "Do not be too careless. This world is replete with geniuses. There are indeed prodigies who can reach the nascent soul stage before turning 60, and there are even those capable of defeating cultivators in the out-of-body stage while still in the nascent soul stage. Although their individual strength may not surpass yours, you must remain vigilant. Should they band together, you could find yourself in peril." The dean's words prompted Fong Ping to nod in silent agreement. In a world abundant with talent and opportunities, it was prudent to exercise caution and avoid falling into an unexpected predicament. At that moment, the dean articulated his purpose. "The Magic Capital University intends to send the best among our younger generation to explore the Longyuan secret realm. Should they encounter any dangers, I hope you will extend your assistance. Considering your camaraderie as classmates. It is quite straightforward. Given your current strength, it is impossible for you to represent the Academy. Should you wish to represent the Academy, you would be required to surrender 80 of the items you acquire to the Academy, which would then allocate them based on your performance. With Fong Ping's current cultivation at the nascent soul stage, combat prowess at the out-of-body stage, and his array of secret techniques, even the dean himself might struggle to contend with him. Aside from the few reclusive elders within the Academy, it is unlikely anyone would dare claim they could decisively best Fong Ping. Therefore, it is improbable they would allow him to represent the Academy while demanding 80 of his gains. Rather than this approach, it would be more beneficial to establish a cooperative relationship, allowing Fong Ping to offer protection to the students dispatched by the Academy. After all, these are talented individuals meticulously nurtured by the Academy. Having cost a considerable investment of resources, their loss within the Longyuan secret realm would be far too regrettable. The Academy would not mind having Fong Ping serve as a safeguard for their student safety. Chapter 69. The rebirth of corpse disintegration. However, Fong Ping was quite content with this arrangement. Since he would be acting as a bodyguard, it would essentially be a complimentary service. He would only need to provide assistance during their perilous moments in the Longyuan secret realm. Without the need for constant protection, at this moment, the dean interjected, assuring, "Rest assured, the Academy will not place any undue burdens upon you. What are your requirements? Feel free to voice them. As long as they fall within my capacity, I shall advocate on behalf of the Academy." Indeed, Fong Ping mused to himself, this institution would not simply demand labor without rendering benefits. After careful contemplation, he replied. I require Bodhi roots, evening primrose, luminous stones, and thunder stones. Fong Ping eloquently enumerated nearly 30 types of materials, which gradually darkened the dean's expression. Eventually, unable to restrain himself, the dean interrupted. What on earth do you intend to do with such an abundance of materials? Are you planning to feast at home? In the face of the dean's skepticism, Fong Ping refrained from a direct answer and instead smiled. I wonder how much of these materials you can procure for us, Dean? 50%. The dean raised 5 fingers, stating, at most, 50%. Then there is nothing more to discuss, Fong Ping responded, spreading his hands in a gesture of dismissal, signaling that he would not take on the task. Whoever else was interested could proceed as they wished. The dean felt a surge of irritation, thinking to himself, so, the lad has grown wings, has he? Now he dares to negotiate terms with the academy. Feigning innocence, Fong Ping remarked, it is not I who sets the terms, Dean. My personal capabilities are limited, as you well know. Finally, the dean, with a stern visage, declared, 60%. At most, 60%. I shall grant you an additional 10%. He added, the materials I require are not trivial. Even for the academy to provide them, considerable resources and manpower would be expended. However, Fong Ping slowly shook his head, responding, anything less than 70% is non-negotiable. Very well, 70% it is, the dean exclaimed, slapping his hand down decisively, sealing the agreement. As a sly glint flickered across the dean's face, Fong Ping realized he had been subtly deceived. The academy's true bottom line was far from 70%. Fong Ping, with a furrowed brow, inquired, Dean, what had the academy initially promised me? The dean, brimming with pride, replied, after thorough deliberation among the faculty, it was unanimously decided that as long as your requests are not excessive, we shall accommodate them. For this batch of materials, our baseline is 90%. We could even provide all of them if necessary. However, taken aback by the academy's surprising generosity, Fong Ping couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Reflecting, indeed, experience prevails. I cannot rival the dean in this regard. This exchange was merely a playful banter between the two, as Fong Ping enjoyed a cordial relationship with the dean and the academy, which would even confront the Wang family to assist him. Even if Fong Ping sought nothing in return, such minor favors would be effortlessly granted. Nevertheless, Fong Ping genuinely required these materials for his upcoming cultivation of the celestial eye technique. While gathering these resources alone might not be overly challenging, it would nonetheless take time. With the Academy's assistance, however, the process became significantly more convenient. The rational utilization of resources, Fong Ping mused to himself. The dean patted Fong Ping on the shoulder and said, in a moment, we shall head to the training grounds to familiarize ourselves with the students who will be entering the Longyuan secret realm with us. It is essential to understand their strengths, as this knowledge may prove invaluable for timely assistance within the realm. Fong Ping nodded. Indeed, becoming acquainted with one another's capabilities was prudent, as it would facilitate mutual support when the time arose. However, this was merely to ensure their care, and not an opportunity for them to educate Fong Ping, for the disparity in strength between them was quite significant. By the way, the dean reminded Fong Ping, while you must be vigilant regarding the talents emerging from other academies, and even from various noble families, you should also be cautious of another group. Oh? Who are they? Fong Ping felt a surge of curiosity within. The dean was well aware of Fong Ping's prowess. If he was advising caution, it suggested that the strength of these individuals was at least on par with his own, if not potentially threatening. You see, within the Longyuan secret realm, there exists a plethora of divine and demonic legacies, as well as formidable artifacts, which are enough to allure many experts in the out-of-body and even spirit division realms. However, there is a caveat. The Longyuan secret realm possesses a built-in function that scans bone age. Should one's bone age exceed 60 years, entry will result in immediate annihilation. Yet, this did not imply that they were entirely without recourse. Many individuals, having attained the out-of-body stage yet facing insurmountable barriers to progress, devised an alternative strategy. They devoted their entire lives to the process of corpse disintegration and reincarnation, entering the body of an ordinary person and regrowing anew. Once arrangements were made for their descendants or disciples to assist in unraveling the mysteries of their prenatal existence and restoring their previous memories, they would instantaneously inherit the cultivation experiences of their former lives. On the path of cultivation, they would encounter no obstacles, not even bottlenecks, swiftly regaining the prowess of their past selves. Do you comprehend the implications of this? The dean inquired, gazing intently at Fong Ping. Before Fong Ping could respond, the dean continued. This means that their reborn physical forms possess a bone age of less than 60 years, thus enabling them to enter the Longyuan secret realm and acquire the divine and demonic legacies, thereby furthering their cultivation and, of course, this method was not without its drawbacks. Were it devoid of disadvantages, the entire cultivation community would have adopted it by now. Although this form of reincarnation allowed for rapid recovery of past memories and cultivation levels, the subsequent breakthroughs to the next realm would pose challenges magnified tenfold, or even 100-fold. Hence, those who resorted to such methods were often ancient beings with lifespans nearing their limits, feeling incapable of further advancement, and thus sought the divine and demonic legacies to elevate their cultivation. Are you suggesting that I will encounter these seemingly youthful individuals within the Longyuan secret realm who are, in fact, ancient beings of several hundred or even thousand years? The dean nodded, clearly in agreement with Fang Ping's assertion. Fang Ping fell into silence. The dean's words held considerable merit. However, he was naturally indifferent to the mundane aspects of the Yuanying stage. Finding someone below the age of 60 who could rival Yunqi was an exceedingly rare occurrence, akin to spotting a phoenix among mere feathers, truly a prodigy among prodigies. He remarked that these ancient beings were of a different caliber. They could effortlessly restore their past cultivation levels. Were they at the out-of-body stage or the spirit-severing stage? If they were at the out-of-body stage, he might still stand a chance. Yet, if they were at the spirit-severing stage, it would spell trouble. To be frank, the allure of the Longyuan secret realm and its divine demonic inheritances held little temptation for Fang Ping. What remained within were merely remnants of deceased divine demons. While he had the convenience of a plethora of living divine demons available in the shopping group, ready for him to barter for any inheritance he desired, with the added luxury of selection, there was no risk of laboriously acquiring an inheritance only to find it ill-suited for him. In previous years, such scenarios had unfolded, where a group had battled fiercely within the Longyuan secret realm, only to finally seize a divine demon's inheritance, only to discover it was entirely incompatible, leaving them in utter despair. Fang Ping exhaled deeply, swiftly adjusting his mindset, reassuring himself. I am not competing with them for the captaincy. Hence, there are no life and death grudges to contend with, and I need not fight them to the bitter end. My sole duty is to ensure the safety of those youngsters. The dean discerned Fang Ping's apprehensions and offered words of comfort. Rest assured, generally speaking, it is uncommon for masters at the spirit-severing stage to covet the inheritances within the Longyuan secret realm. Only those who have taken a wild path and fortuitously entered the spirit-severing stage would concern themselves with the treasures therein. Such individuals would be inferior to even the more formidable out-of-body stage practitioners, so you need not worry excessively. The dean's reassurances provided Fang Ping with a modicum of solace. However, for reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling twitch in his brow, a vague sense of unease settling in his heart. Could it be that his venture into the Longyuan secret realm would entail some peril? Fang Ping had always trusted his sixth sense, particularly this unease stemming from his recently opened heavenly eye. This only deepened his confusion, prompting him to access the celestial shopping group and tag Erlang Shun. May I inquire, true monarch, does your heavenly eye possess the capability to foresee fortune and misfortune? Erlang Shun appeared to have little else occupying his time, promptly responding to Fang Ping. That depends on the individual. Some possess heavenly eyes that can indeed predict fortune and misfortune, but specifics vary according to personal circumstances. Why do you ask? Have you encountered such a situation? Fang Ping remained silent for a moment before articulating his recent experiences. After all, it was prudent to share any occurrences for collective reference. Erlang Shun swiftly responded, your situation is rather uncommon. Generally speaking, a newly awakened celestial eye does not possess the ability to foresee fortune or misfortune. However, the fact that the celestial eye has issued such a warning indicates that danger is imminent. Thus, I strongly recommend my new product, the Avatar Jade Slip, which can summon one of my avatars to assist you in battle, with a power level approximately one of my OW and DO. Not underestimate that one. My one is more than sufficient to sweep away all the formidable beings in the mortal realm. Even those at the Great Ascension stage would not stand a chance against me. What do you think? Would you consider it? Chapter 71. Tenfold strength faced with Erlang Shun's vigorous sales pitch, Fang Ping unexpectedly shook his head in refusal. Why refuse? I assure you, this item is genuine and quite affordable. Merely 5 corpses of the out-of-body stage will suffice. Just 5. Is that not an exceptional deal, truly worth its price? Indeed, it was a remarkably good bargain. Fang Ping lamented, however, the adversaries I am currently dealing with are of the out-of-body stage, at best slightly weaker than those of the spirit-severing stage. Your avatar would be far too powerful for me. It would be akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito, an utter waste, especially since it is a one-time consumable. Well, you could keep it as a backup. Erlang Shun countered in the event of any unforeseen danger, like that out-of-body individual who appeared last time. If you had one of my avatars then, you would have felt far more secure, wouldn't you? While Erlang Shun found some merit in Fang Ping's reasoning, he continued to promote his avatar Jade Slip. Yet, the ancient beings of the out-of-body stage seemed to be hiding in some obscure corner. Where could he find 5? The only one he knew was the head of the Martial Sage Hall. Was he to go and kill him? Even if he did, that would still not suffice. Fang Ping felt a sense of helplessness. Although he desired Erlang Shun's avatar Jade Slip, he simply could not afford the required resources at this moment. Erlang Shun, too, felt quite awkward. He had not anticipated such a predicament during his first private sales pitch. The item he was promoting was too advanced for Fang Ping, who not only found it unusable but also could not afford it, prompting Erlang Shun to reflect deeply. At that moment, Fang Ping's private chat window flickered with the icon of Taishang Laojun. He soon received a message. Fang Ping, there is a newly released power pill available. Would you like one? It can amplify your strength tenfold. One could almost envision Taishang Laojun's ethereal visage, now likely adorned with a rather mischievous expression. Reminiscent of a street vendor hawking those blue pills. One must admit, Taishang Laojun has a knack for simple yet blunt nomenclature, calling a strength-enhancing pill the power pill. What, then, would one call a pill for augmenting spiritual power? Is there an upper limit to this tenfold strength? And are there any side effects? Fang Ping cautiously inquired. Taishang Laojun promptly replied to Fang Ping's questions. Rest assured, this pill is a recent creation of mine, meticulously developed through extensive experimentation, ensuring that it bears no side effects whatsoever. Moreover, as long as your cultivation level is below the spirit division stage, regardless of your immense strength, it will augment your power tenfold. What do you think? Would you consider acquiring one? Currently, we are running a promotional sale. Purchase a bottle, and I shall grant you a 50% discount. Each bottle contains a total of 12 pills, and all I require in exchange is a body from the nascent soul stage. So, what do you say? Will you ponder this offer? Taishang Laojun gently enticed Fang Ping. Fang Ping felt a twinge of hesitation in his heart. Though the prospect of tenfold strength seemed appealing, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that his cultivation was primarily reliant on spiritual energy. If it were an enhancement of tenfold spiritual power, that would indeed be most advantageous. However, merely augmenting physical strength tenfold appeared somewhat redundant. Sensing Fang Ping's inner turmoil, Taishang Laojun continued to message him. Do not underestimate this tenfold enhancement. Even such strength, when amplified tenfold, can be quite formidable. Furthermore, I possess a tome of the 8-9 mystical arts, specifically designed for the cultivation of physical prowess. Indeed, you heard correctly. The 8-9 mystical arts is the same discipline practiced by figures such as Yang Jian and Sun Wukong. Mastered to perfection, it allows one to attain a state of physical sanctity, rendering the body indestructible. With this, combined with the combat prowess bestowed by my strength-enhancing pill, your capabilities could surge by 0.5 to 6 times. At this moment, Fang Ping found himself genuinely intrigued. The illustrious reputation of the 8-9 mystical arts was well known to him. If paired with the strength-enhancing pill Taishang Laojun had just described, it could indeed unleash an extraordinary level of combat ability. Sensing Fang Ping's growing interest, the old sage further fueled the flames of temptation. If you purchase both items together, I shall extend an additional 20% discount. The first 3 levels of the 8-9 mystical arts, along with a bottle of strength-enhancing pills, would only require a total of 4 nascent soul bodies. This is a rare opportunity. Do not let it slip away. In the end, Fang Ping gritted his teeth, resolving within himself, and replied to the old sage. Wait for me. I shall procure it for you at once. The allure of the 8-9 mystical arts, coupled with the promise of enhanced strength, was indeed too great to resist. After all, it was merely 4 nascent soul experts. He could certainly take care of that. However, unexpectedly, at this moment of fervent urgency, Taishang Laojun began to advise Fang Ping. Are you not planning to venture into that Dragon Abyss secret realm? Indeed, I am supposed to go there. How did you know about it, old sage? How could he possibly be aware of his personal affairs? Chapter 72. 8-9 Mystical Arts. Fang Ping felt a surge of curiosity. He had been separated by 2 worlds, and he had not mentioned this matter to Taishang Laojun previously. How could he possibly know of Fang Ping's intended journey to the Dragon Abyss secret realm? But without further contemplation, the old sage chuckled heartily and said, Have you forgotten whose legacy resides within the Dragon Abyss secret realm? I am also a member of the divine and demonic realms, and thus, a portion of my own legacy is undoubtedly contained within. Furthermore, our connection to the mortal realm is not entirely severed. I still possess certain means to acquire information from there, so that is how it is. Fang Ping expressed a look of sudden enlightenment. Whether it be the arcane arts of the 8 or 9 mysteries, or this vial of potent elixir, I can extend credit to you. provided that you eliminate 4 individuals at the nascent soul stage within the Longyuan secret realm and present their corpses to me. This would indeed lend an element of novelty to the transaction. Fang Ping nodded in acquiescence to the old lord's proposal and remarked, "Indeed, that is acceptable. However, there has been a question weighing on my mind for quite some time that I have longed to ask you." "What question?" inquired the old lord. "It pertains to the purpose behind your desire for the bodies of these individuals," replied Fang Ping. This inquiry had lingered in his thoughts for ages, yet he had not found the opportunity to voice it. After a moment of silence, the old lord finally responded, "Do you know how long it takes for an ordinary person in our realm to cultivate to the nascent soul stage?" "How long?" Fang Ping asked, curiosity piqued. "For those of average aptitude, it may require over 1,000 years. Even those with exceptional talent might attain the nascent soul stage within 500 to 600 years, contingent upon fortune. Only those of extraordinary genius could possibly achieve this within 1 or 2 centuries. Yet, when observing your kind, it is evident that most individuals in your streets, should they reach the nascent soul stage, would likely do so before the age of 300. Astonishingly, some prodigies might even attain it before turning 60, a phenomenon utterly unimaginable in our realm. How can it take so long? Why is this the case? Your realm is the true celestial realm, abundant in spiritual energy and rich in cultivation legacies, making it seem that your training would be far more expedient." Fang Ping expressed his bewilderment. "No, it is not that our cultivation is unduly slow. Rather, it is that your speed of cultivation is extraordinarily rapid. You accomplish what others achieve in 10% of the time, yielding 100% of the results. You mentioned that after the resurgence of spiritual energy in your world, you possess a remarkable substance within your bodies that accelerates your cultivation. As your cultivation progresses, this substance accumulates within you. This is precisely why we seek to exchange for the native corporeal remains from your world." The old lord's words struck Fang Ping with the clarity of enlightenment. He had not anticipated that their world harbored such a monumental secret, something that could incite envy among deities and Buddhas alike. However, he refrained from further probing into the old lord's intentions regarding the use of the corpses post-acquisition, as he understood that such matters belonged to their realm's confidentiality. Before long, the old lord and Fang Ping formalized an agreement under the auspices of the system, wherein the old lord extended credit for the 8 or 9 mysteries and a vial of potent elixir to Fang Ping, with a repayment deadline of 1 month, requiring the bodies of 4 nascent soul experts in return. This agreement served as a means to bind Fang Ping, for despite their geographical separation, should he procure the items and fail to deliver, the old lord would be powerless to act against him. Although Fang Ping would not engage in such folly, the old lord's cautious nature prompted him to include this contractual stipulation, better safe than sorry. Once the agreement was finalized, an ancient-looking tome and a small white vial materialized in Fang Ping's hands. Fang Ping's countenance involuntarily displayed an odd expression. He had not anticipated that the method of anticipation for the 8-9 mystical skill could be so antiquated, recorded on paper, no less. However, Fang Ping felt no trepidation regarding the possibility of Taishang Laojun deceiving him. After the system's certification, as long as it was Old Jin and he spoke of the first 3 layers of the 8-9 mystical skill, then it must indeed be the 8-9 mystical skill. Otherwise, it could not have been transmitted. As Fang Ping turned to the first page of the book, he beheld 4 grand characters inscribed boldly, 8-9 mystical skill. With each page he turned, the paper would instantly disintegrate into ashes, and within less than half a minute, he had perused the entirety of this text on the 8-9 mystical skill. As he closed the final page, the book swiftly transformed into ash, vanishing from his grasp. Remarkably, all the contents inscribed within had seemingly been imprinted in Fang Ping's mind, lingering there, impossible to forget, as this truly the 8-9 mystical skill. How wondrous! Fang Ping marveled inwardly, and oh wonder, it is a cultivation method capable of elevating a mortal body to sainthood. Even at the first transformation, one could wield physical strength comparable to that of a Yuan Ing stage practitioner. Chapter 73. The difficulty of cultivation to unleash physical power equivalent to that of a Yuan Ing stage practitioner would indeed be a terrifying prospect. Just imagine, how many attacks could a Yuan Ing stage cultivator unleash when fully exerting themselves? After such a full-throttle assault, they would still require a considerable amount of time to meditate and restore their internal spiritual energy. However, physical strength operates differently. It merely consumes stamina, which can be replenished with a brief rest, and there are numerous elixirs available to restore one's vigor, far more economical than those used for recovering spiritual energy. The crux of the matter lies in the need for the accompanying great power pill, which amplifies one's physical strength tenfold. Originally possessing a physique akin to that of a Yuan Ing stage practitioner, when multiplied by 10, the resultant combat power would be utterly fearsome. Yet, reality soon delivered a heavy blow to Fang Ping. The first layer of the 8-9 mystical skill required 1 ton of iron essence. What in the world is iron essence? On average, one would need to refine 100 pounds of pure iron to yield less than an ounce of this substance. It is crucial to note that this pertains to pure iron, not the ore extracted from mines. The sheer quantity of iron ore required is staggering. It is not merely cultivation, but rather a financial drain. Fang Ping lamented internally, of course, given Fang Ping's current wealth. This amount of iron ore posed no significant issue. The real concern was that this was merely the first layer. If the first layer demanded such exorbitant resources, what would the second, third, or fourth layers require? Holding back the pangs of anguish within, Fang Ping pressed on. The second layer necessitated 10 tons of silver essence and 100 tons of gold essence. As the names imply, silver essence and gold essence are similar to iron essence. They require the refinement of vast quantities of silver and gold ore to obtain. Moreover, the extraction ratios are comparable to that of iron essence. This revelation caused Fang Ping's visage to twitch. It truly seemed that the path of cultivation was destined to lead to financial ruin. He had previously considered himself quite affluent, but upon witnessing these requirements, he felt as though he had been reduced to a pauper. Moreover, one weighs 10 tons, while the other weighs 100 tons. This is not merely a form of cultivation, it is akin to burning money. Following this is the third level, and fortunately, what is required here is not some refined essence, but rather 100 pieces of star stones. Upon seeing this quantity, Fang Ping could not help but exhale in relief. Thankfully, only 100 pieces are needed, calculated by the count rather than by weight. Otherwise, he might have truly been driven to despair. However, Fang Ping overlooked a crucial detail. While this material may appear inconsequential, he had never even heard of its name, let alone seen it before. Of course, had he known that these so-called star stones are materials that can only be discovered in the vastness of the cosmos, where a single piece might be found among countless miles of starry expanse, his current sense of ease would have vanished. To put it simply, these stones are the cores of the celestial bodies floating in the night sky. In essence, they are akin to the core of the sun. Should Fang Ping successfully cultivate the third level, he would essentially be capable of detonating 100 suns. To this end, he made a special trip to inquire of the great sage, who responded languidly, "I have never practiced this. How would I know?" Fang Ping slapped his forehead, cursing his own foolishness. Was there not someone right in front of him who had practiced? Why bother going through such trouble to consult the sage? From Yang Jian, Fang Ping learned that in the realm of cultivation, resources such as iron ores, silver mines, and gold mines are essentially unclaimed and can be mined freely, with a plethora of varieties available everywhere. The only material that posed a challenge was the star stones. However, it was not necessary to use cores from massive stars like the sun. Many smaller stars, which are on the brink of collapse, also produce star stones, and those would suffice. Upon learning this, Yang Jian further tempted Fang Ping after he had cultivated the 8-9 profound art, presenting an exceedingly alluring offer if Fang Ping would assist him in collecting the corpses of 5 experts in the out-of-body stage. Yang Jian would provide all the materials needed for the first 3 tiers of the 8-9 profound art. This proposal stirred Fang Ping's interest immensely, and after a round of negotiation, he exchanged the corpses of the future 5 out-of-body experts for Yang Jian's promise to supply all the materials required for the 2nd to 4th tiers of the 8-9 profound art. Of course, Fang Ping would have to devise his own method for the cultivation technique of the 4th tier. Fang Ping now felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had not made his arrangements with the principal so hastily. Had he known that the materials required for the cultivation of the 8-9 profound art would be needed tonight, he would have included them in his earlier discussions. But now, lamenting was a futile endeavor. The question remained, should Fang Ping cultivate the 8-9 profound art or not? The answer was clear. He would cultivate it. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to embark on the practice of the 8-9 profound art. Was it not merely iron essence, silver essence, and gold essence? I have been lamenting about how to spend so much money. Let the expenditure commence. Regardless of the amount, I shall accept it all. The difficulty of the 8-9 profound art lies not only in the preparation of materials, but also in the immense suffering involved in its cultivation. Chapter 74. Breakthrough, First Level. Pray tell, to absorb such iron essence into one's body, to ingest the quintessence of gold with flesh and blood, is undoubtedly akin to forcing a lump of iron into your very being. This torment is evidently beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. In desperation, Fang Ping summoned the portly fellow. "What is it, boss?" The rotund man was quite curious as to why he had been called upon so suddenly. With immense reluctance, Fang Ping retrieved a bank card and placed it into the hands of his companion. "Use this money to procure some iron ore." "Iron ore? Certainly. How much should I bring back?" The portly man, not feeling the weight of the pressure, casually inquired, "Not too much, perhaps around 100 tons or so." "Oh, 100 tons? Wait, 100 tons? Are you joking?" Upon fully comprehending the request, he was taken aback. "What in the world do you need 100 tons of iron or for, my friend? Are we going to feast?" Although Fong Ping truly wished to inform him that indeed it was for consumption, he could not divulge such information. Instead, he feigned annoyance and retorted, "Just go and do as I say. Spare me the unnecessary chatter." The portly man awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "But, boss, 100 tons of iron or all at once? Where on earth am I supposed to acquire that? Even with money, it's nearly impossible to find such a quantity. I care not," Fong Ping asserted with a stubbornness that brooked no argument. "Whatever means you have, ensure it is procured in the shortest time possible." All right, you're the boss. Your word is law," the portly man replied, his face a mask of distress as he took Fong Ping's bank card and exited the confined chamber. 100 tons of iron ore. Where on earth am I to find that?" He lamented internally. It must be said, however, that the portly man's ability to get things done was indeed exceptional. Within half a day's time, he had managed to procure a substantial amount of iron ore, with further shipments continuously arriving from across the nation. This unexpected success filled Fong Ping with delight, allowing him to immerse himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation. Thus, Fong Ping isolated himself within the chamber, surrounded by a vast quantity of iron essence. With a deep inhalation, streams of iron essence flowed into his body through his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Time slipped by swiftly, and before long, a fortnight had passed. During this period, Fong Ping could be said to have not set foot outside. Aside from the daily deliveries of iron essence, he had scarcely encountered another soul. The wealth he had amassed during these days dissipated like water, flowing rapidly away. The dean, filled with curiosity, was not kept in the dark about Fong Ping's endeavors. They all knew he had procured an immense quantity of iron ore but were unaware of his intentions. A thought began to flicker in the dean's mind. Could it be that this fellow has been spurred into delving into some esoteric technique? Nevertheless, this was a positive development for both the dean and the entire academy. For the stronger Fong Ping became, the greater the assurance of safety for the students. They could not have wished for anything more than for Fong Ping's strength to flourish. Within the chamber, piles of iron ore had transformed into a sand-like substance, surrounding Fong Ping in his solitary pursuit. The essence of iron within had evidently been wholly absorbed by Fong Ping. His physical form exhibited a metallic texture. A mere strike would yield a sound akin to that of iron clashing. With a sigh, Fong Ping expelled a breath of turbid air, his entire body erupting with crisp sounds reminiscent of frying beans. And in an instant, the hue of his skin reverted to a flesh-like tone. The first stage of the 8-9 profound art had been successfully mastered, yet he pondered the extent of its power and how it contrasted with the descriptions found in texts. With a resounding thud, Fong Ping delivered a punch to the ground, leaving a profound imprint upon the floor. A look of astonishment graced his features. He had employed solely the might of his physical body, without invoking any divine arts or techniques. Truly, Lao Jun had not deceived him. The 8-9 profound art was indeed as fearsome as legend proclaimed. It is worth noting that the floor was specially crafted. Even a full force strike from a cultivator in the nascent soul stage would leave no trace. Having accomplished the first stage of the 8-9 profound art, Fong Ping resolved to emerge from his seclusion. The remaining silver and gold ores were not mere commodities to be purchased with money. It would likely require his own efforts to secure several veins. Otherwise, he would be left with no choice but to eliminate a few adept practitioners in the out-of-body stage, utilizing their remains to facilitate the exchange of all materials necessary for cultivating from the 2nd to the 4th levels with Yang Jian. Upon his emergence, Fong Ping encountered the dean. The dean regarded Fong Ping with an expression of bewilderment. After half a month of waiting, he was astonished to witness the remarkable transformation in Fong Ping's vitality and spirit. His physical prowess was so formidable that it rivaled that of a demonic beast. Even the nascent soul stage beasts he had encountered did not exhibit such vigor. Had he not been familiar with Fong Ping, he might have mistaken him for an ancient beast that had taken on human form. Was this the outcome of his recent endeavors with iron ores? The dean's curiosity about his student deepened. When did iron ores become capable of enhancing one's vitality? He felt a great discomfort within, yearning to inquire, yet uncertain how to broach the subject. Vitality is of paramount importance to a cultivator. Consider two individuals poised to break through a bottleneck, one brimming with vitality while the other wanes. It is evident that the former possesses a higher likelihood of success. A person with abundant vitality can often unleash 120 of their combat potential. It is akin to the meridians within their body. A person rich in vitality is akin to a broad 8-lane highway, whereas one depleted is merely a solitary path. Given the same amount of spiritual energy, the former can evidently endure a greater volume and output a higher force. Unbeknownst to the dean, the Fong Ping who had cultivated the 8-9 profound art was no mere highway. He was, in fact, a runway for aircraft. Allow me to introduce the individuals who are set to enter the Longyuan secret realm. Please take a moment to familiarize yourselves with one another. This is your team leader, Fong Ping. Fong Ping also observed that behind the dean stood several individuals, 10 young people, 5 males and 5 females, each possessing considerable cultivation, as evidenced by the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from them, all seemingly at the golden core stage. At this moment, Fong Ping finally comprehended why the dean insisted on personally overseeing the situation. It appeared that the individuals dispatched from Magic City University were somewhat lacking in strength point. One could only imagine the formidable opponents they might encounter, with their ranks potentially brimming with high-level experts, while the strongest on their side barely reached the golden core stage. What could they possibly use to compete against such overwhelming prowess? The notion of this young leader being their captain was laughable. Among the 5 males and 5 females, one young man raised a question regarding the opposing team's evaluation. His words immediately captured Fong Ping's attention. Being at the late golden core stage, Fong Ping quickly discerned that this young man was the most formidable among the 10, nearing perfection in his cultivation, and poised to break through into the nascent soul stage at any moment. The other 9 clearly regarded him as their leader. Naturally, he held great dissatisfaction towards Fong Ping, the unexpected leader, perceiving him as a usurper of his position, and thus felt compelled to challenge him. Fong Ping glanced at the dean and murmured, "May I teach them a lesson?" The dean, with a resigned nod, replied, "Just be gentle. They are still quite young. Rest assured, I shall not use excessive force," Fong Ping assured him. Upon overhearing their conversation, the young man felt even more incensed, interpreting it as a blatant dismissal of his worth. In truth, Fong Ping indeed regarded him with indifference. Having dealt with numerous experts at the nascent soul stage, a mere late golden core cultivator hardly piqued his interest. Even if Fong Ping were to eliminate him, the young man's corpse would not yield anything of value. After all, a golden core corpse was of little use to him at present. Arrogant, remember this. The person who will defeat you is... Oh, my apologies. I have no interest in remembering the name of someone I will soon vanquish. You are simply too weak. Before the young man could finish his retort, Fong Ping unabashedly interrupted him. The young man's fury escalated, and in a fit of rage, he bit his own finger, conjuring a blood-red symbol in the air. This is absurd. Witnessing this scene, the dean was infuriated and attempted to intervene, but was taken aback as Fong Ping's actions were swifter than his own. Fong Ping quickly extended his finger, tapping several times in the air, unleashing strands of barely visible spiritual energy that shattered the blood symbol before the young man. Wah! The young man spat out a mouthful of blood, his countenance pale, clearly suffering significant injury. However, the dean, in contrast, appeared relieved, exhaling a deep sigh. The young man had invoked not just any spell, but a blood curse unique to his family. Although potent, this method inflicted severe harm upon its user, even draining their lifespan and impacting their foundational essence. Such a technique was generally not employed lightly, yet this young man, in a moment of reckless pride, had resorted to it, eliciting both fury and profound disappointment from the dean. The mindset determines one's altitude. Such a disposition will undoubtedly hinder the attainment of great accomplishments in the future. Initially, the dean held considerable hope for him, believing he had a strong chance of breaking through to the out-of-body stage. However, it now appears that he may struggle significantly even to surpass the nascent soul stage. Fortunately, Fong Ping intervened just in time to disrupt his blood curse. Only Fong Ping possesses such extraordinary ability to terminate another's supernatural powers. Otherwise, even the dean's intervention would have inflicted irreparable harm upon herself. Chapter 76. Plea for mercy. You know not what folly you are committing, the dean exclaimed, her voice laced with anger directed at the young man. She intended to allow him a chance to defend himself, but he was ruthlessly cut off. Enough. This is an operation concerning the Longyuan secret realm, and you shall not participate. Why can't I join? We had agreed otherwise. The youth's agitation was palpable. He had made extensive preparations for the Longyuan secret realm operation, and being denied participation was incomprehensible to him. Moreover, within the Longyuan secret realm lies a wealth of divine and demonic legacies, a monumental opportunity he did not wish to squander. The dean responded with a cold snort, to carelessly resort to a blood curse. Do you not comprehend the toll it exacts? We have no need for reckless individuals who disregard their own future. Her words were unequivocally stern, and she even unleashed a fraction of her nascent soul aura, leaving the young man momentarily speechless. "All right, I understand," he murmured, a look of despondency crossing his face, realizing that the dean's decision was final and immutable. Yet, unexpectedly, Fang Ping stepped forward to intercede on his behalf. "I believe that youth is often prone to mistakes. In moments of rashness and impulsivity, such as the nature of being young, is it not? When one's vitality is at its peak, such behaviors are common. Let us merely advise him to exercise more caution in the future." The dean regarded Fang Ping with a perplexed expression, uncertain of his motivation for defending the young man at this juncture. The youth, too, was taken aback, unsure why Fang Ping had chosen to speak for him. However, with Fang Ping now advocating for him, he felt no inclination to voice dissent. Fang Ping gently patted the dean's shoulder twice, stating, "At this moment, we ought to grant the young man another chance." Fang Ping's rationale was quite straightforward. He could not continuously act as their personal guardian. If the young man were to be ousted as the strongest among them, it would only escalate the difficulty of his own protective duties. There was no need to complicate matters unnecessarily. Ultimately, the dean acquiesced to Fang Ping's counsel, declaring, "This time, it is Fang Ping who has interceded on your behalf. Should you exhibit similar conduct again, you shall be expelled without hesitation." With that, the dean departed. Fang Ping cast a subtle smile at the few individuals who still bore expressions of defiance, and with no reservations, he unleashed his nascent soul prowess, akin to a colossal mountain descending upon them, overwhelming the 10 individuals in an instant. "Do you now understand? Why am I fit to be the leader while you are not? It is simply because I am stronger." Fang Ping effortlessly subdued several individuals with his formidable nascent soul strength. Faced with Fang Ping's overwhelming power, they had no choice but to acknowledge his prowess and accept his position as leader. Fang Ping was quite satisfied with this arrangement. He merely wished to avoid any trouble, which was indeed splendid. After resting for a day or two, under the guidance of the dean, Fang Ping, along with 5 men and 5 women, ventured into the Longyuan's secret realm. Fang Ping also learned that the young man who had confronted him that day was named Wang Yuan. "Damn it, why do these creatures seem to multiply the more we slay them? No matter how many we kill, they appear to be inexhaustible," as Fang Ping obliterated a red figure with a punch. He realized that as long as that rift remained, it would continuously spawn these unknown red apparitions. To resolve this issue, they needed to seal the rift. Wang Yuan flashed his blade, cleaving through a blood-red figure, and replied, "Then we must act swiftly." Fang Ping cursed in response, "Your strength surpasses mine. Shouldn't it be your responsibility to devise a plan?" It was now the 3rd day since Fang Ping and his companions had entered the Longyuan secret realm. To his astonishment, this realm possessed the ability to disrupt the order of teleportation. Although they had entered together as a group of 11, only Wang Yuan had been teleported alongside him, while the others were scattered. The Longyuan secret realm seemed to exist in its own dimension, and the area they found themselves in resembled a primeval forest. During the initial 2 days, they encountered no dangers, but on the 3rd day, chaos ensued. Just as they were walking along, a nearby dark cave erupted with a dazzling red light, and the ground beneath their feet trembled violently, revealing a profound rift before them. Subsequently, a swarm of red blood shadows surged forth from the fissure. These blood shadows, upon spotting Fang Ping and the others, lunged at them as if they were prey. The strength of these apparitions was relatively weak, generally at the Foundation establishment stage, and initially, Fang Ping and his companions paid them little heed. However, they soon discovered that their attacks had no effect on these creatures. After being dispersed, the shadows quickly reformed, continuing their assault as if nothing had happened. If this persisted, even with their high cultivation, they could not withstand the relentless onslaught. This was no longer a mere war of attrition. It was a full-blown brawl, as the saying goes. Many ants can kill an elephant. With so many of these creatures, they could easily overwhelm Fang Ping and his companions. Wang Yuan unleashed a brilliant arc of light from his blade, shattering the red shadows before him and clearing a significant space in the center of the battlefield. Yet, the red apparitions, seemingly undeterred by death, continued to charge relentlessly toward Fang Ping and his companions. "We cannot continue like this. We will be worn down to nothing," Fang Ping declared. Despite his experience, he could not discern the true nature of these red apparitions. However, one thing can be confirmed. Regardless of the form they have just adopted to launch their attack, he can distinctly sense that the essence of those entities remains unscathed, as their figures are dispersed. They retreat into the void, leaving no trace behind. Fang Ping hastily inquired within the Changshan shopping group, and soon he received a response. "Niuemo Wang. Isn't this the Blood Shadow clan from the Azure realm? How did you encounter them? Upon discovering that someone recognized this entity, Fong Ping felt a surge of joy. He quickly pressed on. Never mind how I came across them. Tell me how to eliminate them. Why can't they be killed? Mo Wang. Of course, you can't kill them, for they are fundamentally energy entities, and upon death, they will resurrect in the blood sea of the Azure realm. Unless your strength is sufficiently formidable to create a realm of your own, sealing this space, or forcibly erasing their essence, you will find them utterly unmanageable. Isn't this thing invincible then? Mo Wang. Not quite. While they cannot be killed, their power is considerably weak. You can initially seal them. There should be a fissure nearby, which is their point of emergence. As long as you seal that, they will not be able to escape. Hearing this, Fong Ping finally noticed the fissure that had been continuously spewing blood. That must be it. Heaven and earth, seal for me. With a furious roar, Fong Ping radiated a heat akin to the sun, and a golden solar phantom appeared behind him. Fong Ping raised his hands, and the golden sun slowly ascended in accordance with his movements, heading towards the fissure. The golden sun, as if substantial, emitted a dazzling brilliance, and any crimson shadows illuminated by its light melted like snow. Just as the golden sun was nearing the fissure, a withered hand emerged from it, grasping the golden sun and preventing its advance. The hand, resembling the bark of an elm tree, clung tightly to the skeletal arm, devoid of flesh and blood. Kiki, the last. I have emerged. This accursed seal can no longer impede the march of our Azura clan. Ah, this is the essence of the human realm. It is far superior to the murky Azura realm. I adore this world. An ominous voice emanated from the fissure, its tone fragmented but unmistakably laced with joy and excitement. Begone! A mere Yuaning dares to obstruct me. The owner of the voice bellowed, and with a squeeze of the withered hand, the golden sun was crushed. Humph! Whether you dare or not is not for you to decide. If you have the capability, step out and speak to me. Fong Ping flashed and stood before the fissure, looking down imperiously at the withered hand. Good lad, just wait. The withered hand forcefully shook outward, causing the fissure to widen significantly, allowing even more powerful blood shadows to emerge, while his entire arm stretched out from the fissure. Help! Help! Fong Ping hastily exclaimed in the celestial shopping group. A formidable creature just emerged from the rift. Is there anyone who can deal with this giant? Zoeda D responded. Oh? Is that not a half-blooded Azura? How did it come to be in the Longyuan secret realm? Tai Bai Jinxing inquired. Could it be that the Azura realm has discovered a passage to the human world? Wang Lingguan countered. Impossible. I recall that we sealed this area during our last encounter. As the celestial beings fervently debated, Fong Ping interjected. Could you possibly hold off on the discussion for a moment and first assist me in resolving this issue? This creature possesses immense strength, and I fear I may not be its match. Fong Ping had already exerted 70% of his power, yet he found himself evenly matched against merely one of the creature's hands. This indicated that if the beast were to fully emerge, Fong Ping might indeed be at a disadvantage. Zoeda D offered, I possess a technique known as Fushi's true form, which, when combined with your 8-9 mystical art, can significantly enhance your combat prowess. If you master this, you should be able to confront it. Fong Ping grimaced, expressing his discontent. At a time like this, do I have the luxury to learn? Even if I wish to, the creature won't afford me the time. Unexpectedly, Zoeda D replied that it would not be so complicated and could be accomplished in mere seconds. Fong Ping hesitated momentarily and cautiously asked, that must come at a considerable cost. I presume? Zoeda D reassured him. While it may not be inexpensive, I consider this a personal investment for you. I in return, simply share any valuable discoveries with me in the future. After contemplating, Fong Ping decided that, given the esteemed status of Zoeda D and the public nature of the offer, he would likely not be deceived. Thus, he consented in no time. Zoeda D transmitted the usage method for Fushi's true form. A warm current flowed through Fong Ping's third eye, enveloping his entire being, as if something within him had been unlocked. With a fierce roar, a layer of scale-like armor appeared on the surface of his skin, shimmering with a dim glow. Two small bumps emerged atop his head, rapidly expanding into 2 delicate dragon horns. Simultaneously, his legs were enveloped by a pure yellow light, revealing the tail end of a serpent from its trailing edge. His hands grew robust, with blade-like edges forming along his forearms. Most striking was the transformation of his 9-segmented spine, which stood erect like a divine sword. Lastly, a golden vertical eye manifested at his third eye, shrouded in a veil of misty golden vapor. Cursed be Fushi's true form. Who is this entity? Witnessing Fang Ping summon an incomplete version of the Wind Ancestor's true form reignited the fury within the creature. As the golden beam of light shot forth from Fang Ping's vertical eye into the depths of the rift, he beheld the scene within. A towering figure, grotesquely monstrous and clad in blood-red armor, stood amidst a sea of blood. Surrounding him were countless blood shadows, estimated to number in the millions, stretching into infinity. Before him lay a colossal golden seal, with strands of black lightning weaving through it, delivering fatal strikes to those daring to approach. At that moment, one of his hands was thrust into the crevice of the seal, exerting force to pry it open, allowing the surrounding blood shadows to infiltrate more easily. A million blood shadows, grotesque enough to evoke the cries of a child at night, unmistakably indicated the presence of a half-blooded Ashura. Upon witnessing this scene, Fang Ping's heart sank. How could there be so many? The radiant golden beam instantly captured the attention of the Ashura, who let out a cold snort and, with a flick of his hand, unleashed a torrent of blood light that shattered the resplendent golden glow. As the golden light dissipated, Fang Ping's consciousness was abruptly drawn back into his own body. With lingering trepidation, he glanced at the crevice. Judging from that earlier strike, the Ashura's power was undoubtedly at the level of a divided spirit. Suddenly, a mass of black mist erupted from the Ashura's palm, countless phantom hands converging upon Fang Ping like a dark cloud. A divine light flickered in the vertical eye on Fang Ping's forehead, enabling him to discern the Ashura's true form and locate the genuine hand amidst the illusions. With an explosion of spiritual energy in both hands, he met the oncoming assault head-on. The clash of palms erupted in astonishing energy, radiating outward and obliterating the surrounding trees. Just as Fang Ping and the owner of the hand were locked in their stalemate, a deep crimson blood shadow surged forth from the crevice with a thunderous roar. Wang Yuan exerted force beneath his feet, transforming into a column of white light that shot upwards, colliding fiercely with the blood shadow, which staggered back several paces despite its strength. As the white light faded, Wang Yuan's figure emerged directly in front of the blood shadow, albeit in a somewhat disheveled state. His white robe bore signs of damage, and the specks of blood on his chest stood out starkly against the pristine fabric. I had no intention of seeking you out, but it seems you have come to deliver yourself to your own demise. So I can hardly be blamed. The deep crimson blood shadow, lacking a mouth, nonetheless conveyed its words with clarity. Wang Yuan brandished his long sword, its brilliant blade slicing through the air as he proclaimed with fervor, "I have come to battle you." Very well. Accompanied by a peculiar wave of spiritual energy, the blood shadow's voice resonated once more in the minds of all present. Wang Yuan's long sword, like a dragon, slashed through the air, its silvery brilliance aimed directly at the blood shadow's visage. The blood shadow retaliated, unleashing a spiraling torrent of crimson energy that clashed with the silvery streak, resulting in a tremendous explosion that left Wang Yuan momentarily deafened. With a cough, Wang Yuan expelled a thick spray of blood mist, feeling the weight of his injuries intensifying within him. With a carefree smile, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pointed his long sword towards the blood shadow, declaring, "Come again!" Bang, bang, bang. The blood shadow and Wang Yuan engaged in a brief skirmish, each encounter causing Wang Yuan to spew forth more blood, the color of which grew increasingly darker. "Heh, I wonder how long you can endure." The blood shadow let out a cold laugh, once again advancing with insidious intent, as if it were a maggot clinging to the bones of Wang Yuan. Chapter 79. Wang Yuan's tenacity at that moment. A sudden whooshing sound pierced the air beside them. Without turning, the blood shadow executed an uncanny maneuver, as if its head had twisted a full 180 degrees, appearing directly behind. Being an embodiment of shadow, as its head turned, its limbs materialized instantaneously, far swifter than any turn. Upon reorienting, it beheld three violet sword energies hurtling towards it. A cursory glance revealed that the energy contained within was merely at the level of the spirit's severing realm, and dismissively, it waved a hand to disperse the luminous projectiles. Sizzle! Like water splashed into a hot oil pan, the blood shadow's hand emitted a crackling sound, as an overwhelming pain surged from the depths of its soul, engulfing its consciousness. How long had it been since it had felt such torment? As a blood shadow, it had long since forfeited its five senses, and pain had faded into the recesses of memory. Yet now, this seemingly inconsequential sword energy inflicted a sensation of pain that was utterly unfathomable. What astonished it further was the realization that, despite being a blood shadow capable of reviving in the blood pool of the Ashura realm even after being torn to shreds, this recent sword energy had actually diminished a portion of its soul. This implied that even upon revival in the blood pool, it would irrevocably lose that fragment of its essence, an idea that was indeed astonishing. Upon closer inspection, it discerned that although the sword energy was purple, it harbored a mysterious force of rules, explaining the irreparable damage it had sustained. Tracing the source of this power, it swiftly identified the wielder of the three sword energies, Fang Ping, who was currently locked in a struggle against the looming hand. Despite being embroiled in confrontation, Fang Ping managed to spare some time to unleash sword energies in aid of Wang Yuan. Though you are the prey of my master, I remain indifferent to assisting in your demise. Even from a distance, the blood shadow distinctly heard his voice echoing in its mind. With a sweep of its arms, two blood-red beams surged towards Lin Zhao's location. Your opponent is me. Accompanied by Wang Yuan's cold snort, a slender blade of light descended from above, cleaving the two crimson beams in twain. The severed beams, rendered powerless, continued to travel briefly before gradually dissipating into faint streams of energy in the air. With his long blade in hand, Wang Yuan stood protectively before Lin Zhao, confronting the blood shadow from afar. You think of fleeing before you have bested me? Fleeing? Ha ha ha! The blood shadow erupted in laughter, as if Wang Yuan's words were an amusing jest. Since you are so eager to embrace death, I shall gladly accompany you on your journey. With your gravely injured body, I wonder how much longer you can endure. A shroud of crimson mist erupted from the figure of the blood shadow, and upon closer inspection, it revealed countless small bats, densely packed, hurtling towards Lin Zhao and the others. Wang Yuan swung his long blade repeatedly, the dazzling blade light forming a silvery barrier in midair that obliterated all the approaching bats. Suddenly, a blood shadow crashed against the blade barrier, causing Wang Yuan's weapon to falter, as an immense force surged through the blade and into his body, exacerbating his internal injuries. A jet-black, viscous blood sprayed onto the blade. It seemed the long knife sensed its master's grievous wounds, emitting a crisp lament. Out of fuel and extinguished, is it? You shall meet your demise. In an instant, the blood shadow materialized before Wang Yuan. Its hands transformed into vicious claws, lunging at his throat. That moment, a colossal azure hand descended from the heavens, leaving an enormous palm print approximately 5 meters deep in the ground. The once formidable blood shadow had now dissipated into specks of light. At this juncture, the owner of the azure hand finally revealed his enigmatic form. The upper half was human, while the lower half was serpentine, lacking feet and trailing a long, silvery serpent tail. His body was adorned with a layer of shimmering silver scales that glistened in the sunlight. His hands were as white as jade, enveloped in 2 streams of ethereal energy, one black and one white, intertwining seamlessly. His spine stood erect, resembling a long spear poised to pierce the heavens. A sharp aura emanated from his spine. Capable of piercing the clouds, the center of his forehead was a golden vertical eye that absorbed all light that approached it. Silvery hair, flecked with a hint of luminescence, cascaded over his shoulders, while behind him spun a massive Bagua diagram. This figure bore resemblance to the Fushi true form that Fang Ping had recently mastered, yet there were differences as well. It seems your ally has arrived. Thus, I shall no longer engage with you. Upon sighting the newcomer, the half-blood Azura, who had been at an impasse with Fang Ping, decisively withdrew his arm. Observing the two of them, it was evident they were not allies. Who would believe otherwise? Chapter 80. The mysterious figure in his complete state, the Azura would naturally not fear confronting Fang Ping and his companion. However, in his current weakened condition, with only one arm at his disposal, it was wiser to retreat than to court death. The Azura's retreat not only surprised Fang Ping but also relieved him, for no one desired to provoke such a formidable adversary without cause. Fang Ping clasped his fists in respect to the mysterious visitor, intending to speak, only to be silenced by a gesture from the other, who then whispered, "Follow me." Sensing no malice from the mysterious figure, Fang Ping grasped the unconscious Wang Yuan and followed in the footsteps of this enigmatic individual. Soon, they arrived at a desolate expanse, which had transformed into a desert, stretching for miles with scorching sands. At the center of this desert, the heat was palpable, and the fiery toxins in the air were dense enough to be visible to the naked eye. Just as the mysterious figure concealed their presence, a streak of light shot across the sky, revealing a young man descending upon a sword. A manifestation of the spirit division? From the aura exuded by the youth, Fang Ping could distinctly sense that he was undoubtedly a master at the spirit severing stage. This must be the place, Jian Xing murmured to himself, his sword-like brows arching as the twin swords of azure and violet materialized in his hands. The Tai Bai sword song, 6th style, 3 shadows. With a low shout, Jianxing flicked his wrists, unleashing countless azure and violet light swords that cascaded from the heavens like rain, landing with a resounding clatter upon the ground. The light swords pierced the earth, creating numerous small craters, from which a wisp of crimson energy wafted upward. This is it. A glint of brilliance flashed in Jianxing's eyes as he beckoned with both hands. Come, the myriad light swords, seemingly responding to his call, soared towards him and hovered before him, forming a colossal wheel of swords to go. Jianxing pointed his right hand at the massive sword wheel, which began to spin rapidly. Hurtling towards the spot where the red vapor had just emerged, boom, with a thunderous crash, dust and debris settled, revealing a deep pit that seemed bottomless. Jianxing furrowed his brow. Why was there not a trace of energy within this pit? Had he made a mistake? At that moment, a hand as white as jade reached out from the void behind Jianxing, poised to strike him. However, the azure and violet swords instinctively responded, shielding their master. A blue and a purple beam of light intersected behind Jianxing, halting the hand's advance. Show yourself, you coward! Jianxing spun around, thrusting his sword into the empty space, producing a sound akin to clashing metal. A figure gradually materialized from the void, revealing a young and beautiful woman clad in a flowing red gown, her right hand firmly grasping the sword held by Jianxing before Jianxing could utter a word. The woman chuckled lightly and spoke. Has the strength of the mortal realm diminished to this extent, or do you truly believe that your prowess is sufficient to claim the legacy within? You cannot even surpass my trial, yet you think to obtain the master's inheritance? Jianxing's heart began to race. He had not anticipated that this seemingly harmless maiden could effortlessly counter his artifact. Whether one is worthy is not for you to decide. The silent emergence of his opponent behind him indicated that she was far superior, yet Jianxing retorted coldly. You are more than enough to deal with. The azure and violet swords radiated a brilliant glow at his side. The woman glanced at Jianxing and replied nonchalantly. You are not qualified. Jianxing summoned his spiritual energy. Then let us see the truth beneath our hands. Twin dragons subduing demons. The twin swords transformed into two colossal dragons of azure and violet, lunging ferociously at the woman. Unfazed, she slowly raised her hands, pressing the massive dragon heads against the air, rendering them powerless to advance despite their furious roars. The woman smiled, saying, Little one, I have told you, you are no match for me. It is best you retreat. In the midst of this confrontation, a gigantic fist suddenly tore through the void, seizing the opportunity while the woman was preoccupied with holding back the colossal dragons formed from the azure and violet swords, striking towards her back. Have you ever contemplated that the female specter, with a leisurely grace, struck the head of the azure dragon with a single slap, causing it to emit a mournful cry before crashing heavily to the ground? Immediately thereafter, without so much as a glance back, she pointed a finger towards the colossal fist looming behind her. Bang! A towering figure clad in blood-red armor was forcibly summoned from the void by the specter. Another one has arrived. Moreover, he appears to be in a state of distraction. A sense of suspicion welled up within Fang Ping. What manner of inheritance could provoke the emergence of two masters in the spirit-severing stage? Yet, how did that individual come to know of such an inheritance, and why did he bring him here? The armored man suppressed a mouthful of reverse blood and stood alongside Jianxing. The specter regarded the armored figure, her brow furrowing as she queried, Is that the bloodline of the Jiuli? Chapter 81. The mysterious inheritance. The armored man, unperturbed, met the specter's gaze with fierce determination igniting in his eyes. The specter smiled with a hint of amusement, delicately resting her hand upon her forehead. I nearly forgot that the Jiuli clan consists of natural-born warriors. Jianxing raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring, Ice block man, are you intrigued by this? Did the old Taoist not accompany you? The armored man snorted disdainfully, his voice chillingly cold. I am Chi Man. No sooner had he spoken than the void rippled like the surface of water. An elderly Taoist emerged from the undulating waves, grumbling, Why did you run so fast? I nearly couldn't keep up. Ha ha, it seems fate has brought us to this moment. The third master in the spirit-severing stage has arrived. Jianxing, disregarding Chi Man's sour expression, chuckled heartily. The specter, with a radiant smile, surveyed the three of them. Is it just the three of you? Is there no one else? Just the three of you. I fear it may not suffice. Chi Man let out a cold snort, feeling humiliated from having been repelled by a mere finger of a woman. The old Taoist, unfazed, remarked, It appears that the female specter effortlessly repelled Chi Man with a mere finger. But in truth, you lacked the strength to pursue further. After all, the azure and purple dual swords are high-grade celestial artifacts, sealing the power of two colossal dragons. It cannot be as effortless as you portray. Within this dragon abyss secret realm, devoid of external energy replenishment, if your strength remains as formidable as in the past, I would turn and leave without a second thought. However, it seems your current power is not significantly greater than ours. Upon hearing the Taoist's words, Jian Xing's eyes sparkled with realization. If the specter were truly as terrifying as she seemed, she would have already slain him, rather than waiting until now. The specter's expression darkened, finally shedding the earlier demeanor of nonchalance and confidence. After a moment's pause, she finally spoke. I concede that you speak the truth. My strength is nearly depleted, yet it is more than sufficient to deal with you fledgling beings who have yet to ascend to immortality. Then, I must take my leave. The old Taoist's words were sweet, but his actions were anything but gentle. With a flick of his hand, a feathered whisk soared into the air, transforming into 3,000 strands of white silk that cascaded towards the specter like a torrential downpour. Jian Xing and Qi Man, undeterred, launched their assault on either side of the specter. Jian Xing's azure and purple dual swords entwined, unleashing a beam of light, half azure and half purple, which coalesced into a massive wheel of light. With Jian Xing himself at its center, on the right side, Qi Man wielded no offensive magical artifacts. Instead, he charged forward with his iron fists aimed directly at Nu Ba's face. With a swift motion, Nu Ba raised her right hand to meet Qi Man's fierce punch. What appeared to be an unremarkable gesture concealed its true terror, for Qi Man, in that moment, felt like a solitary boat adrift on the vast ocean, vulnerable to being engulfed by even the slightest wave. Meanwhile, her left hand conjured an illusory great sword, one side of its blade adorned with engravings of the sun, moon, and stars, while the other depicted mountains and flora. The hilt bore inscriptions of agricultural and pastoral arts on one side, and strategies for unification across the seas on the other. Upon witnessing this, Jianxing felt an overwhelming sense of despair, nearly on the verge of bloodshed. Such blatant cheating was unbearable. What? You inquire about the identity of that sword? He exclaimed incredulously. You truly do not recognize such a renowned blade. This is none other than the Xinyuan sword, one of the 10 legendary swords. Even the dual swords of Qing and Zi would find themselves vanquished by its presence. The radiance emanating from the sword had dimmed considerably, and had Jianxing not exerted his will, it would have surely knelt in submission. No wonder, as the daughter of the Yellow Emperor Xinyuan, it was only natural for Nu Ba to summon the phantom of the Xinyuan sword. Yet, one could not help but wonder why someone of such noble lineage remained trapped within the depths of the Longyuan secret realm. As the 3,000 strands of white silk descended from above, threatening to ensnare Nu Ba, she lifted her head and let out a furious roar, uttering an ancient incantation. Fire, fire, fire! Sparks ignited in the sky. Their intense heat scorching holes into the very fabric of space, orange-red flames danced about. And not only the illusory strands of silk, but even the physical artifact, the whisk, was charred black, eliciting a wince of pain from the old Taoist. On the other side, the colossal sword wheel commanded by Jianxing was shattered by the light of the Xinyuan sword in Nu Ba's grasp, causing Jianxing to spew blood as he fell to one knee. Following the collision of fists between Qi Man and Nu Ba, a sharp crack resounded, and Qi Man's right hand fell limply to his side in a grotesque manner. His armor was now riddled with a web of intricate fissures. Known for their formidable physical prowess, the Jiuli tribe was rendered so feeble before Nu Ba. It was hardly surprising, given that Nu Ba was one of the primordial zombies, while Qi Man was merely a descendant of the Jiuli bloodline. Nu Ba covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Is this the extent of your strength? Hardly impressive. Now that you are here, you shall not depart. Ignite the Li Hua barrier, arise. With a graceful sweep of her hands, a series of magical seals flew from her fingertips, a crimson light curtain unfurled from her form, expanding outward. Great billows of red smoke emanated from her, prompting Jianxing and his companions to inwardly lament their plight. The dual swords of Qing and Zi wove a luminous barrier to shield against a portion of the smoke. Qi Man unleashed a powerful punch, dispersing not only the smoke but also creating a spatial collapse that drew the swirling smoke into its depths. The old Taoist, with a flourish of his wide sleeves, captured the smoke within them. What seemed like an ordinary act was, in truth, a manifestation of the sleeve universe technique from the 36 transformations of Tiangang. Mastery of such arts could even allow one to contain the celestial bodies within their sleeves. Nonetheless, some remnants of smoke still escaped. At that moment, the Li Hua barrier was fully realized. A sudden transformation occurred. The female specter let out a piercing roar, her flowing red gown astonishingly morphing into a suit of crimson armor. The trio of Jianxing, already at a disadvantage against her, found themselves in an even more precarious situation. In barely 30 exchanges, Chi-Man was sent hurtling from the fray by a single strike from the specter, crashing violently against the fire barrier, emitting a sizzling sound akin to meat being grilled. With Chi-Man incapacitated, Jianxing and the old Taoist found it increasingly difficult to hold their ground, and soon, they bore injuries. "Watch out!" Jianxing exclaimed in alarm as the specter suddenly darted behind the old Taoist, her delicate hands transforming into lethal claws, poised to pierce through him. In that split second, a tang knife made of ice crystals descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the specter's wrist and forcing her hand away. "Who goes there?" the female specter queried, alert. The previously sweltering air was abruptly chilled by a gust of wind, and snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Fang Ping, appearing in a nonchalant manner, spread his hands and said, "Honestly, I didn't wish to intervene, truly." Fang Ping was indeed correct. His initial desire was to observe the spectacle rather than engage. However, as he stood there, the system unexpectedly issued a mandatory task, one that required him to rescue Jianxing and the others and subdue the female specter. Internally, Fang Ping cursed, thinking, "Isn't this simply a trap? They, who are in the spirit-severing stage, cannot handle such a foe, yet I'm summoned?" Fortunately, the system granted him temporary elevation of authority, boosting his Xian Gong to the 5th level, enabling him to act. Had it not been for this enhancement, even in the event of a task failure, he would not have emerged. Jianxing and his companions exchanged glances at Fang Ping, who was now engaged in fierce combat with the specter. Realizing they had no opportunity to intervene, Jianxing patted Chi-Man's shoulder and inquired, "Are the younger generations truly this formidable?" Their keen observation revealed that Fang Ping was not only quite young but also undoubtedly not a reincarnated individual. Chi-Man shook his head, replying, "I don't know. This fellow is incredibly strong with sheer strength." Fang Ping faced off against the specter, their blades and fists clashing, resonating with thunderous roars. In less than 20 exchanges, Fang Ping swung his long knife, sending the female specter flying, and with a decisive strike, severed her head. Is she truly dead? Despite having beheaded the specter, Fang Ping remained vigilant. After all, how could such a powerful entity be so easily dispatched? As anticipated, moments later, the severed head flew back to her body, reattaching itself seamlessly. Fang Ping scoffed and resumed the fierce battle with her. Was it merely an illusion? Why did Jianxing sense that the specter seemed slightly stronger than before? 20 minutes later, the specter was once again knocked down by Fang Ping, yet she stood up, unscathed. No, it was not an illusion. She was indeed stronger than before, more evidently so. Jianxing called out, "Be cautious. Each time the specter sustains heavy wounds, her strength increases. Do not prolong the battle." Fang Ping found himself in a rather precarious situation. He had believed that his mastery of the 8th and 9th levels of the profound arts would enable him to effortlessly subdue this opponent. However, to his astonishment, this adversary turned out to be a tenacious entity, impervious to defeat, whose strength only seemed to amplify after sustaining significant injuries. The female specter, having suffered the indignity of having her head severed multiple times, was now seething with rage. With a deft gesture, she intoned, "Fire of the stone." A plume of white flames erupted from the ground. Fire of the wood, bright yellow flames ignited among the trees. Fire of the void. Even the very fabric of the air began to blaze, with translucent flames suspended in midair. 3 fires, unite. True fire of the 3 flavors, go. The 3 flames converged, ultimately amalgamating into a bizarre hue that radiated a terrifying heat, hurtling toward Fang Ping. True fire of the 3 flavors, you say? Fang Ping's lips curled into a faint smile as a frigid current surged from his palms. He intoned, "Absolute zero." In the next heartbeat, an overwhelming wave of icy chill erupted from his hands. This, indeed, was the formidable prowess of the 8th and 9th levels of the profound arts, capable of instinctively transforming into a countermeasure against an opponent's techniques. Not only did the surrounding flames falter, but even the true fire of the 3 flavors was ensnared by the icy aura, flickering uncertainly, its surface encased in frost. This extraordinary spectacle, where ice and fire coexisted, unfolded before the onlookers. The female specter declared, "Do you presume my true fire of the 3 flavors to be mere ordinary flames? Break for me." The intensity of the flames surged significantly, seemingly on the verge of shattering the thin layer of ice. Yet it remained thwarted. "Oh, you think my ice is merely ordinary ice?" Fang Ping countered calmly. The female specter shook her head, conceding, "I acknowledge your strength, but here, it is my domain." In an instant, a potent aura erupted from her. Soaring towards the heavens, a massive golden dragon claw emerged from the void, aiming to strike Fang Ping. Undeterred, Fang Ping retaliated with a punch, shattering the dragon claw. Following this, the golden dragon, seemingly incensed, manifested in the stormy sky above the wasteland, as clouds swirled and gathered ominously. Finally, a deafening roar resonated from the mist, and a colossal golden dragon head emerged from the clouds, followed swiftly by its lengthy body. Before long, a giant dragon, measuring over 1,000 meters, emerged from the vast sea of clouds. The immense pressure emanating from its form caused the air around to grow dense and stagnant, as Fang Ping braced himself to confront two formidable foes. Jian Xing and his companions could no longer bear to watch and instinctively moved to assist him, eager to alleviate some of the burden. However, Fang Ping raised his blade and commanded, "Stand back. I alone am sufficient." In truth, Fang Ping was reluctant, but the system mandated that he must undertake this task solo. If, by some misstep, the female specter were to slay these individuals, his mission would be jeopardized. The powerful confidence emanating from Fang Ping instilled a sense of compelled submission in Jian Xing and the others. Was this the aura of a true king? Qi Man mused, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. In the battleground above, the fierce clash between Enba, Fang Ping, and the five-clawed golden dragon has reached an intense climax. Fang Ping wields a sky-blue ice crystal longsword in his left hand, executing a flurry of strikes that presses unrelentingly towards Enba's vital points. His right hand transforms into a fist, employing a bold and dynamic combat style, each blow landing with resounding impact, leaving the five-clawed golden dragon flustered and struggling to defend itself. For a moment, it is Fang Ping who holds the upper hand, overpowering both the five-clawed golden dragon and Enba. Although the five-clawed golden dragon is a spirit entity, it is incensed by the assault, letting out a furious roar that channels the national fortunes of several states, causing its form to swell to an imposing 2,000 meters in length. Simultaneously, Enba completes her transformation, revealing her true form. A grotesque creature adorned in crimson fur, with bat-like wings sprouting from her back. What was once a living beauty has now morphed into a monstrous figure, evoking a sense of lament in onlookers. Unfazed by such sentiments, Enba, in her true form, eyes blazing with ferocity, lunges at Fang Ping with a powerful punch. Fang Ping deftly pivots his long sword, meeting her fist, nay, her razor-sharp claws. Head-on, a crisp clang of metal reverberates through the air as the two figures swiftly separate. Enba licks her sharp teeth, fixing Fang Ping with a predatory gaze, remarking, "Your reflexes are commendable, and your strength is impressive." Fang Ping's left hand, still gripping the sword, trembles slightly, yet he retorts coldly, "You are no slouch either. You nearly managed to harm me, is that so?" Enba's lips curl into a chilling smirk as she thrusts her right foot into the void, propelling herself into the fray, her hands conjuring a torrent of punch shadows that rain down upon Fang Ping. The five-clawed golden dragon follows suit, sweeping its colossal tail to disperse the clouds, revealing a brilliant azure sky. Yet, Fang Ping remains steadfast, left hand wielding the sword and right hand poised to strike, confronting this formidable duo. However, faced with this enhanced adversary, Fang Ping finds himself in a precarious position, transitioning from an initial offensive stance to one of defense. After a brief yet fierce exchange, Fang Ping is clearly at a disadvantage. The five-clawed golden dragon seizes upon a momentary lapse in Fang Ping's guard, delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. Fang Ping stifles a grunt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he presses on, transforming his fist into claws and viciously tearing at the dragon's tail. Ripping it asunder, though not composed of flesh and blood, the five-clawed golden dragon emits a pained cry as ethereal mist envelopes the severed tail. The fragment in Fang Ping's grasp bursts into a flurry of shimmering particles. Chapter 84. I heard you were just two against one before long. The five-clawed golden dragon's severed tail begins to regenerate, yet its aura has noticeably diminished, with even its scales appearing somewhat dulled. The trio on the ground observes this with growing anxiety. Should Fang Ping falter, they would undoubtedly be no match for Enba. Sword Star grits his teeth, intending to ascend and lend Fang Ping assistance. But to his dismay, as he ascends midway, his expression shifts dramatically. He is unable to rise any further. The overwhelming pressure from the duo and the dragon is too formidable, rendering even a powerhouse like Sword Star incapable of drawing near. The Sword Star, with a disgruntled expression, soared back to the ground, only to discover that Qi Man and the old Taoist were stifling their laughter. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. These two old rascals had known all along and had chosen not to inform him, leaving him to suffer such a significant humiliation. Shifting his gaze back to the sky, he noted that in just a brief moment, several new wounds had appeared on Fang Ping's body. Although the female corpse general had also sustained some injuries, she seemed to grow stronger with each battle. What to do? Just as Fang Ping appeared on the verge of defeat, a streak of light suddenly traversed the sky, breaking through the first layer of the Lihua barrier and heading straight for the second layer, ultimately landing before the five-clawed golden dragon. This object was none other than a scroll. The golden dragon, unwilling to concede, cast a resentful glance at Fang Ping, snorted loudly, and with a mighty opening of its jaws, inhaled the scroll, which gradually faded into obscurity. With the five-clawed golden dragon no longer a constraint, Fang Ping was finally able to unleash his full potential and engage the female corpse general wholeheartedly. He shook his somewhat sore left hand, switching to his right to wield his blade, and remarked, "Just now, it seemed you were quite arrogant, weren't you?" The female corpse general paid him no heed, instead letting out a furious roar as she lunged at him. Fang Ping's long blade traced extraordinary arcs through the air, while a white chill surged around him. The temperature in the air plummeted drastically, transforming from a furnace-like heat to a sudden snowfall. Remarkably, Fang Ping was now surrounded by a band of ice composed of numerous ice lotus flowers. He murmured, "Snow dance of the floral lotus." The previously motionless ice lotuses responded to an unseen command, swiftly spinning to form a semi-transparent light band that coiled around the blade, dazzling in its brilliance. Amidst the splendor lay an intense chill that seemed to freeze the very air itself. Even someone as robust as Chi Man could not help but shiver, as the temperature had far surpassed the previous absolute zero. The female corpse general was not to be outdone. 5 ancient talismans materialized in her hand, appearing as though they had weathered many years and would disintegrate with the slightest gust of wind. She cast the 5 talismans into the air and chanted, "Remnant gold, punishing wood, offering water, poisonous fire, burial earth, reversed 5 elements, transform." The 5 talismans whirled rapidly in midair, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, yet their brilliance was unlike the ordinary hues of the 5 elements, intertwined with a hint of dark energy that exuded an aura of malevolence. Remnant gold, punishing wood, transforming water, poisonous fire, burial earth. The 5 strange ethereal shadows of the 5 elements emerged from the talismans, harboring a terrifying power that lay in wait. With a deft movement of his long blade, countless ice lotuses danced in the air, coalescing into a massive ice lotus that emanated a blinding blue light, spinning as it charged toward the female corpse general's 5 talismans. The reversed 5-element talismans were ensnared tightly by Fang Ping's snow dance of the floral lotus. Remnant gold, punishing wood, transforming water, poisonous fire, burial earth. The various ethereal shadows of the 5 elements flickered and exchanged places, striving to break free from the layers of snow lotus flowers enveloping them, yet it was evident that their efforts were in vain. Bang! With another resounding clash, Fang Ping delivered a heavy palm strike to the female corpse general's chest, while simultaneously, she left 5 half-foot-deep claw marks on his abdomen. The 2 individuals were hurled backwards, blood spilling from their mouths, and they landed heavily upon the ground. Chapter 85. Subjugation. Fang Ping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, surprisingly managing to rise from the ground before anyone else. The 8-9 profound art endowed him with a formidable physique, as well as remarkable regenerative abilities. Although they sustained similar injuries, it was evident that Fang Ping was recovering at a much faster rate. His opponent, caught off guard by Fang Ping's swift resurgence, could not help but reveal a glimmer of unwillingness in their eyes. Step by step, Fang Ping approached the female specter, whose eyes shone with a light of indomitable spirit, indicating that she was not so easily subdued. This unexpected resistance left Fang Ping at a loss. The system's task required him to conquer the female specter, yet her current demeanor suggested that this would not be a simple endeavor. In his helplessness, he resorted to seeking assistance in the group chat. However, upon learning that the entity Fang Ping aimed to subjugate was the female specter, everyone in the chat responded in unison. Niao Mo Wang, Ren Huang Xian Yuan, Tai Shang Lao Jun, Ren Huang Xian Yuan. Er Lang Shun, Ren Huang Xian Yuan, Sun Wukong, Ren Huang Xian Yuan, Tang Sanzong, Ren Huang Xian Yuan. It dawned on Fang Ping that, indeed, the esteemed Ren Huang Xian Yuan should also be present in the group. He was about to attempt to subdue his daughter. Was this not a jest? After much anticipation, under the collective calls, Ren Huang Xian Yuan finally made his appearance. Ren Huang Xian Yuan, I appreciate everyone's concern for my daughter. Young friend, shortly, I shall send a projection to assist you. You need not worry about this matter. Just as Ran Huang Xianyuan concluded his message, his avatar swiftly dimmed. Before long, the space surrounding Fang Ping seemed to be kneaded by an unseen hand. And from the rippling fabric of reality emerged a strikingly handsome man. Clad in a white robe adorned with 5 golden dragons, his identity was unmistakable. The eternal emperor of humanity, Xianyuan Huangdi. The emperor exuded an aura that was both majestic and approachable, instantly creating a sense of warmth and familiarity. Mysterious black patterns began to manifest upon the emperor's hands, resembling serpentine shadows slithering across his arms, ultimately coalescing into a complex rune. Go. With a gentle command, the rune detached from his fingertips and soared towards the female specter. Though she wished to evade it, the rune possessed an inexplicable allure that anchored her in place. The sound of sacred chants filled the air, and the fierce light in the specter's eyes gradually dimmed, leaving her in a daze. With a resounding pop, the rune imprinted itself upon her forehead, branching out into countless fine lines that spread across her entire being. In a brief moment, the black patterns enveloped her, only to vanish in a flash of darkness. At this juncture, the female specter's gaze regained its clarity. With a tremor, her body shook off the red fur that adorned her, and her immense bat-like wings retracted, transforming her back into a delicate and charming young woman. Rising to her feet, she bowed deeply to Xianyuan, exclaiming, "I pay my respects, esteemed father." Xianyuan, with his ever-gentle smile, supported her as she bent in reverence, saying, "My child, you have endured much suffering." In the poignant moment, Xianyuan gently addressed the child. "My dear, you have suffered greatly." These words evoked a torrent of emotions within the female drought spirit, her eyes welling with tears, on the verge of weeping, her heart laden with countless grievances yearning to be expressed. The drought spirit gazed at her father, and in that instant, she was no longer the formidable figure known for her fearsome reputation, but rather a little girl longing for her father's affection. Xianyuan maintained a soft smile as he continued, "Child, you shall remain by the side of this young brother. Now that you have descended into the mortal realm, I possess no means to take you away, and your spirit is burdened with too much resentment. If you are not careful, you may face the peril of falling. However, this young brother is a person of extraordinary destiny, uniquely suited to assist you in your trials. Staying beside him is indeed your best choice." The drought spirit bowed her head and obediently affirmed, positioning herself beside Fang Chun, a sight that made it difficult for anyone to reconcile this docile girl with the previously fearsome drought spirit. Fang Ping still had not encountered a task that posed a challenge, and this matter was resolved with a mere exchange of words. "Ding, congratulations, host, for completing a formidable task. The system will undergo a series of upgrades, temporarily disabling certain functions. Please proceed with caution." "Upgrades? How long will they take?" Fang Ping felt a surge of anxiety. "The quickest will be 1 second, and the slowest, 1 month. What on earth? Why so long?" "System upgrading. Are you kidding me? System upgrading." Faced with a system that had already commenced its upgrade, he found himself powerless. Xianyuan then turned to Fang Qian and said, "Young brother, I bestow upon you this mark, which will allow you to summon the ethereal visage of the Xianyuan sword 3 times to aid you in battle." With a flick of his hand, a stream of light manifested in the shape of a small sword, imprinting itself upon Fang Qian's chest. This unexpected boon was indeed a delightful surprise for Fang Ping, as he had feared that the system's upgrade might weaken his power, but Xuanyuan's gesture undoubtedly provided him significant assistance. Yet, Fang Ping was puzzled as to how Emperor Xianyuan could send down a doppelganger, for by all accounts, the realms of heaven and man should be distinctly separated. Chapter 86. Xuanyuan's gift. Seemingly sensing Fang Ping's confusion, Xianyuan elucidated, "Strictly speaking, this Longyuan secret realm cannot be classified as part of the mortal world. It belongs to an alternate space, which imposes fewer restrictions upon us. Thus, I can temporarily send down a doppelganger, though the duration is limited. With my strength, it can only remain for the span of an incense stick. Once that time elapses, the doppelganger will dissipate of its own accord, incapable of bringing anything back to the heavenly realm." Upon hearing Xuanyuan's explanation, Fang Ping experienced a moment of clarity, while simultaneously marveling at the depth of Xuanyuan's paternal affection, knowing full well that the doppelganger would vanish, yet still choosing to send it forth. The significance of the mark Xianyuan had previously given to Fang Ping was equally apparent, a hope that he would safeguard his daughter within the mortal realm until such time as the 2 realms could be reopened, enabling her return. Indeed, while Fang Ping's current strength may not surpass that of the drought spirit, given his rate of growth, it would not be long before he eclipsed her. Moreover, Fang Ping was the key to bridging the 2 realms. After uttering these words, although he lingered for a few moments, gazing at her daughter, her figure transformed into fleeting specks of light, dissipating into the ether. Once Xianyuan vanished, the female specter reverted to her frigid demeanor, silently trailing alongside Fang Ping, voiceless. Just then, the enigmatic figure who had brought Fang Ping here suddenly dashed forward, plunging into the remnants behind them. Despite the intentions of a few others to intervene, they were hindered by the injuries sustained during their recent confrontation with the female specter. Their resolve weakened. As for Fang Ping, it was utterly inconceivable. Not only had the other party previously rescued Wang Yuan and brought him to this place, but the scroll that had just been unveiled was evidently cast forth by this mysterious individual. Without that scroll, whether Fang Ping could have claimed victory remained an enigma. Of course, the most critical matter was that the system's temporary enhancement to the 5th tier of the 8-9 profound art was gradually fading due to the completion of the task. At present, he was akin to a paper tiger, imposing in appearance yet devoid of true strength, and thus incapable of contending with them. As for the female specter, she maintained a demeanor of detached indifference, seemingly unconcerned, a stark contrast to her earlier ferocity. Adhering to the principle that his own life was paramount, Fang Ping hoisted Wang Yuan and, while his 5th tier of 8-9 profound art had yet to fully dissipate, departed alongside the female specter, out of the sight of the others. The Dragon Source secret realm was anything but small. After traversing approximately several 100,000 miles, Fang Ping confirmed that no one was tailing him before gently descending to awaken Wang Yuan. "Wait, how long have I been unconscious? Where did you find such a stunning beauty?" Wang Yuan mused curiously about the suddenly appearing female specter. Coupled with her exquisite beauty, he found himself unable to resist stealing a few more glances. "What are you staring at? Stop looking," Fang Ping admonished, delivering a firm rap on Wang Yuan's head. He was acutely aware of the female specter's formidable prowess. Should she decide to unleash her strength, it was unlikely anyone could restrain her. He had merely triumphed over her due to the temporary boost from the 5th tier of the 8-9 profound art, and with only the 1st tier at his disposal now, he was in no position to challenge her. Were it not for the mark of Xianyuan on him, along with the runes Xianyuan had inscribed upon the female specter, which allowed him to somewhat mitigate her power, Fang Ping would genuinely be concerned about her possibly succumbing to a violent frenzy and eliminating him. Now, Wang Yuan was brazenly gazing at her. Was he courting death? If they were outside, Fang Ping would have been indifferent to such matters. However, having made a promise to the dean, he could not simply stand by and watch this reckless youth jeopardize himself. After resting for a brief moment to regain some stamina, the group resumed their journey. Fang Ping harbored a lingering worry for the others who had lost contact. It was imperative to locate them swiftly, or he would have no explanation for the dean. Fortunately, each of them possessed a communicator. Though, due to the environmental influences of the Dragon Source secret realm, the device was only functional within a 50-mile radius. However, they had previously arranged a meeting place, so it could not be considered a fruitless search. The three of them were walking along quite well when, suddenly, the previously silent female specter spoke up. "Stop." "Huh?" Fang Ping looked at the female specter in confusion, unsure why she instructed him to halt. Yet it was evidently too late, as one of his feet had already advanced. Before he could even react, his figure began to gradually fade away. This astonishing transformation startled Wang Yuan, who stood there, wide-eyed and speechless, pointing at the empty space before him, utterly at a loss for words. Fortunately, the female specter reacted swiftly, channeling her spiritual energy into a link that connected her to Fang Ping, disappearing alongside him. Only Wang Yuan remained, bewildered, gazing at the spot where they had vanished, unsure of what to do next. Chapter 87. Trial space. This was a desolate wasteland, with the ground exposed in shades of reddish-brown soil and scattered black rocks, sporadically releasing flickers of flame from their crevices. In the distance lay a hazy, chaotic realm, shrouded in an endless gray mist, resembling an undeveloped area, occasionally interrupted by the resounding roar of colliding objects. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, revealing black spatial rifts before Fang Ping's eyes. What kind of place was this, where even the wind could effortlessly tear open spatial fissures? He shuddered at the thought. He could not guarantee that his body was more resilient than this space. This place was undeniably perilous. Do not overthink it. Fortunately, at that moment, the female specter appeared beside Fang Ping and spoke. "It is merely that the space here is exceedingly unstable and prone to fragmentation. The wind itself does not possess such formidable power." Before Fang Ping could exhale in relief, the female specter continued. "However, the force of these spatial rifts is something you cannot resist. To touch them is to invite certain death." The reassurance he had felt with her arrival dissipated instantly. Suddenly, the female specter let out a long, piercing cry, transforming back into an ancient colossal beast with wings. Golden divine patterns cascaded from her pupils, falling in a unique sequence onto the ground surrounding her and Fang Ping. This process lasted approximately 30 minutes, until the ground beneath them had completely transformed into a resplendent golden hue. Unable to contain himself any longer, Fang Ping finally asked, "What on earth is this place?" "Trial space," the female specter replied. No sooner had she spoken than a mass of crimson blood appeared in the sky. This sanguine mass began to churn and condense until it ultimately took the shape of a brush. It was a dark red brush, with even the bristles at its tip stained blood red, adorned with golden patterns that coalesced into an unrecognizable design. The brush floated serenely before Fang Ping, and the female specter did not instruct him on what to do. Yet, in a nebulous manner, a voice seemed to urge him to grasp the brush. Compelled by an unseen force, Fang Ping extended his right hand and firmly seized the brush. In an instant, the heavens and the earth transformed. The skies morphed into an inky black, as layers of dark clouds swirled, interspersed with silver bolts of lightning. It had arrived. The female specter lifted her head, her expression grave as she gazed skyward. The inky clouds billowed ominously, and a colossal eye emerged, parting the dense cloud cover before her. To her astonishment, it was the eye of heavenly punishment that had manifested. This young man harbored quite a few secrets, she mused as she beheld the titanic eye that obscured the sun. She had anticipated confronting a heavenly tribulation, yet it was, unexpectedly, a heavenly punishment. The distinction between the two is subtle, yet their implications are vastly different. A heavenly tribulation, as the term suggests, is a trial set by the heavens, a test for those who defy celestial order. Though formidable, it still offers a glimmer of hope, and overcoming it brings immense rewards. Conversely, heavenly punishment or divine retribution is invoked only when the existence of something poses a grave threat to the world. Its purpose is annihilation, rendering it a harbinger of certain death. The emergence of the eye of heavenly punishment indicates a higher level of scrutiny by the celestial order, as it dispatches its avatar, the eye, to address the threat. This is what people often refer to as the heavens opening their eyes. The brush he had previously pursued was none other than the brush of reincarnation, a tool that allows one to intuitively grasp the memories of past lives, significantly elevating one's spiritual realm and facilitating breakthroughs with ease. However, such a defiance of fate would naturally incur the wrath of the heavens. With opportunity comes peril. When one accepts the legacy of the brush of reincarnation, the heavens will descend to tribulation. Should one succeed, their cultivation will flourish, but failure results in utter obliteration. This is why this place is termed the trial space, a significant opportunity within the Longyuan's secret realm. Just how immense is this eye? The once mountainous female specter now appeared as a mere speck of dust before its grandeur, utterly inconsequential. The colossal eye exuded an overwhelming pressure that compelled reverence, making one instinctively bow in worship. Now, this pressure was entirely focused on the female specter, seemingly intent on crushing her beneath its weight. Something felt amiss. Although the eye of heavenly punishment had been drawn to both her and Fang Ping, it chose to fixate solely on her, disregarding Fang Ping entirely. Under the oppressive force of the eye, the female specter's massive form began to tremble slightly. Was she afraid? Or was she unable to bear the weight of this pressure? Chapter 88. The female specter's assistance. No, certainly not fear. Nor was she unable to withstand this trifling pressure. The tremors of the female specter were born from excitement, a quiver of exhilaration in the face of the eye of heavenly punishment. She opened her mouth and uttered a strange language. Fang Ping can assure himself that he has never studied such a language, yet he can instantly comprehend its meaning. How is that possible? Do you wish to claim me? When the heavens and the earth were not yet separated, you could not accomplish this, let alone now. The eye of heavenly retribution, an embodiment of the celestial order, surprisingly exhibited a surge of wrathful emotion, fixating its gaze upon the female specter. This K. It seems that after all this time, your past shortcomings remain unrectified. How could the ostensibly impartial and supreme celestial order harbor such a sentiment as anger? The sword wielded by my father, I presume, was not a pleasant experience for you, the female specter provocatively remarked. Boom. The eye of heavenly retribution reached an unprecedented level of fury, unleashing a cacophony of thunder from the skies, seemingly on the verge of delivering divine punishment. Just then, an endless surge of chaotic energy began to converge from all directions, forming a grayish shroud that shielded the eye of heavenly retribution from view. The terrifying scene, once filled with the resonance of 1,000 thunders, abruptly fell silent under the interference of the chaotic mist, rendering all lightning invisible. Ha! Have you grown foolish from your prolonged dominion over the celestial order? In this era of separation between heaven and man, your powers from another realm cannot be fully transmitted here, and yet you still aspire to unleash the wrath of 1,000 thunders? For your own safety, this intermediary space is capable of self-preservation. The female specter continued to mock. Moreover, due to your dubious past, this realm will actively reject your entry, meaning that for the foreseeable future, your eye of heavenly retribution shall remain barred from crossing the threshold. The female specter triumphantly waved at the eye of heavenly retribution beyond the chaotic mist, declaring that what awaited them would merely be the most ordinary form of divine punishment. Indeed, from the instant the eye of heavenly retribution made its appearance, the female specter had devised a plan. She was well aware that revealing her true form would inevitably attract its attention. Thus, she first provoked the eye with her words, inciting it to unleash its most ferocious assault in a fit of rage, thereby triggering the self-defense mechanisms of the chaotic zone, isolating the eye from the fray. This left Fang Ping and his companions to contend with nothing more than the simplest manifestation of divine retribution. This maneuver could be described as a series of interlocking mechanisms, where any misstep could lead to disaster. And this could only be accomplished by the female specter. Who would have imagined that what should have been a cold, emotionless, and transcendent celestial order could be incited to fury by mere words from a cat? Regrettably, before the female specter could revel in her triumph for even a few moments, a thunderous roar erupted from beyond the chaotic mist, emanating from the eye of heavenly retribution. Subsequently, it charged against the gray shroud composed of chaotic energy with a fervor akin to madness. Ultimately, it managed to forcefully penetrate 1/3 of the barrier. It is worth noting that any corporeal form obliterated by chaotic energy cannot be restored, signifying that this avatar of the celestial order has irrevocably lost 2/3 of its physical presence. What else could this be but madness? An intrusion of foreign matter incited fierce resistance from the chaotic realm, and with a piercing shriek, more chaotic mist surged forth from every direction, intent on annihilating this invader. At that moment, a radiant golden decree descended from the eye of heavenly retribution. As the decree slowly unfurled, the female specter's countenance suddenly shifted dramatically upon reading the 4 initial characters inscribed in ancient divine script, the chaotic accord. The general essence of the matter is that the chaotic zone does not interfere with the heavenly Tao, exercising its authority to execute heavenly tribulations and punishments within its domain. Any destruction caused during this period will be remedied by the heavenly Dao. In exchange, the heavenly Tao will assist the chaotic zone in establishing new territories, with a validity of 100 years. This clearly indicates that it is aimed directly at individuals like myself. The female ghost, Nu Ba, desperately wishes for the chaotic zone to promptly refuse this arrangement and obliterate the eye of heavenly punishment in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, reality often defies one's wishes. From the depths of the chaotic zone, a resounding voice emerged, agreed. Thus, the chaotic pact was formally established. Nu Ba's expression darkened considerably. She never anticipated that the heavenly Tao would employ such a selfless spirit solely to orchestrate her demise. However, the fractured eye of heavenly punishment merely cast a resentful glance at Nu Ba before shifting its gaze towards Fang Ping, who stood to the side. What is happening here? Nu Ba remained in a daze for a while before realizing that she was not the cause of the heavenly punishment this time. Therefore, under the constraints of the chaotic pact, the eye of heavenly punishment could not strike against her at this moment. But if that is the case, why would it sign this chaotic pact? It offered her no benefits at all. No. Wait. Nu Ba quickly grasped the truth. While she had not invoked the heavenly punishment, should she intervene, it would have every justification to annihilate her. According to the rules of the heavenly Tao, during the periods of heavenly tribulations and punishments, anyone who intervenes would be regarded equally as the tribulation bearer, and the intensity of the punishment would even be amplified. Chapter 89. A Battle of Wits and Courage. Damn it! With that realization, Nu Ba finally understood that it had been waiting for her here. If it were an ordinary heavenly tribulation or punishment, she could still rely on the stealing heaven array to disguise her involvement and assist them in overcoming the tribulation. Yet now, with the eye of heavenly punishment, which could be said to perceive all things in the world, watching intently, the stealing heaven array was rendered utterly ineffective. This meant that should she dare to assist, what awaited her would be a heavenly tribulation plus a bonus package. If you have the capability, don't come to their aid. The eye of heavenly punishment launched a provocative message towards Nu Ba. It turns out that the eye had long since discovered her close ties with Fang Ping and others, deliberately setting this trap for her to fall into. How dare you provoke me? It is truly intolerable. If my uncle can endure it, even my aunt cannot. Let us go for it. Nu-Ba resolutely stepped into the area shrouded by the eye of heavenly punishment, her fury boiling as she beheld the smug expression of the eye, which had succeeded in its scheme. Seeing your emotions so vividly displayed, I assume your cultivation has significantly declined, hasn't it? One must not lose face, even if the battle has yet to commence. The momentum must remain formidable. The eye of heavenly punishment disregarded Nu-Ba's provocation and began to amplify its power within the bounds of permissible rules. With the addition of another participant, the increase in strength was far from a simple 1 + 1 = 2. It could almost be said to escalate to 3 or 4 times the original strength. The energy contained within the eye of heavenly punishment surged rapidly, soon reaching 5 times its original capacity. Nu-Ba felt helpless in the face of the opponent's permissible cheating. With the addition of another individual, the force of divine retribution would amplify by 2 to 5 times. Under normal circumstances, a factor of 2.5 would suffice to shatter the heavens. However, under the covert manipulations of the eye of divine punishment, it unhesitatingly opted for the maximum value, 5 times. Such immense power would likely render it exceedingly challenging for one to endure today. At that moment, the eye of divine punishment manifested an aberration. The energy contained within it surged forth suddenly, akin to the yellow river breaching its banks, rapidly spilling out. The female specter exhibited a look of realization. Having lost 2/3 of her form, she was now incapable of accommodating such overwhelming force. Given some time, it could potentially be resolved, but it was evidently not feasible at present. The eye of divine punishment endeavored to reclaim this energy, yet it resembled a bottle with a gaping hole. No matter how much water was poured in, it would only flow outward, possibly even widening the fissure. As the energy continued to dissipate, it eventually reached a comparative level of 2 times the original, the rate of loss gradually slowing until stabilizing at a factor of 1.5. The female specter nearly burst into laughter, for the power at 1.5 times was worlds apart from that at 5 times. A true case of finding clarity amid confusion and discovering a path where none seemed to exist. Simultaneously, on the other side, as Fang Ping grasped the brush, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, and fragments of memory began to manifest in his mind. Xuan, you are the most gifted disciple of our sect. I hope you can elevate our painting techniques to new heights. A solemn old scholar in a coarse robe, ruler in hand, addressed the young boy before him. Disciple obeys. I shall surely carry our heart flow forward. The youthful voice echoed in the narrow alley, brimming with confidence. The scene concluded here, swiftly transitioning to the next tableau. The once small boy had grown considerably, a fine fuzz appearing at the corners of his mouth, diligently honing his painting skills under the watchful eye of the old scholar. Scattered on the ground were thick stacks of discarded rice paper, indicative of his extensive practice. Even his back was drenched in sweat. Yet he persisted with unwavering focus. The screen faded to black, and shortly thereafter, a new scene materialized. At this moment, the youth named Wanyuan had matured into adulthood, while the old scholar had aged significantly, lying on his bed, nearing his final moments. The imagery revealed the old scholar's life of poverty. As he approached death, only Wanyuan remained by his side to bid farewell. The old scholar's withered hand gripped Wanyuan's arm tightly, his frail voice whispering, Wanyuan, I can hold on no longer. Henceforth, our heart flow sect shall be left solely in your hands. I possess a painting that conceals the secret teachings of our heart flow. I now entrust it to you. Coughing intermittently, the old scholar retrieved an ancient scroll from beneath his pillow, trembling as he presented it to the young man named Wanyuan before him. After receiving the scroll from the old scholar, Wanyuan passed away with a smile, leaving the empty room resonating with his heart-wrenching cries. Perhaps in his heart, the old scholar held a status akin to that of a father. As the scene shifts, Wanyuan has reached the age of 30, having gained a modest renown in the world of painting. Yet, he remains unable to decipher the secrets concealed within the scroll entrusted to him by the old scholar. In the 90th chapter, the brushstroke reveals the silhouette of a man. Strangely, aside from the eyes, the rest of the painting is enveloped in a haze. Only those profound pupils narrate endless tales, as the images flicker by. When Yuan continues to mature, by the age of 60, he finally becomes a renowned master of painting, with his works being invaluable, sought after even by the current emperor, who must plead for a peace. At this point in his life, he enjoys both fame and fortune, surrounded by children and grandchildren, leading a seemingly blissful existence. Yet, a lingering regret haunts him, the inability to unravel the mystery of the scroll given to him by the old scholar. Each day, he dedicates 2 hours to seclusion in a chamber, undisturbed by anyone. Within this sanctuary hangs only the painting bestowed upon him by the old scholar. Though he cannot penetrate its enigma, this ritual has solidified into an unwavering habit over the years. Only by gazing at this artwork can he attain a fleeting moment of tranquility, in his final days, when Yuan falls gravely ill, shocking the nation, prompting visits from officials and even the emperor himself. Yet, until his last breath, he remains unable to relinquish the weight of that painting. He feels his life to be a failure, having never fulfilled the old scholar's wishes. Thus, he departs this world burdened by unfulfilled aspirations, and the nation mourns his passing. As the scene concludes, Fang Ping stands motionless, pen in hand, seemingly trapped within the realm of the painting. Unable to return to reality. Was the figure in the painting me? Fang Ping hazily queries the female specter beside him. She nods, then shakes her head, explaining, "Although this is your past life, it bears no relation to your current self. It is akin to a once spotless plate that becomes tainted. Even when cleansed, the stains do not define the plate itself. The cycle of reincarnation is a continuous process of soiling and cleansing the plate. The impurities washed away are as disconnected from your present self as your former existence." "What does this mean?" Fang Ping inquires, puzzled. "Do you not yet comprehend?" The female specter smiles softly, urging him to consider his next steps. In an instant, Fang Ping realizes. The memories of Wen Yuan intertwine with his own, and he feels himself embodying Wen Yuan, reliving the events of a past life. The artistic insights of Wen Yuan flood into Fang Ping's consciousness, and an unexpected depth of experience beyond his years manifests in his gaze. At this moment, he finally comprehended why the old scholar's painting depicted a hazy silhouette of a man, with only a pair of eyes rendered in sharp clarity. It dawned upon him that the eyes within the painting held this very meaning. "I have been waiting for this moment. This moment has indeed taken far too long." Far too long. As Fang Ping spoke, tears streamed down his face, indistinguishable whether they were born of joy or sorrow, cascading down his cheeks. "Have you finished your lamentations?" Just as Fang Ping was lost in his reflections, the frantic roar of the female specter pierced his ears. Turning his head, he beheld the female specter plummeting like a shooting star, struck relentlessly by dozens of bolts of lightning from the heavens, crashing into the ground and creating a massive pit. Spit, spit, spit. The female specter spat out the dirt from her mouth and crawled out of the pit, her appearance now a stark contrast to her previous formidable self. This is divine punishment, not a calamity, with no limits to its severity. If you do not hasten, it shall persist until it claims your life. Its energy is inexhaustible, and if we continue to endure this, we shall be the ones to perish. The female specter admonished Fang Ping. Before he could respond, she soared into the sky, confronting the descending purple divine thunder. The purple lightning, compared to the ordinary bolts before, possessed an overwhelming might. Even with the female specter's current physical resilience, she found it difficult to withstand. Hiss, she could not help but curse in pain. "You better watch out. Just because the tiger does not roar. Do you truly think I am a sickly cat?" Starfire transformation sword, Big Dipper 7 star sword formation. Accompanied by the rapid gestures of her hands, strands of starlight intertwined around her, forming numerous semi-transparent swords of varying lengths and shapes. Canis Major. The female specter pointed towards the oncoming purple divine thunder, and one of the semi-transparent swords suddenly blazed with radiance, a phantom of the celestial wolf howling at the moon emerging upon its blade. It roared at the distant purple lightning and surged into the sword, charging forth. Boom! The purple lightning diminished significantly upon the impact of the Canis Major sword, with 30% of it shattered into scintillating sparks scattered throughout the air. The starfire-formed Canis Major sword, however, was completely obliterated by the lightning's force, vanishing into the ether. The giant gate, a sword of starlight, considerably longer than the previous Canis Major sword, shot forth with a fierce momentum. Yet it bore no manifestations like its predecessor, instead barreling directly towards the remaining purple lightning in the sky. The purple lightning, which had already been weakened by the Canis Major sword, could not contend with the might of the giant gate sword. It struggled momentarily before dissipating entirely into the void. The female specter was not one to suffer in silence. Upon witnessing the giant gate sword shatter the purple lightning, she waved her hand, and 5 long swords that had been hovering beside her soared upwards, howling toward the heavens. Lucun, Lianjun, Wu Chu, Wen Chu, Pajun. The 5 stars shine upon the world. Seal for me, 5 long swords, glimmering with starlight, formed an unusual formation in the sky. piercing through the layers of thunderous radiance surrounding the eye of heavenly punishment, and astonishingly drove straight into it. A roar erupted from the eye, which, in its agony, trembled violently. Boundless bolts of lightning surged forth from within, attempting to expel the 5 celestial swords. Yet, the sword seemed to have taken root within the eye, standing resolutely against the raging tempest of lightning, utterly unyielding. The hand of the female spectre, NBA, shifted her sealing technique once more, causing the 5 swords to morph in tandem, gradually transforming into a flowing stream reminiscent of the starry cosmos, and slowly merging into the eye of heavenly punishment. The eye let out a furious and tormented howl, and an expansive sea of lightning formed, yet all was in vain. It could not alter the outcome. Ultimately, beneath the brilliance of 5 shining stars, the eye was sealed to 1/3 of its power. However, Enba's forceful sealing resulted in a backlash, causing her primordial spirit to tremble and her face to pale, blood gushing from her mouth. Had it not been for the heavenly palace seal within her, which mitigated much of the backlash, her injuries would undoubtedly have been far more severe. The eye of heavenly punishment gazed at NBA with a tempestuous glare, its fury burning fiercely, yet it refrained from rash action, seemingly biding its time for a more devastating strike. Waves of lightning surged into existence, filling the chaotic expanse above, transforming the realm into a veritable ocean of thunder. A paradise of lightning, where bolts danced like serpents in delightful abandon, and a twist of fate. The principle of reciprocity came into play. Enba's eyes shimmered with an azure luminescence as a smooth, azure mirror materialized above her and Fong Ping. Countless lightning serpents writhed in a frenzied dance, descending upon Fong Ping and his companions. The azure sheen of the mirror flickered momentarily, and the endless bolts of lightning were absorbed into its surface, creating ripples that cascaded outward. Moments later, with a thunderous shout, NBA commanded, and innumerable lightning serpents erupted from the mirror, soaring skyward to collide violently with the descending torrents of thunder, resulting in a series of spatial rifts that engulfed NBA and Fong Ping completely. After a considerable interval, the tempest above began to subside, and the eye of heavenly punishment soon realized that Fong Ping and NBA, who should have been below, had inexplicably vanished along with the frontline combatants. Though reluctant, the eye knew it had no choice. Even if it was aware that NBA and the others could not have fled far, having lost sight of its intended target, it was compelled to retreat rather than linger in pursuit. Meanwhile, having narrowly escaped, NBA was assisting Fong Ping in enhancing his strength point. One of Enba's hands moved with the grace of a butterfly, weaving intricate seals with astonishing speed, akin to a beautiful butterfly dancing in midair. Captivating all who beheld it, however, the complexity of this seal left Fong Ping dizzy and nauseous, unable to suppress the urge to retch. Suppressing the impulse to gaze upon the handprint of the female spectre, Fong Ping reluctantly closed his eyes. With my blood, I shall unlock the bloodline seal, the second tier. Return to ancestry. A spurt of blood erupted from the female spectre's mouth, not the ordinary crimson of a human, but a resplendent purple. This was no mere blood. It was soul blood, each drop embodying the very essence of their power, undeniably precious. The violet fluid stained the seal, casting it in a brilliant hue akin to amethyst, radiating an ethereal glow. Once Fong Ping absorbed the potency of the female spectre's soul blood, the seal immediately radiated with blinding brilliance, transforming into a purple meteor that struck the center of Fong Ping's brow. Indeed, the violet meteor was as tangible as reality itself, crashing into his forehead with such force that it propelled his body backward several paces, as if forcibly embedded within him. The purple meteor instantaneously ignited the blood coursing through Fong Ping's veins, causing it to boil from head to toe, enveloping him in an inferno, akin to being trapped within a furnace. Fong Ping had no doubt that, should he open his mouth in his current state, flames would surely erupt forth. Alas, the purple meteor had sealed his entire capacity for movement. At this moment, he could not even stir a single finger, let alone part his lips. Chapter 92. The agonizing process. The extreme heat induced expansion, and Fong Ping's body swelled like an inflated balloon. He resembled a lobster roasted to perfection, his skin turning a vivid crimson and translucent, with azure veins visibly pulsating beneath the surface. Blood flowing relentlessly, pain, excruciating pain. This was the singular thought consuming Fong Ping's mind. The agony was unbearable. In this world, those who sought shortcuts indeed met with dire consequences. Fong Ping thought through gritted teeth. Yet, time could not be turned back. He could only silently endure this inhuman suffering. Just as Fong Ping feared he might burst from the swelling, the intense heat within him began to dissipate rapidly, transitioning from extreme warmth to an icy chill, moving from one extreme to the other. If just moments ago he felt akin to being roasted in a furnace, now he felt as though stripped of clothing and thrown into a frigid abyss, the cold seeping deep into his bones. Even his thoughts seemed sluggish and impaired. However, though Fang Ping felt an overwhelming chill, his body continued to swell, exhibiting an alarming escalation. What was happening? A sudden realization flickered through Fang Ping's mind. The phenomenon of paradoxical undressing. This occurs when individuals, after enduring extreme cold, begin to feel intensely hot. Research has shown that many who perish from frostbite on snowy peaks often found themselves stripped bare, lying nude in the snow. Were they victims of robbery? Or perhaps beasts? Clearly not, for their garments typically lay just a short distance away, cast off by their own hands. This was a result of prolonged exposure to cold leading to compensatory dysregulation, extreme weakness, and fatigue, where the low temperatures incapacitate the body's thermoregulation center, causing the sensation of paradoxical heat, culminating in the abnormal undressing phenomenon. Ultimately, they succumb to death due to central inhibition. In light of this, when one reaches the pinnacle of heat, could it not give rise to the phenomenon known as false cold? Indeed, as the saying goes, extremes meet with reversal. My current plight serves as the most fitting illustration. How infuriating it is! What nonsensical thoughts am I entertaining? If I continue down this path of errant musings without devising a solution, I may very well seal my own fate. Fang Ping pondered, recalling a similar predicament he had faced previously, when it was the energy within him that had aided in resolving his troubles. Perhaps this time, that same energy would prove equally efficacious. Resolute in his thoughts, he immediately summoned the energy residing in his dantian, directing it towards his limbs. It must be said, Fang Ping's intuition was spot on. The energy was indeed effective. As it flowed from his dantian, the areas it traversed experienced marked improvement. Fang Ping could distinctly feel the pace of his blood circulation steadying, no longer fraught with restlessness. Even the inexplicable chill that had gripped him began to dissipate, his body relishing a sensation akin to basking in a hot spring, with every pore opening wide in comfort. However, this pleasant respite was short-lived. The energy he could manipulate within his dantian was soon depleted, and that familiar searing sensation returned with a vengeance. Painful, Fang Ping's body began to swell once more, perhaps even more so than before. Just as he teetered on the brink of despair, the dormant 8-9 profound art within him finally manifested its potential. It transformed into golden needles, piercing into the acupoints across his body. In an instant, Fang Ping's senses were stripped away. Even his soul was dislodged from his corporeal form, becoming an observer standing at a distance. Viewing himself from this detached perspective felt exceedingly strange. Watching his body pierced like a porcupine, Fang Ping's soul couldn't help but gasp in horror. Would such impalement truly leave his body unscathed? Yet, curiously, as the golden needles penetrated deeper, the swelling of his body was markedly restrained, showing signs of retracting. At this moment, the ethereal figure of Enya appeared before Fang Ping. After approximately half a minute had passed, both Fang Ping's soul and Enya could distinctly hear the tumultuous roar emanating from within him, akin to a great river surging forth, issuing a deafening howl. The first to falter were the golden needles born from the 8-9 profound art, as they were gradually expelled from Fang Ping's acupoints like toothpaste squeezed from a tube. With each needle that was expelled, Fang Ping's body expanded a fraction more. Finally, the needles were entirely ejected by the ferocious energy within him, leaving no constraint upon the terrifying power that now surged through his meridians. In an instant, Fang Ping's consciousness was yanked back into his body, the familiar agony and searing sensation flooding his mind once again. Chapter 93. A New Talent. There is no time to waste. The female specter resolutely chose to take action, placing a hand atop Fang Ping's head. An immense surge of spiritual energy erupted from her being, flooding into Fang Ping's body, instantly calming the tumultuous blood and spirit within him. With a deft motion of her hand, she consolidated the scattered fragments of the 8-9 mysterious art surrounding Fang Ping, merging them into a slender golden needle. This needle, moving with an almost imperceptible speed, pierced directly into Fang Ping's heart. Upon entering his body, the golden needle transformed into countless fine needles, reversing the flow of his blood and establishing a counterclockwise circulation within him. Merely a few breaths after the female specter's intervention, Fang Ping returned to a state of normalcy, absorbing all the energy that had surged within him. The most evident change was that his physical strength had significantly increased compared to when he first arrived. In rough terms, his bodily attributes had surpassed their previous limits. Notably, his arm strength alone had reached a terrifying 1 ton. He had become an unequivocal humanoid behemoth. Most crucially, in addition to this, a new ability was awakened within Fang Ping, a power stemming from his heavenly eye. Although this ability could only be utilized for a fleeting duration of less than 0.01 seconds, it possessed an extraordinary nature. Fang Ping dubbed this ability illusory reality transformation. In his own words, when my eyes are open, all is real. When they are closed, all is illusion. This phrase encapsulated the essence of his power, which allowed him to choose to render himself or a surrounding object illusory for approximately 0.01 seconds when he closed his eyes. While at first glance, a mere 0.01 seconds may seem inconsequential, it could indeed alter fate in critical moments, such as when confronted with an unavoidable attack. The only drawback was that his 8-9 mysterious art appeared to have entirely dormant within him due to energy depletion. After sensing the transformation within his body, Fang Ping exhaled a long, heavy breath, abruptly opening his eyes wide, from which 2 bolts of cold lightning shot forth. The female specter pinched Fang Ping's face and remarked, "Not bad. You still look quite impressive," exuding a certain aura. At that moment, Fang Ping's cultivation finally broke through from the nascent soul stage to the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm. Exhaling a deep breath, he felt utterly rejuvenated. As he reveled in the surging power coursing through him, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Was this the strength of the out-of-body stage? To have encountered such fortuitous opportunities so soon after entering the Longyuan's secret realm, it seemed this journey would not be in vain. However, before he could venture far, Fang Ping received a distress signal from Wang Yuan. What was the matter with that fellow? How could he be pursued relentlessly throughout the day, especially as a golden core cultivator? Fang Ping sighed in exasperation. Could he really turn a blind eye? Clearly, he could not. The Black Wind Thieves were a nascent band of cultivator thieves that had emerged in recent years, specifically targeting practitioners. Once they set their sights on someone, there was no escaping their clutches. However, the Black Wind Thieves had always operated abroad, so it was unexpected to encounter them here. Currently, there are 7 members of the Black Wind Thieves revealed, excluding their leader Zhuke. The remaining members are named after the Southern Dipper's 6 stars, namely Siming, Silu, Yishuan, Duer, Shangsheng, corresponding to the Tianfu star, Tianliang star, Tianji star, Tian'ong star, and Tianxiang star, as well as the Qisha star. Among them, Yishuan and Silu consistently play the roles of strategists and logistics in every theft or robbery, generally perceived as civil servants, while the combat prowess of the others is remarkably fierce. They once carved a bloody path even when surrounded by 10 masters at the nascent soul stage. As they say, when the Northern Dipper's master dies, the Southern Dipper's master lives. Since they seek merely to earn their daily bread, they naturally require a means of survival, hence their adoption of names from the Southern Dipper's star lords. They have always shrouded themselves in anonymity, donning grim and fearsome masks during their operations, each distinct and adorned with stars representing their identities. The pursuit of the Black Wind Thieves has never ceased, yet they consistently manage to slip away, truly proving that there is always a way out. Today, however, it is Siming, Duer, Yishuan, and Shangsheng who have made their appearance, unexpectedly penetrating the depths of the Longyuan secret realm. It seems they are intent on pulling off a grand heist. As Siming's gaze fell upon the hostage, Wang Yuan's heart tightened instantaneously. One need not fear 1,000 dangers, but rather the possibility of a singular misfortune. According to Murphy's Law, the more one worries about a certain event, the more likely it is to occur. Izio stood out too vividly, akin to a phoenix mingling among chickens, a luminous pearl amidst the darkness. After surveying the crowd, Siming's attention was drawn to Izue. If there were anyone here worthy of Wang Yuan's concern, it would undoubtedly be her. Chapter 94. Wang Yuan in trouble though masked. The full face covering material revealed the wearer's expressions with uncanny precision. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Siming's mouth, causing Wang Yuan's heart to skip a beat as anticipated. The gun in Siming's hand was aimed at Izue, and with a radiant smile, he turned to Wang Yuan, saying, "I believe the person you care about must be her. Am I right?" "What are you talking about?" "I cannot comprehend." Wang Yuan feigned composure, yet the flicker in his eyes and his anxious hands betrayed his true feelings. "Cannot comprehend?" Siming's eyes sparkled with delight as his left hand pressed down slightly, then he abruptly pulled the trigger. An orange beam of light shot forth, targeting none other than Izue and the crowd. "Don't!" Wang Yuan's heart raced as he glided towards Izue like a specter. Indeed, he glided, almost as if his feet barely touched the ground, moving swiftly towards her. However, the opposition was evidently prepared. Just as Wang Yuan had glided a few meters, Doer appeared in his path, a formidable figure blocking his way. Having long heard of the Predator's exceptional martial prowess, Wang Yuan was finally afforded the opportunity to witness it firsthand. What a fortuitous encounter it was. Dewey stood before Wang Yuan with a grin, his demeanor more akin to that of an old friend reunited after many years than an adversary. Get lost, Wang Yuan, filled with urgency, unleashed his full power, propelling himself into the air with a forceful thrust from his right foot. His kick, resembling a steel whip, sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound akin to an explosive burst as it aimed for Dewey's head. Yet, Dewey appeared oblivious to the impending strike, remaining unfazed and smiling at Wang Yuan, treating the incoming blow as if it were inconsequential. I hit him. The immediate sensation in Wang Yuan's leg confirmed the impact. However, before he could revel in his moment of triumph, the scene before him left him utterly speechless. Contrary to his expectations of Dewey's brain matter splattering, the giant merely tilted his head slightly, seemingly unscathed. Disappointment radiated from Dewey's eyes as he remarked, "Is this your true strength? I am utterly disappointed. Has your anger impaired your performance?" Wang Yuan was deeply shaken by Dewey's reaction. Was he truly unaware of the formidable power behind his own kick? Even a steel plate would have been pierced under his furious assault, yet here stood Dewey, as if nothing had transpired. What manner of creature is this? Though reluctant to admit it, Wang Yuan recognized that his attack had little effect on the towering figure before him. Seizing the moment, Wang Yuan executed a backflip, creating distance between himself and Dewey, before darting towards the location of Ezu from an alternate route. Don't be in such a rush. Your opponent is me. A vast shadow loomed before Wang Yuan, Dewey's towering form resembling an iron tower, steadfastly positioned in his path. How is this possible? Such extraordinary physical prowess, coupled with such speed. This is simply unfathomable. Dewey's performance shattered Wang Yuan's preconceived notions that a tank-like figure with high defenses would inherently possess lower speed. While Wang Yuan grappled with the shock of Dewey's astonishing speed and resilience, Ximing observed Fang Ping with keen interest. I can't believe I underestimated you. There's a hidden master here. Fang Ping, his expression dark, cursed, Wang Yuan, you troublemaker. Shaking his palm, he felt a slight sting from the recent burn of the orange light. Fortunately, his physical strength had significantly improved since entering the out-of-body stage. Otherwise, whether he could have withstood it remained uncertain, an intriguing opponent. Let me handle this. Shang Shang tossed his gun to Swan beside him, flexing his wrists and ankles. In an instant, Shang Shang was propelled like a cannonball into the wall by Fang Ping, causing Swan's pupils to constrict slightly. This unexpected arrival was no weakling. Coughing, Shang Shang emerged from the rubble, spitting out dust. I didn't expect to underestimate you. Let us go again. Shang Shang surged forward with an intensity akin to being invigorated by a potent elixir, only to be repelled back by Fang Ping, collapsing like a lifeless dog and leaving a significant indentation in the wall. Fang Ping's formidable display acted as a shot of adrenaline for the onlookers, suggesting that this young man might possess untapped potential. However, Ximing and others exhibited no concern. Instead, they stood by, seemingly relishing the unfolding spectacle. In contrast to the hope radiating from the crowd, Fang Ping wore a grave expression. Compared to their initial encounter, Shang Shang had notably improved in both speed and defense, as well as strength. Most critically, regardless of the damage Fang Ping inflicted, Shang Shang continued to charge forward with an unyielding vigor. Was it merely an illusion? As Shang Shang rushed again, it became evident that he had made significant strides in power, now nearly Fang Ping's equal. The earlier sensation was not a figment of his imagination. With each defeat, did Shang Shang enhance his physical capabilities and resurrect fully revitalized. What manner of creature was this? A glint of cold light flashed in Fang Ping's eyes. Prolonging the struggle would yield no advantage. Especially with two others lurking nearby, he needed to swiftly eliminate this adversary. He resolved to test the limits of Shang Shang's resilience, determined to see if he could indeed strike him down. A fierce determination ignited within Fang Ping. Suddenly, he sank low, evading Shang Shang's punch. Taking advantage of the moment, Shang Shang closed the distance, relentlessly pursuing him. Observing Shang Shang's choice to press the attack, Fang Ping smirked inwardly, waiting for his opponent to unwittingly walk into his trap. Shift between reality and illusion, activate. The second golden line at the corner of Fang Ping's eye illuminated as his form blurred, transforming into a phantom that allowed Shang Shang to pass through him. What? Shang Shang's fist struck nothingness, his eyes wide as he watched Fang Ping glide past him, creating an indescribably eerie scene. Upon traversing through Shang Shang's body, Fang Ping swiftly deactivated the illusion, channeling his surging vital energy into his right leg before it could fully dissipate. The force of his spinning kick, infused with all his power, connected with Shang's lower back. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed as Shang's waist succumbed to the overwhelming force, propelling him into a spiraling ascent. Yet, Fang Ping's onslaught did not cease there as Shang soared upward from the kick. Fang Ping deftly maneuvered, appearing directly above him at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. A cruel smile spread across Fang Ping's face as he raised his left foot mid-air, descending with the ferocity of a thunderstorm upon Shang's back. The sharp sound of his foot slicing through the air pierced the atmosphere, and Shang's spine shattered under the impact. Crimson blood erupting in a cascade as if a rain of blood fell from the heavens. Fragments of shattered vertebrae pierced the skin, exposed to the air, rendering the scene utterly chilling. Yet, Fang Ping was far from finished. This was merely an appetizer for what was to come. As the body of Shangxing plummeted under the immense force, akin to a cannonball, two ethereal threads of spiritual energy, resembling gossamer strands spun by a spider, adhered to the sides of his shoulders from Fang Ping's hands. The scene felt eerily familiar. However, this time, Fang Ping had transformed from the one being struck into the assailant. The direction of the attack shifted from an incessant ascent to a relentless descent. Martial arts, mercilessly pounding a drowning dog. Fang Ping aptly named his technique with a colloquial yet fitting title. His hands wove countless afterimages, each punch faster than the last, infused with the divine energy exclusive to his vocation, wreaking fundamental havoc upon Shangxing's form, from muscle to bone. Bang, bang, bang. Shangxing's body, before the might of Fang Ping's iron fists, resembled mere clay, easily pierced, revealing a series of gaping wounds. As Shangxing descended rapidly, the two delicate threads connecting him to Fang Ping pulled taut, drawing Fang Ping closely against him, the radiance of his spiritual energy intensifying, unleashing a more ferocious barrage of strikes. Shangxing's form contorted and convulsed mid-air, bursts of crimson mist erupting from him. His body had been battered almost to the point of ruin, countless imprints of fists marking him, each one penetrating deeper. Yet, even amidst this devastation, Fang Ping distinctly sensed that he was not yet dead. Boom. The two finally crashed onto the ground, creating a large circular crater in the marble floor, fissures spreading across the surface like a spider's web. Nevertheless, Fang Ping did not cease his onslaught. His fists hammered down upon Shangxing with the force of a pile driver, driving the marble floor further into the earth by several centimeters. A truly terrifying display of strength. Fang Ping's series of attacks flowed seamlessly, as fluid as a gentle stream, executed with such swiftness that the other members of the Black Wind Thieves could barely react. Bang! With a flash, Fang Ping leaped out of the crater, landing steadily on the adjacent ground. Clink! An orange bullet fell from Fang Ping's hand, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. Chapter 96. The bizarre ability due to Fang Ping maintaining close proximity to Shangxing. Simi and the others awaited their descent, even as Fang Ping continued his assault for a time, until Shangxing's body was nearly concealed beneath the protruding marble. It was only then that they initiated their attack. At this moment, Fang Ping found himself exhausted from his previous exertions, with no new strength to draw upon. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to leap away, temporarily withdrawing from the battle. Wow, you're incredible. Managing to catch a bullet with your bare hands, Iziue exclaimed, excitedly patting Fang Ping on the shoulder, only to notice his muffled groan. It was then that she observed a gaping wound on Fang Ping's shoulder, large enough to fit an adult fist, the flesh spiraling outward in a gruesome display. How could this happen? Are you all right? Iziue asked, concern etched across her face. I'm fine. Really, Fang Ping replied, grinning through the pain. Just a minor injury. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted towards Iswan, who had been spectating from the sidelines. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and two bullets hurtled towards him. He had only witnessed the shot fired by Siming. Unaware that another hidden bullet had struck him, it was unclear when he had transitioned to wielding a dark golden handgun, which, adorned with ancient patterns, emanated an astonishing aura of spiritual energy, seemingly possessing a unique capability to penetrate armor. Undoubtedly, the bullet that had just wounded him originated from this very dark golden firearm. With gritted teeth, Fang Ping plunged his hand into his wound, extracting a silver bullet that was considerably larger than a standard one. The bullet's tip bore 4 distinct spiral grooves. It was, damn it, a specially modified dum-dum bullet. Moreover, the bullet's casing was inscribed with unknown spiritual runes, likely designed to enhance the bullet's rotational speed, enabling it to reach an exceedingly terrifying velocity in a short span of time. Initially, Fang Ping had not been overly concerned about the hidden bullet, believing that with his current physical defenses, as long as it did not strike his eyes, brain, or heart directly, he would be unharmed. It was precisely this hubris that led him to be caught off guard and sustain such severe injuries. Only when the bullet was upon him did he realize that his once proud physical defenses were rendered ineffective by the spiritual energy fluctuations attached to the bullet. "Your skin is indeed tough," Iswan remarked with a hint of admiration. "This modified firearm of mine is specifically designed to target experts like you. I never expected it to inflict such minimal damage today." "Humph," Fang Ping scoffed coldly. The recent concealed shot had dealt him considerable harm. The mobility in his left shoulder was reduced to about 50% of normal. A slight clench of his fist revealed that he could still muster approximately 70% of his strength. There were still 3 opponents left, and in his current state. "Why did you interfere? This is my prey." From the depths of the massive pit erupted a terrifying aura of murderous intent, accompanied by a deep roar. It was Shangxing. Not dead yet. How is this possible? Fang Ping's heart sank in shock. The extent of damage to his body had nearly surpassed 80%, and all vital organs had been severely compromised. How could he possibly still be alive? "Do not be reckless. Your current condition is not suitable for combat. If you forcibly summon Qisha now, your subsequent period of weakness will hinder our mission," Simon said, casting a glance at Shangxing with a calm demeanor. The 6 of them not only bore names corresponding to the Southern Dipper's 6 stars, but each also possessed a secret technique that allowed them to summon the deity corresponding to their respective star, commonly referred to as divine manifestation. As for Shangxing, he was associated with the Qisha Star Lord, one of the 3 malevolent stars, which explained his combative nature and overwhelming murderous aura. However, forcibly borrowing the power of the Star Lord would inflict tremendous harm on both the body and mind, necessitating a prolonged period of weakness. Chapter 97. Unyielding, the words of the celestial messenger rendered Shang silent, extinguishing the formidable aura of murderous intent that had just risen within him, leaving only a palpable sense of weakness, as even his breath regressed to the state it had been before his confrontation with Fang Ping. This sensation of frailty? His recent assault had not been in vain. Fang Ping's intuition had proven correct. Although his series of attacks had failed to slay Shang, they had indeed surpassed his regenerative threshold, preventing him from resurrecting in peak condition and plunging him into a state of severe injury. Had he exerted himself a little more at that moment, perhaps he truly could have ended Shang's life. Regrettably, such an opportunity was singular, and now Fang Ping could only watch helplessly as Shang, bloodied and battered, clawed his way out of the pit, grotesque flesh buds continually sprouting and writhing from the numerous gaping wounds on his body, astonishingly repairing the damage inflicted by Fang Ping. An immortal body? No, that was not quite right. It must be some form of memory-based parasitic virus. In addition to enhancing its own reproductive capabilities, it likely possessed the ability to recall the attacks it had endured, temporarily augmenting its defenses in a targeted manner. Fang Ping's mind raced, analyzing the peculiar abilities displayed by his adversary. Fang Ping surmised. Shang's powers were indeed viral in nature, capable of rapidly increasing reproductive rates within a brief span, while simultaneously absorbing the energy from his opponent's attacks and temporarily converting it into his own power. It was a perfect match for his temperament, truly tailor-made. However, following such intense combat, a period of vulnerability would inevitably ensue due to over-reproduction. Dewey observed Fang Ping, who was on the verge of employing secret techniques against Shang, and felt a surge of interest, muttering to himself, "I never expected that, while the predator's strength would not satisfy me, such a formidable young man would emerge. Ha ha, how delightful." Yet, just as Dewey contemplated departing, a blood-soaked hand firmly grasped his ankle. Cough, cough. "I have yet to be defeated. Do you think you can escape so easily?" The battered Wang Yuan struggled to lift his head, addressing Dewey. "What a nuisance," Dewey sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. "Why do you persist like an indomitable cockroach?" He raised a fist towards Wang Yuan and declared, "Do you believe that one punch from me could cost you your life? How can you know without trying?" Wang Yuan grinned, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained gums, a sight both unsettling and ghastly. "What a troublesome fellow." Dewey's fingers clenched into a fist, preparing to deliver a devastating blow that would surely obliterate Wang Yuan's skull. However, at that moment, his massive fist was intercepted by another hand. A somewhat rough palm pressed against his own, and Dewey could distinctly feel his earlier strength dissipate as if it had vanished into thin air. "Young man, spare where you can. Do not harbor such murderous intent," a middle-aged man stated, effortlessly blocking Dewey's earth-shattering strike with his unassuming hand. This seemingly ordinary man, clad in a tang suit, bore an uncanny resemblance to the average middle-aged men and women one might encounter leisurely strolling through a park, devoid of any striking characteristics. From the very presence of this middle-aged man, Dewey felt an overwhelming sense of crisis, even entertaining the absurd notion of fleeing without a fight. However, it is precisely the presence of danger that adds intrigue. A frenzied glint sparkled in Dewey's eyes. He was not only ruthless towards his adversaries, but also exceedingly harsh on himself. If you wish for me to desist, it will depend on whether you, old fellow, possess sufficient weight. With a swift motion, Dewey seized the middle-aged man's wrist and executed a side kick aimed at his head. The gust of wind generated by the kick stung the cheeks, a testament to its formidable power. Yet, this thunderous strike was effortlessly intercepted by the middle-aged man with a single hand. He lightly tapped Dewey's ankle, causing Dewey to convulse as if struck by lightning, his entire body going numb and trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 98. Reinforcements. Subsequently, with a deft pull, the middle-aged man executed a semicircular step, astonishingly throwing Dewey's robust frame aside. This Tai Chi. Wang Yuan stared in disbelief at the middle-aged man. Having previously engaged with Dewey, he was acutely aware of the latter's immense strength. Yet, this remarkable force was casually deflected by the man before him, as if employing the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. The reason Wang Yuan associated this with Tai Chi was due to the semicircular motion the middle-aged man performed, which clearly imprinted a yin-yang symbol on the ground. Anyone witnessing such a spectacle would instinctively think of Tai Chi. In a strict sense, I am employing Tai Chi energy, not Tai Chi itself, the middle-aged man remarked, taking the liberty to correct Wang Yuan on his terminology. If Tai Chi is regarded as a method of health cultivation or an exercise for well-being, then Tai Chi energy is a Taoist practice that evolves after the eruption of spiritual energy. Martial arts can be categorized into internal and external schools. External martial arts prioritize physical strength, renowned for their speed and power, characterized by grandiose movements capable of shattering stones, commonly referred to as external refinement, with styles such as Shaolin, Hong family boxing, Jeet Kune Do, and Tang Shou Dai. In contrast, internal martial arts focus on the guiding techniques that harmonize with the internal flow of qi, emphasizing the unity of internal and external forces, overcoming rigidity with gentleness. The apparent power of its techniques may seem modest, yet they adeptly disrupt the internal structure of their targets, embodying a lethal finesse that leaves no bloodshed. Primarily represented by Wudong styles and Xingyi Liuhua, and of course, this is not to assert that internal martial arts inherently surpass external styles. When mastered to their utmost limits, the power of external martial arts can rival that of internal forms. However, within the realm of ordinary practitioners, the potential of external martial arts cannot be fully realized. In terms of time investment, one can achieve modest progress in external martial arts within a year or two, while internal martial arts may require decades to attain even a semblance of proficiency. Yet, once internal martial arts reach a foundational level, their potency far exceeds that of external styles, due to varying personal aptitudes. Achieving the pinnacle of external martial arts demands immense hardship, and many may find themselves stymied by insurmountable bottlenecks, lacking the developmental potential inherent in internal martial arts. Entering the era of spiritual energy marks a significant transformation. For ordinary individuals, the limitations of the physical body cease to exist. They possess the capacity to infinitely enhance their corporeal forms, augmented by the existence of those who achieve sanctity through their physicality, a phenomenon of nearly bug-like proportions. With sheer physical prowess, they can rend the very fabric of the cosmos, like a practitioner who can pluck stars from the sky. The middle-aged man before them is a master of internal martial arts, particularly adept in the art of Tai Chi, which embodies the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. In this encounter, Dewey has finally met his match. The speed and strength he once prided himself on pale in comparison to this formidable opponent. It remains uncertain whether the middle-aged man acted with intent, but Dewey found himself unceremoniously tossed from Wang Yuan's side to face Fang Ping. Dazed, Dewey scrambled to his feet and, upon spotting Fang Ping, was filled with unexpected joy. He hastily turned to see Ming behind him, declaring, "Leave this young man to me. That old fellow is yours. His abilities are far too restrictive for me." Witnessing Dewey's misplaced confidence, Fang Ping felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, realizing that Dewey had underestimated him, perceiving him as an easy target. "Isn't it merely internal martial arts? Do you think I lack the skill?" While Fang Ping may not possess the Tai Chi's renowned ability to leverage minimal effort for maximum effect, his enhanced perception allows him to decelerate the movements of his adversary and discern the intricate flow of energy within their body. Pinpointing the most vulnerable spots for attack in the recent skirmish, Fang Ping found himself unable to utilize his abilities fully, as his opponent relied solely on absorbing blows to strategically enhance his own prowess, rendering Fang Ping's unique skills ineffective. In stark contrast to the elderly man's languid movements, Fang Ping's actions were akin to a thunderclap, swift and decisive. You may be quick, but I am swifter still. Just as Dewey's hand approached shoulder height, Fang Ping, leveraging his perceptive insights into Dewey's energy distribution, anticipated his next move and preemptively countered, landing a punch squarely on Dewey's face. As though he had presented his visage for the blow. Chapter 99. The function of the celestial eye. By analyzing the flow of energy within Dewey's body in conjunction with his muscular movements, Fang Ping executed his counterattacks with near infallibility. The moment Dewey lifted his foot, Fang Ping swiftly kicked his knee, causing Dewey to stumble forward, while simultaneously delivering a palm strike to Dewey's throat. For a typical human, such an assault on the throat, a vulnerable area, would likely result in severe injury or incapacitation. Yet, Dewey appeared unfazed, shaking his head before rising once more. In contrast, Fang Ping's palm throbbed painfully from the impact. Is this man made of iron? How remarkably resilient, Fang Ping lamented internally. This comprehensive, impenetrable defense left Fang Ping feeling quite vexed. Despite his ability to foresee his opponent's movements, his strikes were as ineffective as mere tickling. Both Dewey and Fang Ping found themselves ensnared in an inexplicable awkwardness, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. Though Dewey has been relentlessly assailed, Fang Ping is unable to breach his defenses or inflict any substantial harm upon him. In turn, Dewey finds himself equally impotent against Fang Ping, as his attacks either meet with interruption or strike not, but air. The two resemble high defense, blood-imbued warriors in an online game, facing a nimble, evasive assassin whose strikes consistently miss. Neither can lay a finger on the other. Your blows fail to draw blood, and mine cannot reach you. Dewey has withdrawn. After observing the spectacle with a cold gaze for quite some time, Ximing could no longer restrain himself and finally spoke. Despite his reluctance, Dewey swiftly darted back to Ximing's side. That moment, the middle-aged man and Wang Yuan also approached Fang Ping, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, confronting the quartet of black wind bandits. Ximing's beautiful eyes swept over the three before he addressed Wang Yuan, saying, I did not anticipate you would have allies today. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall spare your life this time. Let the remaining items serve as a token of our first meeting. We shall take our leave. Want to leave? Leave the goods behind first. Wang Yuan suddenly lunged forward, attempting to prevent Ximing and his companions from departing. Dewey let out a sinister chuckle and leaped into the air, colliding fists with Wang Yuan mid-flight. The tremendous shockwave propelled those nearby backward by 50 or 60 meters. Bang, bang! The dark golden gun in Yi Xuan's hand discharged twice, forcing both Fang Ping and the middle-aged man, who had followed closely behind Wang Yuan, to retreat and evade the uniquely attributed bullets. Wang Yuan was also pushed back by the recoil, stumbling a dozen steps before barely regaining his footing. A stark contrast to Dewey's nonchalance. Let it go. With just the three of you, you cannot detain us, Ximing stated coolly. Indeed, even before Ximing had engaged, they had already fought to a standstill, even gaining the upper hand. They would not underestimate her simply because she is a woman. If this lady lacked prowess, how could she command the obedience of the other three? In contrast, Wang Yuan's expression darkened considerably. The opponent spoke the truth. Judging by the combat capabilities displayed thus far, they could only manage a tenuous stalemate, rendering it nearly impossible to capture the other party. The adversaries had discerned this, prompting their decisive and composed withdrawal. Prolonging the conflict might attract more individuals, at which point escape would become genuinely impossible. Of course, should the two on their side possess any secret techniques or trump cards, detaining the opposition would not be entirely out of reach. However, the current situation left the two of them in a state of uncertainty regarding friend or foe. While the others had intervened to assist, it was inevitable that the two might harbor ulterior motives and may not offer their full support. Having experienced much, Wang Yuan maintained a skeptical attitude towards those who appeared suddenly to provide aid. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that Yi seemed unharmed, not even shaken by fear. This was indeed a silver lining amid misfortune, as her safety remained paramount. Yet, our esteemed Miss Yi appeared oblivious to her significance. Stepping forth at this critical juncture with arms outstretched, positioning herself before Ximing and the others, it is impossible. Not a single item here shall be taken by you. If you wish to seize anything, you must first step over my lifeless body. Chapter 100. Stubbornness. Step aside. Wang Yuan exclaimed in a state of panic upon witnessing the unfolding scene, nearly roaring at Izue, while a profound sense of regret welled up within him. How could he have let her venture there in his moment of inattention? Goodness, this foolish woman, what is she thinking? Fang Ping, who had initially breathed a sigh of relief, was taken aback by Izue's reckless decision to confront the adversaries directly. To Fang Ping, Izue's rash behavior seemed profoundly unwise. After all, she was a young lady of privilege, not a desperate outlaw. Why would she risk her life for mere money? Yet, as he observed the stubborn determination etched on Izue's face, a long-buried memory stirred within him. Well then, since I've already intervened, I might as well do a bit more. Punishing the wicked and upholding righteousness does require some degree of challenge, he mused. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man regarded Izue with keen interest. From her countenance, he could discern that she was an astute individual, not one driven by greed. The peculiar circumstances of her actions were indeed baffling. Sai Ming's gaze turned icy as he beheld Izue. She was far from innocent, and the others would not show her mercy merely due to her beauty. Suddenly, Sai Ming broke into a smile. In that case, I shall deal with you first. But truth be told, I hesitate to lay a hand on such a captivating beauty. With a wicked laugh, Sai Ming gave a casual wave of his hand, summoning the formidable figure of Du Yi, who lunged forward, brandishing fists larger than Izue's head, roaring as he charged with no intention of holding back. Ha! Just imagine, such a stunning beauty will soon be reduced to a pile of mangled flesh at my hands. What a thrilling prospect! Du Yi cackled maniacally, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light as he swung a punch towards Izue. Everyone present had witnessed the sheer force behind Du Yi's strike. Should that fist collide with Izue's delicate frame, it would likely result in her utter dismemberment, a fate that could be considered merciful. The massive fist sliced through the air, the accompanying wind stinging Izue's cheeks, yet she stood resolute, unwavering in the face of the impending onslaught. No! Wang Yuan's heart raced with fury as he bellowed, attempting to rush forward to shield Izue from Du Yi's assault. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed as Yi's calculations unleashed a barrage of enchanted bullets, each aimed directly at the vital points of the three adversaries. Anti-magic bullets. Both the middle-aged man and Wang Yuan gasped in unison, their pupils constricting in alarm. Though reluctant, they had no choice but to retreat. Anti-magic bullets were specifically designed to target practitioners, akin to Western ammunition crafted to combat vampires and werewolves. Composed of unique materials and inscribed with acceleration runes, these bullets could reach a terrifying velocity in a remarkably short span. The firearms capable of firing such anti-magic ammunition were also specially crafted and refined. A multitude of factors can render a cultivator's formidable aura defense and resilient physique as fragile as paper in the face of such ammunition. Concurrently, the demon-slaying bullets possess the capability to disrupt the cultivator's internal circulation. Once struck, they hinder the body's self-repair mechanisms and lead to a chaotic disarray of their spiritual energy. However, these bullets are not without their drawbacks. Even with specialized modifications, their velocity remains only marginally superior to that of contemporary firearms. Given a cultivator's agility, with careful attention to defense, they can still evade these threats, rendering them relatively insignificant, except for the element of surprise. Furthermore, the exorbitant manufacturing costs have led to critiques suggesting that these are not merely bullets, but rather akin to diamonds in their expense, thus serving more as a deterrent. Nevertheless, the current intent of the calculations is merely to restrain Fang Ping and his companions, rather than to eliminate or vanquish them. Consequently, the efficacy of the demon-slaying bullets is magnified in this moment, causing considerable distress for Wang Yuan and his associates. If they do not evade, they will be struck. Being hit will incapacitate them in a short span, leaving them powerless to act even if they approach. Moreover, Yi Xuan's marksmanship is exceptionally proficient, with angles of fire that are remarkably cunning, effectively sealing off all potential routes for Wang Yuan and Fang Ping to render assistance. Should they attempt to evade, they would be unable to reach Izue before Du Yi's assault arrives. As for the middle-aged man, it is evident that he is unfamiliar with Izue and lacks any significant bond. Thus, he would not risk his life to save her. Even so, given Yi Xuan's cautious nature, he nonetheless fired 6 shots in that direction, just to be safe. Chapter 101. Illusion and Reality. A cruel glint flickered in Sai Ming's eyes. Since you hold her in such high regard, I shall destroy her before you. The more you value her, the greater the blow you will suffer. The thought of witnessing your disheartened and frenzied demeanor fills me with a certain thrill. Bang! Du Yi's fist struck flesh, producing a muted thud that momentarily lifted Wang Yuan's spirits, who had previously been engulfed in despair. Indeed, when he looked up, he saw Fang Ping, having unexpectedly appeared before Du Yi, using his own body to block the impending punch. Coughing, Fang Ping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and urged Izue, "Step aside. Your presence here will hinder our battle." Fang Ping had anticipated needing to persuade her further, yet to his surprise, Izue obediently complied and moved to the back, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Sister, had you been this compliant earlier and allowed the adversary to retreat, we would have been unscathed. Impossible. How could you break through the blockade of demon-slaying bullets? I have meticulously mapped out all possible attack routes, leaving no room for oversight. This is inconceivable." Yi Xuan stared at Fang Ping in disbelief. But soon, as if struck by a revelation, he exclaimed, "I understand now. It was that special ability you employed during your battle with Shang Sheng. To my astonishment, not only can you penetrate the human form, but even the specialized anti-spiritual bullets, known as the break magic bullets, can also pass through. This is, of course, to be expected. Although the break magic bullets are designed specifically to counter spiritual energy, rendering any practitioner's abilities futile in their presence, forcing them to evade desperately. However, what Fang Ping just employed was not a technique reliant on spiritual energy, but rather a direct means to render himself invisible. This is what caused the break magic bullets, created for the express purpose of countering spiritual forces, to return fruitless. Simultaneously, a certain doubt began to stir within Fang Ping's mind. The individual before him, Yi Xuan, struck him more as a sniper controlling the battlefield than as the rumored strategist of the Black Wind Thieves. A strategist would not commit such a fundamental error, naively attempting to counter an entirely unfamiliar skill in the face of insufficient information. Or perhaps, had he overestimated the opponent's capabilities? Just as Fang Ping was engulfed in confusion, a voice resonated in his ear. "Little one, you are not mistaken. He is indeed not the strategist Yi Xuan of the Black Wind Thieves. Who are you?" Alarm bells rang in Fang Ping's mind. Someone had managed to breach the mental defenses within his consciousness and converse directly with him. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. Surely you can surmise that I mean you no harm. Besides, if I were to act against you, you still have him, do you not? Are you not reassured by his prowess?" The mysterious voice's reference to him undoubtedly pointed to the female specter. Envidia. The mere thought of her made Fang Ping's expression contort with discomfort, akin to that of constipation. Relying on Envidia? If she were willing to intervene, would he find himself in such a predicament? Nevertheless, what remained paramount was the purpose behind this mysterious individual reaching out to him. "I have a connection with this girl. Today, if she finds herself in peril, I shall naturally lend a hand. However, due to certain special circumstances, I am unable to reveal myself. Thus, young man, it falls upon you." The mysterious figure addressed Fang Ping with a tone of flippancy, almost as if to pat him on the shoulder. Fang Ping curled his lip in disdain, realizing that after all this talk, the individual had no intention of intervening. Sensing Fang Ping's dissatisfaction, the mysterious figure continued, "My abstinence from action is for your benefit. My identity is rather unique, and should I intervene, it could easily attract the attention of certain particular individuals, complicating matters significantly." Fang Ping regarded the mysterious person's words with skepticism, "Yet since you cannot intervene, what is the purpose of this lengthy discourse? Do not rush. Since I have reached out to you, I possess a method to assist you." The mysterious voice reassured him, noticing Fang Ping's impatience that, "Oh, I would be eager to hear more. Initially, I will bestow my abilities upon you. With this, the break magic bullets will be powerless against you. However, the ability you just employed is quite peculiar. It likely consumes significant energy, making prolonged use unfeasible." "How do you know?" The moment Fang Ping uttered those words, he regretted them, cursing himself for his foolishness. If the consumption were minimal, would he have sustained such grievous injuries? The other party was not a fool. After all, Chapter 102. Assistance, however, had it not been for the sealing of the blood vessels with spiritual energy at the wound, the mere act of bleeding could have led to a fatal outcome. The wondrous characteristics of spiritual power manifested at this moment. Hee. The mysterious figure chuckled softly, finding it utterly foolish to provide an explanation for Fang Ping's concerns. "Then you had best hurry," Fang Ping mentally replied, realizing that he could not utilize his phasing ability again in such a short span of time. Should that individual unleash the demon-breaking projectile once more, he would have no choice but to make a hasty retreat. Fang Ping's words were, in truth, a blend of truth and deception. His innate ability could still be employed for approximately 30 seconds, far from the impossibility he claimed. He was not so foolish as to reveal all his trump cards to someone whose allegiance remained uncertain. Nonetheless, he genuinely intended to flee if that individual resorted to the demon-breaking projectile again. He was no great hero, after all, and there was no need to risk his life for another's affairs. Offering assistance was one thing, but sacrificing himself was quite another. At most, he would take Iziue along in his escape, a peculiar essence of spiritual energy connected from an unknown corner into Fang Ping's consciousness. This essence was not substantial indeed, it was remarkably minute, drawing no attention from those around. Only Ximing furrowed her brow, casting a fleeting glance at Fang Ping, as if noticing something amiss, yet she remained oblivious to any irregularity. Although this essence was diminutive, it was remarkably exquisite. Within a single breath, it seamlessly melded into Fang Ping's mental realm, unveiling a brand new portal before his eyes. Open. The voice of the mysterious figure suddenly sharpened. As though it were poised to pierce through Fang Ping's very scalp, a resounding boom erupted within Fang Ping's mind, shattering the world before him like glass, only to swiftly reconstitute itself. The reformed realm underwent a profound transformation in Fang Ping's perception. A vast net woven from strands of green light enveloped the confined space, connecting each individual. Every movement made by a person altered the configuration of this green web. This is my unique ability, the demon web. Within its domain, you can foresee the actions of everyone for the next 10 seconds. I believe, given your speed, that you need not fear the so-called demon-breaking projectile during that interval. Correct? The demon web? What an intriguing talent, capable of anticipating others' movements. 10 seconds can indeed change many outcomes. Once the demon web enveloped the area, Fang Ping experienced an entirely novel sensation. The feeling of having everything under control was undeniably pleasurable. Moreover, while utilizing the demon web, Fang Ping distinctly sensed that this ability bore a striking resemblance to his ocular prowess. He deduced the next moves of his opponents through enhanced vision, observing the flow of spiritual energy and the nuances of muscular movements. The demon web, however, was a more advanced form. It not only analyzed the flow of spiritual energy and the tremors of every muscle, but also synthesized surrounding information to predict forthcoming events. Essentially, both abilities pertain to a form of environmental data analysis and forecasting, rather than true prophecy or glimpsing the future. It is no wonder that the mysterious figure's ethereal power can seamlessly harness this innate talent. Thus, the revelation. Suddenly, Fang Ping's body moved, appearing before Du Yi in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to his visage. A spiraling force enveloped Fang Ping's knuckles, unleashing a ferocious impact upon Du Yi's face. Within the realm of the mind, the magical web transmitted information regarding the next 10 seconds. 1 second later, the action of Iswan drawing his gun was marked as a crimson dynamic image. Simultaneously, the trajectories of the first bullet 3 seconds later and the second and third bullets 5 seconds thereafter were delineated. Fang Ping, with remarkable swiftness, analyzed the intervals and time discrepancies between the bullet trajectories. In the incredulous gaze of Iswan, Fang Ping, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, deftly maneuvered through the narrow gaps between the bullets. How did he suddenly become so formidable? A look of inquiry flickered in Ximing's eyes. Now, severely injured, merely relying on Iswan and Du Yi could not contend with the individual before them. Is this a provocation for me to act? Upon this realization, Ximing instinctively reached for her waist. Producing a gleaming silver dagger, Fang Ping turned his head, addressing Wang Yuan and the middle-aged man. Can you two handle her alone? Leave the other two to me. I assure you they will not disturb you. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan initially intended to refuse. 2 against 1, and the opponent was a woman, making Fang Ping's words quite irksome. Yet, faced with Iswan's demon-breaking bullets, they found themselves utterly helpless and could only acquiesce with a resigned sigh. Utterly shameless. Iswan was incensed by Fang Ping's remarks. Do you truly regard us with such disdain? Iswan unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards Fang Ping, the demon-breaking bullets whistling through the relatively confined space. Nevertheless, Fang Ping effortlessly evaded each shot. Do you realize, your performance is hardly that of a strategist? Fang Ping appeared beside Iswan, speaking softly. First, as a non-combatant, your combat prowess is rather limited, yet the weapon in your hand significantly compensates for this shortcoming. However, do not forget that a marksman cannot shoot in place while allowing others to close in. Secondly, the essence of wisdom lies in calmness, yet you have been easily provoked by my mere words. Lastly, when you discover that your bullets are ineffective against me, rather than succumbing to rage, you should seek the protection of your allies or retreat to a safe distance, for once you are engaged in close combat. With your level of prowess, you are undoubtedly doomed. Upon hearing Fang Ping's words, Iswan's expression shifted dramatically, disregarding the preciousness of his weapon, and he swung it fiercely towards Fang Ping. Anticipating this, Fong Ping sidestepped the attack and immediately retaliated with a punch, colliding forcefully with Dui's massive fist. Certainly, should I choose to launch an attack against you, your companions will undoubtedly return to provide support. Shangxing has already lost her combat effectiveness, and regarding Siming, in the scenario where you are unable to unleash the demon-breaking bullet due to my proximity, she will find it challenging to reach us in the face of those two individuals. The only possibility lies with the formidable doer. His speed is comparable to mine, and you deliberately drew my attention just now, intending to allow him to launch a surprise assault from behind, I presume? After losing the deterrent of the demon-breaking bullet, the middle-aged man, without hesitation, approached Siming alongside Wang Yuan, disregarding her gender. Fueled by a surge of anger from their recent defeat, they sought someone to unleash their frustrations upon. Siming's prowess is indeed terrifying. When confronted with the attacks from both Wang Yuan and the middle-aged man, she appeared unfazed, at times even gaining the upper hand against them. Meanwhile, Fong Ping focused primarily on entangling his opponent, relying on his foresight ability of 10 seconds to closely stick to Yishuan, preventing him from drawing his weapon, while simultaneously restricting Doer. The moment Doer attempted to withdraw, Fong Ping would immediately strike at Yishuan, leaving Doer in a dilemma, forced to follow Fong Ping's lead. Minutes passed, and Siming had completely overwhelmed her two adversaries, wielding a silver short blade like a celestial curtain, not only shielding herself entirely but also repeatedly inflicting deep, bone-exposing wounds on Wang Yuan and the others. However, even so, Siming realized that defeating the two would not be an immediate feat. Similarly, the situation for Fong Ping mirrored this. Neither he nor Doer could gain the upper hand, despite their fierce exchanges of blows. Yet, as time dragged on, it increasingly favored Siming and her allies, ultimately leading to a decisive moment in Siming's mind. In an instant, she sheathed her short blade at her waist, clapped her palms downward, leveraging the recoil to swiftly escape the encirclement formed by Wang Yuan and his companion, then seized Shangxing and vanished in a series of agile movements. Witnessing the departure of their leader, Doer let out a thunderous roar, his muscles swelling to 3 or 4 times their usual size, delivering a punch that sent Fong Ping flying, before scooping up Yishuan and following in the direction Siming had taken. Not far off, a man clad in white casual attire adjusted his frameless glasses, gazing at the diminishing black figures on the horizon. What could your true intentions possibly be? Chapter 104. Pursuit. The black-winged thieves fled in desperate haste, while the man in white casual wear was enveloped in a shroud of mist, traversing the towering trees with an air of leisurely stroll. The mist served to conceal his form, rendering him undetectable to any probing thoughts. The man in casual attire trailed the recently departed black-winged thieves from a distance, seemingly intent on uncovering the identities of those lurking behind them. From afar, he stood atop a distant mountain peak, arms crossed over his chest, observing as they entered a modest cave that lacked concealment. Suddenly, several figures emerged from the shadows, rushing towards that cave from various angles. Observing those who have set their sights on them, I am not alone in this regard. However, allowing them to serve as scouts seems to be a rather astute choice. A man clad in white leisure attire tapped his chin with his right index finger, deep in contemplation. Mere minutes after those figures entered, terrified cries for help echoed from within, gradually escalating into harrowing screams, accompanied by the unsettling sound of some beast gnawing on bones. This grim situation persisted for an extended period, until the agonized wails finally subsided, as if the night itself had transformed into a ravenous monster, claiming those individuals as offerings to its darkness. Indeed, they have a backup plan. The man in leisure attire observed the desolate heart from a distance, realizing they had already detected some stragglers. It appeared they intended to capture them all at once, displaying remarkable audacity. Yet, it remained uncertain whether they could indeed consume such a rich morsel. Among the 4, excluding the office worker and the gravely injured, it seemed that only 2 retained their full combat capabilities. In succession, 3 waves of individuals had entered the small cave, and after their silent disappearance, no further pursuers arrived. Throughout this process, the man in leisure attire stood at a distance, a cold observer who refrained from offering any warnings. The identities of friend or foe remained unclear. It was fortunate he did not take advantage of their plight, and expecting his assistance was evidently unrealistic. It appeared they had all been devoured. These individuals possessed considerable skill. It seems it is my moment to intervene. Like a great bird, the man in leisure attire ascended into the air, vanishing into the darkness. Inside the cave, the 4 members of the black-winged thieves stood on one side, confronted by a large pool of blood, yet the bodies of those who had just entered were nowhere to be found. Miraculously, their injuries had completely healed, and with a flush of vitality, one licked his lips and remarked, "These audacious fools dare to pursue us. Since we have the courage to reveal ourselves, how could we possibly fear your pursuit? Truly, they do not know the danger they court." Those individuals were merely pawns. Ming stretched lazily. "Just testing the waters, is this all there is? Can't a few stronger opponents come along to truly satisfy my cravings?" "This is rather underwhelming," Dewey lamented, his fists colliding in disappointment. "Enough of your complaints, you battle fanatic. I still have many contingency plans left to deploy. I am the one truly vexed here. After all this time spent preparing, not a single capable fighter has emerged." Swan leaned casually against a nearby pillar, exuding a sense of self-satisfaction that belied any signs of frustration. "Is it unfortunate? Then fortuitously, there remains a formidable opponent. I hope both of you will be satisfied." A smile curled at the corners of Ming's mouth. Suddenly, the previously languid Swan and his companions sprang to their feet, their eyes alight with intensity as they swiftly formed a circle. Yet, the cave remained eerily silent, so quiet that the sound of a falling pin could be heard, suggesting that aside from the four of them, there was no one else present. Even so, they dared not slacken their vigilance. The three of them intertwined their consciousnesses, swiftly extending their awareness in all directions. Yet, despite their efforts to envelop the entirety of the area, they discerned no sign of intruders. "Must I summon you forth?" Ming addressed the empty air before her, met with silence that rendered her words akin to soliloquy. Unperturbed by the absence of a response, she summoned a gleaming short blade into her hand. With a swift motion, Ming turned the blade upon herself, plunging it into her palm and piercing through, crimson blood erupting forth in a violent spray. Blood sacrifice, net of fate. Within her sanguine essence lay a peculiar spiritual force that writhed in midair. Resembling tendrils that danced and spread outward, a cry of pain erupted as one blood tendril was severed by a streak of azure light, collapsing to the ground in convulsions before reverting to its original sanguine form. Vanishing into the earth, MY presence has been entirely concealed, devoid of any murderous intent. "How did you uncover me?" The man in casual attire emerged from the shadows, standing before the group of black-wind thieves with an air of casualness, as if meeting an old friend, in stark contrast to the tension radiating from the other three. Ming remained calm, patiently elucidating, "Your concealment technique is remarkably adept. Even when we combine our efforts to probe with our consciousness, your existence eludes detection. However, you have overlooked one crucial aspect." "Oh, what have I neglected?" "I am eager to hear," the man replied, intrigued, keen to discern any flaws in his nearly flawless concealment. "While you have masked your own aura, your method of concealment is more akin to obscuring the perceptions of cultivators. Indeed, within the confines of our consciousness and sight, you remain invisible, yet you cannot disguise the instincts of animals." "Instincts of animals?" The man pondered for a moment, swiftly comprehending the nature of his oversight. He could hardly believe he had committed such a fundamental error, a rueful smile creeping upon his face. Indeed, while he might mask human perception, he could not shroud the instincts of the animal kingdom. The vicinity of the cave was eerily silent, devoid of even the faintest sound of insects. This stillness arose because, though they could not see him, their keen senses detected a palpable aura of danger emanating from the man's location, compelling them to avoid the area, thus resulting in an unusual quietude. It was surprising that such a minor oversight had allowed the adversary to perceive his vulnerability. A true blunder, indeed. However, do you not think that it is your own aura that has driven the insects away? Certainly not us. The deity of fate chuckled, remarking that, given the nature of covert operations, they were well prepared. No insect would be deterred by their presence, he continued, stating that he had eliminated all others in the vicinity, yet still heard no chirping of insects. This could only imply the existence of a formidable opponent, one whose prowess far surpassed theirs and eluded their senses. "Since you are aware that my strength eclipses yours, how audacious of you to compel me to reveal myself." The casually dressed man adjusted his glasses and stated, "Alas, the most fearsome blade is the one concealed in darkness. Although we may not be your equals, we believe it prudent to draw you out." "A valid point." The casually dressed man nodded solemnly. "Are your companions prepared? I have afforded you ample time, eager to witness your grand techniques. Have you yet to ready yourselves?" The deity of fate smiled shyly. "Given your formidable strength, we must surely make ample preparations." "Is that so? Then perish." Without any forewarning, the casually dressed man struck with the swiftness of lightning, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. A purple hexagram materialized beneath Swan and his companions, and from within it emerged a towering werewolf. The creature stood an imposing 3 meters tall, its powerful physique composed of robust muscles that appeared neither cumbersome nor unwieldy. Cloaked in a shroud of black fur, its sharp wolfish maw bore traces of blood, suggesting it had recently fed. The earlier sounds of gnashing teeth had emanated from this beast, explaining the presence of blood without any corpses. Evidently, all had met their demise within the wolf's ravenous jaws. The werewolf's eyes glowed with a sinister green light, exuding an air of savagery, tinged with a hint of greed and exhilaration. Its muscular legs, akin to rock, unleashed a formidable power, resulting in astonishing bursts of speed. The werewolf left a deep imprint in the ground as it advanced, intercepting the casually dressed man with its own formidable body, effectively absorbing the man's strike. The two recoiled upon contact. The casually dressed man stood unscathed at a distance, while the werewolf bore 3 grievous wounds on its chest, which were rapidly healing before the eye. The dark blood oozing from the wounds dripped onto the ground, corroding it into a multitude of holes. Is this your trump card? A half-blood werewolf? It seems rather insufficient. The casually dressed man nonchalantly shook his hand, surprised by the sheer strength of the creature, which had left his arm numb from the impact. Point one alone is inadequate. What if we summon a few more? Before he could finish, 2 more purple hexagrams illuminated the ground. Unlike the first, the newcomers were taller and leaner, their musculature less exaggerated. One was a golden-furred werewolf and the other, a white-furred counterpart. Unlike the black-furred werewolves, who emphasize strength, the golden-furred counterparts prioritize speed, while the white-furred ones lean towards regenerative abilities. This distinction elucidates the variations in their physical forms. 3 werewolves, you say? It seems this is your trump card, is it not? Yet, do you truly believe that these 3 pups alone can thwart my advance? The man in leisurewear shrugged, and in an instant, his form vanished, leaving only a profound footprint imprinted on the ground. Chapter 106. Concealed Tactics. How swift! The white-furred werewolf barely registered a blur before a fierce gale struck him, compelling him to hastily tilt his large wolf head aside to evade a fatal blow. Bang! The white-furred werewolf felt as though he had been struck head-on by a locomotive, his entire body hurtling into the air, tumbling through a heap of dilapidated wooden crates. Under the force of the leisure-clad man's punch, the werewolf's chest had caved in, suggesting that his sternum had been pulverized by the impact. Despite this, the white-furred werewolf showed no sign of distress from the fractured bone, his breathing rhythm remaining unchanged. Astonishingly, mere minutes later, his previously concave sternum began to restore itself. Such an injury can heal in just 6 seconds. The man in leisurewear silently counted the seconds, estimating the regenerative capacity of the white-furred werewolf. At that moment, the golden-furred werewolf was the first to react, lunging forward, his lithe form pressing closely against the leisure-clad man, his glimmering claws targeting vital areas with fierce intent. The man in leisurewear focused solely on evasion, opting not to retaliate. His power is approximately 30% less than that of the black-furred one, yet his speed surpasses it by 20%. Meanwhile, the black-furred werewolf howled, charging towards the man in leisurewear, and the 3 werewolves converged into a chaotic melee. With a swift motion, the man drew a weapon from his waist, flicking it in the air. The blade, like a sinuous serpent, flickered with cold light, leaving a trail of wounds upon the 3 werewolves. Though they bore the name of werewolves, at their core, they remained beasts. The injuries inflicted by the man only served to heighten their ferocity, eliciting deep, guttural growls from their throats as they launched a more ferocious assault. I had warned you. Relying solely on these 3 pups will scarcely inflict any harm. Should you possess any hidden cards, it would be prudent to reveal them sooner rather than later, lest it be too late. Despite the casual tone of the man in leisurewear, his movements were anything but languid. Empowered by a surge of energy, his weapon became straight and unyielding, piercing a gaping hole in the white-furred werewolf. In a bizarre turn of events, the white-furred werewolf, who had remained silent despite having his sternum shattered, now unleashed a piercing, anguished howl that threatened to rupture the eardrums of all present. The white-furred werewolf writhed in agony on the ground, its pristine coat now marred by dark stains and splotches of blood. On its chest, where the recent software attack had struck, a fist-sized wound gaped open, blood flowing incessantly. Yet, this was not the sole cause of its torment. A multitude of serpentine forms, composed of mercury, were desperately burrowing into the werewolf's injury, causing bulges to erupt upon the surface of its skin. Indeed, the werewolf possessed formidable regenerative abilities, particularly this one, whose capacity for recovery could be described as grotesque. It was conceivable that even if its head were to be obliterated, it might still survive. However, every entity has its nemesis, and for the werewolf, Mercury was the most feared adversary. Mercury disrupts the blood circulation within the werewolf's body and expels the essence of its bloodline, effectively stifling its recovery. Present. The mercury within the white-furred werewolf not only hindered its regenerative prowess, but was also recklessly ravaging its vitality. The pitiful state of the white-furred werewolf sent shivers down the spines of the other two werewolves. No werewolf would ever welcome mercury, especially when injected into a wound. But from whence did this mercury originate? The simple and diminutive intellect of the werewolf could not fathom the answer to this question. "Have you been prepared all along?" Seeming inquired, casting an unusual glance at the man clad in casual attire. The man's software hung limply in his hand, with several drops of residual mercury trickling from the sword's tip to the ground below. "What do you think?" he replied with a smile. "Since you had the mercury ready, you must have anticipated the appearance of werewolves. What led to our exposure?" "Ah, that is rather simple," the man in casual wear continued. "You fled a considerable distance, circumventing 7 routes, and passed through this very spot thrice. Initially, I assumed you were attempting to shake off some of your pursuers. However, when I discerned that you were deliberately luring everyone here, I dismissed that notion. Furthermore, it is currently nighttime, and a full moon night at that. Your efforts to gather everyone here can only indicate one thing. Your contingency plan requires the full moon to be effective. Or rather, the power of the full moon enhances their abilities across the board." Chapter 107. Schemes. Moreover, just as you were orchestrating the werewolves' murderous rampage, I could distinctly sense the fluctuations in the tidal forces induced by the moon's gravitational pull, which felt somewhat different. This indicated that some creature was absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, resulting in changes to the lunar gravity, thus reaffirming my previous hypothesis. Such a creature could only be a denizen of the dark. Many dark beings thrive under the full moon, not merely werewolves, but also vampires and dark sorcerers. "How did you deduce that our contingency involved werewolves, leading you to gather mercury?" The man in casual attire revealed a cryptic smile and replied, "I cannot definitively ascertain which would be most beneficial to your plan, so I prepared a sample of each." The man in leisure attire produced a silver cross from his pocket, along with a bundle of garlic and a vial. "I have indeed made preparations. These items, including mercury, are part of my daily arsenal. They possess unique capabilities in certain circumstances. The silver cross is freshly polished, though time was insufficient. As you can see, it still bears some burrs. Of course, I merely rely on luck, yet it seems my fortune is quite favorable, as the items I prepared have proven useful." Unexpectedly, the man in leisure attire had indeed taken meticulous precautions, causing the expressions of those present to darken. They were essentially rendered powerless, despite having a few trump cards, all of which were countered by the items he had produced, resulting in a palpable sense of frustration. "Remarkable, truly remarkable. Who would have thought you could deduce so much from our brief interactions? I am genuinely impressed. Might I inquire your esteemed name?" Seeming inquired, his eyes gleaming as he regarded the man in leisure attire. "My name is Yun Fenghua," the man replied nonchalantly, adjusting his glasses perched upon his nose. "You may also refer to me by my other name, Iswan of the Black Wind Thieves." Yun Fenghua's words cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. He was indeed Iswan of the Black Wind Thieves. Who, then, was the previous Iswan? Long ago, I had noticed a faction clandestinely operating under the guise of our Black Wind Thieves, repeatedly committing crimes while reaping the benefits, leaving us to bear the blame. What an unfair arrangement! A glacial intensity flickered in Yun Fenghua's eyes as he spoke. Thus, we orchestrated this trap, deliberately allowing information to leak that we were engaged in other plans, while in reality, we dispersed globally to trace your whereabouts, and now, I have finally located you. How curious that you chose to commit your transgressions in a place we would never tread. Well, I have said my piece. Now, it is your turn to reveal your true identities. For instance, it would be a basic courtesy to unmask yourselves and show your true faces." Yun Fenghua smiled, his gaze resting heavily upon the four. Akin to a mountain pressing down upon their chests, making each breath a struggle, Siming looked at Yun Fenghua and suddenly laughed. "I never anticipated that the renowned Iswan would possess such an unremarkable appearance. I doubt even your companions have glimpsed your true visage." For reasons unknown, an inexplicable unease surged within Yun Fenghua, as if danger loomed just around the corner. "Speak, what are your true intentions? Do not attempt to be clever. I will detect any deceit at once." Seeming chuckled softly. "I am not deceiving you. We are indeed the Black Wind Thieves, and I am indeed Siming, Shangshang, Du Yi, and Iswan." Siming's words caused Yun Fenghua to furrow his brow. Even at this juncture, he continued to spout nonsense. "He, the Black Wind Thieves, on the surface, appear to be a band of international robbers, yet in reality, they belong to a clandestine underground organization known as Nando. This is also the reason why the names of the six of you are all derived from the 6 stars of Nando. When Ximing suddenly brought this up, Yunfenghua's brow furrowed even deeper. However, where there is light, there must be shadow. Even celestial bodies are not exempt from this truth. Ximing uttered a seemingly unrelated remark, which caused Yunfenghua to frown, as an ominous thought began to rise in his mind. You few, perched high above, bask in glory externally, yet there are always certain tasks you are unwilling to undertake, such as invading this ancient land. Regardless of the circumstances, you universally refuse to accept any missions pertaining to this place, thereby causing considerable losses in business to those above, who are exceedingly displeased with the organization. Thus, we exist as the dark stars of Nando. All the tasks you are unwilling to accept will be fulfilled by us. Chapter 108. Shadows the dark stars of Nando? A look of sudden realization crossed Yunfenghua's face. In no wonder, he had sensed the star power of Nando's constellations emanating from them earlier. No wonder he had been unable to locate this group despite exerting the organization's influence to search for them. Had he not been more vigilant this time, he might truly have failed to find them. Well then, since you are aware of our identities and we are all of the same faction, do not obstruct us here. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to explain upon your return. Ximing smiled as she spoke to Yunfenghua. Humph, Yishuan, with a sullen expression, strode up to Yunfenghua and forcefully shoved his shoulder. Yishuan's attitude towards Yunfenghua was exceedingly unfavorable. Why should Yunfenghua bask in the limelight using Yishuan's name, while he himself remained hidden in the shadows, watching Yunfenghua revel in the accolades born from his own endeavors? Why? Merely because he had joined the Nando organization a few years earlier? Yishuan believed he was no less capable than Yunfenghua. He simply lacked opportunity. Wait. Yunfenghua's voice rang out behind Yishuan. Did I grant you permission to leave? Yunfenghua spoke calmly. Yunfenghua, think this through. Why making things difficult for us here? How will you explain yourself to the organization upon your return? Ximing frowned, surprised that the other party remained unyielding even after she had revealed her origins. Why waste so many words on him? I do not believe he dares to oppose the organization, Yishuan scoffed. I am Yunfenghua, the lord of the Tiantong star of Nando, and also the Yunfenghua of the ancient land. A chilling aura enveloped Yunfenghua as he declared, any organization that trespasses into the ancient land shall be mercilessly eliminated. A terrifying presence surged from Yunfenghua as he unabashedly revealed his murderous intent. This overwhelming aura caused Ximing and the others to involuntarily change their expressions. Yunfenghua, think carefully. You are opposing the organization, Ximing said with a fierce expression, yet the panic in her eyes could not be concealed. The murderous intent emanating from Yunfenghua was so formidable that it instilled a sense of helplessness within her. Yishuan, star power, enhance. With a resounding roar from Yunfenghua, a brilliant starlight pierced through the dark clouds in the sky, descending upon her. The celestial energy enveloped Yunfenghua, draping her in a shimmering robe of starlight, transforming her entire demeanor with a profound elegance, exuding an air of nobility and aloofness. Damn it, Yunfenghua truly intends to take the lives of several of us. Witnessing the celestial energy now radiating from Yunfenghua, Ximing and the others were utterly alarmed. They had not anticipated her unwavering resolve to target them so decisively. Summoning the starlight without hesitation, it appeared she had no intention of sparing them. We must exert all our strength. The duration of her celestial energy is limited. If the four of us can defend ourselves with full force, as long as we endure until her energy wanes into a weakened state, there is hope for us, Ximing proclaimed with a fierce cry, two silvery beams materializing in her hands as she launched a strike towards Yunfenghua's vital points. Yet, with the celestial energy augmenting her, Yunfenghua's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, morphing into two energy dragons that writhed and coiled towards Ximing with ferocity. In an instant, the energy dragons ensnared Ximing's limbs, manifesting as four dark patterns that bound her arms and legs. She could not move. A jolt of panic surged through Ximing as she felt her hands grow as heavy as lead, immobilizing her, her body uncontrollably descending. This is a gravity inscription. Observing the inscriptions swirling around her arms, Ximing instantly comprehended their nature. It was a common gravity inscription, typically employed to enhance one's weight for resistance training. Yet she had not anticipated Yunfenghua's extraordinary talent in inscriptions. With merely a glance, she had inscribed her limbs with such astonishing skill. Ximing swiftly retreated. Engaging the enemy while under the influence of gravity inscriptions was undoubtedly a suicidal endeavor. Dewey immediately flashed to Yunfenghua's front, opening his mouth wide like a whale, absorbing all the spiritual energy from every direction into his being. He grew immensely, towering nearly 3 times Yunfenghua's height. resembling a giant as he aimed a massive punch at her head. However, it is often said that size does not equate to strength. In response to Du Yi's assault, Yun Fenghua simply extended a hand. The disparity between their two hands, one large and one small, collided, to everyone's astonishment. It was Du Yi who was sent flying. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his arm was broken. Yun Fenghua's seemingly effortless punch possessed an unfathomable force. Yishuan, augment my being. Yishuan, situated at the rear, roared as he too summoned celestial energy, astonishingly siphoning off 50% of the starlight from Yun Fenghua, augmenting himself instead. Didn't he expect this, did you, Yun Fenghua? As your dark star, I possess the ability to summon Yishuan's celestial energy, and I can even directly absorb the starlight from you. Now, you wield merely 50% of the energy you once commanded. Yishuan declared with a menacing countenance. 50% of star power is more than sufficient to vanquish you. Yun Fenghua remarked, exhibiting not a trace of agitation despite the absorption of his own star energy by the adversary. Such audacity! Yishuan waved his hands, and 3 beams of starlight cascaded down upon the trio of werewolves, their wounds mending at a visibly rapid pace. Particularly, the werewolf that had been ambushed by Yun Fenghua with mercury expelled the substance from its wound with a vigorous squeeze. Even with the addition of these 3 hounds, you remain no match for me. Yun Fenghua's cold gaze swept over them. The power of Du Yi's star energy is upon him. The sky once more was cleaved by starlight, a beam that appeared slightly dimmer than the previous one descending upon the gravely injured Du Yi. Under the illumination of the starlight, Du Yi's injuries were completely healed in the span of a single breath, and a substantial amount of starlight fused into his being, significantly enhancing his physical prowess. With each movement, starlight cascaded down, his aura now incomparable to before. The effects of varying star energies were starkly different. Du Yi's energy leaned towards physical enhancement, while Yun Fenghua's favored the reinforcement of rules. With a thunderous roar, Du Yi lunged once again at Yun Fenghua. Simultaneously, the 3 werewolves fully recovered, following closely behind. Indeed, this seems to be rather intriguing. A hint of a smile graced Yun Fenghua's face as he transformed into a white whirlwind, enveloping Du Yi and the 3 werewolves. In a 1-4 scenario, Yun Fenghua astonishingly chose not to defend, instead taking the offensive, and what was most terrifying was that he held the upper hand, to the point where the 4 of them could only muster a defense. Damn it! Observing the situation from a distance, Siming understood that the current circumstances were far from optimistic. In this 1-4 scenario, they were at a disadvantage. Moreover, the gravitational rune on her hand was persistently unremovable. She continuously expended her own spiritual energy to cleanse it, but after removing a fraction, it swiftly re-emerged, perfectly intact on her arm, which was exceedingly vexing for Siming. Siming's star energy, empower. At last, Siming summoned her own star energy, as Du Yi and the others began to show signs of despair. After all, relentless defense inevitably leads to oversight. Should she falter, Yun Fenghua would seize the opportunity to unleash a brutal assault upon them, leaving them all wounded in no time. Given the ebb and flow of their battle, their defeat was merely a matter of time. In light of this predicament, Siming had no choice but to invoke her star energy to dispel the gravitational rune that clung to her like a persistent parasite. Break for me, Siming bellowed, and countless rays of starlight erupted from her being, 2 mournful cries emanating from her arm as 2 energy dragons manifested once more, calling out twice before scattering. Simultaneously, the black gravitational rune on Siming's arm transformed into 2 tendrils of dark energy that ascended from her arm, dissipating into the air. Liberated from the constraints of the gravity inscription, the power of Si-Ming surged back to its zenith. 2 streaks of silver light, previously far beyond the horizon, materialized in the next moment at the throat of Yun Fenghua. It was astonishingly swift, a rapidity so extreme that there was scarcely time to evade. With the enhancement of stellar energy, Si-Ming's speed reached an utterly astonishing level, a mere distance, yet it felt like a boundless expanse. Yun Fenghua, unperturbed, unleashed a beam of silvery radiance, revealing the true nature of the 2 silver streaks, which were none other than the twin silver daggers that had once adorned Si-Ming's waist. Beneath the silver luminescence, the dagger in Si-Ming's hand hovered just shy of Yun Fenghua's throat, perpetually unable to breach that infinitesimal gap, truly echoing the sentiment that between a hand's breadth lies an infinite chasm. The laws of space. A look of astonishment graced Si-Ming's visage as she distinctly sensed a formidable spatial fluctuation enveloping the space between her and Yun Fenghua. This spatial wave rendered her dagger perpetually out of reach of Yun Fenghua, unmistakably indicative of spatial law at work. Yet, it It was astonishing that Yun Fenghua, who had always functioned as the South Dipper-esque strategist and had never revealed her prowess, possessed such terrifying strength to manipulate the laws of space. The laws of space are among the most challenging to master within the celestial doctrine, and even Yun Fenghua had only temporarily commandeered the wind law through the augmentation of stellar energy, thus achieving such speed. Chapter 110. An intruder, however, no matter how swift the wind law may be, it is rendered utterly ineffective in the face of the spatial attributes of the laws of space. No matter how fast one moves, within this spatial realm, the distance between the two remains an insurmountable divide. Yet, due to the distraction of wielding the law, Yun Fenghua inadvertently provided an opportunity for Du Yi and his companions. With a thunderous roar, the golden-furred werewolf elongated its arm, breaching Yun Fenghua's defenses in an instant, claws raking across her chest. Despite the protection of stellar energy, 3 deep, bone-revealing gashes marred her chest. Yun Fenghua staggered back, momentarily distancing herself from the quartet, her expression dark as she glared at the golden-furred werewolf not far away. In a moment of carelessness, she had allowed herself to be wounded by the adversary. A humiliating disgrace indeed. Very well, very well. Yun Fenghua's countenance darkened as she regarded Yi Xuan, astonished that she had been outmaneuvered by him. Yi Xuan's expression was equally grim. He had not anticipated that his near-surprise attack would merely leave 3 superficial wounds on Yun Fenghua's chest, wounds that would not impede her in battle. Indeed, the sudden elongation of the golden-furred werewolf's arm was a result of Yi Xuan secretly manipulating the laws surrounding it with his stellar energy, enabling its arm to extend in defiance of natural laws, thereby bypassing defenses. Even so, it had only inflicted a minor injury upon Yun Fenghua. Her strength was simply too formidable. One could even say it had grown to a level that instilled despair within them. As for their other teammate, who had been overlooked, he was utterly incapable of summoning stellar energy to contribute in such a fierce confrontation, proving less useful than the 3 werewolves. Very well, this farce must come to an end. Spatial compression? Yun Fenghua pressed down with one hand, and an overwhelming force of spatial oppression surged toward them from all directions. This is the peculiarity of the laws of space, capable of compressing others through spatial power. As long as the opponent lacks the strength to shatter this space, or does not possess mastery over the laws of space, their fate is nothing but to be crushed into a pulp by this force. This is a legitimate display of power, so formidable that they find themselves powerless to resist. Even if all their strengths were combined, they would still fall far short of breaking through the void. Just as they were on the brink of despair, a large hand suddenly emerged from the void, casually stirring the air and completely shattering the surrounding pressure of space. Who goes there? Yun Fenghua abruptly looked up, astonished that someone could evade his perception and approach him, launching a rescue right before his eyes. The strength of this newcomer was likely far superior to his own, to the extent that he could not even hope to escape in their presence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fang Ping, who had been tracking them, stepped into a peculiar place. Although he had followed them here, the surroundings were utterly deserted. Could it be data barrier? A barrier, as the name suggests, is an independent space formed by energy, effectively isolating itself from the outside world. It is well known that when cultivators engage in battle, they can cause significant destruction to the surrounding environment, and a barrier alleviates this concern, allowing them to unleash their full power without restraint. Of course, a barrier also serves to isolate from the outside world, concealing one's presence. However, since it is a divine barrier, Heavenly Eye, activate. A light point brightened at Fang Ping's forehead, causing the surrounding space to ripple like water. Refracting a mirrored sheen, a pink light curtain materialized before Fang Ping's eyes. A flash of golden light enveloped him, and he vanished from his spot. Meanwhile, the heavily injured Yun Fenghua was engaged in a fierce battle with a group of black-clad figures, his flying daggers slicing through the air like bolts of cold lightning in the night, each flash inevitably resulting in a spray of blood. Yet, despite this, he could not withstand the sheer number of opponents, and he accrued numerous wounds, some deep enough to expose bone. Were it not for Yun Fenghua's mastery in medicine, using silver needles to control his wounds and prevent them from bleeding, he would have succumbed to blood loss alone. Additionally, 3 black-clad figures stood motionless nearby, coldly observing, and by their aura, they seemed to rival Yun Fenghua in strength. However, they appeared disinclined to intervene, opting instead for a strategy of attrition to exhaust Yun Fenghua. The indifference in their eyes suggested they cared little for the deaths of their subordinates. Focusing solely on Yun Fenghua, a shroud of dark energy enveloped Yun Fenghua, compelling him to expend a considerable amount of his strength to suppress this malevolent force. At that moment, one of the 3 black-clad figures, the one standing in the center, spoke up, his Chinese heavily accented, though it was likely intentional, to obscure his identity from Yun Fenghua. Yun Fenghua, I advise you to surrender. Those who betray the organization never meet a good end. Chapter 111. Rescue from Fang Ping. As soon as this individual began to speak, the black-clad assailants, who had been relentlessly attacking Yun Fenghua, abruptly halted their assault, silently encircling him. Cough, cough, what a dream! Yun Fenghua touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, lightly dabbed the fresh wound twice, and the bleeding ceased. Are you merely stalling for time? Awaiting rescue? One of the black-clad men suddenly inquired. You should abandon this unrealistic notion sooner rather than later. Though I am unaware of who you believe will come to your aid, this place is enveloped by a barrier. Even if he were to arrive, he would have no way of discerning your actual location. Unless, of course, he possesses the strength of a spirit division stage, capable of forcefully breaching the barrier to extract you. But that is simply impossible. Humph! A delusion in broad daylight. Even if I must perish, I shall not surrender without a fight. Yun Fenghua retorted angrily. The black-clad man calmly replied, Do you think I have been engaging in this pointless conversation with you for so long without reason? Yun Fenghua's expression suddenly shifted, his steps faltering as he incredulously exclaimed, You have poisoned me! The black-clad man grinned smugly. Did you not anticipate it? We have long since unwittingly poisoned you. There is no need for you to waste your efforts. We have heard much about your medical skills, and how could we not prepare accordingly? Even with your expertise, this poison will remain unresolvable for at least an hour. So you might as well comply and cease your futile resistance. Attack, with the leader's command. The black-clad figures that had encircled Yun Fenghua lunged at him like ravenous wolves, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Struggling to rise, Yun Fenghua summoned his remaining spiritual energy, sweeping his hand through the air, igniting a cascade of radiant light. Countless flying daggers coalesced into a resplendent curtain in the sky, clashing against the black-clad assailants, producing a series of sickening thuds as blades pierced flesh. Suddenly, Yun Fenghua staggered, his offensive faltering, as a surge of dark energy enveloped his visage. Gasp! Yun Fenghua spat forth a mouthful of black blood. Weakly kneeling upon the ground, he understood all too well that he was on the brink of exhaustion. He could not fathom what sort of poison this was. His renowned Baichao spiritual energy, which had always proven effective against myriad toxins, seemed utterly powerless against it, and instead, it consumed his strength, growing ever more potent. As his frantic movements accelerated his blood flow, the drug's effects intensified. A sense of urgency gripped Yun Fenghua's heart. Could it be that he was truly destined to perish today? He realized that succumbing to these individuals would be far worse than a swift death. The black-clad men, sensing the goddess of victory smiling upon them, urged their comrades, Hurry up! He is already in such a state. What are you afraid of? As the black-clad figures inched closer, Yun Fenghua's gaze shifted from despair to determination, radiating an unyielding resolve. This is not good. He intends to take his own life. Upon perceiving the fatal intent reflected in Yun Fenghua's eyes, the leader of the cloaked figures suddenly struck. A beam of dark light erupted from his hand, and in swift succession, two gleaming, hiltless daggers pierced Yun Fenghua's shoulders. A grimace of anguish manifested on his face. However, his arms could no longer rise, rendering any thoughts of self-termination futile. Do not speak to me of biting one's tongue to achieve death. Such notions are mere fabrications of television dramas. The mortality rate of such an endeavor is exceedingly low, even for an ordinary individual, let alone for one with Yun Fenghua's extraordinary constitution. Aside from rendering his speech somewhat impaired, it serves no real purpose as there truly no method left. Just as the cloaked figures prepared to relish their anticipated victory, a chilling voice unexpectedly resonated in their ears. They remained oblivious to the fact that the owner of this voice would soon plunge them into a nightmarish ordeal. So many individuals bullying but one? Fang Ping descended from the heavens like a great bird, radiating a terrifying brilliance. The mysterious hue of purple, emblematic of mental prowess, the frigid blue, symbolizing frost, and the searing red, representative of blazing flames. These colors intertwined upon Fang Ping's form, crafting a stunningly vibrant tableau. It goes without saying that, despite having never encountered him before, Fang Ping recognized the individual before him as the one who had recently aided him. Though he remained unaware of the circumstances that had led to this moment, how could he stand idly by while another faced peril? Under the chilling wave brought forth by Fang Ping, the temperature in the air plummeted by several degrees, as if one were transported to the polar extremes. The eerie blue tide enveloped the vicinity. A layer of white frost crystals blanketed everyone present. Centered around Fang Ping's point of descent, the The temperature grew progressively colder the closer one drew to him. The circle of cloaked figures nearest to Fang Ping found their lower bodies ensconced in a thick layer of ice crystals, rendering them immobile. Faced with this sudden and frigid onslaught, they managed to maintain their composure, relying on their solid training to stave off panic. However, the subsequent events would utterly shatter the defenses of their hearts. Chapter 112. Provocation. Violet orbs of light swiftly adhered to those surrounding Fang Ping, particularly to the group ensnared in ice, where the purple points densely populated their lower bodies. What is this phenomenon? As they pondered the nature of these violet lights, the orbs began to destabilize, simultaneously emitting intense magical fluctuations. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of sharp detonations, the violet orbs erupted, inflicting considerable injuries upon all who had been touched by their luminescence, with the circle of ice-encased individuals suffering the gravest wounds. Fang Ping shook his head, and a radiant arc shot forth from his left hand, slicing through the air with a whoosh, directed towards 3 of the cloaked leaders nearby. Audacious. One of the cloaked leaders bellowed in fury, taken aback by Fang Ping's audacity to strike while encircled by their ranks in a fit of rage. He donned his black night attire, which billowed as if moved by an unseen wind, his aura of spiritual energy swirling around him. With a mere gesture, a massive hand, as dark as ink, materialized from the air, seizing 3 arcane missiles launched by Fang Ping, halting their advance. He had anticipated that such a grasp would shatter these tiny orbs of light. Yet to his astonishment, they merely ceased their forward motion, showing no signs of being crushed. Instead, the missiles began to inch forward, and he could faintly sense an uncontrollable force emanating from his own hand. His expression shifted to one of disbelief. Unable to counter even a simple maneuver from his foe, how could he hold his head high before others? Thus, he exerted his right hand with fervor, channeling his internal energy outward in a reckless surge. The dark hand, as if blessed by divine intervention, suddenly intensified its grip, crushing the 3 missiles into oblivion, though it too was obliterated in the ensuing explosion. "Damn you, wretched boy," he began, but was abruptly silenced by an oncoming inferno. The palpable heat struck terror into everyone's hearts. They understood this was no mere illusion. Should this blaze engulf them, survival would be a distant hope. The 3 leaders of the black-clad figures recognized the necessity to act. The fiery tempest alone threatened to decimate their ranks. The leader among them whispered, "Grant me your strength." The 2 flanking him nodded in unison, pressing their palms against his back, their internal energy surging into him like a torrent breaking free from a dam. From the leader's barely visible eyes, 2 beams of blue light shot forth. "Arise!" he bellowed, casting forth a bowl-like object from his bosom, radiant with blue luminescence. It spun mid-air, descending before them to create a barrier of blue light that repelled the raging firestorm. As Fang Ping appeared, akin to a divine warrior descending from the heavens, Yun Fenghua briefly felt a glimmer of joy. However, he pondered whether Fang Ping could truly contend with so many foes. Another adversary had emerged. What was amiss? The barrier remained untriggered, leaving him bewildered. "Damn it, you little brat, how did you get in here?" demanded the central black-clad figure, his face paling. Fang Ping regarded the black-clad man with a disdainful expression. "Why should I inform you? Are you daft? We are enemies. Would I reveal the flaw in your barrier? What a joke. Is your prowess only matched by your foolishness?" Despite Fang Ping's derision, the black-clad figure remained unperturbed, merely snorting in response before commanding, "Charge." A pack of fierce black-clad warriors, undaunted by Fang Ping's previous onslaught, surged forward like a tide of darkness. Fang Ping's pupils contracted slightly. He had not anticipated their resilience in the face of his taunts, which had thwarted his plan to incite them into recklessness. However, would a mage fear a battle against numbers? The answer was, of course, no. With a smirk playing on his lips, Fang Ping struck the ground forcefully with his right hand. As before, a tremendous wave of coldness swept in, but this time the figures cloaked in black were well prepared. They halted their assault, channeling their inner energy to ward off the chill. Fang Ping scoffed disdainfully, thinking that such a measure could truly counter his attack. Even if they could repel the cold with their spiritual energy, the ground itself was not resistant to frigid temperatures. Did they truly believe he would be foolish enough to launch a direct assault on them? In Chapter 113, the eerie tactic, it became evident that a layer of ice crystals had mysteriously formed upon the ground, rendering it exceedingly slippery. Many of the black-clad individuals, intending to strike after the cold settled, found themselves tumbling comically to the ground. "Fools!" The leader of the black-clad figures bellowed in fury upon witnessing the foolishness of his subordinates. Several comrades among them noticed the treacherous slickness of the surface and, though they managed to remain upright, did not rush to assist their fallen companions. Instead, they cast derisive glances, but soon their laughter was stifled. It would have been better to fall than to remain standing. Was merely causing them to stumble sufficient? Of course not. For practitioners, such a minor injury was hardly noteworthy. How could Fong Ping's methods be so simplistic? With his right hand pressed firmly against the ground, he focused intently on sensing the flow of magical runes beneath him, silently urging, "It must succeed. Come." A surge of blue light erupted from Fong Ping's hand, blinding those nearby. The black-clad figures instinctively assumed defensive stances. Yet after waiting in vain for something to occur, irritation began to brew within them. They believed Fong Ping was merely posturing, wasting time, and that they had been outmaneuvered by a single individual, an utter humiliation. They roared in unison, charging towards Fong Ping with even greater ferocity than before. Just then, the once smooth ground erupted with numerous tiny ice spikes, each no larger than 3 or 4 centimeters in diameter. In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries as countless black-clad figures writhed on the ground, howling in despair. Yun Fenghua gazed at Fong Ping with a peculiar expression, utterly astounded that Fong Ping would employ such a tactic, which shattered his preconceived notions of him. Logically, what harm could ice spikes of such diminutive size inflict? Even if struck by a dozen simultaneously, the robust physiques of these warriors should withstand them with little effect. However, the crucial point lay in the peculiar positioning of these spikes. They appeared exclusively beneath the rear of the black-clad figures. Indeed, as the saying goes, like a spring breeze that arrives overnight, thousands of trees blossom. The spikes had brutally pierced their most sensitive areas, and no matter how resilient a warrior's body, surely no one could render that part as hard as iron. Seeing his subordinates clutching their behinds in agony and the ground stained with crimson droplets, the 3 leaders of the black-clad figures could not help but tense simultaneously, a chill running up their spines. Yun Fenghua chuckled dryly, remarking, "Your tactic is truly unique." He emphasized the word unique heavily, causing Fong Ping's face to redden. He had merely acted on a sudden whim, never anticipating such a remarkable outcome. However, Fong Ping's shyness arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, as the saying goes. Whether it be a black cat or a white cat, the one that can catch mice is indeed a good cat. With so many individuals present, is one expected to resolve matters individually? Such an endeavor would be utterly exhausting, especially with 3 watchful leaders clad in black, not to mention the poisoned and burdensome Yun Fenghua. Why not employ a method to subdue the enemy with a single strike? Cough, cough. Fong Ping feigned a couple of coughs and remarked, "Do you wish to approach like the Calabash brothers, or shall we confront together?" Approach like the Calabash brothers. What does that mean? The 3 black-clad individuals exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Fong Ping's intent. Fong Ping, supporting his forehead, wore a countenance that suggested he had been bested by them. Did these individuals do nothing but cultivate in their spare time? Although they did not comprehend the meaning of Fong Ping's words, they were not oblivious to the undertone of mockery present in his speech. The black-clad individual who had previously received Fong Ping's attack with bare hands stepped forward, declaring with arrogance, "One of me is sufficient to deal with you. I do not require assistance. I have encountered many like you, who, upon acquiring a modicum of skill, fantasize about being superheroes intent on saving the world. However, their fates are typically quite grim." Before his words had fully settled, the black-clad figure lunged forward like a bolt of black lightning streaking across the night sky, arriving before Fong Ping in the blink of an eye. Chapter 114. The Calabash brothers save grandfather. Observing the oncoming black-clad figure, Fong Ping shook his head helplessly and muttered softly, "Indeed, it is just like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. Do you not realize that ultimately, the Calabash brothers were all captured by the monsters?" Though his words suggested a demeanor of indifference, Fong Ping regarded the situation with utmost seriousness. A great person once wisely stated, "In tactics, we must disdain the enemy. In strategy, we must regard the enemy with respect." The black-clad individual advanced, his hand shaped like an eagle's claw, emanating a dark aura as it reached for Fong Ping's throat. The palm, suffused with a sinister energy, glimmered with a metallic sheen at the fingertips and joints, sending a chill down Fong Ping's spine even before contact was made. As the assailant approached without resistance or evasion, he wondered if the lad had been rendered foolish by fear. The black-clad individual, observing Fong Ping's lack of movement, was emboldened by a sense of contempt and considered him merely an inexperienced novice, devoid of practical combat experience. However, just as he anticipated crushing Fong Ping's throat and relishing the ensuing carnage, He found himself grasping at nothing. What on earth? The black-clad figure was taken aback, utterly astonished that his seemingly assured strike had met with empty air. So, where had Fang Ping gone? How had he evaded this lethal blow? In truth, Fang Ping had not moved at all. He had merely executed a martial arts maneuver commonly seen in films, the Iron Bridge, allowing him to evade the impending strike. Fang Ping's entire body leaned backward, forming a remarkable right angle with the ground, resembling an inverted L. After undergoing the profound enhancement of the 8-9 mysteries, Fang Ping was now capable of effortlessly executing actions that he had once deemed utterly unimaginable. It was merely by chance. The cloaked figure, having missed with their claw, thought to themselves, undeterred, as they transformed their claw into a palm and struck towards Fang Ping's chest. Let us see how you evade this, the dark-clad individual thought maliciously, unconsciously increasing the force behind their strike. Bang! Faced with the relentless assault from his adversary, Fang Ping had no time to rise. Instead, he raised his left hand above his chest to collide with the descending palm of the cloaked figure, producing a resounding clang that echoed like the clash of metal. What is happening? From Fang Ping, the cloaked figure sensed not a trace of spiritual energy. How could a mere mortal withstand a blow capable of shattering stone? Moreover, the sensation returning through their hand was unmistakably that of striking something hard and bone-like, entirely unlike the texture of human flesh. Before long, their confusion was resolved. Fang Ping's arm shimmered like the surface of water, rippling with layers of waves, and then a glove composed of white bone fragments, exuding an eerie pallor, manifested upon his hand. The dark-clad figure, frustrated by two fruitless attacks, intended to press the advantage. With a swift turn, they positioned themselves directly above Fang Ping, preparing to stomp down upon his head with a soaring kick, seemingly intent on pulverizing it. But would Fang Ping allow such a triumph? As the figure leapt high into the air, Fang Ping straightened his posture, having grown weary from maintaining a bridge pose for an extended period. Faced with the incoming aerial strike aimed at his head, Fang Ping showed no intention of evasion. He stood calmly on the ground, raising his gaze to regard the cloaked figure with a cold indifference, a flicker of red light glimmering in his eyes. Suddenly, the surrounding air grew scorching, as if on the verge of igniting. Simultaneously, a massive hexagram materialized in the palm of Fang Ping's hand, from which a colossal fireball rapidly coalesced at its center. This is not good. The dark-clad figure's expression shifted dramatically, sensing the peril emanating from the swiftly enlarging fireball. They instinctively attempted to flee. However, Fang Ping offered no such opportunity. With a swift motion of his right hand, the enormous fireball shot forth with blinding speed, enveloped in searing flames, racing towards the cloaked figure before they could react. In a mere instant, they were consumed by the inferno. The cloaked figure emitted a piercing scream, its onset as swift as its demise, plummeting from the sky like a kite severed from its string. Chapter 115. You are still no match for me, bang. The cloaked figure crashed heavily to the ground, engulfed in flames that continued to burn as it writhed in agony, eventually collapsing and twitching a few times before falling silent. Is he truly dead? Fang Ping gazed incredulously at the lifeless form of the cloaked leader, pondering when he had become so formidable. Or perhaps was his opponent simply too weak? Stretching leisurely, Fang Ping beckoned the remaining two cloaked leaders in the distance with a finger, saying, "Come at me together." Having just triumphed over a leader of the black-clad figures, Fang Ping's confidence surged, brimming with self-assurance as he contemplated the prospect of showcasing his prowess by taking on two adversaries simultaneously. Given that the three stood together without a clear hierarchy, he presumed their strength would not significantly differ. If he could dispatch one with such ease, dealing with two should pose little challenge, especially since he still had a multitude of hidden trump cards to deploy, more than sufficient to handle them. Moreover, he was eager to gauge the extent of his current capabilities. With an air of arrogance, the black-clad figure in the center scoffed, his face betraying irritation. They had been belittled by Fang Ping, a mere child still in his formative years. However, the earlier display of Fang Ping's prowess in swiftly eliminating one of their own had sounded alarm bells in their minds. Recognizing that two of them together would surely fall short against Fang Ping, they acquiesced to his challenge and prepared to strike as one. As the two assailants advanced towards him, Fang Ping took a deep breath, steeling himself for the impending clash. His mind raced, swiftly devising a tactical plan. With another deep inhalation, an orange-red spiritual pattern materialized in his left hand, radiating an intense heat, while his right hand flickered with a ghostly blue luminescence, exuding an icy chill. Were they to face that technique once more? The two opponents, sensing the frigid air, felt a surge of indignation, silently mocking Fong Ping for underestimating them as mere fodder. Despite their anger at being regarded with contempt, they remained vigilant, enveloping themselves in a protective barrier of spiritual energy, especially guarding their vital areas, wary of Fong Ping's previous strike. As the adage goes, employing the same technique repeatedly can be futile against seasoned warriors. In the heat of battle, reliance on a singular maneuver could inevitably reveal vulnerabilities, and Fong Ping was certainly not one to repeat himself thrice. They were acutely aware of the searing heat emanating from Fong Ping's hand, having witnessed one of their comrades perish under its influence. Conversely, they paid little heed to the chill emanating from his left hand, considering that his frost-based attacks were lackluster, incapable of delivering a decisive blow even to the lesser foes. They believed that with their spiritual protection, they could easily disregard any potential damage or freezing effects. Yet, they were soon to discover just how misguided their assumptions had been. An icy arrow, composed of shimmering blue crystals, materialized in their path, hurtling toward them at a terrifying velocity, whistling through the air with an ominous sound. Remarkably, even amidst such blistering speed, the friction did not provoke any signs of melting. The arrow's chilling temperature and formidable density were unmistakable. Faced with the howling ice arrows, the two individuals directed their attention towards the approaching fireballs. Simultaneously, they let out a thunderous roar as dark gas emanated from their bodies, forming a black protective barrier around them. Do they truly believe such a feeble shield can halt my icy projectiles? Fong Ping scoffed disdainfully. With a glimmer of expectation in his eyes, he watched as the ice arrows collided with the dark gaseous barrier enveloping them. To their astonishment, the confident shield offered no resistance against the ice arrows. It was torn apart like mere parchment upon contact, crashing into the chest of one positioned at the forefront. Chapter 116. Deep schemes and far-reaching plans in an instant. A layer of white frost enveloped his body, transforming him into a snowman. Following this, an agonizing chill, concentrated to its utmost intensity, erupted from within him, penetrating to the marrow of his bones, rendering him as though his very skeleton had been frozen into solid ice. This frigid aura surged into his bloodstream, causing his blood to feel as though it had congealed, and even his thoughts seemed to be ensnared in frost, becoming sluggish and dulled. Subsequently, a fireball surged through the breach created by the ice arrow, striking precisely at his heart. The expression on the frozen face of the cloaked figure betrayed no emotion, save for the urgency flickering in his gaze, revealing the turmoil within. He desperately attempted to raise his hand to fend off the impending doom, only to tragically discover that under the overwhelming chill, he could not move a single finger. Even the spiritual energy within him had fallen into disarray, lying dormant within his dantian like a lifeless husk. He painstakingly turned his head, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of hope as he looked towards his companion, pleading silently for salvation. "Save me, please save me. I do not wish to perish just yet." The remaining cloaked figure, the one who had previously stood at the center of the trio, exhibiting signs of leadership and possessing the highest prowess among them, let out a cold snort and declared, "If you wish to take a life, did you consult me first?" With that, he reached into his robe, retrieving the small blue bowl that had appeared earlier. Fong Ping shook his head, exhaling a sigh. "You speak so loudly that even the spirits are aware of your intent to rescue him. Moreover, how could I possibly be unprepared?" Upon hearing Fong Ping's words, the cloaked man's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding surging within him. He summoned his spiritual energy towards the small bowl in his grasp, attempting to activate it. Yet, before he could make a move, a slender blue thread shot forth from Fong Ping's hand, striking his arm before he could react. What is this? Not daring to ponder further, he exerted all his energy into the small bowl, which glimmered with blue light, yearning to take flight. Unfortunately, an unfamiliar chill erupted from his hand, swiftly encasing both his hand and the small bowl in a solid block of ice. Indeed, Fong Ping had been meticulously prepared, biding his time for the precise moment when the cloaked man would make his move. He vividly recalled the blue barrier that had previously protected the small bowl. The flicker of hope in the eyes of the cloaked man, struck by the ice arrow, was extinguished with this decisive blow from Fong Ping. Bang! With a faint sound, a fist-sized hole was blasted open in his chest by a fireball, revealing the charred darkness of his heart within. It seemed that the intense heat had restored some of his mobility. He lowered his gaze to his chest, pointing at Fong Ping with a look of hatred in his eyes. He attempted to utter something, but no words escaped his lips. Ultimately, the light in his eyes dimmed, and his fingers fell limply to his side as he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Crack, crack! the ice clinging to the black-clad man's arm, and the small bowl was riddled with fine cracks, shattering into a shower of icy fragments as he shook his hand. Useless. The remaining black-clad man cast a disdainful glance at the one lying on the ground, kicking him aside with contempt. Such a worthless individual, unable even to withstand a single strike from the opponent, was unworthy of being his companion. Chapter 117. Resilient and sturdy blue sand palm. The black-clad man suddenly bellowed, seizing the opportunity during Fang Ping's brief moment of vulnerability after exhausting his series of attacks. He struck out with an open palm towards Fang Ping from a distance. In an instant, his hands transformed to a vivid blue, enveloped in a thin mist as he aimed for Fang Ping's chest. Of course, he did not forget to raise the small bowl, which hovered above his head, radiating brilliant light and casting a luminous barrier around him. Open for me. Fang Ping did not retreat but advanced, stepping forward as his fists whistled through the air, striking heavily against the barrier enveloping the black-clad man. The barrier wobbled but did not yield, astonishingly withstanding Fang Ping's powerful blow. Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that his fierce strike would not only fail to breach the opponent's defense, but also leave him unmoved. In this moment of surprise, Fang Ping was struck in the chest by the blue sand palm, leaving a blue handprint on his chest, instantly shredding his clothing to tatters. However, Fang Ping merely swayed slightly before standing upright as if nothing had happened. Witnessing his attack have no effect on Fang Ping, the black-clad man's previously mocking smile froze on his face. "Why are you unscathed?" the black-clad man questioned incredulously, having waited a long time to see Fang Ping still lively and attacking him. "Huh, why should I be harmed?" Fang Ping was momentarily bewildered by the black-clad man's retort, unsure of his meaning. "You?" Seeing Fang Ping's confused expression, the black-clad man naturally assumed Fang Ping was mocking him. With a cold snort, he began to wave his hands vigorously, unleashing a flurry of palm shadows upon Fang Ping, leaving a series of handprints on his body. Yet, Fang Ping paid no heed, as though the attacks were not directed at him. Since they couldn't break through his defenses, he thought it better to let them strike him. Fang Ping mused to himself. Rather than exerting effort to dodge, he preferred to muster his strength to shatter the barrier surrounding the black-clad man. "I refuse to believe that his flesh is tougher than this barrier. The profound art of the 8-9 mysteries is indeed extraordinary." Now is the moment. A glint of brilliance flashed in Fang Ping's eyes as a thin layer of red mist enveloped his arms. Fang Ping opened his mouth and inhaled deeply, akin to a great kuan devouring its prey, as the swirling crimson mist flowed into him like rivers, converging into the the red vapor was drawn into his belly. A surge of heat ascended from his dantian, swiftly permeating through his limbs and bones. If one were to gaze inward at that moment, they would behold a vivid spectacle. Every bone and muscle within Fang Ping's body was enveloped in a delicate layer of red membrane. He felt an explosive power building within him, threatening to burst forth from his very being. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and he yearned to unleash this overwhelming force. Perhaps this was merely a side effect of excessive exertion. The cloaked figure sensed Fang Ping's transformation almost instantaneously. If previously Fang Ping had resembled a venomous serpent, poised to strike with lethal precision, now he embodied a bloodthirsty tiger, intent on annihilating everything in his path. Regrettably, by the time the figure realized the shift, it was far too late. With a thunderous roar, Fang Ping swung his right fist, imbued with the sound of thunder, crashing down upon the small blue bowl. The black-clad man instinctively attempted to evade, yet he was unprepared for the immense pressure emanating from Fang Ping's fist, which constricted the very fabric of space, rendering him immobile with no escape in sight. He could only channel all his spiritual energy into the blue bowl, confident in its protective capabilities. Under the full force of his concentration, the bowl's luminescent barrier grew even more resplendent, shining like a constellation amidst the darkness. Alas, the cold, harsh reality struck him like a sharp slap to the face. A series of cracking sounds, reminiscent of shattering glass, echoed clearly in the cloaked man's ears, transforming his previously composed demeanor into one of sheer dismay. The radiant barrier of the blue bowl shattered beneath the impact of Fang Ping's punch, splintering like a large pane of glass into a myriad of fragments that ultimately dissipated into twinkling motes of light. The bowl emitted a mournful cry, its once vibrant blue glow dimming drastically, sliding from the black-clad man's grasp like a wounded spirit. Inside, a tempest of turmoil surged within him. He was acutely aware of the bowl's defensive prowess. Even those of superior strength, a few tiers above him, would find it laborious to breach its shield, yet here it lay, obliterated by Fang Ping's singular blow. Fang Ping was not one to squander the opportunity presented by the cloaked man's momentary stupor. A solitary strike was insufficient to vent the turbulent energy roiling within him. He remained in a state of furious agitation, desiring nothing less than to reduce everything before him to rubble. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping launched another fist towards the cloaked figure. Not merely a punch, but a hammering strike, treating his fist as a sledgehammer. When a person's strength reaches a certain zenith, they cease to engage their intellect in problem-solving. Everything appears as a nail, and the solution is to bring down the hammer. One strike is insufficient, two may not suffice, so three it shall be. Fang Ping was precisely in this mindset. Faced with Fang Ping's lightning-quick onslaught, the cloaked man managed to tilt his body just enough to narrowly evade the fatal blow, although it still landed heavily upon his shoulder. The man in black felt an immense force surge from his shoulder, hurling him through the air. Despite his utmost efforts to regain control, he found himself unable to stabilize his body, crashing to the ground in a position reminiscent of a dog eating excrement. And he began to retch violently, spewing forth blood that mingled with fragments of his own entrails. Struggling to prop himself up, he was suddenly besieged by a sharp pain in his right arm. Upon inspection, he discovered that his right shoulder had been fractured by Fang Ping's recent blow, exposing the white remnants of bone. A frenzied gleam flickered in the man's eyes, as if he had resolved to take some drastic action. From within his garment, he produced a glass vial containing a half-tube of green liquid that flowed languidly like oil with his movements. Ignoring the approaching Fang Ping, he tilted his head back and drained the vial in one swift gulp. Chapter 118. The Hidden Trump Card. Thud, 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 thud. As the man in black consumed the liquid within the glass bottle, a peculiar sound reverberated through the desolation. What was that sound? Why did it seem so familiar? Despite the tempest of brutality swirling within him, Fang Ping retained a modicum of rationality. It didn't take long for him to realize the source of this haunting familiarity. It was unmistakably the sound of a heartbeat, one he had heard for many years. How could he not be acquainted with it? Following the sound, Fang Ping soon located its origin. It was the man in black, whose heartbeat resonated throughout the expanse. Such an overwhelming vitality must surely account for the strength of that heartbeat. However, the appearance of the man in black had undergone a breathtaking transformation. The site of his fractured shoulder had mended, and the exposed bone had morphed into an elongated, fearsome spike. His height, originally just over 1.70 meters, had surged to nearly 3 meters, and his arms and legs had swelled to nearly double their previous girth. Complete with elongated claws, his upper body had developed an impressive musculature. His pectorals were so exaggerated they seemed ready to burst through his clothing, exposing his bare torso. Veins, thick as an adult's pinky finger, throbbed vigorously beneath the skin. Furthermore, at some point, a layer of grayish-white fur had sprouted across his body. In stark contrast, his waist appeared remarkably slender, creating an odd juxtaposition with his massive physique. Most astonishing of all was his head, which had transformed into a fuzzy mass covered in short gray hair. His ears had elongated into sharp points, standing erect on either side of his head, while his mouth had protruded outward, revealing long fangs that lent him an air of ferocity that a werewolf. Fang Ping gasped in astonishment at the man's dramatic metamorphosis. Indeed, the man in black now bore a striking resemblance to the werewolves depicted in films. But what had caused this transformation? Could it possibly be linked to the green potion he had just consumed? It is truly astonishing how a living being can be transformed into a creature resembling a werewolf. Oh, whoa! The figure clad in black, living up to expectations, let out a chilling howl, his wolf-like eyes glaring fiercely at Fang Ping, as if he were surveying his prey, accompanied by a feral panting, with 2 wisps of white vapor escaping from his nostrils. How dare you regard me as your quarry? Fang Ping sensed the bloodthirsty aura emanating from the werewolf, greedily inhaling it, revealing a sinister smile, for he had been searching for an outlet to unleash the energy building within him. It seemed that fortune had favored him, presenting an opportunity just when he needed it most. Watch as I turn you into a lifeless dog today. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Fang Ping launched himself forward with a resounding bang, soaring through the air like a human cannonball, leaving only an afterimage behind. The werewolf, too, possessed remarkable speed, vanishing in an instant, colliding with Fang Ping midair. The sound of rushing wind accompanying their exchange of blows, each engaging in a thrilling bout of combat. Namluxiastishi, for the justice of the holy light. Suddenly, amidst their aerial skirmish, a cold, commanding female voice rang out. A colossal golden energy hammer appeared out of thin air, descending upon them with tremendous force. Fang Ping and the werewolf felt an overwhelming power strike their chests, sending them plummeting from the sky like kites severed from their strings. Simultaneously, a sacred essence surged into their bodies, with Fang Ping's internal energies swiftly expelling this force outward. As for the werewolf, his fate was much graver. Being a creature of darkness, the intrusion of the holy light's power into his being could yield no favorable outcome. The werewolf writhed on the ground in anguish, emitting black smoke from his form, while his once lustrous gray fur appeared as if scorched by a fierce fire, marked with singed patches, and an acrid stench wafted from him intermittently. "Who goes there?" Fang Ping rose to his feet, calling out loudly in the air. A figure materialized, gradually descending before landing gracefully on the ground, his golden hair gleaming brilliantly. Vatican Knights Templar, Guardian Knight, John Robert. The visitor's golden locks danced like flames in the wind, revealing his true visage. Chapter 119. The Emergence of Another Power. His face, slightly pale, featured a hawkish nose, thin lips, and deep-set eyes, embodying a quintessential European countenance. Upon hearing the young man announce his identity and observing the divine aura of the holy light surrounding him, it was unmistakable that he was a practitioner from the West. The Longyuan secret realm was not solely accessible to Eastern cultivators. Many Western practitioners had also crossed over. John regarded the writhing werewolf with palpable disdain, his expression betraying a deep-seated aversion, akin to the sudden appearance of a heap of refuse in an otherwise pristine room. Wishing to cleanse it immediately, Levisist, ut tua anima in pace requiescat. Holy light above, may your soul find rest. John knelt with hands clasped, enacting a prayer, his lips moving in fervent incantation. Swish! As John offered his prayers, a layer of ethereal golden holy flames enveloped his body. Blazing fiercely from the burning sanctity, Fang Ping sensed an overwhelming sense of peril, as if even the slightest spark could incinerate him utterly, leaving not a trace behind. This realization tightened his previously relaxed heart. It was evident that John's strength surpassed his own by a considerable margin. At the very least, with such power, he possessed the capability to extinguish Fang Ping's life. Of course, this was predicated on the assumption that Fang Ping would refrain from attacking during his prayer, standing idly by to endure the onslaught. After a prolonged moment, John concluded his prayer and slowly rose to his feet, a silver hammer manifesting in his grasp. Simultaneously, the holy flames that engulfed him seemed to find an outlet, surging into the hammer he held. The once silver-white hammer was now adorned with a layer of golden radiance, with clusters of golden flames clinging to it, no longer mere illusions but a tangible entity. John approached the werewolf with deliberate, measured steps. His gait was peculiar. Though he could have reached the werewolf in an instant, he chose to advance slowly, each step painstakingly deliberate. Thud, thud, thud. Fang Ping suddenly sensed something amiss. His heartbeat had unwittingly synchronized with John's rhythmic strides. Furthermore, as John's pace quickened, so too did Fang Ping's heartbeat. His complexion flushed crimson, feeling as if the very blood within him were in tumult, and his heart threatened to leap from his chest at any moment. This could not continue. Fang Ping quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. If this persisted, he would not only succumb to John's attack, but might also suffer a fatal cardiac explosion. He could not remain passive. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ping seated himself cross-legged, and before long, he entered a meditative state. As he delved deeper into meditation, he found himself enveloped in an enigmatic realm. His mind tranquil, the distinction between self and surroundings fading, his spirit light and ethereal, neither fully awake nor asleep. Even the agitation that had arisen from tapping into his sinister powers dissipated, allowing him to effortlessly break free from the haunting rhythm of footsteps. Yun Fenghua, accustomed to such methods of controlling another's heartbeat through rhythm, merely punctured his chest twice to restore his normalcy. However, the werewolf was not so fortunate. He struggled to rise, yet the remnants of holy light inflicted agonizing, soul-deep pain, forcing him to emit feeble cries of despair as he writhed on the ground. With John's footsteps accelerating, the werewolf's heartbeat quickened in tandem, causing an unusual crimson hue to surface upon his skin. Threatening to burst forth at any moment, John's pace reached an extreme, while the werewolf's cries of anguish peaked, his body erupting in layers of sanguine mist. Anyone could discern his suffering and pleas. Yearning for death. Ego autem anomalix, ixalaribus vestri sat cadilion data, utin nimid vitam cali, in the name of the holy light. I absolve you of your transgressions. May the sacred flames cleanse your soul. May your spirit attain eternal life in paradise. The voice of John resonated with an undeniable authority. both divine and noble, as he delivered his verdict upon the werewolf with a tone reminiscent of judgment. Chapter 120. The deception begins as the colossal hammer, enveloped in golden holy flames, loomed larger in the werewolf's gaze. An expression of relief unexpectedly crossed its features. Instead of retreating, it boldly advanced towards the massive weapon. Boom! With a sound that was scarcely audible, the werewolf's head was crushed into a pulp, resembling a shattered watermelon, with crimson flesh splattering in all directions, mingled with white seeds. Simultaneously, as the hammer struck and shattered the werewolf's skull, its lifeless body was instantly engulfed by the golden holy flames. Reduced to a pile of ashes, a small, shadowy figure of a black werewolf was drawn to the hammer, igniting in the sacred fire, emitting a silent wail intermittently. Hostiastabe, lux luvobis, may the holy light shine upon you. John uttered these words with reverence as he gazed upon the ashes of the werewolf's remains, before turning his attention to Fong Ping, who was meditating in stillness. Upon sensing John's gaze, Fong Ping awakened from his meditative state, calmly regarding John with an expression devoid of turbulence. Now it is your turn. All forces of darkness shall be obliterated by the light. Any human tainted by darkness shall ultimately be purified by the radiance. Although John bore the visage of a European, he spoke fluent Huaxiao language, leading Fong Ping to initially believe he could only communicate in Latin. Yet, Fong Ping did not adopt an aggressive stance. He remained seated, observing John as he approached with deliberate steps. Has he surrendered his resistance? John pondered, observing Fong Ping's stillness, yet his resolve to act remained unwavering. A knight of unwavering faith, confronting any dark force, regardless of its might, necessitated purification. Just as John prepared to strike, an overwhelming brilliance emanated from Fong Ping, a sacred and holy aura that momentarily rendered John speechless. What is happening here? John stared, dumbfounded, at Fong Ping, now enveloped in holy light, unable to articulate his astonishment. He could distinctly perceive the immense and pure holy power radiating from Fong Ping. Even more potent than his OWNIT is well known that the strength of holy light derives from the spirit. The stronger the spirit, the deeper the understanding of holy light, and thus the greater the power one can wield. To possess such a vast and untainted force of holy light, one must be a fervent believer, a saint. How could such a being be susceptible to the influence of darkness? Yet, he had distinctly sensed the aura of darkness emanating from both individuals earlier. Could it be that he had momentarily misjudged their essence? As John harbored doubts in his heart, a sudden brilliance emanated from Fong Ping's eyes, radiating like two substantial pillars of gold. Merely through his gaze, he compelled John to retreat 5 or 6 steps. Moreover, beneath the dazzling golden light, John found himself unable to keep his eyes open. After a considerable time, the golden glow in Fong Ping's eyes diminished, and he slowly spoke. What is the fourth great tenet of a knight? Fong Ping's voice, though not loud, resonated with an air of authority, akin to an elder reprimanding a younger kin. The fourth tenet of the knightly code states, do not oppress the weak. Although the golden light in Fong Ping's eyes had faded, the overwhelming aura of sacred light emanating from him still caused beads of sweat to form on John's brow, rendering him unable to meet Fong Ping's gaze. He could only lower his head to respond. Have you upheld it? Fong Ping's tone suddenly turned severe. Yet, John hesitated to respond. Enough! Fong Ping exclaimed with righteous indignation. The purpose of sacred light is to guide, not to slay. Regardless of the darkness of the creatures, in the presence of sacred light, all are equal for life. We should seek to enlighten and purify them with sacred light, ultimately leading them to embrace its faith, rather than using it to extinguish their lives. In the face of Fong Ping's admonition, John appeared meek and submissive. Were it anyone else asserting that dark creatures could also embrace sacred light, he would have eagerly demonstrated the judgment of that light upon them. However, when such words flowed from Fong Ping, whose very essence radiated sacred light, they morphed into an undeniable truth, compelling him to ponder their profound significance. Fong Ping, seated with a serene and dignified demeanor, could not help but internally muse. May the sacred light bless, or perhaps deceive, you. Indeed, Fong Ping held no genuine faith in the sacred light, let alone the ability to exude such overwhelming energy that even a holy knight like John found himself moved. He merely utilized the abilities of the 9 mysteries to effect this transformation, akin to the art of transformation itself. After all, such high-level phenomena would be beyond their comprehension. Chapter 121. Almost deceived beyond recognition with his head bowed and words unspoken, John remained unconvinced by Fong Ping's assertion that even dark creatures could embrace the sacred light. How could beings steeped in bloodshed and violence comprehend the compassion of sacred light? Nevertheless, under the immense pressure of Fong Ping's sacred aura, he dared not dispute it, merely nodding in agreement. This was the advantage of facing such zealous believers. Although they were often rigid in their thinking, adhering strictly to their doctrines, as long as one's faith was more profound than theirs, even contradictory ideologies would elicit their tacit acceptance. They might even be influenced, becoming followers. However, Fong Ping was not inclined to let him off so easily. "Oh, do you disbelieve my words?" Fong Ping's voice was calm, imbued with an enchanting spiritual essence. "I do not dare," John replied. "Your understanding of sacred light far surpasses my imagination. It must be my comprehension of it that is insufficiently profound, preventing me from grasping the meaning of what you have conveyed." John's response, albeit somewhat unreasonable, could be construed as a challenge to Fong Ping's assertions. However, Fong Ping remained unperturbed. He had to embody the demeanor of a sage with an elevated understanding of the holy light. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards evil, yet when it came to educating his own, he needed to be as gentle as a spring breeze nurturing the rain. Much like a teacher, he must reprimand when wrongs are committed, yet simultaneously provide clarity to dispel confusion. In truth, light and darkness coexist in a symbiotic relationship, akin to the two sides of a sheet of paper, interdependent and capable of transformation into one another. "This is impossible," John exclaimed, springing up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, repeatedly insisting on the absurdity of the notion. "Darkness is evil. How could it possibly transform into light? All darkness must be eradicated." To John, Fong Ping's words were nothing short of heretical. How could darkness ever become light? It was akin to suggesting that a notorious criminal, guilty of heinous acts, could somehow metamorphose into a paragon of virtue. Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. Fong Ping, with his hands clasped at his chest, murmured, "Light emerges from darkness. Darkness gives rise to light. Light emerges from darkness. Darkness gives rise to light." The sacred radiance that had enveloped him began to shine forth with renewed brilliance, yet this time, it was not the dazzling golden light of before, but a chilling green luminescence that instilled dread. "What is this?" John exclaimed, leaping to his feet, his expression one of wariness as he regarded Fong Ping. Although he could not discern the nature of the energy surrounding Fong Ping, he could not ignore the palpable aura of malevolence, annihilation, darkness, and ferocity emanating from him. The green malevolent energy coiled around Fong Ping, enveloping him as if he were ensconced in a verdant flame. Whereas the previously sanctified Fong Ping exuded compassion, serenity, and righteousness, he now radiated an overwhelming array of negative energies, manifesting as sheer brutality, and even exerting an inexplicable allure over the life force within living beings. For after all, malevolent energy is adept at manipulating life itself. The adage, "A thought can lead one to enlightenment, yet another can plunge one into darkness," aptly encapsulated Fong Ping's current state. In one moment, he could be a Buddha, universally compassionate, and in the next, he could transform into a demon of unspeakable wickedness. John, unable to comprehend, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Just moments ago, Fong Ping had appeared as a sage, albeit one with differing views, yet it did not hinder John from sensing the purity of the holy light within him. Now, however, both sight and perception were unequivocally conveying that the being before him was undoubtedly an embodiment of dark, malevolent forces. Could light truly have transformed into darkness? No, this must be an illusion. He must be deceiving my senses. John shook his head repeatedly, refusing to accept it. How could the holy light possibly convert into malevolent energy? It had to be a falsehood. Anticipating John's skepticism, Fong Ping pointed toward him. From the nape of Fong Ping's neck, a colossal hand composed entirely of pure malevolent energy emerged, grasping John's head. The green energy morphed into tendril-like forms that penetrated John's brain, swiftly spreading throughout his body. With a mere thought, Fong Ping retracted the green hand, drawing forth a series of bright yellow lines from John's head, which converged into a small, luminous sphere of bright yellow light within the grasp of the malevolent hand. The strands of vibrant yellow light were drawn forth. John could distinctly feel his body succumbing to weakness, as if his very vitality was swiftly ebbing away. No. In terror, John gazed at his hands, which, once smooth and full, were now marred by an array of wrinkles, visibly withering before his eyes. Chapter 122. The Transformation of the 8-9 Mystical Arts. His body was aging at an alarming rate. He could no longer afford to remain passive. Resolutely, John summoned the holy light within him, transforming it into sacred flames in a desperate attempt to expel the malevolent energy from his being. The golden flames blazed fiercely, meeting the green malevolence with a sizzling sound akin to fire meeting water. Accompanied by a foul stench, alas, the power of the green malevolence was overwhelmingly vast. John's strength was insufficient to contend with it in a short span. The sacred flames extinguished, leaving only a flicker of holy light shimmering at his brow. He had transformed from a youthful man into a frail oldster, his form gaunt, unmistakably on the brink of death. This was no mere illusion, but rather an exceedingly dreadful force of evil. Cursed be it. This once holy being must have succumbed to the temptations of darkness, leading to his fall. My heavens, I am witnessing the downfall of such a magnificent saint. Am I to perish in such a manner? As despair engulfed John's heart, Fang Ping underwent a transformation, murmuring, "Light springs from darkness, darkness gives rise to brightness. Brightness emerges from darkness, darkness manifests light." The green malevolence surrounding Fang Ping rapidly receded, as golden holy light once again enveloped him. With a deft flick of his finger, a bright yellow orb of light shot forth from Fang Ping's hand, piercing into John's brow. John felt the vitality he had just lost being replenished at an astonishing pace, his appearance reverting from that of a white-haired elder back to the resplendent youth he once was. In disbelief, John beheld his restored hands, now full and smooth. The previous wrinkles vanished without a trace. Witnessing Fang Ping, once more shrouded in holy light, John's heart surged with tumultuous waves. This is truly real. Darkness and light can indeed transmute into one another. If that is the case, is it not possible for dark beings to embrace the holy light? Does it imply that we could cultivate dark beings into followers of our Lord? Then why, for all these years, have we relentlessly purged dark entities, deeming those imbued with dark energy as heretics? Have we been mistaken all along? John felt his worldview and faith undergoing a profound upheaval, for the first time questioning whether his actions were right or wrong. Had his understanding of the doctrine of holy light been erroneous all these years? Were the slaughters we committed truly misguided? Were they blasphemies against the holy light? Suddenly, the once brilliant holy light emanating from John dimmed, the previously tangible sacred flames flickering uncertainly, becoming ephemeral, as if they were on the verge of extinguishment at any moment. This is the unfortunate nature of faith acquiring strength. Although such strength may be easily attained, the more resolute one's faith, the deeper the understanding, and thus the greater the power obtained. However, once one's faith wavers or is subjected to doubt, the corresponding strength diminishes, potentially reducing one to an ordinary being. After all, even the bodhisattvas within the Buddhist realm must attain the 8th stage of bodhisattva, the immovable ground, to maintain a tranquil mind, unaffected by external circumstances, steadfast in their inner convictions, so as not to regress in their spiritual journey. Fang Ping, resembling an elderly monk in deep meditation, did not cast a glance at John, as if John's transformation bore no relevance to him whatsoever. Ultimately, following an internal struggle, a luminous clarity emerged in John's eyes, as he murmured to himself, "I understand now, the love of the holy light is indiscriminate, it embraces all beings equally. Those who believe in me shall attain eternal life. Even the wicked must be redeemed through the holy light, rather than through relentless slaughter. Only in this manner can the teachings of the holy light be disseminated to every corner of the world." Suddenly, the dim holy light surrounding John transformed into a resplendent glow, the sacred flames blazing fiercely, dispelling any trace of his previous despondency. If the former John resembled a tumultuous river, the present him was akin to a vast lake, serene on the surface yet brimming with profound strength. Astonished, Fang Ping never anticipated that his offhand remarks would catalyze John's ascension. It felt as though he was unwittingly entertaining himself. However, from John's perspective, Fang Ping remained enveloped in the holy light, exuding tranquility, which only deepened John's reverence, leading him to regard Fang Ping as an enigmatic sage. In reality, the holy light and dark energies had no connection to Fang Ping. They emanated solely from Blood Robe, while Fang Ping's only contribution was to hypnotize himself through meditation. Indeed, he hypnotized himself. Without this self-induced trance, he could not harmonize perfectly with the holy light's aura, risking the exposure of flaws in John's eyes and failing to achieve seamless integration. As for anything else, it was merely the energy transformation of esoteric practices. Chapter 123. Faith. At this moment, Fang Ping's primary endeavor was to persuade John as much as possible, lest John suddenly turn hostile. Despite Fang Ping's current bravado, in terms of power, he was considerably inferior to John, not to mention that he had just assisted John in his breakthrough. Fang Ping recalled a post he had seen one night. where someone asked an elderly monk if he believed in the existence of deities, given that he burned incense and prayed daily. The monk replied that he did not worship the clay statues or deities, but rather himself. Interestingly, the more profound a monk's understanding of Buddhist teachings, the less they tended to believe in the Buddha or seek divine intervention, ultimately realizing that they were, in fact, worshipping their own essence. Fong Ping felt a surge of indignation, yet outwardly he maintained an unruffled composure, directing a gaze of approval toward John, as if everything were firmly under his control. I aspire that one day I may disseminate the path of the holy light among the common folk, imparting to them the profound significance of the three cardinal virtues. Fong Ping extended his right hand, and a radiant coin of golden energy materialized within his grasp. Upon gazing at this coin, John was deeply moved. It was an energy coin entirely composed of holy light, emanating an overwhelming power that felt majestic and all-encompassing. In comparison to this golden coin, John realized how shallow his own pride and his faith in the holy light truly was. Reflecting on his recent self-satisfaction over a mere flicker of understanding, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. I shall dutifully adhere to your teachings. John stood solemnly and offered Fong Ping a knightly salute, for it was only now that he truly felt humbled by Fong Ping's presence. The salute he had just performed was one of reverence, reserved for a mentor or one who has bestowed upon him the gift of guidance. Fong Ping, seated calmly, accepted the gesture with grace, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. He then spoke slowly. I have come here on a confidential mission, entrusted by His Holiness the Pope. That werewolf you encountered was evidently a crucial component of the task, yet it was regrettably disrupted by your actions. With a sudden thud, John knelt on one knee, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. I deserve the harshest punishment. I never intended to thwart His Holiness's plans. Please, grant me a path to redemption, so that I may atone for my transgressions. John was taken aback by the realization that he had inadvertently jeopardized the Pope's grand scheme. Should this reach the ears of the Pope, he would inevitably find himself summoned before the ecclesiastical tribunal. The mere thought of such a fate sent a shiver down his spine, raising goosebumps upon his skin. Nevertheless, John harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of Fong Ping's words. A being imbued with such formidable holy light could not possibly deceive, especially when channeling the holy light itself. A truth serum for the faithful. Among the fundamental doctrines of the holy light lies the tenet of honesty. If one were to harbor deceit, how could they possibly wield such potent holy light? Unbeknownst to John, the holy light emanating from Fong Ping did not originate from his own essence nor stem from faith, but rather from an ability conversion, bearing no relation to the tenets of the holy light, allowing for considerable deception. Fong Ping regarded John with a nod and remarked, I perceive that your insight is commendable. Here is what you shall do. Investigate the forces behind this group and inform me of any developments immediately. And regarding my identity, do not disclose it to anyone. I am here on a special mission from His Holiness and must keep my identity hidden from outsiders. There is no need for you to seek me out. I shall come to you in a couple of days. Just ensure that the intelligence is prepared by then. Worry not about whether I can find you. Fong Ping did not wish to be foolish enough to reveal his own information to others. Should the situation later spiral out of control, he could escape, but his parents and loved ones were mere ordinary individuals, with no avenue for escape. One must not underestimate the seemingly benevolent clerics. They could be ruthless when it came to taking lives. With the holy light above, I, John Robert, shall undoubtedly fulfill this mission. John struck his left hand heavily against his right chest and declared loudly, I swear by the holy light. This, for a cleric, constituted a rather weighty vow, undergirding his unwavering resolve to fulfill the task assigned by Fong Ping. Fong Ping waved his hand dismissively, saying, You may return for now. I have matters to attend to. John nodded, bowing deeply to Fong Ping, expressing his desire to seek further enlightenment on the mysteries of the holy light in the future. There will be opportunities, Fong Ping replied. John then performed a courteous bow to Fong Ping, his form dissipating like a wisp of smoke as he glided past Yun Fenghua without so much as a glance. Departing the scene, in his mind, with a saintly figure present, there was no need for him to concern himself with other matters. His only obligation was to heed the Saint's directives and carry out the assigned tasks. The thought of the Saint's immense power of the holy light, which had effortlessly facilitated his advancement by merely offering him a few pointers, ignited a fervor within John. Fong Ping closed his eyes, and the holy light that enveloped him swiftly withdrew into his being, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, as Fong Ping reopened his eyes, his gaze regained its liveliness, and the aura of calm and unflappability, akin to an ancient well, dissipated entirely, along with the air of a venerable monk. as if it had never been present. Yun Fenghua gazed at Fang Ping in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and help me. I nearly lost my life." Fang Ping grumbled while seated on the ground, visibly displeased as he addressed Yun Fenghua. He rubbed his leg. He continued to ramble. "Goodness, I'm utterly exhausted. Deceiving people is no ordinary task. Ugh, why am I even saying I'm not human? Hey, take it easy. I've been sitting for ages. My legs are numb. Why do you think I asked you for help? I saved your life. At least show some better service." "Then where did that immense holy light come from just now?" Yun Fenghua inquired, curiosity piqued. "Of course, that was all an act, a ruse. How could I possibly succumb to the poison of capitalist beliefs?" Fang Ping proclaimed, head held high, passionately declaring, nearly as if he were to don a red scarf around his neck. Yun Fenghua, aware that Fang Ping harbored many secrets, decided it was best not to press further. Chapter 124. A new opportunity. After rescuing Yun Fenghua, Fang Ping began to scrutinize the individual before him. This Yun Fenghua appeared no different from an ordinary person, concealing the true extent of his strength. Yet, this very individual had managed to contend against 3 foes single-handedly, even coming close to defeating the quartet known as the Black Wind Thieves. Had it not been for the intervention of that mysterious figure, it seemed Yun Fenghua might have truly vanquished them all. Fang Ping couldn't shake the feeling that he was increasingly resembling a caretaker. From the initial encounters with Wang Yuan and his companions, to the later ordeal with the female ghost, and now with the addition of the injured Yun Fenghua, Fang Ping felt that his little team was growing ever larger. "Are you not afraid of attracting trouble by saving me?" Yun Fenghua inquired as he gazed at Fang Ping. "Trouble? I have never feared it," Fang Ping replied with a smile. "There were those who once sought to create trouble for me, but their fates were dire indeed. They are not ordinary individuals. You cannot possibly comprehend the terrifying forces behind this organization." A hint of disdain flickered in Fang Ping's eyes. "Terrifying? Can anything be more fearsome than the heavenly court? Behind me stands the pantheon of deities." Yun Fenghua was taken aback by Fang Ping's confidence, unsure of the source of this young man's audacity. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that his current assurance was indeed substantial. What kind of backing does this young man possess? However, everyone harbors their own secrets, and Yun Fenghua, possessing a sense of propriety, chose not to press further. The very act of risking such peril to save him was already a profound kindness. "I will not deceive you. You saved my life, and in return, I shall offer you an opportunity," Yun Fenghua declared, as if having made a significant decision within his heart. "An opportunity? Another opportunity?" Fang Ping mused, feeling that the Dragon Source secret realm was truly a land of fortune for him. Initially, he had regarded the so-called inheritance of gods and demons in this place with indifference. After all, he was part of a celestial shopping group. Why would he need any inheritance when he could simply exchange for it, freely selecting what he desired without the concerns that burdened others? However, the previous trial space had abruptly stunted his cultivation, allowing him to leap across a significant realm, advancing from the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage to the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm. From that moment, Fang Ping realized that there were indeed numerous fortuitous encounters within the Dragon Source secret realm that could greatly benefit him. Thus, he grew increasingly curious about the opportunity Yun Fenghua spoke of. "Cough, cough. Have you experienced the trial space?" Yun Fenghua coughed lightly and asked. Fang Ping nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have." Yun Fenghua nodded in return, producing a black token from his bosom. "Crush it." Fang Ping, possessing unwavering trust in Yun Fenghua, wasted no time and shattered the black token in his hand. A grayish light flashed, and Fang Ping's gaze became vacant, his thoughts momentarily suspended. Yet, it felt as though his soul transcended, arriving in a mysterious realm. In an instant, he found himself amidst a vast sea of stars, surrounded by twinkling celestial bodies that sparkled like brilliant diamonds, embedded in the celestial tapestry. Upon closer inspection, one could marvel at the fact that each star was composed of countless primordial runes, with each rune harboring an enigmatic power that was astonishing beyond measure. Fang Ping could distinctly sense that the faint aura emanating from each rune, if it were to descend upon him, could effortlessly crush him to dust, and such formidable runes were not singular, but myriad, countless, like the stars in the sky, impossible to enumerate. At this moment, an immense and ethereal silhouette materialized high in the sky. This figure exuded an aura of grandeur, rendering its visage and gender indistinguishable. The only discernible feature was its pair of eyes. Fang Ping merely cast a fleeting glance upwards before hastily bowing his head. With his level of cultivation, Gazing into those eyes invoked an overwhelming sensation of being drawn into an abyss. Just a moment longer, and he would have become utterly lost within their depths. Relinquishing his very self, he had never fathomed that such an entity could exist in this world. Merely looking upon it nearly led to his own demise. Suddenly, the towering figure spoke. "Entering my medicinal garden shall guarantee you my inheritance. Whosoever comprehends all the runes within this realm shall be my successor." The voice of the silhouette was indistinct, obscuring any indication of gender or age. Fong Ping glanced at the countless runes scattered across the starry sky, swallowed hard, and could not help but inquire, "What if I do not fully comprehend them? Only those who grasp all the runes here may depart. Should someone decipher them first, the rest shall be annihilated." It was then that Fong Ping noticed several other figures, quietly suspended nearby, evidently also fortunate enough to have encountered this opportunity. In an instant, he sensed an intense aura of hostility emanating from the others surrounding him. As only one could survive, the notion of eliminating the competition seemed all too appealing. In such a scenario, he could immerse himself in understanding without the fear of sudden betrayal, as if by unspoken agreement. Several individuals simultaneously extended their hands towards one another, and chaos ensued. A powerful shockwave surged between two combatants, causing the figure clad in green to stumble back 3 steps, while Fong Ping was propelled backward. Generating a series of explosive sounds in mid-air, blood gushed from his mouth, staining his garments crimson. At that moment, a luminous barrier descended from the heavens, separating the two. "Fighting is prohibited here. Violators shall be executed on the spot," intoned the towering figure devoid of any emotion. Fong Ping gazed contemplatively at the lofty silhouette above. What exactly were its intentions? If it harbored benevolent motives, wishing to spare the lives of those within from mutual destruction, then why impose such a rule? Once uttered, it was clear that any individual with a modicum of intellect would instinctively seek to eliminate their rivals first. Moreover, given the formidable prowess of the towering silhouette, it could have easily intervened at the moment they clashed. Yet, it chose to wait until their second confrontation to mediate. This left Fong Ping deep in thought. Since arriving in this medicinal garden, the entire situation had been steeped in an air of enigma. He found himself unable to ascertain what manner of being the master of this realm truly was. Indeed, Fong Ping had discerned that, despite the multitude of stars above, they were entirely composed of runes, totaling a mere 108. At the outset, the sheer magnitude of the scene rendered both of them momentarily spellbound, preventing them from realizing that, at a cursory glance, the celestial bodies above appeared to be composed of primitive runes. Fong Ping collected his thoughts and immersed his consciousness into the first rune star. To his astonishment, within this singular rune star lay a wealth of knowledge. As his awareness engaged with the initial rune, he discovered it encompassed solely botanical knowledge, specifically pertaining to the most rudimentary flora. What profound insights could be gleaned from such elementary botany? Was he expected to memorize it? Resolute in his curiosity, Fong Ping decided to give it a try. However, he was taken aback to find that this rune contained over 10,000 varieties of botanical knowledge, many of which were obscure herbs that, despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered before. This revelation filled him with wonder. He had not anticipated the existence of such an abundance of flora he had yet to discover. It significantly broadened his horizons. Before long, he had completely committed this vast array of botanical knowledge to memory. Once he accomplished this, the golden rune before him dimmed, and simultaneously, an identical golden rune materialized within his dantian. A peculiar expression crossed Fong Ping's face. Indeed, it was as he suspected. By thoroughly memorizing the botanical knowledge contained within this rune, he could claim to have fully comprehended it. He cast a glance at the figure in green attire beside him, noticing that 2 or 3 of his runes had already faded, suggesting that he was progressing at a markedly faster pace. The green-clad man shot Fong Ping a challenging look, as if to say, "You think you can compete with me? From a young age, I have been steeped in scholarly pursuits that far surpass your humble experiences." Chapter 126. Botanical Knowledge. Surprisingly, Fong Ping remained unfazed. Calmly beginning to absorb the insights of the next rune in comparison to the first, the second rune was replete with an even greater reservoir of botanical knowledge, encompassing nearly 20,000 varieties, and the quality of the flora was significantly superior to that of the previous rune. Fong Ping's memorization proceeded swiftly, and in no time at all, he had fully internalized the botanical knowledge contained within the second rune. As he sensed the emergence of the second rune within him, a flicker of doubt arose in his mind. If this trial merely required rote memorization, despite the multitude of rune stars present, it was only a matter of time before he would complete the task. Could this challenge truly be so simplistic? Soon, upon reaching the 10th rune, Fong Ping discerned a notable difference. Within the 11th rune, an abundance of botanical knowledge emerged that was entirely alien to this terrestrial realm, with many of the plants bearing striking similarities, albeit with slight variations. This presented a considerable challenge to his memory. At that moment, he noted that the gap between him and the man in green had narrowed to merely 2 runes, as the latter had only just commenced his exploration of the 14th rune. As Fong Ping steadily closed the distance, a wave of anxiety surged within the heart of the man clad in blue, prompting him to quicken his pace. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, cascaded down his forehead. Yet, reality often diverges from expectation. By the time Fong Ping fully comprehended the first runic star, the blue-clad man had barely begun to grasp the second runic star's second rune. Damn it, damn it. How could this country bumpkin recite at such a rapid pace? I refuse to accept this. A distinguished scion of the Lin family, whose talents have been lauded by our ancestors as exceedingly rare. A once-in-a-million-year gift. How can I possibly be inferior to this destitute wretch? The blue-clad man's eyes blazed crimson as he desperately endeavored to memorize the knowledge of flora and fauna within the runes before him, all the while fixating intently on Fong Ping. Meanwhile, Fong Ping maintained an unhurried demeanor. After all, there were still 107 runic stars left to comprehend. Why rush now? It is well known that such endeavors are typically approached from the simple to the complex, from the easy to the difficult. Why expending his energy so early? I wonder how he will fare in the later stages. This is akin to a marathon. Those who sprint at the start often falter before reaching the finish line. The true contenders are invariably those who proceed at a measured pace. In his previous life, Fong Ping had been a revered saint king, possessing extraordinary discernment. Even if his power had waned, his temperament was not one that the blue-clad man could hope to rival. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the runes before the blue-clad man detonated, taking with them an entire runic star within him. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his expression one of despondency. He realized that not only had the runic star within him shattered, but also the knowledge of flora and fauna he had just memorized vanished from his mind, as if it had never existed. The blue-clad man's countenance turned ashen, a picture of despair. He never anticipated failing at such a crucial moment. The disparity of a single runic star had nearly plunged him into hopelessness. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from Fong Ping's vicinity, followed by several spurts of blood as the runes before him also exploded. This sudden turn of events caused the blue-clad man's eyes to gleam with a newfound light. It mattered little that he was unfortunate, for the fact that someone else shared in his misfortune considerably improved his mood. Now, Fong Ping and the blue-clad man found themselves once again at the same starting point, both returning to the task of deciphering the runic stars. However, Fong Ping did not immediately resume his study. The recent explosion lingered vividly in his memory. What had caused the runic stars to explode so unexpectedly? Was it possible that thoughts suddenly flickered in Fong Ping's mind, yet it required further experimentation? Swiftly, he grasped the first rune and then paused, meticulously scrutinizing the 108 runic stars in the sky, seemingly searching for a pattern among them. Witnessing this scene, the blue-clad man could not help but mutter a curse under his breath, calling him a fool. If one could discern a pattern, would such a legacy need to be fought over with such trouble? As time passed by, the azure-clad man was on the verge of comprehending a rune star once more, when the golden rune before Fong Ping suddenly erupted. However, since it was merely one rune star that had exploded, the resultant destruction was not particularly severe. Indeed, a look of understanding emerged on Fong Ping's face, confirming his earlier thoughts. Chapter 127. The Astute Fong Ping. The cause of the recent explosion of their rune star was none other than time itself. Each rune's comprehension is bound by a temporal limit. Initially, this constraint may go unnoticed, but as the time required to grasp each rune increases, this latent danger becomes evident. Should one fail to master the rune within the allotted time, all previously comprehended runes would detonate. Such a crucial piece of hidden information was not disclosed by the imposing figure they had encountered earlier. Judging by the injuries he sustained, the greater the number of runes within one's body, the more significant the damage inflicted. Fortunately, he had recognized this early on. Had he waited until he possessed dozens of rune stars within him, a single explosion would have rendered him utterly obliterated. Indeed, my young friend, your ability to discern this concealed rule surpasses that of the fool next door. A mysterious voice suddenly resonated within Fong Ping's mind. Who are you? Fong Ping inquired, filled with caution. The enigmatic master of this medicinal garden was exceedingly peculiar. It seemed he held human life in little regard. as peril lurked in every step. This compelled Fong Ping to remain on high alert. "My dear boy, do you truly not know who I am if you wish to inherit my legacy?" The mysterious voice exuded a profound confidence, akin to an affront to the natural order should one fail to recognize him. "I do not know," Fong Ping replied, shaking his head decisively. Indeed, he was unaware of the true identity of this legacy's master. Yet, it appeared that this legacy dated back to a time long past, and even with his discerning eye, he could not ascertain its era. Impossible! How could anyone in the Great Wasteland be ignorant of the name of Qin Tianjun? The Great Wasteland? What is that? Fong Ping inquired, intrigued by the term the other party had used. "You do not know the Great Wasteland? What region do you hail from?" The man claiming to be Qin Tianjun was astounded that Fong Ping was unfamiliar with the Great Wasteland and could not help but ask. I come from Earth Star," Fong Ping replied truthfully. "Earth Star? How peculiar. I, Qin Tianjun, have traversed the Great Wasteland for countless millennia. How could I never have heard of a place called Earth Star?" Qin Tianjun pondered for a moment, confirming that his memories held no mention of such a location. "It seems that your Earth Star must be a remote and obscure locale, which is why I, Qin Tianjun, am unaware of it," he concluded with an air of triumph. Although Fong Ping harbored doubts, he was reluctant to engage in further discourse with this so-called Qin Tianjun, as the latter's demeanor exuded a sinister quality, suggesting that he might strike at any moment on Qin Tianjun's mind. He had already dismissed Fong Ping as a mere rustic bumpkin who had inadvertently stumbled into his legacy. "Young man, you seem to possess a modicum of talent if you can discern the small traps I have laid," he mused, "so I shall grant you a modest boon." With that, an hourglass materialized before Fong Ping, its sands beginning to flow gradually. The completion of the sand would signal the expiration of your comprehension time for the current rune, resulting in an explosion. When you grasp a new rune, the hourglass will reset. How thoughtful of me, wouldn't you agree? The sudden appearance of the hourglass also piqued the curiosity of the figure in green attire nearby, who wondered about the purpose of this seemingly conjured object. His contemplation inevitably distracted him, causing his pace of comprehension to wane. After all, Fong Ping had yet to comprehend a single rune, which mitigated the tension in the green-clad man's heart. As expected, the next moment, with a resounding bang, the rune before him detonated, injuring him grievously as he spat blood profusely. "Allow me to share a little secret," Fong Ping suddenly remarked, seemingly overflowing with benevolence. "The comprehension of runes here is time-sensitive. Once the time elapses, the rune will explode. This hourglass indicates the remaining time for your current rune." The green-clad man hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Why would you tell me this?" He was perplexed as to Fong Ping's motives. After all, they were adversaries, and should he complete the comprehension of all runes first, Fong Ping would meet his demise. As for the reason, well, could it be that Fong Ping wished to convey that he did not want to be the only one ensnared? That Qin Tianjun, while ostensibly offering a favor, harbored ulterior motives? The time for comprehension was already exceedingly tight, and now the hourglass placed before him served only as a reminder that his time was swiftly running out. Such a tactic would undoubtedly distract him, severely hampering his pace of comprehension. Indeed, every action of Qin Tianjun was fraught with hidden intentions. A single misstep could lead one into his trap. Embracing a mindset of dragging another down with him, Fong Ping endeavored to ensnare the green-clad man in his predicament. In contrast, the green-clad man's gaze towards Fong Ping softened slightly. "Rest assured, once you perish, I shall ensure you receive a proper burial." Although Fong Ping's actions stirred him momentarily, such trifles were soon cast aside in the face of imminent peril. In the shadow of life and death, what significance did such minor acts of kindness hold? Fong Ping smirked inwardly, uncertain of who would meet their end first. "However, you can be assured, should you die, I certainly will not retrieve your body." The two men seemed to have silently agreed, seated side by side, resuming their contemplation of the runes above. Yet, this time, the green-clad man swiftly mastered the rune before him, while Fong Ping struggled to make any headway. Though the heart of the Qingy person was filled with perplexity, he understood that this was not the moment for contemplation. The sand within the hourglass trickled away, grain by grain, akin to a colossal hand of death casting its shadow upon his back, a constant threat of demise looming over him. Despite sensing that something was amiss, he could not fathom the cause. He could only forcibly concentrate his attention on the runes before him, striving to comprehend their essence. Meanwhile, what was Fong Ping engaged in at this moment? How could it be that he had yet to decipher even a single rune? Chapter 128. The strange flower. As it turned out, Fong Ping had not commenced his understanding from the first rune star, but rather had directly leaped to the last one, beginning his meditation in reverse order. He had just attempted this, and given his current recitation speed, even without external influences and under intentional time control, he would still falter around the 40th star, considering that each rune star contained approximately 20,000 varieties of botanical information. His brain simply could not accommodate such an overwhelming influx of knowledge in a short span. Comprehending all 108 star runes would be an impossible feat without several decades of endeavor. Fortunately, if he completed the comprehension of one rune star without actively pursuing the next, the hourglass would cease its timing, a small blessing in his predicament. However, could he truly remain here for decades? Setting aside the transformations that the outside world might undergo over such a lengthy period, the very notion of surviving 50 years in an environment devoid of food, water, and spiritual energy was fraught with uncertainty. Indeed, when Fang Ping had sought to heal his wounds, he discovered that this world lacked even spiritual energy, rendering his injuries irreparable. There was certainly some hidden trick or secret at play here. After all, he had merely stated his intention to comprehend these 108 rune stars, without specifying that he must start from the bottom or work in reverse order. He could initiate his understanding from the beginning or select any point at random, so long as he ultimately grasped them all. The final rune star was astonishingly comprised entirely of a singular, grand rune. This entire star represented a colossal rune, gleaming with golden light and exhibiting an unparalleled complexity. It was evident that this rune surpassed the profundity of those Fang Ping had previously encountered. Indeed, even the later rune stars combined could not match its intricacy. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of excitement stirred within Fang Ping's heart. Perhaps it had been too long since he had faced a genuine challenge. As Fang Ping immersed himself in this rune, the anticipated vast expanse of botanical knowledge did not materialize. Instead, only a solitary phantom of a plant floated before him, leaving him astonished. Could it be that this trial was inverted, becoming simpler as one progressed? The ninefold dreaming divine flower? Gazing at this peculiar name, Fang Ping felt a stir of curiosity. It was indeed grandiose, yet he had never encountered it before. Upon examining its effects, he was taken aback. This ninefold dreaming divine flower, with each layer embodying a world, concealed an entire realm within every single petal. In the realm of these flowers, ordinary methods are insufficient for entry. One can only access it through the soul. Each venture into a new world allows you to fully experience a lifetime, akin to a rebirth. The 9 layers of petals symbolize the opportunity for 9 rebirths. Yet in the external world, merely a breath of time has elapsed. However, you gain the memories and experiences of 9 lifetimes, along with the wisdom of battle and cultivation accrued over those epochs. The existence of such a miraculous entity in the world astonished Fang Ping, prompting him to express his admiration. Yet, when Fang Ping endeavored to retain any characteristics of the 9-layered dream god flower, he found himself utterly unable to grasp any of its attributes. It was as if a current within his mind was sweeping away his memories, leaving none behind. What could this mean? Qin Tianjun. What on earth is happening? Although Fang Ping was well aware of Qin Tianjun's unreliability, he had no choice but to seek his assistance. Otherwise, even if he began anew in his recollection, arriving at this juncture would render his efforts futile. Contemplating this, Fang Ping felt a surge of relief. Had he arrived at that moment when the 107 runic stars detonated, he would have met with a most untimely demise. Why, boy, I must say, your fortune is quite remarkable. Qin Tianjun chuckled softly in his ear. Fang Ping remained silent, awaiting the next trick from Qin Tianjun. The 9 layers of Dream God Flower were not meant for rote memorization. They required heartfelt comprehension. Heartfelt comprehension? How does one achieve such understanding? What could be more profound than personal experience? Could it be that you intend to allow me to personally experience the miraculous effects of the 9-layered Dream God Flower? Fang Ping voiced his incredulity. This was an extraordinary opportunity that had unexpectedly presented itself to him. 9 layers. That seems improbable, but you could certainly experience the first layer. Would you consider it? As he spoke, a crystalline red petal floated beside him, shimmering in and out of visibility. Speak. What must I offer in exchange? Fang Ping understood well that no heavenly pies fall from the sky. It was unlikely that Qin Tianjun would bestow such benefits without reason. It is simple. Once you absorb the inheritance, just take me with you, Qin Tianjun replied. Take you with me? Fang Ping inquired, perplexed. Qin Tianjun sighed and explained, years ago, I fell victim to the pursuit of my enemies and was gravely injured here, leaving only a fragment of my essence behind along with this inheritance, hoping that one day, someone would inherit it and carry me away from this place. My foes were overwhelmingly powerful, so there is no need for you to seek vengeance on my behalf. Just take me out of here. If you agree, this petal of the 9-layered dream god flower shall be yours, along with the inheritance. Fang Ping held a modicum of doubt toward Qin Tianjuan's words, believing perhaps only 50% of what was said, yet he recognized that one thing was undeniably true. The petal of the 9-layered dream god flower was genuine. Very well, I accept your offer. Fang Ping found himself with no alternative. If he could not decipher the profound essence of the 9-fold dream flower, he would remain trapped in this place for the entirety of his life. Excellent! The excitement in Qin Tianjuan's tone was palpable. The petal from the flower solidified instantly, then gradually dissipated into black powder, which infiltrated Fang Ping's 7 orifices. Soon, Fang Ping lost consciousness and descended into an entirely new world he had never encountered before. Indeed. Observing Fang Ping swiftly entering the realm of the dream flower, Qin Tianjun gazed with satisfaction at the slumbering figure of Fang Ping. His father was the sole stonemason in the town. Though his craftsmanship was not particularly exceptional, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his trade. Yet, in such a small town, how much business could one expect? The daily fare consisted chiefly of gravestones and modest stone crafts. Although the enterprise was meager, it sufficed to scrape by. His arrival brought joy to the household and infused a sense of lightness into their dreary lives. However, this situation underwent a drastic transformation when he turned 2. By the age of 1, he had yet to utter the words father or mother. Initially, his parents dismissed it as a minor concern, attributing it to his slow learning, believing that simply conversing with him would suffice. Yet, by 2, he remained voiceless, producing only incoherent sounds, which finally alerted his parents to the gravity of the situation. His father took him to see the town's doctor, who, after examination, informed him that his son was a congenital mute, lacking vocal cords entirely. This revelation was akin to a thunderclap for his father and a significant blow to their impoverished family. Undeterred, his father sought the opinions of several doctors in the city, all of whom confirmed the unfortunate diagnosis. He had no vocal cords and was, indeed, mute, with no hope for cure. Upon returning home, his father languished in despair, while his mother wept incessantly. Many relatives even suggested that his parents should abandon him or sell him, and try for another child. After much deliberation, his mother expressed a desire to conceive again, but his father steadfastly opposed the notion. Ultimately, he succeeded in persuading her to continue raising him, for he was, after all, their child. With an additional mouth to feed, the family's expenses escalated, compelling his father to take on more labor to make ends meet. However, in such a small town, how much work could a modest stonemason possibly find? Financial resources were perpetually insufficient, and meals were often scarce. In his memories, his father and mother were perpetually embroiled in arguments, culminating in his mother sitting in silence, wiping her tears, while his father sat alone on the threshold. Smoking. In those moments, he yearned to comfort his mother, yet the only sounds he could produce were incoherent utterances, which only served to irritate her further, leading to scornful rebukes branding him a jinx. This continued until he reached the age of 5, when his mother, unable to endure such a life any longer, left home one early morning before dawn, never to return. That day, dawn arrived late and the sky remained dark. His father isolated himself in their home for the entirety of the day, emerging only when night fell, his hair disheveled and his eyes bloodshot as he looked upon Fang Ping. You must be hungry. I'll go prepare something for you. In his recollections, his father had never spoken so gently before. Later, as he learned to write, he asked his father where his mother had gone. Chapter 130. In the realm of dreams, his father would always gaze into the distance and gently respond, Your mother has gone to a place far, far away. When you grow up, I shall take you to find her. Throughout his life, his father never broke a promise. He believed that integrity was the cornerstone of one's character. Yet, this time was the one exception, for until the day of his father's passing, he never took him to seek out his mother. At the age of 7, he began learning the craft of stonemasonry from his father. Though he was slow and somewhat dim-witted, his father would affectionately pat his head and smile, assuring him that he would one day become a great stonemason. When he turned 14, his father's old ailment resurfaced, rendering him increasingly unable to perform heavy labor, relegating him to simple carving tasks. The burden of their livelihood now rested squarely on his shoulders, and he came to understand the hardships his father endured each day. By the age of 18, his skills in stonemasonry had remarkably improved, earning him a modest reputation in the vicinity. The moniker Dumb Mason had spread far and wide. At last, his father could retire and enjoy the tranquility of his later years. Upon reaching 20, he grew restless, unwilling to remain in such a small town where he felt his talents were squandered. He resolved to venture out into the world, also in pursuit of his mother. His father wished to dissuade him, yet could not sway his obstinate son. He had hoped for his father to accompany him, but the elder, frail and aged, was not fit for travel. Therefore, he left a sum of money for his father and embarked on his journey alone. As time passed, his renown within the stonemasonry community flourished, eventually reaching even the ears of the emperor in the distant capital. At the age of 24, he was summoned to the palace to construct a garden for the emperor. In the following May, he became embroiled in a struggle for succession. To repay the prince's kindness and uphold his brotherly bonds, he took upon himself all the blame, landing in prison. Fortunately, the prince's influence spared him from the death penalty, though he was confined to the depths of a dark cell, unseen by the light of day. 5 years later, with the ascension of a new emperor and a general amnesty, he was finally released. From destitution to opulence, from obscurity to acclaim, he had traversed the vicissitudes of life. He declined the new emperor's promises of wealth and prosperity, and with a heart full of reflections, he set forth on the path back home. Over the years, he had sent considerable sums of money back home, and the prince had promised to care for his father during his imprisonment, ensuring that he would not learn of his son's plight. Surely, his father must have been living well by now as these thoughts crossed his mind. A faint smile graced his lips, as if he were transported back to the days spent with his father, where despite the hardships, joy reigned. He vowed to honor his father upon his return, pledging never to leave again, so that he could enjoy his twilight years in peace. However, upon arriving home, he was met not with his father's aged smile, but rather with an old grave. The tomb was ancient yet well kept, indicating that someone had been tending to it regularly. Those in the service of the new emperor informed him that in the second year of his imprisonment, his father had fallen ill. Despite the new emperor's efforts to seek renowned physicians, their efforts proved futile. At that time, amidst the fierce political strife, the new emperor could not bring the elderly man to the capital and could only leave a few to care for him in his stead. The elderly man murmured his name until his very last breath, leaving the new emperor burdened with guilt over the matter. He commanded a few individuals to remain behind to tend to the elder's grave. Upon pushing open the door, he found the interior of the house remained precisely as it was when he had last departed, with even the placement of items unchanged and scrupulously clean, evidence of frequent tidying. The new emperor's attendants explained that it was the elder's wish for everything in the house to be arranged as it once was, so that when his son returned, he would find nothing altered. That it would still feel like home. In the father's chamber, he beheld 3 unfinished stone sculptures, 2 large and 1 small. The larger figures were still in progress, revealing only a vague semblance of a man and a woman. The smaller sculpture, however, was clearly completed long ago. Its head was polished to an exquisite smoothness, enveloped in a layer of dark stone paste, a testament to the gentle caresses it had received over time. The likeness was strikingly reminiscent of him as a child, save for one detail. The smaller sculpture lacked a mouth. Overwhelmed by emotion, tears streamed down his face, for this small statue was unmistakably him. A mute child, and thus his father had omitted the mouth in the carving. Surely, in the end, the father had regarded this sculpture as a representation of his son. Chapter 131. Blossoming flowers. Father, I comprehend the regrets that dwell within your heart. I have returned. I am sorry. He confined himself within his father's room, instructing the new emperor's men to refrain from entering. Yes, he closed the door. The vacant space filled with the rhythmic sound of a chisel striking stone, akin to the cadence of human breath, rising and falling, gentle and forceful. This symphony persisted for a day and a night before finally ceasing. Yet no one emerged from within. They dared not force entry, standing anxiously outside in vigil. It was not until the early hours of the third day that their patience waned, and they united in an effort to break open the tightly shut door. Inside, he lay sprawled upon the floor, lifeless. A large gash marred the area over his heart, blackened, dried blood staining his body. Beside him stood 3 newly completed sculptures, a man and a woman holding a child. The figures appeared strikingly lifelike, casting an almost ethereal presence in the dim room, their faces radiant with joy. A blissful family of 3. Anyone who beheld them could feel the overwhelming sense of happiness they emanated. Remarkably crafted, this was the unanimous verdict regarding the 3 stone figures. The mouth of the child's sculpture. A new opening had been carved, and it was stained red with the artist's own blood. Perhaps this was the manifestation of his inner sorrow. Had he not been mute, his mother might have remained, and his father would not have succumbed to exhaustion so soon. They could have been a contented family. I hope that in the next life, I may be a normal person, able to call you Father, with my own lips, With this reflection, his memories concluded, and Fang Ping found himself weeping profusely. The recollections of this lifetime had rekindled emotions long absent from his existence. Once a sovereign, exalted above all, the essence of being human had become a mere blur within his memories. Even in his rebirth, he harbored a singular sentiment towards Yishanshan that set it apart from all others. Towards everyone else, his heart remained as cold as ever. However, the memories of this lifetime stirred something within his frigid soul, making him aware of a subtle transformation deep within. This change, in turn, elevated his long-stagnant spiritual cultivation. Fang Ping suddenly realized that one cannot forsake their emotions in the pursuit of mastery. While progress may come swiftly in the beginning, it ultimately becomes a shackle that hinders breakthroughs in the later stages. It is often said that those who seek the Tao must forget their feelings, yet little do they know that this very forgetting becomes an inescapable confinement throughout their lives. This reflection prompted Fang Ping to recall a jest he had encountered in the realm of Dream God Flower. The second-best swordsman challenged the number one swordsman of the world and lost. The reigning champion informed him that as long as he harbored attachments in his heart, he would never be his equal. After returning home, the second-best swordsman ruthlessly killed all his kin, including his wife and son, believing he had achieved unparalleled power and thus sought to challenge the top swordsman once more. Though his dismay, the number one swordsman had perished, and his disciple fought in his stead. Once again, the second-best swordsman faced defeat. Confused, he inquired of the disciple as to why this was so. The disciple replied, "Because your heart lacks love." In retrospect, the holy kings bore an uncanny resemblance to this second-best swordsman. With a deep sigh, Fang Ping awoke, his consciousness returning to his body. He soon heard an incredulous voice whispering in his ear, "Impossible, impossible. With the strength of your soul, how could you possibly escape the realm of Dream God Flower so swiftly?" The voice of Qin Tianjun resonated with astonishment. "Humph, I told you that brother you would emerge soon enough." "Yi Gu, as expected, aligned with your thoughts," Siki exclaimed in delight upon witnessing Fang Ping's consciousness return. Fang Ping regarded Qin Tianjun and Siki, who were vying for dominance over his body, with a cold smirk. Just as expected, within Fang Ping's conscious space, Qin Tianjun, garbed in white, resembled a solitary lotus, exuding an ethereal aura that tinged a third of Fang Ping's consciousness space in white. Chapter 132. The Attempt to Seize Control. Fang Ping observed the utterly bewildered Qin Tianjun, a cold smile creeping across his face. He had long suspected that there was something amiss with Qin Tianjun's proposal, and now, as anticipated, an unexpected turn of events had arisen. Qin Tianjun indeed sought to usurp his body. However, to achieve this, he would have to contend directly with the system residing within him. Fang Ping felt no trepidation regarding a system capable of connecting to the heavens and delivering even the divine. Yet, he pondered, where had he revealed a weakness? Throughout this entire ordeal, he had shown no malevolence towards Qin Tianjun. "What makes you curious, Fang Ping?" Qin Tianjun inquired, casting a look of intrigue. The two conversed as if old friends, the tension of life and death seemingly absent. "It's quite simple. From the moment you first appeared, I began to harbor doubts about you," Fang Ping replied. "From my initial appearance? Where did I display a flaw?" Qin Tianjun's face displayed an expression of bewilderment. "That hourglass." "Hourglass? What issue does that hourglass present?" "I have not tampered with it in any way. It is precisely because you have not meddled that I find it suspicious." "Oh? Pray, enlighten me." "The master of this legacy is hardly a benevolent soul. His inheritance is riddled with various insidious traps. While your hourglass may also possess the potential to deceive me, it pales in comparison to the elaborate snares set by this legacy's master." "You suspect me over such a minor detail?" Qin Tianjun appeared incredulous, deeming it merely a trivial flaw. "Of course, the most significant reason lies in the fact that you have only deceived me and not him. This legacy's master treats all with equal disdain." Fang Ping regarded Qin Tianjun, who occupied a third of his mental realm, with a bemused smile, seemingly unfazed by the formidable presence before him. "Young man, you seem to lack awareness of your predicament. Have you not realized that a third of your being has already been commandeered by my consciousness?" Qin Tianjun, observing Fang Ping's audacious demeanor, could not help but find it utterly amusing. The youth was oblivious to his impending doom. "Merely a third?" Fang Ping replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, Qin Tianjun's laughter was silenced as he perceived the escalating aura emanating from Fang Ping, swiftly transcending the out-of-body stage to reach the spirit-severing stage. "No. How can this be?" Qin Tianjun's voice betrayed a profound incredulity. "It is but a single dream." How have you ascended to the spirit-severing stage? This is impossible. Qin Tianjun appeared utterly astonished by Fang Ping's prowess, his thoughts descending into a state of chaotic turmoil. His figure within Fang Ping's consciousness realm flickered between illusion and reality, as though on the brink of collapse. Fang Ping was no benevolent master. He seized the opportunity to claim his life. The formidable soul power of the spirit-severing stage surged violently toward Qin Tianjuan's ethereal form. In an explosive burst, Qin Tianjuan's apparition was shattered into a myriad of white wisps. Yet, before Fang Ping could exhale a sigh of relief, the myriad of white wisps coalesced once more, transforming back into the ethereal figure of Qin Tianjun, now appearing composed and indifferent. Your composure is commendable, but alas, your strength is lacking. You have yet to attain the spirit-severing stage, and your soul realm has merely reached that level. You truly believe that this makes you my equal? A mere spirit-severing stage? I could extinguish you with a flick of my wrist. Qin Tianjun's words were laden with an undeniable conviction that compelled one to believe them. Yet, Fang Ping remained unmoved. Do you think I am deceiving you? Qin Tianjun scoffed. I am well aware that you are not lying. In your prime, you were indeed formidable. However, it seems that you are not quite so powerful now. With a resounding crash, Fang Ping summoned his soul power once more, hurling it toward Qin Tianjun. The serene expression on Qin Tianjuan's face abruptly vanished, as he exhibited no resistance whatsoever, transforming instead into a wisp of smoke that slipped out of Fang Ping's body. Chapter 133. The Cultivation of the Soul, the Separation of Spirits. Fang Ping's eyes flew open wide, revealing a glint of mockery towards Qin Tianjun. Having ascended his soul realm to the stage of spirit separation, he was finally able to discern the true nature of Qin Tianjun, while simultaneously grasping the rules governing this realm. This place did not belong to the tangible world. The stronger one's soul, the greater the prowess one could wield here. For instance, the Qin Tianjun before him, in the outside world, was but a remnant soul, easily dispersed even by someone at the foundational stage. Yet here, he was capable of exerting power equivalent to the pinnacle of spirit separation. This was truly a paradise for those with formidable souls. Previously, Fang Ping had failed to perceive the anomalies of this space, compounded by Qin Tianjuan's deliberate concealment, rendering Fang Ping unaware of the magnitude of power he could unleash here. At that moment, however, a black vortex suddenly manifested amidst the countless runic stars above, and an elder accompanied by a young man clad in resplendent attire appeared before them. Ants from the lower realms? The young man in elegant garb gazed disdainfully at the figures below, including the man in blue and Fang Ping, his expression rife with contempt. Such a treasure trove, do you insignificant creatures believe you can pry into it? He Lao, subdue them. As you wish, young master. The elder beside him responded with utmost reverence. Fang Ping's pupils involuntarily constricted. Even with his spirit separation level soul, he was unable to discern the essence of his adversary, indicating that the opponent was at least a being of the same level. Yet why did a formidable spirit separation expert suddenly appear here, serving as a servant? Shouldn't such individuals be of considerable stature themselves? Fang Ping felt his mind was struggling to comprehend the situation. The young man behind He Lao cast a glance at Qin Tianjun, his eyes reflecting curiosity, and spoke in a flippant tone. Quite impressive. I find myself in need of a few soul generals for my soul-refining gourd, He Lao. I entrust this to you. No problem, young master, He Lao replied respectfully. With an impassive countenance, He Lao, exuding an air of tranquility, extended a hand towards Qin Tianjun, causing the entire void to darken. A colossal black hand loomed ominously over Qin Tianjun, blotting out the light. Confronted by this overwhelming hand, Qin Tianjun swiftly realized that the space around him had been utterly sealed off, rendering him incapable of any evasive maneuvers. He could only brace himself for a direct confrontation. Nevertheless, facing such a challenge, Qin Tianjun would never cower before anyone. Roar! Qin Tianjun unleashed a thunderous roar, grounding himself as he raised both palms skyward. Simultaneously, the silhouette of a great ape emerged behind him, mimicking his stance. Demon ape rending the heavens. A mere beast dares to defy the heavens. He Lao scoffed derisively, twisting his right hand, causing the black giant palm to morph into an immense black mountain, descending upon Qin Tianjuan's head. Roar! Qin Tianjun exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, his entire body straining as he endeavored to lift the immense black mountain before him. Yet, despite his unwavering efforts, the weight of the mountain proved insurmountable. He could only manage to maintain his upright posture against the overwhelming force, while his form was gradually pushed downwards, with his calves sinking deeper into the abyss below. How astonishingly powerful! Upon witnessing this, Fong Ping considered lending assistance, sensing the malevolent aura radiating from the elder. With the elder's strength far surpassing his own, it was imperative for him to ally with Qin Tianjun. Should he allow the elder to dispatch Qin Tianjun first, his own fate would be perilously compromised. Begone. It was merely a fortunate coincidence that he had recently ascended to the Soul Division stage. Did he truly believe himself invincible? Without even casting a glance at Fong Ping, the elder raised his other hand and flicked his fingers, unleashing a black meteor that rapidly expanded as it hurtled towards Fong Ping. In comparison to this colossal meteor, Fong Ping appeared insignificant, akin to a mere speck of dust. Yet, this seemingly trivial speck radiated an extraordinarily brilliant light. Chapter 134. The unwelcome guest. Such audacity. Is he not concerned that the wind may cause his tongue to falter? Faced with the ever-enlarging meteor, Fong Ping exhibited not a trace of alarm. He was certainly unperturbed by the prospect of a misstep. His formidable skills were intricately tied to his very tongue, which was as resilient as iron, impervious even to the most common of weapons. How could he fear the wind? Though Qin Tianjun found himself at a disadvantage, he still possessed enough fortitude to mock the elder, as the latter struggled to subdue him. Recollection of the past, fruition in the present, return. Fong Ping swiftly formed intricate hand seals, summoning an enigmatic and formidable force from the void. Without lifting a finger, the mere fluctuations of energy emanating from his being shattered the black meteor into countless fragments. Stubbornly unyielding, the elder snorted in disdain, using his free hand to suppress Fong Ping, audaciously attempting to overpower both Fong Ping and Qin Tianjun with sheer force. You wish to subdue me? Return to your training for another 500 years. Fong Ping scoffed at the sight of the elder's hand transforming into a black mountain aimed at him. Golden light ignited within his eyes. Sands of time. Light fades. Fong Ping raised his arm and pointed at the looming black mountain above. A flash of silvery light surged forth, rendering the form of the black mountain illusory. One could faintly discern the original shape of the elder's hand, now beset by numerous dark substances corroding the ancient limb. The mountain, once a manifestation of the elder's palm, had begun to decay, its surface flesh rotting away, revealing bones that had turned an unhealthy shade of pale, appearing as though they could crumble at any moment. In tandem, Qin Tianjun was liberated from the oppressive weight of the black mountain. Yet, it was not over. Rend the void? Fong Ping bellowed, channeling his power into 5 radiant strands of light that encircled his hand, ultimately coalescing into a vibrant, multicolored blade, which he swung towards the elder from a distance. PFF. Despite not being struck, He Lao suddenly spat a mouthful of golden blood, his expression instantly withering, and his aura plummeted dramatically. If He Lao's previous strength had evoked a sense of boundless sky, then now he resembled a towering mountain, still fearsome, yet one could discern its peak. I did not anticipate that you possessed such means to temporarily diminish my realm. Go think that among the lower realms, there exists such a prodigious talent as you. However, do you truly believe this makes you my equal? He Lao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and regarded Fong Ping with a cold glare. Indeed, even with his secret techniques momentarily sealing a portion of his power, he and Qin Tianjun together would still stand little chance against him. His combat awareness was extraordinarily formidable, so much so that even in a 2-against-1 scenario, their odds of victory were slim. Nonetheless, the current situation left him no room for contemplation. His earlier actions had thoroughly enraged He Lao, who had now set aside any jesting demeanor to adopt a serious stance. Drink, He Lao bellowed, his hands suffused with a dark luminescence, the decayed flesh on his arms fading away, revealing bones that gleamed like divine artifacts. Clearly, he had dispelled the power of the laws that Fong Ping had just unleashed. However, the realm that Fong Ping had temporarily diminished was not something that could be restored in an instant. Bang! He Lao's figure abruptly vanished, and Qin Tianjun was sent hurtling away as if struck by a colossal hammer. Too slow. He Lao's form reappeared where Qin Tianjun had just stood, a frigid sneer etched upon his face. Here it comes. Fong Ping's eyes blazed with a golden radiance. Soul, bind. Fong Ping's soul power manifested as a shackle, binding He Lao tightly and obstructing his movements. He Lao's body paused momentarily, but soon his arms trembled, breaking free from the restraint and disappearing from Fong Ping's sight. A sense of alarm surged within Fong Ping as he realized the impending danger. Before he could react, a tremendous force struck his abdomen, propelling him upward involuntarily, even displacing his internal organs. Only after this delayed pain washed over him like a tide stimulating his nerves intensely. Did he feel as though he might lose consciousness? Cough, cough. Fang Ping half kneeled on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, droplets falling into the void beneath him. Quite resilient, are we? How about a direct assault on the soul? He Lao's voice echoed around Fang Ping like a wraith. And once more, he was launched into the air, his ribs shattered in an instant, piercing into his innards. Chapter 135. A temporary alliance. The immense agony surged through Fang Ping's soul, his clenched joints turning pale. This direct assault on his soul was exponentially more excruciating than any physical torment, with no means of evasion. Only the burden of endurance remained. Well then, the game is over. A few minutes later, it appeared that the aged he had grown weary of the game, slowly descending to the ground and making his way towards Fang Ping and Qin Tianjun, who lay not far off. Cough, cough. Qin Tianjun expelled copious amounts of blood, the origin of which remained a mystery, and declared, "Youngster, we must join forces. Otherwise, we stand no chance against this old curmudgeon." "Of course, I am well aware of that," Fang Ping retorted, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. "Yet, what can I possibly do when I am incapable of overcoming him? I have a plan. At a time like this, you still wish to deceive me?" Qin Tianjun replied, "I had not even articulated my intent to deceive you, and yet you accuse me of it. Truly, is that fair? On a serious note, I possess a method that can vanquish this fiend. Pray tell, I shall consider your proposal based on its merits." Fang Ping remained skeptical. "That old fellow's strength is not vastly superior to ours. In fact, he is quite comparable to you. However, your abilities are bestowed upon you by this peculiar realm, akin to a child wielding a great axe, rendering you incapable of fully harnessing your potential. Focus. I possess a secret technique that enables us to merge our strengths. I shall command your inner energy to unleash an assault and triumph over him. It shall be no trivial matter. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Merely provide me with access to your dantian to channel energy, without relinquishing control over your body. It will serve as a reserve power source." As he approached them, Fang Ping recognized that he had no choice but to gamble on this desperate plan and trust him for once. Very well, under the influence of Qin Tianjuan's secret technique, Fang Ping transformed into a streak of light and entered the dantian of Qin Tianjun. Instantly, Qin Tianjuan's aura surged, resembling a formidable deity descending upon the earth. Star slaughter, break the evil. Countless strands of starry malevolence coalesced at Qin Tianjuan's command, forming a long line that cleaved through the fabric of space and appeared before he. Taken by surprise by the swiftness of the attack, he attempted to evade, yet was still grazed by the starlit strike across his cheek. "I am wounded," he murmured in disbelief. "You have utterly provoked my wrath," he seethed, gazing furiously at the triumphant Qin Tianjun. He swore that he would flay him alive to quench the hatred burning within his heart. "I shall make you comprehend the folly of inflicting harm upon me. Let you mere mortals witness the might of the divine. Blood transforms into sea." A single drop of blood fell from his wound, leisurely descending until it struck the ground, transforming into a vast ocean. Qin Tianjun appeared as a mere vessel upon this sea, vulnerable to the capricious waves that might engulf him in this sanguine abyss. "Playing this trick on me? Blood transforms into sea? Do not mistake this for a real ocean. Even if it were, I would boil it dry." A look of disdain crossed Qin Tianjuan's face as he traced intricate symbols in the air. "Heavenly flames, boil the sea. Fire, fire, fire." A layer upon layer of unrelenting flames surged forth from Qin Tianjun, the intense heat seemingly incinerating even the air itself. Within mere seconds, the vast sea of blood was reduced to ashes beneath the ceaseless fire and scorching temperatures. Just as the two were poised to continue their confrontation, a towering silhouette descended from the heavens, a luminous barrier separating them. "Fighting is prohibited in this place," the imposing figure intoned slowly. "Another soul? What is happening? How can such a powerful spirit exist?" He Lao furrowed his brow as he regarded the colossal figure before him. "Fighting is prohibited in this place," the towering silhouette reiterated. "Humph! Playing tricks. Let me see your true form." A pair of black divine lights emanated from He Lao's eyes, seeking to unveil the true visage of the mysterious being. Qin Tianjun regarded He Lao with a hint of pity, fully aware that this man was about to encounter dire misfortune. Given his understanding of this realm, he knew well the nature of the haze obscuring the figure's face. It was a manifestation of the local rules. Chapter 136. Provocation. Perhaps someone could pierce through this haze to discern his true appearance, but this old man before him was certainly incapable. His realm was simply insufficient. Boom. As He Lao attempted to disperse the haze shrouding the towering figure, He was struck as if by lightning. The black divine light was instantly shattered, and even his corporeal form was affected, causing him to vomit several mouthfuls of vital blood before he could regain his composure. What manner of creature is this? A look of terror crossed He Lao's face, for in his failed attempt to dissipate the haze, he had glimpsed something horrifying. A colossal eyeball, vast enough to rival an entire galaxy. With just a casual glance, he felt his entire being, including his soul and thoughts, freeze in place, nearly preventing his return. He became lost in the memory of that terrifying eye, momentarily immobilized. However, this did not mean that Qin Tianjun would stand idly by, waiting for him to shake off his stupor. This is no animated tale, where the antagonist remains offline during your moment of reflection. When it comes to the rules of this realm, Qin Tianjun possessed far greater understanding than anyone else present, and he knew precisely when to strike. Ignoring the luminous barrier, Qin Tianjun boldly launched his attack. Soul, void strangulation. Streams of ethereal soul energy coalesced into seemingly tangible, indomitable blades, transforming the space around He Lao into a colossal meat grinder, spinning wildly to, at the same time, tear the heavens. With what appeared to be a casual grip, Qin Tianjun forcefully pulled his hands apart, the previously tranquil space tearing asunder like a flimsy curtain. The rift in space rapidly extended, soon reaching He Lao. Even as the two attacks bore down upon him, He Lao remained ensnared in the terrifying memory. It's done. A surge of joy filled Qin Tianjun. Should He Lao fail to mount any defense against such an onslaught, he would surely be gravely wounded, if not killed outright. Space shattered. Just then, a chilling voice resonated from behind He Lao. The space surrounding He Lao shattered like a fragile glass, suddenly fracturing into countless shards. Yet the spot where He Lao stood remained untouched. The immense destructive force of the fragmented space effortlessly deflected the series of attacks launched by Qin Tianjun. To be more precise, it was the power of spatial manipulation that neutralized them directly. Undoubtedly, the orchestrator behind this intervention was none other than the young man who had been lingering behind He Lao. The recent spatial rupture had originated from his hands, though his prowess was not particularly formidable. Being merely at the martial spirit level, his soul power was remarkably potent, rivaling even that of the current incarnate Qin Tianjun. Both Qin Tianjun and Fang Ping were taken aback, as this elegantly dressed youth possessed soul power akin to that of a divided spirit realm practitioner at such a tender age, which was truly astonishing. It is worth noting that Fang Ping had achieved his breakthrough through the serendipitous combination of being a reincarnated holy king and the reincarnation from the dream god flower. Now, this enigmatic young man who had seemingly appeared from nowhere also shared the same level of soul power as him. Could it be that he, too, was a reincarnation of a holy king? Boom! A colossal phantom of a Buddha descended from the heavens, radiating golden light, positioning itself between the two. Amitabha, I implore you, esteemed benefactors, to consider the humble monk's request for reconciliation, intoned a handsome young monk clad in white, who gracefully descended from the swirling black vortex above, settling upon the palm of the golden Buddha. Both Qin Tianjun and Fang Ping, along with the young man in splendid attire nearby, felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from this young monk. A streak of light separated from within Qin Tianjun, transforming into the likeness of Fang Ping. Fang Ping gazed in astonishment at the white-clad monk before him. Individuals of the Buddhist sect are renowned for their exceptionally high soul cultivation, often surpassing several major realms beyond their own. However, encountering a young monk whose soul power eclipsed even that of Fang Ping was a first for him. Chapter 137. The outcome another one? The figure in green was at a loss for words, bewildered by the arrival of two distinct groups into this space within mere minutes, both exuding an eerily formidable presence, akin to celestial might. As for Fang Ping, the figure in green had assumed that the strength emanating from him was merely a byproduct of Qin Tianjun's influence, never considering that Fang Ping could unleash such terrifying power. Humph! The young man in lavish attire cast a cold glance at the white-clad monk, snorting disdainfully as he quietly moved aside with He Lao, harboring considerable trepidation towards this young monk, not solely due to his formidable soul cultivation, but also owing to his identity. The white-robed monk, unfazed by the young man's indifferent demeanor, merely smiled gently in his direction. My friend, I shall not dwell on other matters. We must join forces now, for otherwise, neither you nor I shall survive against these two adversaries. Qin Tianjun coaxed, while Fang Ping felt a twinge of hesitation, for the pressure exerted by both the recent young monk and the lavishly dressed man was indeed overwhelming. Do you have any idea where they come from? Regarding the sudden emergence of the formidable expert, He Lao, who surpasses even the Saint Emperor level, Fang Ping is filled with profound curiosity. In the Daong realm, over the years, no expert of Saint Emperor caliber has ever appeared, not even one with the cultivation of a Saint Emperor's divine soul. Yet, out of the blue, an existence transcending the Saint Emperor has surfaced, and intriguingly, he is merely a servant to another. It is evident that he Lao holds the young man in splendid attire in high esteem, which further indicates that they are backed by an exceedingly formidable force. However, how could such a power remain concealed within the Daong realm without anyone noticing? Moreover, considering his previous mention of the lower realm's insignificant beings, it is not difficult to deduce that he hails from a world beyond the Daong realm. I do not know, Qin Tianjun replied succinctly. Fang Ping felt a surge of frustration. It was clear that Qin Tianjun was withholding the truth. He appeared astonished by Fang Ping's breakthrough to the Saint Emperor level, yet showed no sign of surprise regarding the sudden appearance of the young man in splendid attire. Claiming ignorance was hard to believe. Nevertheless, with Qin Tianjun unwilling to speak, Fang Ping found himself at a loss, as they needed to ally with Qin Tianjun to contend against their adversaries. Casting his gaze towards the towering figure standing in the sky, Fang Ping could not help but voice his concerns to Qin Tianjun. I must ask old Qin, do you think the words of this fellow bear any significance? He previously stated that fighting among ourselves is prohibited. Yet every time, we engage in combat for quite some time before he appears, and when he does, he imposes no punishment on those who have fought. It is rather perplexing. He merely proclaimed that fighting is forbidden, without mentioning any repercussions for those who engage in conflict. How is it even possible? Fang Ping could not suppress his exasperation. Clearly, this individual was not adhering to the expected norms. However, I believe if you do not comprehend this matter promptly, those two will soon reach a complete understanding. At that point, even if they do not take action, your fate will be sealed. Qin Tianjun gestured towards the young man in splendid attire and the young monk beside him. Turning to glance, Fang Ping then noticed that the runes before the two were coalescing at an astonishing pace, rapidly forming a multitude of rune stars, with their speed only escalating. How monstrous, Fang Ping thought. Unable to restrain himself from cursing, their comprehension speed was excessively rapid, making his own efforts seem like the crawl of a tortoise in comparison. How could one possibly contend against such a disparity? Fortunately, at this moment, Fang Ping had thoroughly grasped the runes concerning the ninefold dream divine flower. A colossal rune star radiated brilliant light before him, its luminosity so intense that it eclipsed all other rune stars' glimmers. Humph, mere ants, the young man in splendid attire scoffed as he cast a dismissive glance at Fang Ping. Conversely, the monk clad in white offered Fang Ping a warm smile, seemingly encouraging him to persevere. At that moment, an intense radiance erupted from within Fang Ping, a verdant light soaring from his dantian into the multitude of stars overhead. Boom. He felt a torrent of immense data rushing into his mind. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars. One after another. Rune stars manifested before Fang Ping, and in no time, 108 rune stars appeared entirely before him. Had he truly comprehended it so swiftly? Fang Ping gently rubbed his throbbing brow, grappling with the overwhelming influx of knowledge in his mind, feeling somewhat incredulous. He never anticipated that these 108 runic stars would be comprehended by him in such an extraordinary manner. No, this cannot merely be termed comprehension. It was akin to an enlightenment, a sudden influx of knowledge flooding into his consciousness. In an instant, the 108 stars whirled incessantly, ultimately coalescing into a shimmering golden rune that hovered within Fang Ping's dantian sea of qi. Chapter 138. Annihilation. At that moment, a towering figure in the sky stirred. A successor had emerged. Annihilation. As he spoke, an enormous hand, vast and overwhelming, descended from above, exuding an aura of unmatched might. The figure clad in azure garments shattered upon impact. Yet the white-robed monk and the elegantly dressed youth remained untouched, as if they were mere phantoms, imperceptible to the colossal hand that passed through them. The white-robed monk gazed at Fang Ping, revealing a mysterious smile, and softly uttered, "Fate allows our paths to cross once more." Immediately thereafter, Fang Ping felt the world spinning around him, and the scenery shifted once again. He exhaled deeply, surveying his surroundings, only to discover that he found himself amidst a dense forest. Had he been teleported here? His arrival had gone unnoticed, shrouded in silence. Not far off, a confrontation was underway. At the forefront stood an elderly man accompanied by 3 young individuals, facing off against a solitary young man clad in pristine white. Despite being outnumbered, the elder appeared exceedingly tense, his muscles coiled like a stalking leopard, poised for action. What was happening? Fang Ping's mind was in a daze. Li Shentong, what brings you here? Lin Tianlin's expression was evidently grim, indicating that this individual was not to be trifled with. Don't not be so anxious, Li Shentong said, producing a folding fan from seemingly nowhere, and with a flourish, he opened it with grace, smiling charmingly. His refined demeanor, elegant speech, and immaculate white attire, coupled with the fan, evoked admiration. What a handsome figure he was, how dashing, so stylish. The two young ladies accompanying the elder, Lin Jia and Lin Xiang, were momentarily entranced, their eyes fixated upon him. Li Shentong possessed an unusual charm that effortlessly captivated those who caught a glimpse of him. As for the other male companion, Lin Imo, he harbored a disdain for any man more handsome than himself. With a cold snort, Lin Tianlin's voice thundered like lightning in the ears of Lin Jia and Lin Xiang, jolting them back to reality, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What was happening to them today? They had encountered all manner of men before, yet why were they behaving so foolishly now? As this thought crossed their minds, their faces turned crimson, and they lowered their heads, embodying the demeanor of bashful maidens. I must say, Li Shentong, you are nearly 80 years old, yet you persist in masquerading as a youthful heartthrob, employing charm against mere juniors. Are you not the least bit ashamed? 80? Charm techniques. The mere utterance of these two phrases sent a ripple of shock through the gathering. Lin Jia and Lin Xiang displayed expressions of sudden realization on their faces. In a wonder they had appeared absent-minded. It turned out that Li Shentong had employed a bewitching technique, which caused them to look upon him with considerable disdain. Moreover, upon learning that he was already 80 years of age, any allure he possessed completely dissipated in their eyes. Good day, Grandpa Li, Lin Jia remarked with a blend of dissatisfaction and malice, executing a bow that was impeccable in both etiquette and eloquence. Yet the phrase good day, Grandpa Li was solely intended to provoke him. Lin Jia's greeting rendered Li Shentong's smile somewhat rigid. He was particularly sensitive about others joking about his age. Being addressed in such a manner made him feel quite uncomfortable. However, no matter how one looked at it, Li Shentong appeared to be in the bloom of youth at 20. Even the finest of appearances could not possibly make an 80-year-old resemble a 20-year-old. What on earth was happening? As if perceiving the confusion among the crowd, Lin Tianlin explained in a leisurely manner, do not underestimate him. He is a significant figure from the Li family of our Tianshan kingdom. Just a few months ago, he celebrated his 80th birthday. He was a renowned figure of my generation, having awakened his talent at the tender age of 46. His talent has evoked envy in many. Lin Tianlin's tone was laced with a hint of sarcasm, suggesting that this talent was a source of pain for Li Shentong. As expected, upon hearing Lin Tianlin's words, Li Shentong's expression darkened considerably. His grip on the folding fan tightened, and the knuckles of his fingers turned pale. Lin Tianlin, if you don't keep quiet, no one will mistake you for a mute. Li Shentong glared at Lin Tianlin, his voice tinged with malice. Feigning surprise, Lin Tianlin replied, did I say something incorrect? Your talent for maintaining youthful skin certainly garners admiration from many women. They would gladly wish for a talent like yours. Lin Tianlin's words infuriated Li Shentong, as his talent had long been a source of deep-seated insecurity. He had endured countless hardships to awaken his abilities in his 40s, believing it would propel him to great heights, only to discover that what he had awakened was an utterly useless auxiliary talent. No, it was not even auxiliary. It was downright worthless. Chapter 139. An unexpected encounter due to the matter of his talent. He had faced ridicule from outsiders, and even his standing within the family had plummeted. He had paid a hefty price to compensate for the resources the family had expended for his awakening. Now, Lin Tianlin's words undoubtedly struck a nerve, igniting Li Shentong's fury. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising anger, Li Shentong remarked, Lin Tianlin, it seems you have made considerable progress recently. How about we have a sparring session? Allow me, as your elder brother, to offer you some guidance. To his surprise, Lin Tianlin, known for his fiery temperament, chuckled and replied, I shall not spar with you. If you dare, come at me. Confronted with Lin Tianlin's unscrupulous behavior, Li Shentong found himself at a lost eye in this situation. He genuinely dared not resort to violence. Yet he was taken aback by Lin Tianlin's obstinacy. He had not anticipated that this single-minded individual had become so adept at ignoring provocation. Isn't it infuriating? Lin Tianlin laughed heartily, and then abruptly shifted his tone, inquiring, do you wish to vent your frustrations? I offer you an opportunity, but it hinges on your courage. What are you trying to convey? Furthermore, your laughter remains as grating as ever. Li Shentong replied with impatience. Do not be so hasty. Lin Tianlin chuckled like a wily fox. Let us engage in a wager. The stakes shall be the competition quota for this final trial. What do you say? Absolutely not. Li Shentong categorically rejected the proposition. Your Lin family possesses only one quota, while my Li family has two. Such a wager is grossly unfair to us. If it were 1 against 1, it might be worth considering. Who said our Lin family only has one quota? Lin Tianlin retorted with an air of composure. What do you mean by that? Lin Tianlin produced a golden token from his robes. The heavenly token. Upon seeing this token, Li Shentong's pupils constricted, and he could not help but exclaim. Indeed, this is an authentic elder token, signifying 2 competition quotas for the trial. Our Lin family has secured 3 quotas this time. I accept the wager. How shall we proceed? Li Shentong's eyes glinted with fervor as he fixated on the elder token in Lin Tianlin's grasp, yearning to snatch it immediately. Are you certain you won't add something extra? I am wagering 3 quotas against your 2. That in itself is imbalanced. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Tianlin scoffed. What do you wish me to add as a sweetener? Li Shentong ground his teeth in frustration. I heard you acquired a piece of celestial meteorite at the last auction. I shall concede a little. You may use that as the additional stake. Li Shentong hesitated momentarily. That celestial meteorite had cost him his entire fortune, intended for the crafting of a formidable weapon. The thought of using it as a wager stirred great reluctance within him. Will you wager or not? If not, then let it be, Lin Tianlin said with growing impatience. Weapons can be sought anew, but competition quotas are rare and coveted. The rewards of the tournament are tantalizing, and an additional quota would mean. Fine, I accept the wager. Li Shentong finally bit the bullet and agreed. What are the terms? Lin Tianlin grinned mischievously. I shall not take advantage of you. We will wager on how long those 4 can endure under your command. Are you certain? Are you not afraid I might eliminate them? Li Shentong's eyes gleamed coldly. You would not dare. Do not forget where we are. I have submitted their names for approval. Should anything happen to them, not only you but your entire Li family will face dire consequences. Lin Tianlin replied nonchalantly. We shall set the time limit to the duration of an incense stick. If you manage to defeat them all within that time frame, I shall concede and present you with the elder token. Humph, just wait for your inevitable defeat. It won't even take the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Li Shentong exuded confidence in his own abilities. The outcome of this contest, victory or defeat, remained uncertain. A cunning smile crept across Lin Tianlin's face as he gestured onward. His demeanor suggested a readiness to unleash a hound upon the unsuspecting. Lin Jia and his companions did not rush to attack. Instead, they positioned themselves defensively, adopting stances of protection. Humph! Li Shentong sneered, waving his folding fan, conjuring a fierce whirlwind that engulfed Lin Jia, his companions, and Fang Ping alike. It was only then that Lin Tianlin noticed a young man of modest stature had mysteriously appeared beside him. Wait! Lin Tianlin hastily attempted to call a halt, but Li Shentong's movements showed no sign of slowing. Instead, he scoffed, too late. Chapter 140. The wager. As the tempest approached, Lin Jia and his companions thrust their hands forward in unison, summoning a tricolored barrier that trembled under the force of the gale but ultimately steadied itself. Meanwhile, Fang Ping took a single step forward, astonishingly dispersing the whirlwind without even retrieving his hands from his pockets. Li Shentong's attention was instantly captured by Fang Ping. Surely, you must be the cunning rascal Lin Tianlin who wagered against me. I never anticipated the Lin family would produce such a prodigy, but alas, it is still insufficient. Ignoring the other 3 entirely, Li Shentong transformed into a streak of white lightning and instantly appeared before Fang Ping. Fang Ping, at a loss for words, pondered whether this could be deemed an unforeseen calamity. Li Shentong raised his left hand high, clenched into a fist, radiating a deep crimson glow as it struck Fang Ping's chest. No, this sensation was not that of ribs. A surprisingly soft touch emanated from the impact. Leaving Li Shentong astounded, he realized that Fang Ping had somehow placed a hand against his chest, intercepting the blow with ease. Such astonishing speed! Li Shentong marveled at Fang Ping's remarkable reflexes, yet his assault did not wane. He transformed his fist into a claw, aiming directly for Fang Ping's throat. Fang Ping formed his right hand into a palm, positioning it perfectly to wedged between Li Shentong's fingers, thwarting his advance. Li Shentong's assault came to an abrupt halt, his claw meeting an unyielding force akin to a solid iron block, sending shockwaves of pain through his fingers. Even against iron, Li Shentong believed he could crush it with a single strike. Yet against Fang Ping's hand, he could inflict no harm whatsoever. Had this young man truly honed his palms to be harder than iron? Li Shentong was not overly surprised. Martial arts are as numerous as stars in the sky. There exist disciplines dedicated solely to hand techniques, reputed to reach such heights that one could make their palms as resilient as iron plates. Unexpectedly attacked, Fang Ping felt an uncontainable rage ignite within him. Just because the tiger refrains from roaring, do you take me for a sickly cat? In a flash, Fang Ping retreated several steps, launching a left-handed jab and a right-handed punch aimed squarely at Li Shintong's face. A look of disdain crossed Li Shintong's features as he thought, this boy may have quick reflexes and decent hand skills, but ultimately, he is still too young, lacking in combat experience. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Ping had just emerged from that space, and the power of the spirit realm dissipated entirely. He had reverted to the level of the out-of-body realm, with his spirit and body yet to fully harmonize. As he swayed, he evaded Fang Ping's assault, advancing decisively to deliver a knee strike to Fang Ping's abdomen. The abdomen is notoriously one of the most vulnerable areas of the human body, and few are willing to invest considerable time in hardening it to the toughness of iron. Thus, within the myriad martial arts techniques, there are numerous methods aimed at targeting the abdomen. However, this time, Li Shintong miscalculated. His knee struck what felt like a diamond, the immense recoil causing him excruciating pain. Utilizing this very rebound, Li Shintong leapt backward, escaping Fang Ping's range of attack, allowing Fang Ping's punch to land on empty air. How could there truly be such an anomaly? Someone who has made their abdomen so impenetrable? Is he simply idle? Li Shintong mused in frustration. Little did he know, after the transformation of qi and blood into a dragon, the enhancement to the body is comprehensive. No matter which part of him is targeted, even that fragile layer of eyelid, one would discover the strength is uniformly formidable. Moreover, Fang Ping's physical prowess and vitality had long surpassed that of an ordinary human, making Li Shintong's failure to perceive this quite reasonable. An intriguing young challenger, your proficiency in external training is commendable. At your age, such accomplishments warrant a measure of pride. At the venerable age of 80, to possess such vigor is indeed something to take pride in. Fang Ping, harboring a tempest of frustration, retaliated without reservation. The anger that had just been suppressed within Li Shintong surged forth once more as he sneered. Youngster, do not let a modicum of success lead you to underestimate others. I have slain many experts like you who have mastered external martial arts to great heights. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Li Shintong was not mistaken. There are indeed ways to contend with a physical defense as developed as Fang Ping's. Stepping forward with a gliding motion, Li Shintong concealed his right hand, and unlike the previous display of overwhelming force, this time his assault, though swift, appeared soft and feeble. Are you growing feeble with age? Although he was uncertain of the circumstances, Fang Ping seized every opportunity to verbally undermine his opponent. I hope you can still laugh afterward. No sooner had Li Shintong's words fallen than his concealed energy surged forth, and Fang Ping was struck as if by a heavy blow, hurtling backward to crash into several trees before finally coming to a halt. What just transpired? Why was he unharmed by the earlier ferocious attack? Yet this seemingly lackluster one sent him flying. Lin Jia and the others looked on, perplexed, as Fang Ping was flung away. They were ignorant of why Fang Ping, who had seemed to hold the upper hand moments ago, had suddenly been sent reeling. Indeed, upon witnessing Fang Ping's flight, a knowing expression spread across Li Shintong's face. Regardless of how formidable one's external martial prowess may be, it cannot fortify the internal organs. They remain as vulnerable as ever. Just a few strikes employing an energy akin to striking a cow across a mountain through the body's exterior, and he would naturally be no match. Cough, cough. Fang Ping knelt partially on the ground, coughing as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. After enduring a relentless barrage of attacks, he finally regained his composure, his mind and body finally in sync. Following a brief exchange, he discerned that his opponent was merely at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, a level only one major realm above his own. With the fusion of spirit and flesh, he had already attained the cultivation level of an out-of-body state, rendering him dismissive of his adversary. Seeing Fang Ping rise slowly instead of collapsing, Li Shintong was taken aback. Although he had feared that his previous strike would fatally wound Fang Ping, he had only exerted 70% of his strength. Such force was sufficient to pierce a tree wide enough for a person to embrace. Yet, this young man appeared to have sustained only minor injuries. Was it possible that his internal organs were forged of iron? Whether Fang Ping's insides were indeed made of iron was unknown to Li, but he was acutely aware of his own injuries and growing anger. Had his organs not been reinforced, such a blow might have rendered him bedridden for years. Their first encounter, initiated by a mere wager, had escalated to such violence, which was truly infuriating. Moreover, for a young warrior with boundless potential, a few years could spell his ruin, a sentiment that warranted vengeance. Li Shentong shrugged. If one blow was insufficient, he would simply deliver several more. Time was of the essence, as a tenth of an incense stick's duration had already elapsed. It seemed he had grown complacent while dealing with these youths. As Li Shentong approached, Fang Ping understood that he had no means to withstand further covert assaults. Enduring more would be beyond even his fortified organs. Though filled with rage, he was not devoid of reason. Thus, the only viable strategy was to prevent his opponent from closing the distance. Firmly resolved, Fang Ping retrieved a long sword from his storage ring. He possessed no knightly code that demanded he fight unarmed simply because his foe lacked a weapon. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, thrusting the sword towards Li Shentong's throat. What a swift blade! Years of combat experience allowed Li Shentong to react in an instant, attempting to evade, but it was too late. Fang Ping's sword was too fast in the blink of an eye. It pierced through his throat in disbelief. Li Shentong clutched his neck, utterly astonished that he had fallen to a child. The moment the sword penetrated his throat, the sole thought that flashed through Fang Ping's mind was, "I have killed." However, the subsequent events surpassed Fang Ping's wildest imagination. With a look of anguish, Li Shentong kicked Fang Ping away, causing the sword to dislodge and spray a mist of blood. Despite the excruciating pain, Li Shentong trembled as he mumbled an arcane and obscure incantation. A miraculous phenomenon occurred. The wound in his throat, pierced by the blade, began to heal at a visible rate, with fresh, tender flesh sprouting from the still bleeding gash, soon sealing the injury and halting the flow of blood. This was Li Shentong's innate talent. The vitality of his physique. The bizarre transformation of Li Shentong caused the countenance of everyone present to dramatically shift. Astonishingly, the blood from his pierced throat ceased flowing within mere seconds, and it returned to its original state. What extraordinary ability is this? Lin Tianlin, revealing a look of astonishment, remarked, "Is it cellular vitality? It turns out your abilities are not as futile as they were purported to be. So this is the true meaning of cellular vitality." Chapter 142. The enigmatic power. Even if your head were severed, given a little time, you could revert to your former self. Such a terrifying gift, and you have concealed it for so many years. Li Shentong released his grip from his throat, which now appeared pristine, devoid of any signs of injury. Not even a scar remained. I initially intended to keep this hidden, but what significance does a secret hold if one is dead? I simply did not anticipate that I would fall at the hands of a mere youth. I was indeed too careless. Li Shentong's tone was calm, yet it exuded an icy chill that permeated from head to toe. This is bad. Li Shentong harbors murderous intent? Lin Tianlin's heart tightened immediately. As for secrets, naturally, the fewer who are aware, the better. Wouldn't you agree? Li Shentong spoke leisurely. Li Shentong, do not act recklessly. We are less than 3,000 meters from the site of the final trial. Everything you do will be under the watchful eye of the esteemed one. Lin Tianlin warned sternly. Then, softening his tone, he added, however, rest assured, we have no interest in your talent and will not speak of it to others. The thought that Li Shentong had concealed his gift for a full 40 years filled Lin Tianlin with an inexplicable sense of dread. What kind of fortitude must one possess to endure the scorn and mockery of others for such an extended period? And what ambitions lie hidden beneath? As he pondered this, Lin Tianlin felt as though he had never truly understood this old adversary and friend over the decades. That being said, isn't death the best guardian of secrets? The serene smile that once adorned Li Shentong's face had vanished, replaced by a frenzied expression tinged with a thirst for blood. Li Shentong, have you lost your mind? If you strike here, within mere moments, the enforcement team will arrive, and you will have no means of escape. Moreover, with your current prowess, you may not even be our match, Lin Tianlin said, his voice a facade of bravado masking his inner trepidation. He was indeed apprehensive. Based on Li Shentong's previously displayed strength, he and Fang Ping's combined efforts would not suffice. However, since Li Shentong had concealed his abilities for 40 years, it was conceivable he might also be concealing his strength. Yet, given their location beneath the Jianfu Temple, Lin Tianlin believed Li Shentong would refrain from rash actions, confident in the deterrent power of the esteemed one. Nonetheless, for reasons unknown, a sense of unease crept into Lin Tianlin's heart. As if foreboding ill fortune, Li Shentong grinned menacingly. Indeed, within a 3,000-meter radius of the venue, bloodshed is strictly prohibited, a hard and fast rule. But look at what lies beneath your feet. Lin Tianlin felt a chill run through him as he listened, and he immediately lowered his gaze to the ground beneath his feet. Unbeknownst to him and his companions, during the earlier confrontation between Fang Ping and Li Shentong, they had inadvertently stepped out of the forest and onto the open plain. According to prior regulations, The arena was designated as a no-kill zone within a radius of 3,000 meters, and this forest was precisely on the edge of that forbidden area. Thus, they now found themselves outside the confines of the no-kill zone. Li Shentong's sinister voice echoed ominously in their ears, and simultaneously, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, far exceeding his usual demeanor. Lin Tianlin noticed that his forehead was unexpectedly beaded with sweat, and he finally understood the source of his earlier unease, instinctively scanning his surroundings. Damn, this was a vast, unobstructed plain, devoid of any cover, leaving no means to hide, and the only path to safety lay within the forest behind Li Shentong, if they could reach it. Li Shentong would undoubtedly refrain from attacking them. However, this meant they would have to confront him head-on, which posed no issue for Lin Tianlin alone, but what about Lin Jia and the others? A wave of indecision washed over him. Chapter 143. Not bother thinking. This place is remote and seldom traversed, so you will receive no reinforcements. Soon, after I eliminate you, I shall merely disguise the scene as an attack by ferocious beasts. At that moment, within the towering Xintian Tower in Tiandu City, the final trial was underway. The Venerable One, adorned in a plain white robe, appeared unassuming. He sat cross-legged, facing a youthful boy with rosy lips and white teeth. The Venerable One gestured for the boy to take a seat, and without hesitation, the boy boldly sat down before him. Neither spoke a word as they sat facing each other, the boy inspecting the decorations within the tower with a notably unrefined demeanor. After a considerable time, the boy abruptly stood and declared, "I must take my leave." The Venerable One smiled and replied, "Why not have a cup of tea before you go?" As he spoke, a teapot and 2 cups appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The shimmering golden liquid flowed from the spout of the teapot, slowly filling the cup before the boy, enveloping the room in a refreshing fragrance. An odd scene unfolded. Although the cup was not large, it could not be filled, and the water in the teapot seemed inexhaustible, as it continued to pour endlessly. Gazing at the teacup before him, the boy's youthful face betrayed a grave expression as he remarked, "This cup of tea, I fear, may not be to my liking." As soon as the boy's words fell, the flow from the teapot ceased, and unbeknownst to him, the cup had become full, the clear tea swirling enticingly within. "Please," the Venerable One offered without addressing the boy's concern, instead making a gesture of invitation. Staring at the cup, the boy remained solemn and unmoving for a long while, until finally, a carefree smile broke across his face. "Well, it matters not. I am not one to shy away from a multitude of pests. I shall drink your cup of tea." As the young man in white took the teacup and drained it in one gulp, he subsequently vanished upon the meditation mat. Gazing at the still steaming empty cup before him, the venerable figure revealed a smile of contentment, murmuring to himself, "In this manner, I can depart in peace." Meanwhile, at Fang Ping's side, observing Li Shentong's demeanor, he realized he had no choice but to take a daring leap. To his astonishment, Lin Tianlin's weapon was none other than a chessboard. With a tremor of the board in his grasp, countless black and white pieces transformed into streaks of light, hurtling toward Li Shentong. Li Shentong let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "Lin Tianlin, after all these years, you have made not a bit of progress." With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, a tempest erupted from his cuffs, shredding the oncoming chess pieces into mere dust. Before Li Shentong could revel in his triumph for even a few moments, Fang Ping had already closed the distance, his sword slicing through the air, leaving a foot-long gash across Li Shentong's chest, blood gushing forth. Li Shentong, stung by Fang Ping's strike, grimaced. His left hand shot out towards Fang Ping while his right hand traced the wound on his chest, the torrent of blood miraculously halting as the injury healed instantaneously, revealing smooth skin. Fang Ping swiftly adjusted the hilt of his sword, channeling his inner energy. The azure blade stood defiantly before Li Shentong's impending strike. When Li Shentong's palm collided with the luminous sword, it emitted a sizzling sound akin to meat on a grill. The center of his palm charred, wisps of black smoke rising. Fang Ping was sent hurtling back by the force of the blow. Although the impact through the glowing sword was significantly diminished, he still felt his internal energy surging violently, his complexion flushing with an unusual crimson. In a battle of such magnitude, Lin Jia and the others found themselves utterly outmatched. They understood that even if they intervened, they would only hinder Lin Tianlin, potentially forcing him to divert his attention to protect them, a scenario far from beneficial. They could only watch anxiously from the sidelines, wishing they possessed the strength of that individual to aid their grandfather. Lin Jia cast an envious glance at Fang Ping, who fought alongside Lin Tianlin. What fools these individuals are. Fang Ping turned to find Lin Jia and the others standing not far away. spectating, and he couldn't help but feel exasperated. Were they genuinely this foolish? How could they not seize the opportunity to escape, remaining behind instead? Truly a band of incompetent allies. Did they not realize that even if we cannot win, we could still flee without them? In the brief span of time, Li Shentong's injuries had fully mended, and he appeared as if untouched, retaliating with a backhand that sent Lin Tianlin, who had been entangled beside him, flying, blood scattering through the air. "You've entered the spirit-severing realm," Lin Tianlin exclaimed in horror, rising from the ground and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Undoubtedly, the power Li Shentong had just unleashed far exceeded that of the nascent soul realm, having reached the level of the spirit-severing realm. "Indeed, I attained the spirit-severing realm 7 years ago," Li Shentong replied with a sense of triumph, as if certain of their doom. In contrast to Lin Tianlin's ashen expression, Fang Ping remained largely unfazed. Chapter 144. Despair. With a flash of his luminous sword, Fang Ping inflicted yet another wound upon Li Shentong, but as was customary, the injury healed before long. Fang Ping's actions incensed Li Shentong, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. The swordsmanship of this young man is unfathomable. Even a formidable master like him, at the pinnacle of the spirit division, cannot discern its intricacies, let alone evade its strikes. Were it not for his extraordinary talent, it is likely he would not stand a chance against Fang Ping. A glimmer of jealousy flickered in Li Shentong's eyes. After years of arduous training, he found himself outmatched by a mere youth. Should this news spread, it would surely evoke laughter from many deities. Such a tender age, possessing such prowess, I must concede, you truly are a prodigy. Although Li Shentong appeared to commend Fang Ping, a sudden shift in his tone revealed his darker intentions. However, a genius, before reaching maturity, is merely a being of potential and talent. Are you aware of how many prodigies have perished before their true growth? Fang Ping's response was a flash of brilliant sword light. The wounds inflicted by the sword quickly healed, and recognizing the futility of evasion, Li Shentong resolved to stand his ground, aware that he could not sustain any significant damage. With a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike that sent Fang Ping crashing to the ground. Nevertheless, Fang Ping quickly regained his footing, exchanging a knowing glance with Lin Tianlin, and they simultaneously launched their assault from opposite sides. Two shadows clad in black and one in white intertwined like lightning, the air resonating with explosive sounds as the ground bore the marks of their fierce confrontation, riddled with craters and swirling dust. A testament to the intensity of their battle, with a resounding impact, the three swiftly disengaged and retreated. Fang Ping, with disheveled hair and blood trickling from his lips, knelt on one knee, his sword plunged into the earth, gasping for breath. Lin Tianlin stood resolute, though his black attire now resembled that of a beggar, a vivid red handprint emblazoned across his chest. In stark contrast, Li Shentong appeared far more wretched. His moon-white robe had been reduced to tattered rags, and his face and body were marred by a myriad of sword marks, resembling the tiny mouths of infants, oozing blood. Most alarming was the gaping wound in his chest, a result of Fang Ping's strike, from which blood flowed freely. His right cheek was swollen, displaying a crisscross pattern that was evidently inflicted by Lin Tianlin's chessboard. Yet, both Lin Tianlin and Fang Ping understood that these injuries were mere superficial wounds for Li Shentong. With his formidable talent, he would recover in no time. In contrast, the injuries sustained by Fang Ping and himself would significantly impair their combat effectiveness, necessitating a prolonged period of recuperation. Thus, in this exchange, their strengths and weaknesses would inevitably shift, leading to their eventual defeat. This thought ignited a sense of urgency within Lin Tianlin. Cursed be this situation. How could this be? I have struck every conceivable part of him, and his recovery remains consistent. There must be a flaw in his talent. How could such invincibility exist? Surely, there is something I have overlooked. What could it be? Fang Ping's mind raced, recalling the teachings from the white-robed youth, that all things in the world exist in a cycle of mutual dependence and conflict. The notion of invincibility is an impossibility. Even the omniscient and omnipotent heavenly Tao must possess areas of chaos that correspond to it, does it not? Hence, this innate ability of his must harbor some flaw. Could it be the frequency? Yet, I have inflicted upon him countless wounds, and he has recovered each time, so the frequency cannot be the issue. As Fang Ping pondered this, Li Shentong closed his eyes, and the wounds upon his body began to heal rapidly, with the gaping hole in his chest being sealed by newly formed flesh. Wait! Suddenly, Fang Ping seemed to uncover something. He noticed that it was only now that Li Shentong commenced the healing of his injuries. But why did he not do so during the battle? Upon reflection, Fang Ping realized that Li Shentong seemed to utilize his innate ability to mend his wounds only after the fight concluded. Could it be that his talent cannot be employed in the midst of combat? To validate his hypothesis, disregarding his own injuries, Fang Ping drew his sword and unleashed a glint of cold light that sliced through the air. Aiming for Li Shentong's throat, Li Shentong's blood gushed forth once more. Yet a triumphant gleam shone in his eyes. This is bad. It's a trap. Chapter 145. Contemplation. By the time Fang Ping comprehended the situation, it was already too late. Clear wind, bright moon. Li Shentong let out a long howl, gathering momentum for a punch that struck Fang Ping's chest like a radiant crescent moon. Crack, crack. Fang Ping distinctly heard the sound of his ribs shattering. So this is what it sounds like when human bones break. Remarkably, he still had the presence of mind to ruminate, but this line of thought was soon interrupted. Pain, excruciating pain. While others might use the phrase torn heart and lungs merely as an expression, for Fang Ping, it was a genuine reality. Several fractured ribs had pierced his lungs and simultaneously torn the muscle surrounding his heart, allowing him to truly experience what it meant to have his heart wrenched in agony. Li Shentong, who had severely injured Fang Ping with a single punch, lamented, "I deliberately exposed such a flaw to lure you two into my trap. However, I did not anticipate that you, Lin Tianlin, old fellow, would be so oblivious, failing to grasp this point at all. You have truly disappointed me. Now, only you remain. Lin Tianlin, if you surrender now, I can grant you a complete corpse," Li Shentong declared with assured confidence. Lin Tianlin's eyes reflected a sense of unwillingness, yet he was powerless to change his fate. One-on-one confrontation. He was undoubtedly no match for the spirit division. Li Shentong, cough, cough. It seems somewhat premature for you to utter such words. He managed to rasp. "You're unharmed?" Lin Tianlin exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the slowly rising Fang Ping. "Impossible," Li Shentong uttered in disbelief. "After enduring my clear wind, bright moon, even if you were made of iron, you should not have emerged unscathed." Why? Observing Li Shentong's evident descent into madness, Fang Ping sneered, "Why would I divulge my secrets to you? Are you foolish? Moreover, do you think I came unprepared? Your bait was so obvious that I couldn't possibly miss it. And as for the flaw in your innate ability, I have already identified it." "What?" Fang Ping's words struck like a bolt from the blue, utterly shocking Lin Tianlin and Li Shentong. Immediately, Li Shentong retorted with a laugh. "Impossible. My talent is utterly flawless. I am immortal." "Oh, is that so? Then pray tell, why is it that, aside from the injury at your heart, no other wounds have healed in a similar manner?" Fang Ping interjected. "That is because you wish to conserve energy, am I right?" He continued. "From the very beginning, your injuries could heal in less than a second. Then it took a full second. Although the difference is minuscule, it clearly indicates a decline in your regenerative capacity. Hence, your body activation talent must consume a certain type of energy. Coupled with the fact that you have only tended to your critical injuries while disregarding the minor ones, it appears you are merely trying to economize on that energy, correct?" Fang Ping asserted confidently. At Fang Ping's remarks, Li Shentong's countenance darkened, but it quickly returned to normal. "I must admit, your observations are astute and largely accurate. It is indeed rare to encounter a young individual of your caliber," Li Shentong praised. "However, what of it? In the recent battle, I expended merely 20% of my restorative energy. Meanwhile, you should be devoid of combat capability now. Shouldn't you? No need for pretense. My previous strike shattered your sternum. Although I am uncertain of the means by which you have stabilized your injuries, your unsteady footing and the subtle tremor in your voice betray the severity of your wounds. Can you still wield your sword?" He guffawed, his laughter resounding with arrogance. Just then, a brilliant sword light cleaved the heavens, silencing Li Shentong's mirth. It is said that the human response to pain is rather sluggish. Oftentimes, individuals sustain injuries from sharp implements, yet only realize it after a considerable delay. Li Shentong observed that the sky today was remarkably blue, devoid of clouds. How long had it been since he had witnessed such a sight? Yet, how exactly was he perceiving the sky? Doubt began to stir within him, although his thoughts seemed to lag considerably, taking a long while to coalesce. That body looked familiar, but why did it lack a head? How peculiar. After some time, it dawned on him with startling clarity. Was that not his own body? Chapter 146. Instant kill. Li Shentong's head tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times, his eyes wide with disbelief, staring blankly at his own body, unable to close his eyes in death. Had he truly perished just like that? Lin Tianlin gazed in astonishment at the lifeless form of Li Shentong before him, the individual who had posed such a formidable challenge to both him and Fang Ping. now felled by a single stroke from this unexpected assailant. That strike was like the Milky Way cascading downwards. Li Shentong had no capacity for resistance, his head severed in an instant. The portion of his flesh cleaved by the sword was entirely devoid of vitality, obliterated without a flicker of regeneration. That single strike had severed the thread of his life. Seeing Li Shentong finally fall, Fang Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him as he sank to the ground, exhaustion overtaking him. Just moments ago, Li Shentong remarked accurately that divine power can only suppress one's injuries without offering any healing effects. It was merely a display of sheer will on his part. Lin Tianlin regarded the man clad in white before him with caution, uncertain whether he was friend or foe. This figure in white was none other than Qin Tianjun. Initially, Fang Ping had some contingency plans, intending to eliminate Li Shentong despite sustaining injuries himself. However, to his astonishment, the Qin Tianjun within him had spoken up, actively requesting to lend a hand. Indeed, upon emerging from that mysterious space, Qin Tianjun had followed suit, clinging to him like an adhesive plaster. Considering that the two had managed to collaborate successfully once before, Fang Ping temporarily sought to expel him from his body. Ignoring the wary Lin Tianlin beside him, Qin Tianjun's figure flickered and seamlessly integrated into Fang Ping's being. This development caused Lin Tianlin to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the young man's abilities were merely remnants of a familial legacy, perhaps an ancestral imprint. He settled cross-legged to recuperate, having sustained considerable injuries in the recent battle. Simultaneously, he marveled at the formidable influence of this young man's family, possessing such powerful contingencies, likely the means of a sage. The figure that had just appeared resembled a sword unsheathed, radiating brilliance. Even a mere glance could elicit the sensation of subtle sword energies piercing towards one's eyes. Regrettably, it seemed that within the Yi family, Fang Ping was perhaps the sole capable fighter. Lin Tianlin lacked anyone specifically assigned to tend to his wounds. After a brief period of recuperation, he stood up. Confirming that his injuries would not impede his movements, "I sincerely thank you, young brother, and I also express my profound apologies for inadvertently involving you in this calamity. On behalf of the Lin family, I extend my apologies to you." Lin Tianlin harbored intentions of befriending Fang Ping, recognizing that having a sage's imprint specifically protecting him would undoubtedly bolster his standing within the family. This was perhaps one of Lin Tianlin's most astute deductions. Fang Ping indeed held a significant position within his clan, though perhaps not in the manner he had imagined. "And no matter, I am not troubled by it, and besides, it was not your intention." Fang Ping waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he would not take it to heart. As he spoke, Fang Ping's vital energy surged within him, erupting into a vast force of vitality, accompanied by the sound of cracking as his body revitalized. In no time, all the injuries inflicted by Li Shentong had completely healed, prompting admiration from those around him. "However, I'm rather curious about the trial you are participating in. Where are you headed?" "The final trial of the Longyuan secret realm. Are you not aware?" Lin Tianlin gazed at Fang Ping in astonishment, perplexed by his ignorance of this matter. This revelation deepened Lin Tianlin's curiosity about Fang Ping. Driven by this intrigue, Fang Ping decided to accompany them to partake in the ultimate trial. Naturally, Lin Tianlin readily agreed, for as the saying goes, it is better to add flowers to the brocade than to provide charcoal in the snow. An opportunity to befriend Fang Ping was too enticing to resist. "What shall we do with the corpse?" Fang Ping turned to Lin Tianlin and inquired. Lin Tianlin glanced at the dismembered body of Li Shentong and remarked, "Let us leave him here. When the Li family arrives, they will naturally come to collect the remains." The audacity of Lin Tianlin's words left Fang Ping utterly astonished. With a sense of resignation, Lin Tianlin continued, "We have no choice. The influence of the Li family is considerable. If we attempt to conceal the body and it is discovered, the Li family will undoubtedly shift their ire onto us, suspecting our involvement in Li Shentong's demise. Although he held merely a minor elder position within the family, the Li family's arrogant disposition guarantees they would not let this matter rest easily. It is best that we refrain from disturbing anything on his person and depart quietly." "But wasn't it you who killed him, grandfather?" Linimo hesitated before inquiring, confusion evident in her voice. Slap! Lin Tianlin raised his hand and struck Linimo on the back of her head, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Can you not see? This fellow has only this single sword wound. It is clear he met his end by a single stroke. Look at the wound. The residual sword energy remains." Chapter 147. Beginning of Nonsense. This must be the work of a swordsman who has honed his skills for decades. "Do we have anyone among us capable of such prowess?" Linimo, feeling aggrieved, covered her head and sighed, realizing that if she still could not grasp her grandfather's intentions, she would indeed be quite foolish. Fong Ping observed Lin Tianlin's serious yet ludicrous assertions, reflecting inwardly that the old truly are the wheeliest. In matters of shamelessness, he found himself somewhat outmatched. Without further ado, Fong Ping and the others took Lin Jia and the others up the mountain. Only upon entering the vicinity of Tiandu City did Lin Tianlin feel a slight sense of relief. It was only here that they could truly feel secure, for no one dared to act recklessly under the watchful gaze of the esteemed. This was also the reason Lin Tianlin, despite his injuries, insisted on setting out. Throughout the journey, Lin Jia and the others grew noticeably quieter, occasionally casting complex glances at Fong Ping. The group climbed for approximately 20 minutes before catching a glimpse of Tiandu City in the distance, appearing merely as a small black dot, unremarkable at first glance. The number of people on the road began to increase, with clusters of individuals led by family elders, all bringing younger generations to participate in the final trial. Tiandu City was a settlement within the Longyuan secret realm, seemingly emerging simultaneously with it. Many individuals resided within this secret realm, known as its indigenous inhabitants. Unless a tremendous opportunity arose, one could not leave the Longyuan secret realm before reaching the divine transformation stage. Upon entering Tiandu City and walking for another 5 minutes, they halted at a structure resembling a pavilion. A large pavilion had been established within the city specifically to accommodate the participants of this talent battle. Along the way, Lin Tianlin encountered numerous individuals from other families, who, in stark contrast to the earlier Li Shentong, displayed a refined demeanor, their every gesture exuding a sense of cultivated grace. The other families expressed astonishment at Lin Tianlin's decision to bring so many juniors. As with the Lin family's strength, they were entitled to only a single quota. Did he not fear the esteemed would take issue with such a large entourage? At this moment, Lin Tianlin would often proudly display his revered token, signifying that the Lin family had secured more than one slot this year. Anyone who laid eyes on this token could not help but reveal a gaze filled with envy. Many among them resolved in their hearts to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Lin family upon their return. Lin Tianlin was utterly elated, striding with an air of confidence. However, the Lin family's ascendancy was not a cause for celebration for everyone. He, the fourth elder of the Li family, was leading their delegation this time. With a grim expression, Li He turned to Li Xiang beside him and inquired, "Has Li Shentong not yet arrived?" "Indeed, I have attempted to contact him, but he has not responded, I fear. That scoundrel. How dare he vanish without a word at such a crucial time? To this day, we have neither seen him alive nor dead. Since the celestial battle does not commence until tomorrow, should I send a few individuals to locate him?" Li Xiang suggested. "There's no need for that." Li He firmly rejected. Rather than waste time searching for him, it would be more prudent to dispatch a few to investigate how the Lin family has entangled themselves with the revered. Understood. Li Xiang nodded in compliance and promptly made the necessary arrangements. As Lin Tianlin basked in the compliments of the crowd, a young servant clad in a gray short outfit approached him. Given the revered token in Lin Tianlin's hand, all eyes were drawn to him. Much to everyone's astonishment, the servant walked past Lin Tianlin, and with both hands clasped together in a gesture of respect, addressed Fong Ping standing nearby. "Might I inquire if you are Fong Ping?" "Yes, that is I. Why master request your presence?" "Please, follow me," the servant said respectfully to Fong Ping. The previously bustling scene fell silent, to the extent that one could hear a pin dropped, a summons from the revered. What is the identity of this young man? Chapter 148. A summons. Despite the myriad questions swirling in their minds, the onlookers dared not voice any inquiries at that moment, merely watching as Fong Ping followed the servant up the stairs, ultimately vanishing from sight. The crowd erupted in a flurry of speculation. Many who had stood close to Fong Ping moments ago lamented, pounding their heads in regret for not engaging him in conversation. It was not merely about leaving a good impression. At the very least, they could have familiarized themselves with his presence. Numerous individuals cursed Lin Tianlin in their minds, realizing that since he had accompanied this young man, he must have known his identity, perhaps even that the revered token Lin Tianlin possessed had been bestowed upon him by Fong Ping. Yet, this fellow had chosen to remain silent, failing to introduce him to those around, leading everyone to mistakenly assume he was merely a junior member of the Lin family, thereby missing out on a fortuitous opportunity. Contemplating this, many glared at Lin Tianlin with barely concealed animosity. As the saying goes, it is not the scarcity of resources that causes distress, but rather the inequity in distribution. Lin Tianlin's selfishness was indeed deeply resented. Observing his grandfather, who was reveling in his own delight and humming a tune, Lin Jia felt a headache coming on and thought to remind him, "Grandfather, your demeanor may attract trouble." The servant guided Fong Ping to the foot of the stairs and respectfully stated, "You may ascend from here to meet the revered." Will you not accompany me? Fang Ping inquired with curiosity. The esteemed one specifically instructed that today, besides yourself, no one else is permitted to ascend. Upon finishing this statement, the attendant departed. What does it mean that no one else can go up besides me? Confusion clouded Fang Ping's mind as he ascended the stairs, burdened with questions. Before long, he arrived at the attic. Contrary to his expectations, given the esteemed one's immense reputation and formidable strength, he anticipated a resplendent environment. However, the entrance appeared rather dilapidated, with paint peeling in numerous places, revealing the underlying wood, a clear indication of prolonged neglect. Upon reaching the upper floor, Fang Ping was further astounded. The simple redwood door, with its bronze handle weathered by time, exuded an air of antiquity. The relief carvings before the door, though worn, were remarkably clean, suggesting they had been diligently maintained. Inside, the esteemed one sat clad in a plain white robe, accompanied by a fair-skinned youth with red lips and white teeth. From the esteemed one, Fang Ping felt no sense of oppression, as if he were an ordinary person. Most terrifyingly, even when Fang Ping used his spiritual essence to observe, the esteemed one appeared as an ordinary individual. What does this signify? It indicates that the esteemed one's spiritual essence is, at the very least, at the level of a holy emperor. The youth seated beside the esteemed one seemed slightly inferior, a faint aura of energy escaping him. Yet, it was this mere hint of energy that made Fang Ping feel as if he were gazing upon an ancient ferocious beast, roaring at him. You have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time, the esteemed one remarked with a smile. Awaited me? Why would you wait for me? Fang Ping silently heightened his vigilance, reminding himself of Qin Tianjun within him, prepared to act at any moment. There are matters I cannot disclose to you at this moment. In due time, when your strength has grown, you shall understand. Securing a top position in this trial will be greatly beneficial to you, and it appears that certain individuals have already taken notice of what you possess. Reflect deeply on this, and when you have comprehended it, come to the Tiandu Tower to find me with that. The esteemed one gently flicked his finger, and Fang Ping felt the scenery around him blur. He had inexplicably returned to the lower floor. Astonishment filled Fang Ping's gaze. The power of this esteemed one is utterly terrifying. I did not perceive even a hint of energy fluctuation before being moved away. The other's strength likely surpasses that of Elder He. Not long after Fang Ping's departure, the fair-skinned youth turned to the esteemed one and remarked, "Is he truly the chosen one in this lifetime? He seems rather unremarkable. This is precisely why you can only be a prisoner while I am the warden." The esteemed one replied, "I in such a desolate world. What difference is there between you as a warden and me as a prisoner?" As they spoke, a colossal will suddenly descended from the heavens, akin to divine authority in the depths of his being. The fair-skinned youth seemed to hear a Buddhist chant resonating in his ears, stirring within him an impulse to seek refuge. A resplendent statue of Buddha, radiating an overwhelming celestial majesty, descended from the heavens. Old bald donkey, even if you were to visit in person, you would merely be my equal. If you wish for me to take refuge, your mere projection of a Buddha cannot achieve that. The youth in white shouted vehemently. Suddenly, a magnificent, golden-hued, and majestic Buddha figure emerged slowly from behind him, its visage strikingly resembling that of the fair-skinned youth with ruby-red lips and pearly white teeth. Ignoring the white-clad youth's furious outburst, the statue shimmered with golden light, extending a gilded palm downward toward him. Must you always resort to this tactic? Can you not innovate? The youth's hands moved with astonishing speed, forming seals. To his surprise, the Buddha figure behind him did not remain seated but stood upright, defiantly raising its left hand to give the golden statue the middle finger. Remarkably, the gesture met the descending palm of the golden Buddha, halting its advance. Nanny, can you believe that a revered Buddha figure is giving another Buddha the middle finger? Hey, can you two not fight properly? The situation on the battlefield shifted once more. Seizing the moment, the statue behind the white youth swung a fist, striking the face of the Shakyamuni statue. The golden figure was sent crashing into the wall by the force of the blow. It seemed to ignite a surge of energy. As the resonating sounds of Buddhist chants grew louder, the golden statue suddenly opened its eyes, transforming from a serene, compassionate gaze into one of fierce wrath, its aura becoming increasingly terrifying. It retaliated with a powerful strike, unleashing a formidable golden light that shattered the Buddha figure behind the white youth into fragments. The youth, now left stunned by the destruction of his statue, coughed up blood, harboring a deep-seated resentment. Had it not been for his prolonged suppression in this place and his incomplete recovery, he would not have been unable to withstand such a mere strike from the wrathful Buddha. Just as the white youth found himself at a disadvantage, another blinding golden light surged from behind them. A venerable figure appeared, clad in a moon-white monk's robe, wearing a pair of almost extinct rattan shoes, and holding a string of prayer beads. Amitabha, I have the honor of meeting the Grand Elder. The venerable one bowed slightly to the golden statue. You may withdraw, and my presence here is not only to impart a proper lesson to this arrogant fool who disregards teachings, but also to inquire whether you have seen the inheritor of that artifact. I sense its aura, yet you have failed to report it. Why is that? A grand voice echoed around the young monk, imbued with an undeniable authority, accompanied by a strange force that sought to push him back. To everyone's surprise, the venerable one remained steadfast, as immovable as Mount Tai. This is the Long Yuan's secret realm, he spoke softly. What did you say? The grand voice demanded with authority. I said this is the Long Yuan's secret realm, not your wild wasteland. Withdraw your powers and return. The venerable one suddenly raised his head, roaring defiantly. His thunderous shout carried an overwhelming force, propelling the golden Buddha statue once again into the wall. How is this possible? Such power, like that of an 8th-rank bodhisattva. You have attained Buddhahood. You actually managed to become a Buddha in this confining place. That is inconceivable. Amidst the resounding voice, there lingered an air of incredulity, as if one were witnessing an exceedingly terrifying spectacle. You have indeed ventured off your own path. It is impossible. This cannot be. The grand voice gradually diminished, becoming softer and softer until it ultimately vanished. The young man clad in white rose from the ground, dusting off the dirt, and looked at the venerable figure with concern, saying, Have you truly made your decision? Are you certain you wish to turn against me? A radiant smile illuminated the venerable's face, akin to a ray of sunshine on a winter's day. I have made my decision. This is my final opportunity, a decisive gamble for success or failure. In truth, there is no need for such drastic measures. The young man in white could not help but interject, Is it not preferable to attain enlightenment and become a revered ancestor? You could guide countless souls to salvation. Can I truly find peace of mind? To save one is to save. To slay one is to slay, and whether saving 100 or killing 100, there exists no distinction. The venerable clasped his hands together in reverence, earnestly declaring, a faint halo of Buddhist light enveloping him. Alas, witnessing the venerable's demeanor, the young man in white could only sigh in resignation. Chapter 150. The Li family behind Li Shuntong Fong Ping's appearance went unnoticed by anyone below, as though he had always been present, compelling a display of the venerable's formidable prowess. However, not all were oblivious. A young man wielding a blade amidst the crowd perceived his presence. This brother, would you care to join me for a drink? The knife-wielding youth smiled at Fong Ping. Curiosity piqued, Fong Ping approached and took a seat. May I ask your esteemed name? Lu Feng, the blade-bearer replied with a grin. Do you know who I am? Fong Ping inquired, his gaze fixed curiously on Lu Feng. Lu Feng shook his head. I do not know. However, I sense the fluctuations of my master's power emanating from you. Your master? Could it be that your master resides upstairs? Indeed, my master is the Venerable One, and among the two representatives of Tiandu Tower in this battle, I am one of them. Of course, I believe one is sufficient. There is no need for another. Thus, I am most curious as to what merits you possess that would garner my master's esteem. As he spoke, a potent aura of combat radiated from Lu Feng, his gaze firmly locking onto Fong Ping. Fong Ping felt a sense of helplessness, deeply suspecting that the Venerable had intentionally left him here. Let us proceed. Lu Feng unsheathed his blade and stepped forward. Fong Ping shook his head in resignation, following suit. Just as Fong Ping's emotions swirled within him, they arrived at the edge of Tiandu City, amidst a thicket. The rustling sounds emanating from the nearby woods heralded the emergence of two figures before Fong Ping and his companions. Who approaches? Two individuals, seemingly guards, eyed Lu Feng and Fong Ping warily. Tiandu Tower, Lu Feng stated calmly. Upon hearing this name, the two gatekeepers visibly paused. As a resident of Tiandu City, who has not heard of the illustrious Tiandu Tower, let alone the esteemed disciple of the revered master, Lu Feng? Please wait a moment. I will report this immediately. The doorman's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly respectful, nearly bowing at a 90-degree angle. This prompted Fong Ping to reflect that if the revered master were to visit in person, the doorman might very well bend to the ground. However, before long, an angry roar echoed from not far away. Lu Feng, how dare you come here? A towering, muscular man, his face contorted with rage, charged toward Lu Feng. Before he could steady himself, He swung a fist enveloped in crackling thunder and lightning, resembling an incarnation of the Thunder Jodi. To his surprise, Lu Feng merely cast a casual glance at him, his long knife remaining sheathed, and with the simplest of slashes, sent the man hurtling away. The brute crashed through 5 or 6 large trees before begrudgingly rising to his feet, his clothes in disarray, and lunged once more at Lu Feng. Lu Feng frowned, delivering another strike that sent the man flying again. That's enough. In response, the man unleashed another fist crackling with lightning. Once more, Lu Feng struck him down, this time with increased force, leaving the man struggling on the ground for quite some time. Fang Ping observed this spectacle with a peculiar expression. Did these two harbor some deep-seated enmity? The ferocious determination in the man's eyes suggested he would not rest until Lu Feng lay in 2 pieces. Yet, it was evident to any discerning observer that from the outset, Lu Feng had been holding back, only intensifying his strikes slightly towards the end, yet never truly unleashing his full strength. What could be the reason behind this? Fang Ping felt the flames of curiosity igniting within him. If it weren't for you, my sister would not. The man's eyes blazed with fury, as if he could crush steel with his teeth. Sister? Oh, is there a romantic subplot here? Observing Lu Feng's impeccably refined appearance, one would not have expected such a twist. I have stated, it is none of my concern. Lu Feng's calm demeanor only served to further infuriate the man. Could it be? Was this the fabled indifference? Ah, yet you dare to approach him. Are you not afraid of being killed? Chapter 151. The confrontation roar, thunderlight body. The man was thoroughly incensed, bolts of lightning erupting from his form. 2 serpentine bolts of lightning coiling around him as they flicked their tongues at Lu Feng. Stubborn and unyielding, Lu Feng's long knife finally left its sheath, but only for a fleeting moment. To the ordinary observer, it appeared as but a flash of silver light, the man remaining motionless. In the next instant, torrents of blood erupted from his body, having endured at least 100 strikes in that brief moment. However, Lu Feng expertly controlled his strength, ensuring that this onslaught rendered the man temporarily incapacitated, inflicting only superficial wounds. That moment, the members of the Li family finally arrived. The elder at the forefront, upon witnessing the man's pitiable state, felt a chill run down his spine, a surge of anger rising to his head. He strode with the majestic grace of a dragon and the fierce determination of a tiger to stand before Lu Feng, his voice heavy with authority. Lu Feng, what do you mean by this? To injure a member of the Li family at our very doorstep, do you regard us with such disdain? Or is this an exhibition of your so-called might as young Master Lu? Do not forget, this is the Li family, not your Tiandu Tower. In response to the elder's stern inquiry, Lu Feng clasped his fists in a respectful gesture and replied, I have come at my master's behest to pay a visit to the Li family. However, Li Weilong has been persistently bothering me, requesting guidance. Unable to refuse, I was compelled to accede. As you are aware, the nature of combat is unpredictable, and in a moment of carelessness, I found myself unable to restrain my strength. I sincerely apologize for any unintended severity. Lu Feng's calm demeanor left the elder momentarily speechless, his chest heaving with pent-up frustration. Are you truly unaware of why Li Weilong acted against you? After a long pause, the elder managed to utter, very well. Since this is the case, I wish to see how much you have progressed over the years. With an ominous aura, the elder's powerful hand shot forth from his sleeve, aiming directly at Lu Feng's throat. Yet, Lu Feng remained rooted in place, his expression unflinching, even maintaining his gentle smile, as if the impending attack were not directed at him. The elder was taken aback by Lu Feng's audacity to neither evade nor flinch. He had intended merely to impart a lesson, not to take a life. In a moment of urgency, he altered the trajectory of his strike, transitioning from claws to an open palm aimed at Lu Feng's chest. Just as his hand was about to make contact, Lu Feng, unfazed, revealed an ancient-looking token from his grasp. Upon recognizing the token, the elder's countenance shifted dramatically in a panic. He retracted his hand, a mouthful of blood escaping him, staining Lu Feng's white robe with splatters reminiscent of plum blossoms. The token in Lu Feng's hand gleamed a deep bronze, forged from an unknown metal. Its front was adorned with the flowing script of Tiandu, while the reverse bore the intricate images of a dragon and a phoenix entwined. The elder, too startled to wipe the blood from his lips or catch his breath, tremulously pointed at Lu Feng and stammered, You possess this token. Why did you not reveal it sooner? Lu Feng feigned innocence. How was I to know that you, at your advanced age, would still possess such agility? I had not yet the chance to present the token before you struck. Truly, you are as formidable as ever. You? Lu Feng's words incensed the elder, igniting a fury that threatened to consume him. He was on the verge of striking Lu Feng down, but the sight of the token in Lu Feng's hand quelled his rage. The Tiandu token was no ordinary insignia. It felt as if a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. Although Lu Feng was indeed a disciple of the venerable master, he had never witnessed the master bestow upon him the Tiandu token. What is this Tiandu token? In essence, it possessed no extraordinary powers, nor was it a formidable artifact. Its sole characteristic was its invulnerability to fire and water, and its immunity to blades and axes. Chapter 152. The frustration. Perhaps there truly exist forces capable of disregarding or even contending with the organization behind the imperial token, but certainly, this does not extend to the Li family. It is rumored that the esteemed one is also a member of that organization. Undoubtedly, the imperial decree bestowed upon Lu Feng was granted by his master. However, it was unexpected that he could procure a piece of the Tiandu decree. What kind of extraordinary event could possibly warrant the mobilization of the Tiandu decree? The elder took a deep breath, calming the turbulent energy within him, and addressed Lu Feng. Pray tell, what matter brings you here with the Tiandu decree? It is nothing of great consequence, Lu Feng replied with a modest smile. Merely, my young brother has just embarked on his journey and wishes to seek counsel from the younger generation of your esteemed family. Yet, to the elder's discerning eyes, this smile appeared exceedingly irksome, as if he longed to trample upon it. However, upon hearing Lu Feng's request, a peculiar expression crossed his face. I asked that all? Indeed, Lu Feng answered succinctly. For a moment, the elder was at a loss for words. Here he was, boldly arriving at their doorstep, injuring members of their clan, and even producing the Tiandu decree. He had anticipated a significant matter, only to learn that Lu Feng sought to engage in a spar with the youth of their family. Are you jesting with me? The elder, who had refrained from uttering foul language for many years, felt an overwhelming urge to curse. After confirming that Lu Feng was not merely toying with them, the elder gestured behind him, summoning an individual. After whispering a few instructions into the person's ear, he sent them away. In that case, it shall be much easier. I kindly invite you both to step inside our Li family residence for a brief respite, allowing us to extend our hospitality. Tomorrow, we shall arrange for the younger members of our clan to engage in a friendly contest with your young brother. Though the elder was reluctant, he still inclined his body and made a gesture of invitation to the two. There is no need for such formality, Lu Feng interjected. We need not wait until tomorrow. After all, this desolate wilderness is devoid of spectators. Let us commence here and now. Simply summon your clan's youth, for we are pressed for time and must proceed to our next destination. The elder, eager for the two to depart, promptly nodded in agreement. In conclusion, Lu Feng added, by the way, my master has also instructed that you need not hold back. There is no need for feigned courtesy. It is best to exert all your strength. For grievances, return them tenfold. If it leads to death, it shall be counted as his. Such an extraordinary remark left both Fang Ping and the elder agape. The elder, even suspecting that Lu Feng and Fang Ping had a prior enmity and intended to seize this opportunity to end him. Fang Ping, equally bewildered, thought, wasn't it a duel between us? How did it turn into you bringing me to challenge others? Just as Fang Ping was about to voice his confusion, Lu Feng, with a beaming smile, pulled him closer. I merely wish to ascertain your strength. Should you be unwilling to fight, it is quite simple. I shall inform them that you were the one who killed Li Shantong, and at that point, you will have no choice but to engage in battle. Fang Ping's heart jolted in alarm, and he discreetly scrutinized Lu Feng, uncertain if he truly knew that Li Shantong was among those they had slain. After a moment of hesitation, Fang Ping acquiesced, eager to discern what schemes the esteemed one was truly orchestrating. Since Lu Feng has spoken, the elder is quite pleased. Initially, he contemplated merely putting on a show, considering that having someone present an imperial decree for a friendly exchange or challenge indicated a significant background. He worried that injuring such an individual would be detrimental, and if a confrontation ensued, he would inevitably be hesitant, unable to unleash his full strength. However, with Lu Feng's endorsement, he now feels considerably reassured, even contemplating reclaiming the losses he previously suffered at Lu Feng's hands. Fang Ping could distinctly perceive the elder's gaze towards him turning increasingly hostile. Before long, a group of young individuals, led by a middle-aged man, arrived at the scene. After the elder's explanation, an uproar ensued among the crowd, and their looks directed at Fang Ping became increasingly unfriendly. They thought, does he truly believe that the Li family is without defenders? The surrounding onlookers began to disperse, forming a circle with a radius of 20 meters around Fang Ping. The elder advanced a few steps and bellowed, "Stabilize!" A phantom image of an ant materialized upon the elder's back. While his eyes transformed into a pitch black, compound structure reminiscent of an insect's. He then lifted his right foot and forcefully struck the ground. A visible wave of energy radiated from his foot, causing the previously uneven ground to tremble violently. Fortunately, the onlookers were not ordinary individuals. Although they experienced a slight disorientation, they quickly regained their balance and maintained their composure. Chapter 153. An effortless resolution. As the elder's foot struck the ground, a cloud of dust erupted, causing bystanders to cough uncontrollably. Subsequently, the elder reached out into the air, and the swirling dust instantly coalesced, gathering in his palm to form a solid, earth-colored sphere the size of a newborn's fist. With the dust's cover removed, Fong Ping was astonished to discover that the once uneven ground had transformed into an impeccably smooth surface, as reflective as a mirror. Testing it with his foot, he found it non-slippery, and the previously soft soil had become exceedingly firm, indistinguishable from marble. He marveled at how the elder accomplished such a feat. If he possessed this skill, returning home to repair roads would be incredibly convenient. After completing his task, the elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, reveling in the reverent gazes of the younger generation. Despite having expended a considerable amount of energy and feeling somewhat breathless, he deemed it worthwhile. However, had he known that Fong Ping's thoughts were centered on the practicality of road construction, he likely would have spat blood in disbelief. Embracing the pretense, the elder lifted his head proudly and proclaimed, "I have constructed the arena for you, but what is an arena without boundaries?" He extended his arms, pushing outward, conjuring two enormous black handprints composed entirely of energy on either side. With a thunderous crash, the massive energy hands shattered several trees, each thick enough to require 5 or 6 individuals to encircle, scattering splintered wood throughout the yard. At that moment, the old man waved his large sleeves, and the wooden planks soaring through the air began to fly towards him, embedding themselves upright at the edges of the open space surrounding him, thereby forming a wooden enclosure that encompassed the entire area. After accomplishing this feat, the old man's chest heaved violently, clearly indicating that such a display was no trivial matter for him. However, the reverent gazes of those around him made him feel that all of it was worthwhile. After all, what was the purpose of his arduous cultivation if not to bring glory to his family? Observing this spectacle, Lu Feng's lips curled into a hint of disdain, and in a voice only Fong Ping could hear, he muttered, "All he knows is how to show off," as if everyone is unaware of his profound understanding of the earth through the heavenly ant scripture. "I in his hands, that scripture is indeed a waste. Aside from turning the soil, it serves little purpose. Such a squandering of resources. Shall we begin now?" The old man inquired of Lu Feng. Leaning against a tree without lifting his head, Lu Feng, cradling his long blade, feigned sleep and replied, "You can ask him. When he is ready, you may commence. Just let me know once you're done. My sole responsibility is to collect his remains." Although Lu Feng's words incensed him greatly, the old man had the decree of the heavenly city, and with his heart brimming with frustration, he could only vent his ire upon Fong Ping. "Are you ready? If so, let us begin." The old man's tone was somewhat unkind, leaving Fong Ping feeling quite helpless. "Do not take out your grievances on me. I am not in league with him, and your ire is futile." "Humph, Li Shan, you go first." The old man snorted heavily. "Yes." A short, rotund individual, upon hearing his name called, was filled with joy and immediately responded with a flamboyant backflip into the arena. Li Shan then clasped his fists in greeting to the onlookers, declaring, "What a pleasure it is to meet you all. Please witness how I, Li Shan, shall display the might of the Li family." He appeared wholly dismissive of Fong Ping. The rules of the competition were straightforward. One side concedes, loses the ability to fight, or is knocked out of the wooden enclosure, thus ending the match. Now, the competition begins. The old man swiftly positioned himself outside the wooden enclosure, announcing the commencement of the contest. "Remember, the one who defeats you is named Li Shan." Li Shan laughed maniacally as he charged towards Fong Ping, his hands, resembling large fans, aimed at Fong Ping's face, seemingly intent on ending the fight with a single powerful blow. He believed that the inability to discern Fong Ping's cultivation level was merely a result of some concealed technique. He could not fathom that this obscure youth could possibly be stronger than he. Clearly, he had immense confidence in himself, Fong Ping mused. Moreover, Li Shan indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. At his age, he had already reached the out-of-body realm, which could be considered a mark of genius even in Tiandu City. Chapter 154. Confidence. However, excessive confidence can easily veer into arrogance. Fong Ping's movements were anything but slow. Just when everyone assumed he intended to confront Li Shan head-on, his stance shifted unexpectedly. Subtly veering to the left, Li Shan, who had been poised to deliver a decisive strike, found his blow landing nowhere but in the moment when his previous strength had waned and new vigor had yet to manifest. Fang Ping suddenly emerged from the side, delivering a swift kick to his posterior, propelling him out of the ring entirely. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. No one anticipated that Li Shan would be defeated so swiftly and utterly, without even having the chance to showcase his abilities. Though Li Shan was a quintessential figure, having honed his skills through arduous practice without encountering any real combat, Fang Ping required merely a fraction of his strength to deal with such an opponent. He was simply too weak, pathetically so. Several individuals who had maintained a close rapport with Li Shan wore expressions of shame, questioning how they had ever associated with such a person. Yet, there were also many who secretly reveled in his downfall, relishing the sight of Li Shan's hubris being swiftly quelled. Now, how would he explain this defeat to the clan elders? Li Shan, his face smeared with dirt and humiliation from Fang Ping's forceful kick, bellowed in fury, "You're courting death." He then charged back into the arena, eager to seek vengeance on Fang Ping. However, Fang Ping paid him no heed, calmly addressing the elder. Next, the elder snorted dismissively, as if lifting a chick, and tossed Li Shan back, declaring, "In the first match, this young brother emerges victorious. Next, Li Guang, step forth." "Elder, I can still fight. I haven't lost. This brat resorted to trickery," Li Shan protested indignantly, having been cast out of the arena. "Enough," the elder thundered, "a loss is a loss. There's no room for trickery. I made the rules clear before the match began." But Li Shan attempted to argue, only to be cut off by the elder's fierce retort. "Are the members of the Li family so incapable of accepting defeat? No buts allowed. A loss is a loss. If you speak another word, you will face the family law." Upon hearing the words family law, Li Shan deflated like a punctured balloon. Under the gaze of the onlookers, he shot a resentful glare at Fang Ping before slinking away in disgrace. Second match, commence. With the elder's command, the competition resumed. This time, Li Guang exhibited a markedly more cautious demeanor. Unlike the brash approach of Li Shan, he advanced towards Fang Ping with utmost care, step by deliberate step. Observing the wary Li Guang, Fang Ping's lips curled into a faintly mocking smile. Was this an attempt to feign weakness? Yet, no matter how cautious one may be, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and stratagems crumble to dust. This time, Fang Ping did not wait for his opponent to make the first move. He found no interest in battling such weak adversaries. Qi and blood, transform into a dragon. A colossal dragon formed entirely from his vital essence coiled behind Fang Ping, merging seamlessly with his figure. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Li Guang was sent hurtling away, blood spewing from his mouth, indicating a grievous injury. "I must remind you, those lacking in strength should refrain from stepping forward," Fang Ping declared with an air of arrogance. His arrogant demeanor thoroughly incensed the elder and the members of the Li family. However, the elder remained remarkably composed as he regarded Fang Ping and inquired, "Are you distracted?" Fang Ping shook his head and replied, "I am merely at the late stage of the out-of-body realm, still a distance away from the spirit's severing stage." After emerging from that mysterious space, Fang Ping discovered that his cultivation had indeed progressed. He felt no hesitation in disclosing his level of cultivation to others. Upon hearing that Fang Ping had not yet reached the spirit's severing realm, the elder could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, he simultaneously felt a twinge of concern, as even the strongest among the younger generation of the Li family was merely at the early stage of the out-of-body realm. The revelation of Fang Ping's late-stage cultivation was akin to dousing everyone present with a bucket of cold water. "Very well, now, who will be next?" Fang Ping surveyed the crowd beneath the arena, yet he was met with a deathly silence, devoid of the previous fervor and enthusiasm. Instead, expressions of trepidation surfaced. After all, he was at the late stage of the out-of-body realm. Chapter 155. Is there no one else? Is there no one left? Fang Ping's gaze swept over the assembly of the Li family. Every individual he locked eyes with promptly lowered their heads, scarcely daring to meet his gaze. "Enough." The elder stepped forward and addressed Fang Ping. "Are you implying that I have emerged victorious?" The elder's eyes twinkled with a hint of cunning as he stated, "As long as you can defeat the next individual from our Li family, we shall concede this contest." "That sounds splendid." Fang Ping concurred, finding it excessively tedious to face each opponent sequentially from weakest to strongest. It would be far more efficient to engage in a single decisive battle against the strongest among the younger generation of the opposing family and depart thereafter. "Who is it?" Fang Ping inquired, scanning the crowd of the Li family to discern who would ultimately represent them in battle. However, to his surprise, the The elder shook his head and replied, "Your opponent is not here. Please wait a moment, he will arrive shortly." The other younger members of the Lee family exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing the elder's words. Did he imply that there was still an extraordinary expert among them yet to make an appearance? Yet, in their recollection, the pinnacle of their younger generation had already reached the early stage of the out-of-body realm. Where could such a master possibly be found? Boom! At that moment, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the assembly with the ferocity of a thunderstorm. Remarkably, the area of effect was astutely calculated, perfectly avoiding the presence of Lu Feng and the elder, both of whom were evidently of superior strength. This was the power of the spirit-severing realm, an unmistakable display of such prowess. The immense pressure was unbearable. Many among the crowd succumbed, half kneeling on the ground, while those with slightly greater strength, though not kneeling, appeared pallid and on the verge of collapse. Only Fong Ping stood unfazed, gazing quizzically at the trembling, ashen-faced members of the Li family. What was amiss with them? Were they suffering from some ailment? How could they not even stand steady? At long last, the Li family servant who had departed previously returned, accompanied by another individual. The source of that terrifying pressure emanated from this newcomer. However, upon seeing this person, the faces of the Li family members revealed no expressions of joy. Rather, many were flushed with embarrassment, their heads bowed in deference. What a disgrace, indeed! A disgrace far greater than their previous defeat at the hands of Fong Ping. The newcomer was clad in a dark robe adorned with gold trim, and on his thumb, he sported an agate ring. With one hand casually resting behind his back, he exuded an air of arrogance, as if he were the supreme ruler of the world. However, what truly embarrassed them was not the visitor's attire, but rather his aged, a thick, grizzled beard, coupled with a hairstyle reminiscent of the local support for the central authority, clearly indicated that he was at least in his 40s. Yet Fong Ping was currently challenging the younger generation. What business did a man in his 40s have intruding upon their affairs? Nevertheless, the members of the Li family understood full well the ulterior motives of the elder. Could the person you mentioned possibly be him? Fong Ping inquired, pointing at the ostentatious Li Qingquang. The gaze of the Li family members converged upon the elder, each of them wishing fervently that he would refute their unspoken thoughts, but alas, disappointment was their fate. Unfazed by the scrutiny of the crowd, the elder displayed an extraordinary level of audacity, proclaiming, "Indeed, should you defeat him, there will be no further contest. This time, our Li family concedes. Our younger generation cannot possibly compare to your excellence. I recall that I am challenging the younger generation, am I not? Dear uncle, is this esteemed elder truly considered among the younger generation?" Fong Ping remarked incredulously, gesturing towards the balding man. Observing Fong Ping's incredulity, the elder became increasingly convinced that Fong Ping was no match for him and hastily asserted, "How can he not be considered among the younger generation? Do not be deceived by his appearance. He is actually quite youthful at the age of 29, and he belongs to the same generation as you. The two individuals you just defeated must address him as elder brother. In our esteemed family, lineage is of utmost importance." What a disgrace! Many young members of the Li family buried their faces in their hands, overwhelmed by the elder's utter lack of shame. Indeed, he was of the same generation, and by lineage, addressing him as elder brother was not entirely inaccurate. However, to assert that he was 29 years old was utterly absurd. Even among their own, they could not bear to witness such a blatant fabrication. They distinctly remembered that he had just celebrated his 40th birthday the previous week. "Elder, your audacity is beyond belief." Chapter 156. Utterly shameless. Yet, there were also many members of the Li family whose eyes lit up. The elder's outrageously shameless words seemed to open the door to a new world for them. From the elder, they gleaned an invaluable lesson. To ascend higher, one must embrace shamelessness and audacity. The elder chose not to engage in further debate with Fong Ping, instead shifting his gaze toward Lu Feng, who remained indifferent to their squabble, impatiently gesturing. "You may resolve this matter amongst yourselves." This revelation brought a sense of relief to the elder. As long as Lu Feng did not explicitly oppose him, Fong Ping's complaints would hold little weight, for Lu Feng was the bearer of the imperial decree. The elder cast a provocative glance at Fong Ping, who could only helplessly shrug before returning to the center of the arena. "Begin," the elder commanded, and the balding uncle stepped onto the stage, grinning maliciously at Fong Ping. "Kid, I've heard you're quite the arrogant one, daring to challenge our Li family. You must be tired of living. Are you a pig?" Before the bald uncle could finish his words, the elder nearly jumped up in outrage. The visitor, Lu Feng, had come bearing the imperial edict for a challenge, Yet the elder audaciously questioned whether he was simply tired of living. It seemed to the elder that it was he who was truly impatient with life. A flicker of regret surged within him. How had he ended up with such a dim-witted fellow? If it weren't for the fact that he was the only one who met the requirements, the elder would have relished the opportunity to tear his mouth apart in that very moment. Fortunately, a discreet glance at Lu Feng revealed that he remained in a feigned slumber, his previously anxious heart finally finding solace. The bald uncle glared at Fang Ping with palpable hostility, as if Fang Ping were the cause of some profound enmity. This left Fang Ping utterly bewildered, wondering what had provoked such ire from this elder. The reason for this animosity was, in truth, quite simple: jealousy. The man's name was Li Qingquang, a name that sounded impressive, yet bore no relation to his actual talent. Although he had reached the spirit separation stage, it was not through conventional cultivation, but rather a desperate choice to employ clan secret arts due to his abysmal aptitude, rendering him a pseudo-spirit separation practitioner. He was stronger than an ordinary exit realm cultivator, yet far inferior to a genuine spirit separation expert, and he could not further elevate his cultivation. Thus, his standing within the clan was rather low. Despite this, he frequently faced ostracism and ridicule within his family, regardless of how much effort he exerted or how many sacrifices he made for them. In their eyes, he would never measure up to those with genuine potential and aptitude. Consequently, he harbored a deep-seated jealousy towards someone like Fang Ping, who had already achieved the 9th level of the exit realm at such a tender age, showcasing remarkable talent. For him, geniuses were to be suppressed. Li Qingquang extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips, murmuring, "No matter how much potential you possess, until you mature, you will always be a weakling." Having long desired to relish the thrill of tormenting a genius, he finally found his opportunity, one without the burden of responsibility. A bloodthirsty glint illuminated his eyes, and in that instant, Fang Ping's figure morphed into that of the clan's previous tormentors. "Die!" he bellowed, unleashing a wave of energy that surged outward, sending the members of the Li family, who stood at the edge of the arena, sprawling away. Simultaneously, his right hand morphed into a claw-like shape, imbued with a verdant energy, reaching for Fang Ping's head, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Crushing his skull with one strike, he could already envision the gruesome spectacle of Fang Ping's head exploding, blood and brain matter splattering across his face, igniting a fervor within his veins. Yet, to his astonishment, his seemingly inevitable grasp met only air. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he instinctively recoiled, but Fang Ping's cold voice suddenly echoed behind him. "Do you seek my life? You are far from capable." "What? When did?" Startled by the voice emanating from his rear, Li Qingquang instinctively swung his palm backward without a second thought. Chapter 157. Methods. Bang. A crisp metallic clang resonated as Li Qingquang struck a metallic object with his palm. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that he had inadvertently hit a saber that was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Where on earth did this lad acquire such a weapon? Li Qingquang was filled with profound bewilderment. Just moments ago, he had nothing in his hands, nor was there any place on his person to conceal a blade. The only conceivable explanation was that this youth possessed a storage-type spiritual artifact. How infuriating it was that such a young individual could possess such a treasure. The price of spiritual artifacts is already exorbitant, and storage types are even more ridiculously expensive. It was unfathomable to him how this boy hailed from such an illustrious lineage, one wealthy enough to bestow upon him a storage-type artifact. Nevertheless, this also indicated that this lad must be a prodigy of his family. With this thought, a fervor ignited in Li Qingquang's eyes. He was resolute in his desire to eliminate Fang Ping. As for the potential repercussions from Fang Ping's family following his demise, such concerns were far from his mind. A family that was so harsh and blind to one's efforts deserved to be obliterated. Crash! Fang Ping bellowed, launching a left hook that struck Li Qingquang squarely in the chest. Caught off guard, Li Qingquang was hit with tremendous force, the sound of his ribcage fracturing echoing painfully as he teetered on the brink of being thrown out of the arena. A frenzied glint flickered in his eyes as he shouted, "Demon Vein! Activate!" At his utterance, the sky seemed to dim, casting an eerie twilight over what should have been a sunlit day. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of gray energy surged forth from the void, slithering like ethereal serpents, hastening to enter Li Qingquang's body, converging along his spine. He emitted a low growl, and his previously gaunt physique swelled dramatically, his height forcibly extending to 3 meters. A pair of bony wings unfurled from his back. Enveloping his form, a shimmering line of gray energy traced across his back, stretching from his coccyx to the Fengqi point at the back of his head. His tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open, emanating two blazing crimson beams. Transformed into a demon, Lu Feng appeared beside the arena, observing the unfolding scene with a troubled expression. The elder's countenance darkened, and he internally berated Li Qinghuang, vowing that even if he were to somehow triumph, he would not spare him upon his return. This was not a life-or-death confrontation. How dare he resort to such forbidden techniques? The transformation into a demon was a capability universally condemned by righteous individuals, deemed a sinister practice. As a member of a prestigious family, Lu Feng felt compelled to exploit this opportunity to strike back. Well, every family harbors its own secrets. I shall refrain from further inquiries. However, I shall require an explanation afterward. Lu Feng's words ignited a surge of anger in the elder, who bristled at the notion of the Li family being compelled to provide an account to a junior. Yet, when Lu Feng brandished the Tian Du Ling in his hand, the elder deflated like a punctured balloon, begrudgingly uttering a single word. Fine. On the arena, observing the surging momentum of the approaching Li Qinghuang, Fang Ping, who had previously maintained a light-hearted demeanor, finally adopted a serious expression. How intriguing! As he gazed at the demonized Li Qinghuang, Fang Ping scrutinized him from head to toe and remarked, "Since you have transformed, why is it that you remain bald? Is the entity you have become a balding demon as well? Go die." Li Qinghuang, filled with rage and humiliation, pressed his palms together and prepared for a mighty strike. Chapter 158. Arrogance. With a swift motion, Fang Ping's spirit, energy, and essence coalesced once more, culminating in a formidable will that infused his subsequent 8 strikes. Crash! As Fang Ping took his first step, his right fist shimmered with dazzling golden light, launching forward to collide with Li Qinghuang's downward strike. Li Qinghuang stumbled, and Fang Ping was also forced back a few steps, his feet deeply embedded in the earth. A testament to the immense power of Li Qinghuang's previous blow, a peculiar flush crept across Fang Ping's face as he shouted, "Crash!" Fang Ping stepped forward again, delivering another identical punch, though this time with significantly greater force. Li Qinghuang, now with sharpened, demonized hands, met Fang Ping's blow, leaving deep crimson marks upon his skin. It seemed that his transformation had indeed enhanced his physical resilience. Crash! This time, Fang Ping did not retreat but unleashed another identical punch. Li Qinghuang had no opportunity to block this strike. Fang Ping's fist landed squarely on his chest, causing blood to spray forth. Yet, it was not over. Despite losing the ability to resist, Fang Ping was unwilling to let him off so easily. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Ping's right fist struck repeatedly, leaving 3 varying-sized imprints upon Li Qinghuang's demonized form, who collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Observing Li Qinghuang convulsing on the ground, Fang Ping shook his head and remarked, "I haven't even exerted myself, and you have already fallen, no?" Li Qinghuang let out a furious roar, unexpectedly producing a pill from somewhere and swallowing it without a glance. The onlookers from the Li family lowered their heads even further. Having already violated the rules by entering the arena and resorting to forbidden techniques, they now witnessed him resorting to drugs. How shameless! They still had their reputation to uphold. With the aid of the pill, Li Qinghuang's injuries showed some improvement, though it merely alleviated his condition slightly. Even if he were in perfect health, he would still not be a match for Fang Ping. "You forced my hand." A terrifying expression appeared on Li Qinghuang's face. A purple hexagram emerged beneath his feet, and a towering wolf beast person materialized from within it. This wolf beast stood impressively tall at 3 meters. Its body sculpted with robust muscles that bore no excess weight. Enveloped in a shroud of black fur, it stood upright like a human. Blood stains lingered on its sharp wolfish maw, suggesting it had recently feasted. The eerie green light in its eyes exuded a ferocity tinged with a hint of greed and excitement. This creature possesses intelligence. The muscles on the wolf beast's legs were as solid as rock, unleashing an astonishing power that translated into tremendous explosive force. A deep footprint was left imprinted on the ground, and the wolf beast swiftly positioned itself in front of Fang Ping and Si Ming, using its own body to withstand Fang Ping's strike. The two retreated at once, with Fang Ping standing unscathed a short distance away, while 3 deep wounds, exposing bone, marred the wolf beast's chest, healing at a visibly rapid pace. The black blood oozing from the wounds dripped onto the ground, corroding it and creating numerous holes. "A half-blood wolf beast, you say? Is this truly your confidence?" Fang Ping subtly shook his hand, astonished by the wolf beast's immense strength. He had been careless, resulting in his entire arm becoming numb from the impact. Point 1 alone was insufficient. But what if there were a few more? Before Li Qinghuang could finish his thought, 2 more purple hexagram magic circles illuminated the ground. Unlike the first wolf beast, the subsequent two were notably more elongated, their musculature less exaggerated, one adorned with purple fur and the other with dark gray. Diverging from the black-furred wolf beast's emphasis on strength, the purple wolf beast leaned towards speed, while the dark gray one possessed heightened regenerative abilities, thus accounting for the differences in their physiques. 3 wolf beasts. It seems this is your trump card? However, do you genuinely believe that these 3 pups can hinder me? Fang Ping shrugged, his body suddenly vanishing from sight, leaving only a deep footprint in the ground. So swift. Chapter 159. Utter madness. Lu Feng observed the chaotic melee on the stage, speaking in a voice devoid of emotion. Summoning creatures, quite impressive. The old man could not discern whether Lu Feng's words were an expression of admiration or derision, revealing an awkward smile. Li Qinghuang, having struggled in vain, evidently grew frantic. Summoning these 3 entities was no small drain on his resources. Should this stalemate continue, a prolonged delay would inevitably lead to his defeat. Gritting his teeth, Li Qinghuang drew a line across his arm, crimson blood transforming into arrows that shot towards the purple hexagram beneath his feet. Roar! The 3 wolf beasts unleashed a furious howl, their bodies radiating a sanguine glow, evidently bolstered by the blood, resulting in a significant enhancement. Meanwhile, Li Qinghuang's visage aged by several years in an instant. It appeared his expenditure included not only his blood, but also his lifespan. Fang Ping found it perplexing. Was this merely an ordinary contest? To the extent that one would wager their very life. Was he truly so weary of existence? Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that despite Li Qinghuang being merely a pseudo-divine realm practitioner, the quality of his blood was exceptionally high. After absorbing it, the wolf beasts exhibited a marked increase in strength. In that fleeting moment, the trio combined their might, managing to press Fang Ping back. In an instant, Fang Ping found himself in a perilous situation, as the 3 beasts, employing a reckless strategy of trading injury for injury, inflicted wound after wound upon him. Observing the gashes adorning his body, Fang Ping could not help but furrow his brow. At his wounds, an inexplicable energy seemed to incessantly erode, hindering their healing process. Fang Ping realized that he had to expend several times more vitality than usual to facilitate his recovery. This, undoubtedly, would impose a significant drain on him, proving to be a fruitless endeavor. Die. All of you, perish. Li Qinghuang's expression was twisted with ferocity, tinged with a hint of madness. Fang Ping understood that unless he demonstrated some measure of strength, he would truly be unable to contend with this group of creatures. With a decisive slash, Fang Ping's longsword trembled, instantly splitting into 3 distinct sword shadows, each striking the arms of the 3 wolf beasts. Following a barely audible sound, the arms of the beasts fell away. Ha! Do you think severing their limbs will be effective? With their regenerative capabilities, regrowing a severed limb is merely a trivial matter. Oh? Is that so? A trace of disdain curled at the corners of Fang Ping's mouth. Observing this smile, Li Qinghuang's fury intensified. Damn it! This fellow dares to mock me even as death looms near. Suddenly, Li Qinghuang sensed something amiss. The 3 wolf beasts, whose arms had just been severed by Fang Ping, had not regenerated their limbs. How could this be? With a flick of his wrist, an enigmatic essence emanated from Fang Ping's sword. The essence of wind. The elder was taken aback. From Fang Ping's blade, he could perceive the essence of wind. This essence represented a simplified version of rules. Though not as wondrous as the rules themselves, it possessed a fraction of their efficacy. Fang Ping harnessed the power of the wind essence, attaching it to his blade. After inflicting damage upon the wolf beasts, the wind essence would linger upon their wounds, preventing them from healing. Qinghuang, it is time to concede. You have lost. Despite the elder's reluctance, he spoke the words. Undoubtedly, with the utilization of wind essence, Fang Ping and Li Qinghuang were no longer on the same plane. One relied on inherent strength, while the other temporarily augmented his power at the cost of his own lifespan and vitality. The disparity was evident. No, I have not yet lost. I still have the strength to fight, Li Qinghuang retorted, his face flushed crimson. Enough, the elder admonished sternly. Do you not feel you have already disgraced yourself enough? No, Li Qinghuang was determined to continue the fight, but the elder would not allow him to act so recklessly any longer. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force immediately bound Li Qinghuang, rendering him immobile. This time, our Li family concedes. The elder's declaration darkened the faces of many within the Li family. The admission of defeat signified that none of their younger generation could stand against Fang Ping. This was an enormous blow to those who had always prided themselves as the chosen ones. Farewell, Lu Feng clasped his fists in greeting to the members of the Li family before taking his leave alongside Fang Ping. Behind them, the elderly man's gaze was imbued with a chilling intensity. Chapter 160. The arena having walked a short distance, Fang Ping turned to Lu Feng and remarked, "It was your master who sent you here, wasn't it? Not too dull, I see." Lu Feng, cradling his long blade, replied casually, "The esteemed one is already aware of the situation regarding Li Shentong. This time, it is entirely his own doing. He has no one but himself to blame. However, the Li family will inevitably uncover your connection to the Lin family. To avert such complications, the esteemed one instructed me to bring the Tian Duling and escort you to challenge them. Thus, even if the Li family later discovers some traces, they will hesitate to act against you. Considering the Tian Duling and the esteemed one, I see," Fang Ping responded, a look of realization dawning upon him. "Nevertheless, your prowess is commendable, and I eagerly anticipate our clash." With that, Lu Feng turned and departed, leaving Fang Ping with a solitary, proud silhouette. A battle of geniuses, you say? I find myself growing increasingly intrigued. Fang Ping clenched his fist, feeling the surging vitality within him, a smile gracing his lips in the blink of an eye. The day of the competition arrived. The tournament commenced with an elimination format, aiming to select the top 100 from over 1,000 participants. The venue boasted more than 200 arenas, all launching into battle simultaneously. Contestants were permitted to employ any means necessary, with no restrictions. Poisons and hidden weapons were all fair game. To ensure the safety of all competitors, the esteemed one personally presided over the event. Should any arena pose a life-threatening situation, he would intervene. However, this also meant that unless one faced imminent danger, the esteemed one would not act to save anyone, even if they were left severely injured, unless they conceded defeat. It was, without a doubt, a brutally unforgiving rule. Fang Ping found himself on Arena 78, facing a youth named Feng Ji as his first opponent. This lad, barely 17, was slightly younger than Fang Ping, yet he astonishingly possessed the cultivation of the initial phase of out-body. It is worth noting that the strongest member of the Li family, a prominent clan within Tiandu City, only managed to reach the mid-phase of out-of-body. Yet this 17-year-old exhibited the prowess of the out-of-body stage. Strangely, this youth lacked the typical arrogance associated with his age. Instead, he radiated humility and courtesy. "I am Feng Ji, initial phase of out-of-body. I seek your guidance," he said, bowing respectfully to Fang Ping. Upon hearing that Feng Ji was at the out-of-body stage, the crowd erupted in astonishment. How could someone so young possibly possess such formidable cultivation? "I am Fang Ping, at the late phase of out-of-body. Please." Fang Ping returned the salute in kind. Fang Ping's status as a late-phase out-of-body cultivator sent shockwaves through the audience. They had never anticipated witnessing a duel between two such remarkably young geniuses in the very first match. Upon learning of Fang Ping's cultivation, Feng Ji did not flinch. Instead, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. "Excellent! I have been trapped in the initial phase of